Chapter 1. The Onset of Catastrophe. For 2 consecutive days, a gentle drizzle had enveloped the city of Han, casting a pall of gloom over the atmosphere. The Yinxia television station reports that the southeastern region will experience heavy rainfall throughout the week. Citizens are advised to exercise caution and minimize travel. The northern areas are set to face another drop in temperature. Lin Feng gazed out at the rain, feeling a sense of unease. Natural disasters? Human calamities? Or perhaps the intervention of extraterrestrial civilizations? Whenever he recalled that the world would descend into chaos the following day, an involuntary shiver coursed through him as the terror within him became increasingly palpable. Indeed, he had been reborn. After being devoured by a 3-headed mutated hound, he found himself awakening once more before the impending cataclysm. Given this second chance bestowed upon him by fate, his sole objective was to grow stronger amid the impending turmoil. Only by continuously fortifying himself could he earn the right to survive. As for alerting others, Lin Feng refrained. Who would believe that the apocalypse would arrive within a day? However, he did reach out to his closest friend, Wu Long. "Hello, this is Lin Feng. What's up? I'm in the canyon. If you need something, hurry up. If you still consider me a brother, use all your money to stockpile food. Perhaps you might survive." "Are you crazy? I only have $300 on me. I can't lend you anything, Lin Feng. Just hold on a bit longer. I'll be there soon. How much do you need?" Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, then smiled that it dawned on him that this rebirth was not solely about ensuring his own survival. Watch the news tonight. An earthquake will strike the southwestern region, and a tsunami will hit the west coast of America. With that, Lin Feng ended the call. Behind him lay a mountain of supplies. He had no money left, having spent it all on provisions. Words can be insufficient at times. Only reality can validate everything. On the other end, Wu Long furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss. July 3, 2024, 9 p.m., Yinxia television station reports that at 8:50 p.m., a catastrophic earthquake measuring 9.7 struck the southwestern region, paralyzing the transportation networks of 3 provinces. At 8:54 p.m., a massive tsunami hit the east coast of America, plunging 7 states into darkness. The death toll remains unknown. Listening to the news, Lin Feng felt a tremor within him. Even upon hearing it for the second time, dread gripped him as the natural disasters of his previous life began to unfold. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, Wu Long called. "Lin Feng, you're incredible. Do you know something we don't? I'm heading out to buy food right away, borrowing money if I have to." "No, don't go anywhere. Come straight to my house tomorrow, and I'll explain everything." "Okay." Wu Long hung up, the shock within him intensifying. Could the apocalypse truly be upon them? Regardless, he would discuss it further with Lin Feng upon arrival. After ending the call, Lin Feng found himself lost in thought. Was he altering the course of history? Would unforeseen events arise? At 11 p.m. on July 3, Yinxia television station reports a glacial rift appearing in the Arctic, with numerous creatures spotted. At 3 a.m. on July 4, Mount Fuji in Sakura country erupted, accompanied by severe earthquakes. Reports suggest that creatures were seen emerging from the lava. It was a sleepless night. People across the globe were petrified by the incessant disasters, many believing the end of the world was nigh and began hoarding supplies. Whether in supermarkets or convenience stores, everything was wiped clean. Lin Feng also spent the night awake, quietly observing the changes around the world, hoping to discern any differences from his previous life. Regrettably, the global calamities unfolded just as they had before, with no notable changes by noon. The anticipated blood rain was likely to manifest. The cataclysm was imminent. To survive amid the upheaval, he must seize the opportunity for awakening. In his previous life, it was sheer luck that led to his awakening and the acquisition of power. Otherwise, he could have perished in the initial wave of disaster. Knock knock. "Lin Feng, I'm here." Wu Long called urgently. As Lin Feng opened the door, Wu Long was greeted by a mountain of food and water, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Had he emptied out a supermarket? Then, unease crept over him. The world is going insane. Do you know? The pyramid has collapsed, turning into a vast pit. Mount Fuji erupted, unleashing unidentified creatures. Wu Long said gravely, struggling to comprehend that the apocalypse might indeed be upon them. "Lin Feng, tell me honestly, is the end of the world really?" Lin Feng nodded and retrieved a dagger from his room, handing it to Wu Long. "Don't be frightened. The real chaos begins after midnight. This world will no longer belong to us. To survive, we must rely solely on ourselves. Wulong instinctively accepted the dagger, momentarily dazed. He had already informed his parents to stockpile supplies and to remain indoors regardless of what occurred. Let's hope for the best. I believe in you. Lin Feng flashed a smile, though internally he calculated how many zombies they needed to slay for both to awaken. Time flew by, and at 10:30 a.m., with just an hour and a half to the blood rain, a large concrete pipe, over a meter wide and nearly 10 meters long, lay in the park of Lin Feng's community. Its origin as construction material was unknown, but it had been left behind. This was the very spot where Lin Feng had awakened in his previous life, having struggled to defeat a mutated wild dog, fortuitously consuming its blood core to awaken and gain power. Otherwise, he would have perished in that cataclysm, and none of the subsequent events would have transpired. Are you afraid? Lin Feng asked Wulong, forcibly leading him to change his fate, uncertain of what might occur. Not afraid. Whatever you say goes. I'll follow your lead. Wulong forced a smile. Lin Feng was taken aback, then smiled in return. This time, he would ensure his survival. At noon on July 4th, Han City. No, the entire earth was shrouded beneath a layer of crimson clouds, and the rain had quietly turned red. Lin Feng gazed at the crimson world outside, his expression grave. The cataclysm had commenced. Chapter 2. The unexpected. A deluge of blood rained down, and any creature touched by this sanguine downpour would undergo a grotesque metamorphosis. Direct contact with the blood rain would typically result in transformation into a zombie within a mere 10 minutes. Even those who did not come into direct contact would still be at risk, as the pathogens within the corpses would permeate the air, leading to a second outbreak within a week. Awakening was the only true solution to this calamity. In the previous life, those who failed to awaken met their demise. The blood rain ceased after a mere 5 minutes, appearing to leave no significant damage. It would be mistaken for an ordinary accident. However, to venture outside at this time would be akin to courting death. Lin Feng's expression darkened. He was waiting for the stray dog from his past life to arrive, hoping to gain some abilities before the outside world succumbed entirely to zombification. A pained howl echoed, igniting a spark of hope in Lin Feng's eyes. It had come. Prepare yourself. A frail wild dog is on its way, he began, but was abruptly silenced by the scene before him. A two-headed hellhound fixed its gaze upon him. One head resembling a poodle, while the other bore the likeness of a golden retriever. Its neck was a gruesome sight, and its size far exceeded that of an ordinary golden retriever. Is this what you refer to as a wild dog? Wulong questioned, a hint of trepidation lacing his voice. I feel as though we are the frail ones here. I doubt we stand a chance against it. Lin Feng's heart sank with gravity. How could this be? The blood rain had only just fallen. Such cannibalistic behavior should not manifest until after a second mutation. Indeed, he had altered the course of history, and the present was proving to be even more perilous than the past. Let us take one head each and finish it off. Lin Feng resolved fiercely. The mutated zombie might serve as a more effective catalyst for awakening. He charged towards the monstrous dog, while Wulong, suppressing his fear, retrieved a baseball bat from behind and aimed for the head sprouting from the creature's neck. As the two approached, the zombie dog hesitated, even with two heads. Its intelligence had dwindled to nearly nothing post-transformation. Instinctively, the larger head of the golden retriever lunged at Lin Feng, jaws stained with dark blood. At that moment, Lin Feng found a brick in his hand and deftly shoved it into the creature's maw. With a resounding crack, the brick shattered under the force of its bite. Yet Lin Feng remained undistracted. In this apocalyptic world, those who awakened were known as demon hunters. Though not among the strongest, he had dispatched hundreds of zombies. And maintaining composure in perilous situations was a fundamental requirement. With a muted thud, a dagger pierced through the dog's jaw and into its brain. A swift twist rendered the creature's head a mere mass of pulp. At last, the golden retriever's head hung limply, defeated. However, the body of the zombie dog did not collapse. A claw suddenly struck out, slamming into Lin Feng's chest and sending him flying with tremendous force. The second head. With a thud, a baseball bat descended, and Teddy's head exploded like a watermelon. Wulong, standing at 1.80 meters and brimming with muscle, obliterated it. With the head gone, the zombie dog's body finally crumpled to the ground. Lin Feng coughed violently, clutching his chest, his shirt shredded to tatters. He had been careless. believing that destroying the opponent's brain would ensure his safety. Little did he expect that the unassuming Teddy's head could still control its body. Wulong helped Lin Feng to his feet and noticed the thick steel plate concealed beneath his clothing, which eased his worries. How can one be so formidable? How are we supposed to continue? Wulong felt a pang of fear. Although he had delivered the finishing blow, had Lin Feng not dispatched the golden-haired head, he feared he would not have been a match for this two-headed dog. Yet, every cloud has a silver lining. Despite the terror these creatures instilled, there were also treasures to be found. Lin Feng smiled as he approached the two-headed zombie dog, recognizing that it had transcended the level of a mere corpse, nearing that of a wandering undead. With the recent downpour of blood, how could such a creature exist? It seemed to possess unique qualities. Given enough time, it could potentially ascend to a lord-level being. With a swift motion of his dagger, he severed the zombie dog's body, rummaging through it until he unearthed a fist-sized red crystal. What is this? Wulong inquired, leaning closer with curiosity. Blood crystal, a valuable item. But this one I cannot share with you. We shall hunt more zombies later, Lin Feng replied with a smile. For this blood crystal was far larger than most he had encountered in his previous life. He refrained from giving it to Wulong, fearing that too much change might yield dire consequences. How do you know all this? Wulong was astonished, sensing that Lin Feng possessed an uncanny breadth of knowledge, as if he had lived through it all himself. What if I told you I came from the future? Would you believe me? Lin Feng chuckled lightly. As he crushed the fist-sized blood crystal, a warm red energy coursing through his arm and into his body. Wulong watched in awe, his heart racing with a shock greater than the announcement of an apocalypse. From the future? After a considerable moment of contemplation, Wulong finally calmed himself. So what if he came from the future? He was still his brother. He mused, wondering how Lin Feng fared in that future. At that moment, a red crescent-shaped mark appeared on Su Ming's forehead, signifying that Lin Feng was now a crescent-level demon hunter. Demon hunting system binding in progress. Binding successful. With a thought, a screen-like image materialized before Lin Feng's eyes. Host, Lin Feng. Level 0. Strength, 3. Speed, 3. Defense, 2. Skill, all-seeing eye. Profession, low level. Unable to activate. Upon witnessing this familiar scene, Lin Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Had there been another mishap, he might have truly been on the verge of tears. Wait, how could the all-seeing eye manifest here? Is it not a secondary skill? Lin Feng's mind stirred. Activating the all-seeing eye, a glimmer of blue light illuminating his gaze as he turned to look at Wulong's species. Human. Strength, 5. Speed, 2. Defense, 3. Quite fair. Significantly stronger than an ordinary person, comparable to some typical low-level zombies. Yet anything more formidable would likely pose a serious threat. Ding ding ding. In that moment, Wulong's phone rang. During the initial onset of the apocalypse, such devices remained operational, but as power dwindled, all electronic gadgets would succumb to obsolescence, rendering them mere refuse. A blade or axe in hand would prove far more effective. Listening to the voice on the other end, Wulong's expression suddenly shifted. A woman's piercing scream echoed, followed by the abrupt termination of the call. Lin Feng, something has happened to Xiaoqing. Wulong exclaimed anxiously. Lin Feng regarded Wulong with a peculiar look. He was aware of Su Xiaoqing, a fellow classmate, but Wulong was not in the same class. How had Wulong gotten involved with her? That was someone we met at a gathering, but the relationship is not yet confirmed. Forget about that. We must hurry to rescue her. Wulong's face bore signs of distress, urgency overtaking him as he charged out with a baseball bat. Lin Feng, albeit reluctantly, followed suit. Don't panic. The danger at Jiangxing University should be minimal at first, likely just a few straggling beasts. If you wish to save her, you must first awaken your abilities. Lin Feng caught up with Wulong. Though Wulong was anxious, he understood the horror posed by the zombies. That two-headed dog from earlier would have been insurmountable had it not been for Lin Feng. All right. After the torrential rain of blood, the sky rarely cleared. Yet this was hardly a blessing. Numerous crimson puddles collected on the ground, which, to Lin Feng's discerning eye, signified deadly toxins. Should one come into contact with it, they would swiftly succumb to zombification. 10 minutes later, the two discovered a zombie at the entrance of a supermarket, clad in a suit. Its body exhibiting a sickly, grayish hue, repugnant white liquid oozing from its orifices, standing silently in the deserted street. It must have been one of those who had rushed into the supermarket earlier, caught in the rain of blood, and subsequently transformed into a zombie. Lin Feng, are you certain it's dead? Wu Long's grip on the bat trembled. Dispatching a dog was one thing, but this was a human. Just then, the zombie's nostrils flared, its neck twisting in an unsettling manner towards Lin Feng. Whoa! In the next instant, it charged at them with astonishing speed. Either it is dead, or we shall become zombies. Lin Feng shouted, activating the all-seeing eye. Instantly, the zombie's attributes appeared in his mind. Species, human corpse. Strength, 6, speed, 4, defense, 3. Weakness, head. You draw its attention while I execute a flanking maneuver. Lin Feng commanded, swiftly maneuvering to the side. Wu Long's expression darkened, drawing its attention. This was far more exhilarating than any game. However, there is simply no way to resurrect this. Yet, even now, he did not falter. Charging forward with a baseball bat in hand. With a resounding thud, he struck the arm of the suited zombie, causing it to stagger back 3 steps. Yet, the suited zombie seemed undeterred, lunging directly at Wu Long alarmed. Wu Long swung with all his might, but the creature displayed no reaction whatsoever. He could only raise the bat defensively, feeling the overwhelming force push him back relentlessly. Just then, Lin Feng delivered a kick to the zombie's knee, causing it to buckle and kneel. In the next instant, a dagger pierced its skull, targeting the thinnest point to ensure a fatal blow. A swift twist of the blade silenced the suited zombie forever. Having slain a corpse-level zombie, Lin Feng earned a skill point, enhanced strength. His strength increased by 1, bringing his total to 4. As the announcement echoed in his mind, he felt a rush of vitality envelop him. Even after experiencing this for the second time, Lin Feng found the sensation extraordinary. In his previous life, he had never quite grasped the source of the hunter's power. Withdrawing the dagger, he made a swift incision across the chest of the suited zombie, revealing a blood crystal the size of a thumb. Lin Feng sighed in relief. Not every zombie yielded such a treasure, and finding 2 in succession was indeed fortunate. Could I awaken as well? Wu Long inquired excitedly. Recalling Lin Feng's warning that without awakening, prolonged exposure outside could lead to becoming a zombie. He crushed the crystal, allowing its power to flow through him. 5 minutes later, a purple mark illuminated his forehead. Lin Feng nodded. Purple was a respectable color. In his previous life, he had only achieved a purple mark. Yet in this life, he had surprisingly obtained a red mark, which astounded him. The hierarchy of colors, red, black, purple, green, and blue, indicated greater potential the closer they were to the forefront. Reflecting on the formidable individuals with red marks from his past life, filled Lin Feng with envy. Lin Feng, is this what awakening feels like? I feel like I've gained a wealth of knowledge. How do I enhance this strength and speed? Wu Long asked, his curiosity piqued. By hunting zombies. I just increased my strength by 1 point after defeating that corpse. We must accelerate our growth. Otherwise, this level of power will be insufficient for self-preservation during the next mutation, Lin Feng replied solemnly. Are there awakening skills? Huh, there are skills? I don't have any. Wu Long exclaimed, bewildered, as he only possessed the fundamental attributes of strength, speed, and defense. Lin Feng understood. He had experienced the same limitations in his previous life. The all-seeing eye was likely a benefit of the red mark. Don't worry, you will naturally acquire them when you level up to level 2. But now, we must head to school. Speaking of school, Wu Long's concern resurfaced. After attempting to make a call, he discovered his phone had lost signal. Evidently, the signal tower had been destroyed. On the road, the two encountered another pair of zombies, which they swiftly dispatched. Lin Feng experienced a slight increase in speed, while Wu Long enhanced his strength. Their complementary skills were sufficient to handle the current circumstances. At the entrance of Hanqing University, the once bustling snack street lay desolate, possibly concealing a zombie in some shadowy corner. Lin Feng had not visited in some time, having opted to reside in his own home instead of staying on campus, which meant he had few friends at the university. Even his classmate Su Xiaoqian was merely a faint memory, a frail girl with black-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of quietude. To Lin Feng's surprise, Wu Long was fond of such girls. Is she in the dormitory or the classroom? Lin Feng inquired. She should be in the classroom. I think I heard a boy's voice on the other end of the phone, Wu Long replied. Lin Feng nodded. Indeed, it was only Friday, and classes were likely in session, something he had forgotten. Let's go? I should know where to find her, he said. Wu Long followed closely behind, aware that Lin Feng and Su Xiaoqian were in the same class. Hanqing University was expansive, teeming with students, and Lin Feng recalled that in his previous life, after the second mutation, This place had become the territory of a lord-level zombie. A sudden sense of foreboding gripped Lin Feng. Would he encounter that formidable zombie now? Although it might not possess its full power at present, it had surely attained the level of a wandering corpse, far beyond what he could manage. To ensure their safety, Lin Feng activated his all-seeing eye, and instantly, red dots filled his vision. His expression turned grave. Each red dot represented a zombie, and there appeared to be hundreds. This is absurd. The blood rain has barely fallen, and already there are so many zombies, he thought. No, we must take a detour, he declared, his gaze fixed on the nearby dormitory building, his demeanor suddenly serious. What's wrong? Wulong asked, halting in his tracks. Though he was eager to rescue anyone in peril, he was not willing to risk his life in the process. Lin Feng swallowed hard as he surveyed the dormitory. We stumbled into a nest of zombies, he exclaimed just as a thunderous crash echoed, resembling the sound of a door being broken down, followed by terrified screams. Chapter 4. Drawing aggro. Both Lin Feng and Wulong paled at the sound. If they remained hidden inside a building and the zombies broke through, it would spell their doom, leaving them no chance to resist. It was crucial to remember that even Wulong's physique, before awakening, would not be able to withstand a basic zombie rescue. I am no saint. In this situation, rushing in to save someone could easily lead to failure, putting both myself and the potential victim in jeopardy. One must act within their means, Lin Feng reasoned. The two circumvented the dormitory and headed straight for the classroom. Along the way, they encountered another pair of wandering zombies, both carrying backpacks, likely students who had inadvertently been caught in the blood rain. What should we do? Wulong furrowed his brow. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng assessed the two zombies. They were still within a manageable range. Using the old method, one person per zombie. Remember to aim for the head. These creatures only have their cranium as a vulnerable point. Understood. With a swift motion, Wulong brandished his baseball bat, and the two charged towards their respective targets. Lin Feng set his sights on a female zombie, whose stature was not particularly tall, but her body was coated in the viscous substance that oozed from her mouth. Coupled with her disfigured visage, she appeared exceedingly terrifying. Roar. Under the omniscient gaze, the female zombie's fundamental attributes were laid bare. Race, human zombie. Strength, 5. Speed, 4. Defense, 3. Fortunately, her abilities mirrored his own, allowing Lin Feng to feel reassured. As long as she did not exceed his basic capabilities by a considerable margin, his skills and experience would grant him a decisive advantage. After all, over a year of being a demon hunter had not been in vain. In a fierce struggle, with a swift turn, a dagger pierced directly into the zombie's eye, plunging into her brain, reducing it to a pulp with a swift twist. With this, Lin Feng earned another skill point, boosting his speed by 1, elevating it to 5, which, when compared to the average individual, aligned with that of an athlete. Meanwhile, Wulong continued to grapple with his opponent. Had it not been for his increased strength and the baseball bat in hand, he would have surely met defeat. 3 minutes later, with Lin Feng's assistance, Wulong delivered a decisive blow that shattered the opponent's skull, increasing his strength to 7, enabling him to likely dispatch similar ordinary zombies independently in the future. It would be prudent to enhance his speed and defense as well. Otherwise, the disparity could lead to perilous consequences. Lin Feng cautioned, but Wulong had his own intentions. I understand. Wulong chuckled, lifting the baseball bat smeared with dark crimson blood. Subsequently, the two made their way towards the teaching building, positioned by the lake. The teaching building remained occupied during class hours, and when the blood rain fell, Su Shaoqian and the others remained inside, oblivious to the chaos outside. However, their inaction did not imply that others would not venture in. As the blood rain commenced, a handful of individuals sought refuge in the building. But upon exposure to the blood rain, they transformed into zombies. At the moment Su Shaoqian had called Wulong, those individuals had already mutated and begun attacking others. Lin Feng cast a cursory glance and noticed a multitude of red dots within the teaching building, indicating a significant number of infections. I recall our class is on the 3rd floor, but there are numerous zombies along the way, so we must tread carefully, Lin Feng stated earnestly. Rescuing individuals was not an easy task. Wulong nodded, observing the bloodstains at the entrance, realizing the gravity of the situation. The two proceeded into the teaching building. Although the electricity was still operational, the pervasive bloodstains cast a somber atmosphere. Not far behind the door, a man writhed in agony, his face contorted in pain. skin taking on a pallid gray hue, his neck a gruesome mess from bites. Save me. A living person. Wu Long swallowed hard. He had previously slain only those who had fully transformed into zombies, so the guilt was not as pronounced. Now faced with the prospect of taking action, he found himself hesitating. Lin Feng approached the man, and with a swift motion, plunged a knife into his forehead, extinguishing the flicker of life within him. The transformation into a zombie is fundamentally irreversible, unless one possesses the sacred light skill. In fact, eliminating the opponent may serve as a form of liberation. With an increase of 1 skill point, Su Ming chose to enhance his strength, raising his base attributes to 552, resulting in a comprehensive improvement. Wu Long furrowed his brow. Still grappling with the reality of his situation, having only transitioned from a normal human to this state within a couple of hours. Once bitten, the chances of recovery are virtually non-existent. If one wishes to avoid meeting their demise at the hands of these creatures, they must take the initiative. With that, Lin Feng gripped his dagger and proceeded towards the 3rd floor. Wu Long sighed and followed, though he pondered whether a more compassionate approach should be considered for those on the verge of becoming zombies. As the two navigated through the hall, ascending the staircase to the 2nd floor, they encountered an even greater abundance of bloodstains, a clear indication that more lives had been lost here. There are 3. Lin Feng exclaimed with a bitter smile. The concentration was alarming. The concern was that any commotion here could attract zombies from other areas, leading to a precarious situation. Wu Long's expression grew grim. While he was not afraid of a one-on-one confrontation, the prospect of facing 2 was daunting. I'll draw them away. You should go up and save them. There are likely others above, and I will attempt to lure them all away, Lin Feng proposed. No, that's too dangerous. I should be the one to go, Wu Long insisted. That has settled then. I know a place that can effectively lure these creatures, and given your current speed, you would be caught in no time. You should focus on finding Su Shaoqian and the others, Lin Feng replied. Wu Long wished to argue further, but Lin Feng had already begun his ascent to the 2nd floor, leaving him with no choice but to conceal himself in a hidden spot beneath the stairs. Cold-blooded? Now that is what brotherhood entails. Though he appeared indifferent, Lin Feng was internally fraught with anxiety. He had engaged in such baiting tasks before, but that had been with support. Now, he was entirely on his own. Alas, indeed, being a good person is a challenging endeavor. Biting his tongue to regain composure, Lin Feng realized that to ensure Wu Long's safe ascent, he must attract as many zombies as possible, activating his all-seeing eye to its maximum capacity. He gained a clarity akin to X-ray vision, allowing him to see the entirety of the 2nd floor with precision. His eyes gleamed with determination as he spotted 3 zombies standing motionless in the hall, entranced by the absence of targets, momentarily lost in a state of slumber. The only fortunate revelation was that a zombie happened to be positioned perfectly at the staircase. If he moved swiftly, he could execute a quick kill. After another careful observation, he noted over 10 red dots on the 3rd floor, affirming that he could not afford to delay any longer. With a flex of his body, he lunged forward like a leopard pouncing on its prey, a technique he had mastered in his previous life that allowed him to maximize human speed and explosive power in a fleeting moment. The dagger glimmered ominously as it flashed, and the zombie, just awakening with a twitch at the corner of its mouth, found the blade piercing its skull, swiftly turning its brain into a mushy pulp. With a surge of speed, Lin Feng's velocity escalated to 6. Had it not been for the sluggishness of the decaying corpses, they would have been unable to keep pace with him. Come on, smash it, Lin Feng bellowed, as sounds of movement and low growls echoed from various rooms on the 2nd, 3rd, and even 4th floors. Clearly, Lin Feng's attempt to attract the horde had proven remarkably successful. Chapter 5. The human heart. Lin Feng's expression shifted as he realized that beyond a 10-meter radius, the omnipotent eye could no longer penetrate, revealing over 50 luminous orbs rapidly closing in on him. Among them, the 2 zombies from the 2nd floor hall were almost upon him. With a sudden kick, he struck one of the advancing zombies, propelling himself down the stairs. As his physical prowess continued to enhance, he found himself able to employ techniques learned from his previous life. The leap he had just executed was a manifestation of the flying bird strike, a combat technique he had mastered, now repurposed for survival. The outcome was remarkably effective. Upon bursting out of the educational building, a tremor reverberated through it as nearly 50 relentless zombies charged towards him with astonishing speed. Fortunately, Lin Feng had elevated his speed to 6, otherwise, Escaping the building would have been an insurmountable challenge. Once the horde had fully pursued him outside, Wulong cautiously descended the stairs, his heart sinking at the echoes of thudding footsteps that had reverberated through the staircase. Could Lin Feng withstand such a multitude of zombies? After a brief contemplation, Wulong made his way to the third floor, prioritizing rescue. If Lin Feng dared to undertake such a venture, he must possess a degree of confidence. At Hansheng University, which had become eerily desolate due to the zombie outbreak, a group of individuals was now seen sprinting. Some survivors peered through the windows, jaws dropping in disbelief as they spotted a lone figure amidst the throng of zombies. They were astonished to witness such a powerhouse within their institution. Yet, at that moment, Lin Feng was far too preoccupied to concern himself with others' perceptions. He had never acted so recklessly in his previous life. 10 minutes later, Lin Feng returned in a disheveled state, having led the zombies into a dead end, successfully evading them. As he descended back to the ground floor, he spotted several black vans parked outside, flanked by armed men. Lin Feng's pupils constricted. It appeared that there were significant figures within his school. In this apocalyptic world, formidable factions existed. One such group had quickly amassed power in the early days of the catastrophe, gathering a substantial following, far surpassing the strength of scattered individuals like himself. What do you want? As Lin Feng drew nearer, a man in black aimed his weapon at him. Lin Feng frowned. Although he had no desire to provoke these individuals, he was not intimidated. Conventional firearms had lost much of their efficacy in the aftermath of the second outbreak, retaining only a fraction of their potency during this initial phase of chaos. With his current speed of 6, he was confident he could dispatch an opponent in a life-or-death struggle. However, the complication lay in the fact that he faced more than one adversary. Should they unleash a volley of gunfire, he would undoubtedly meet his end. I am a student of Hansheng University. I must go up to save my classmates. The man furrowed his brow, seemingly struck by a thought, and inquired, "Did you attract all the zombies in this building?" Lin Feng nodded, although his expression was somewhat grave, indicating that the other party appeared to possess certain intelligence he was unaware of. Impressive. Upon Lin Feng's acknowledgement, the man gave a thumbs up. Initially, they had anticipated a fierce battle today, but unexpectedly, upon arrival, not a single zombie was in sight. Strength is, after all, the foundation of respect from others. Let this brother go ahead. We are merely here to escort Our Lady without any ill intent. If you require assistance, do not hesitate to let me know. The man holstered his pistol and handed Lin Feng a device the size of a thumb. I am Zhou Zhen. This is a communicator on a special frequency that can function for 6 months even if the entire city loses power. You can reach me through it if needed. Lin Feng was taken aback, realizing these individuals had evidently prepared well, possessing such gadgets. He recalled that in his previous life, he acquired one only a month after the apocalypse began. Even more astonishing was the fact that such a formidable figure was concealed within Han City University, a reality he had previously been oblivious to. Thank you for this, Zhou Zhen. I shall ascend to check on my classmates now, Lin Feng replied, suppressing his astonishment without further comment. At present, he was not in haste to join a team. Being alone granted him greater freedom. There were still matters that should not be disclosed to too many people. As Lin Feng departed, a man approached Zhou Zhen and asked, "Does the boss hold him in high regard?" A single person lured away all the zombies from a building and returned unscathed. At least, you all could not accomplish that. Zhou Zhen simply remarked and then disregarded the fellow. Lin Feng's emergence was merely a small surprise. They were not in need of another strong individual. It was merely a matter of forming a favorable connection. The man furrowed his brow. Indeed, he was a formidable character. Lin Feng paid no heed to their thoughts and swiftly ascended to the third floor. The all-seeing eye scanned the area, revealing several concealed red dots. "Lin Feng, over here." At that moment, Wulong's voice reached him. Lin Feng nodded and cautiously approached. Upon observation with the all-seeing eye, he discovered that an unexpectedly large gathering of over 100 students had convened in a modest classroom, likely a congregation of several classrooms from the vicinity. This was despite many still being absent, as some, like Lin Feng, sensed the situation was amiss and opted not to attend school. "What is the current situation? Have you found your Xiaoqing?" Lin Feng jested. Wulong chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. "I did find her, but now it's a bit troublesome. You saw those men in black, didn't you? Are they here looking for her?" Lin Feng questioned, slightly astonished at the coincidence. "Not quite. They are here seeking your old flame, Qin Lan, Wulong replied with a mischievous grin, appearing to relish the unfolding drama. Qinlan. What a distant name, once. They had been lovers for 3 days due to some transaction, then had no further contact. Even after the world fell into chaos. Lin Feng had not received any news regarding the Qin family, although he had heard of a Qin family in the capital. There's no need to ponder. It is time to meet. They have been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Wulong, assuming Lin Feng was merely bashful, took him by the hand and led him into the classroom. The moment Wulong entered, the chatter in the room ceased abruptly. After Lin Feng had vanquished the majority of the zombies, a few stragglers remained. With his foundational strength of 7, Wulong effortlessly obliterated the head of one such zombie, earning himself a reputation akin to that of a war deity in the eyes of his peers. A group of girls gazed at Wulong, their eyes shimmering with admiration. Hey, Lin Feng, you've returned. At that moment, a boy named Sun Hai recognized Lin Feng and exclaimed in astonishment. Wulong had shared the tale of Lin Feng's endeavor to distract the zombies, leading some to believe that Sun Hai would surely not make it back alive. Indeed, Sun Hai was among those doubters. Do not mind them. These fellows were just wagering on your survival, with a chocolate bar as the stake, Wulong scoffed. Surely, you know the abundance of provisions Lin Feng's household possesses. A surge of indignation welled within Lin Feng. He had risked his life to lure the zombies, and they found amusement in it? Regardless of Lin Feng's grim demeanor, Sun Hai, with an expression of discontent, produced a chocolate bar. Evidently, the individual who had wagered on Lin Feng's failure to return. At that moment, a melodious voice rang out, Lin Feng. Looking up, he found himself face to face with his girlfriend of 3 days. Chapter 6. No indulgence. Only Wulong was aware of Qinlan's anticipation for Lin Feng's return. And as she spoke, Sun Hai and the others furrowed their brows in confusion. Are they merely jesting, or is there indeed more to this? Lin Feng felt as if he had stumbled upon a stroke of incredible fortune. What is happening? He held little interest in Qinlan, despite her striking beauty. In 3 days, they had not even held hands. As her words faded, a woman emerged from the crowd, dressed simply, yet her innate elegance was undeniable, complemented by her long, slender legs, causing the other dozens of girls present to pale in comparison. Surrounding her were over 10 men clad in black, a testament to the reason Sun Hai and his companions felt emboldened in her presence. With so many weapons at their disposal, what fear could they have of the zombies? Unexpectedly, our reunion unfolds in such dire circumstances. Qinlan smiled, though her pallor hinted at the toll the apocalyptic chaos had taken on her. I hadn't anticipated this. What is the matter? After a moment's silence, Qinlan spoke gravely. You have witnessed the situation in Hanqing. Come with me. Remaining here could prove perilous. Her words incited immediate unrest among the crowd. What does this mean? Is Qinlan planning to leave? It appears she has no intention of taking us with her. Sun Hai's face registered shock. They had assumed Qinlan would take them along in her escape. Qinlan, are you abandoning us? A girl cried out, having believed that Qinlan would include them. The realization that they might be left behind ignited a sense of urgency among them. Indeed, you cannot depart. Someone whispered anxiously from the crowd, prompting a wave of agitation to ripple through those gathered. Classmate Qinlan, you cannot disregard us. Sun Hai's expression had grown somewhat numb. The previous ease had entirely evaporated. The moment Qinlan and her companions departed, should those zombies return, their fate would be sealed. Lin Feng silently observed the group, a cold smirk forming within. Humanity? In the face of an apocalypse, where could one find such virtue? No, it was too crowded. It was already a significant challenge for my family to come and fetch me. Qinlan hesitated mid-sentence, uncertain of how to continue. She understood that her departure would likely drive many to madness. Yet, she still wished to take Lin Feng with her, despite only having been a couple for 3 days. She held a favorable impression of him. Thank you, but I have no intention of leaving for now. I came here to accompany Wulong. Lin Feng graciously declined. Although the capital was appealing, he preferred to remain in Han City for the time being, as it was here that he could rapidly grow stronger. Qinlan furrowed her brows. Lin Feng's reluctance to leave was somewhat unexpected. Classmate Qinlan, if Lin Feng does not wish to go, you could still take me. Sun Hai interjected anxiously. This foolish Lin Feng was unwilling to leave, while they were desperate to follow Qinlan away from this dreadful place, which surely spelled doom if they stayed. Qinlan shook her head. There were simply too many people here. Taking even 2 or 3 would be the utmost limit. You cannot stand by and watch people perish, Sun Hai fumed, pointing an accusatory finger at Qin Lan, ready to unleash a tirade. Suddenly, a figure from the shadows aimed a gun at his head. Is Miss Qin someone you can slander? The dark barrel pressed against his skull caused Sun Hai to cower, his legs trembling in fear, and the others dared not voice their anger. No matter how tough one's words, could they withstand a bullet? Though I will not go. Could you assist me in bringing 2 individuals? Lin Feng addressed Qin Lan. Although Wu Long had awakened, it was not safe for him to remain by Lin Feng's side. The capital, even in this post-apocalyptic world, remained one of the most secure human sanctuaries. Qin Lan glanced at Wu Long, her brow furrowing, before finally nodding in agreement. Very well. Wait, Lin Feng, are you trying to push me away? They fear those zombies, but I do not. Wu Long's countenance darkened. How could he leave at such a time? You understand my situation. I am stronger alone. And if you do not depart, what will happen to your Shaoqing? Lin Feng smiled slightly, having already recognized Su Shaoqing among the crowd. Wu Long felt conflicted. He truly feared nothing. But what of Su Shaoqing? Stop with the hesitation. Goddess Qin has already agreed. What are you still pondering? With that, Lin Feng approached Qin Lan. Several figures in black attempted to hinder his approach, but were halted by Qin Lan. Qin Lan, the past is behind us. Please take good care of them. Your family must already be aware of certain circumstances, but I am privy to much as well. Rest assured, I will return to the capital to seek you out. He whispered into her ear, ensuring only they could hear. Qin Lan was profoundly shaken. This was classified information, and even she only knew a fraction of it. How could Lin Feng possibly be aware? At this moment, he sensed an air of mystery enveloping the man before him, rendering him inscrutable. Well, Qin Lan chose not to elaborate further. She had the authority to take 2 individuals with her. Wu Long attempted to articulate his thoughts, but ultimately refrained, aware that his presence in Han City might indeed bring trouble to Lin Feng. Were it not for him, Lin Feng likely would not have even considered attending Han City University. Qin Lan, you cannot abandon us, a girl exclaimed, unable to contain her emotions and bursting into tears. It's futile to plead with me. Head east. There, troops are stationed, and safety is assured. With that, Qin Lan led the group away, followed closely by Wu Long and Su Shaoqing. In the vast classroom, a cluster of anxious men and women remained, trembling with fear. Lin Feng, they have all departed. You cannot leave us. As they noticed Lin Feng preparing to exit, panic seized them. Indeed, Lin Feng, you cannot depart. Aren't you the swift one? Use yourself as bait to draw away those zombies. Sun Hai sneered, confident now that with Qin Lan and that fool Wu Long gone, Lin Feng posed no threat. Lin Feng regarded Sun Hai with surprise. He recognized this individual, though they had only limited interactions. Now, he was beginning to suspect that this fellow might not be quite as foolish as he appeared. Before Lin Feng could respond, the remaining boys quickly encircled him, blocking the exit. What is this? Are you unwilling? Sun Hai mocked, producing a wooden stick from seemingly nowhere. Observing this scene, those around hesitated, yet no one spoke up. How else would they reach the east? You truly are ungrateful wretches. Lin Feng seethed inwardly. He had diverted those zombies, effectively saving these people, only to be bitten back by them. In an instant, Lin Feng launched himself into the air with incredible speed, almost instantaneously reaching Sun Hai. Thud! A punch landed squarely on Sun Hai's face, sending him sprawling several meters away. Who do you think you are? I fear zombies, not you. Lin Feng advanced, delivering a swift kick to Sun Hai's abdomen, causing him to curl up in pain on the ground. You cannot strike someone. A girl interjected, unable to bear the injustice, stepping forward to admonish him. Slap. However, before she could finish her sentence, Lin Feng delivered a resounding slap to her face. I did strike. What will you do about it? The onlookers, witnessing Lin Feng's ferocity, instinctively took a step back. This individual seemed far too formidable to provoke. Chapter 7. The Hunt. Lin Feng let out a cold laugh, choosing not to engage further with these individuals as he turned to leave. The crowd silently parted to create a pathway for him. Under their watchful gazes, Lin Feng exited the teaching building. Don't let him escape. Who will lead us then? Sun Hai bellowed. But who would heed the words of one so thoroughly beaten? In this apocalyptic world, strength reigns supreme. We must consider how to reach the east. Upon departing Han City University, Lin Feng returned directly to his residential complex, only to find the security booth abandoned, the guard mysteriously missing. The all-seeing eye scanned the surroundings, detecting several red dots within the community, approximately 10 in number. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, ultimately exhaling a sigh as he tightened his grip on the dagger in hand. He was not a virtuous man. However, for the sake of his own safety, he could not allow a zombie outbreak within his residence. The hunt commenced on July 5th. After exterminating the majority of the zombies in the vicinity, Lin Feng's base stats had reached 8107. He needed only to slay 5 more zombies to ascend to the second tier of his profession. Yet, he paused. The exertion from the recent hunt had been considerable, and it was time to return for a replenishment. According to his past experiences, the aquatic zombie-level creatures would only begin to proliferate after 7 days, leaving him ample time. Upon returning to his abode, a message arrived on his communicator. Qinlan, Shaojie, and Wulong had successfully evacuated, though the Qin family had retained a portion of their personnel. Should Lin Feng require assistance, he was advised to head to the eastern sector, where a quarantine zone had been established. A smile graced Lin Feng's lips. Their departure alleviated his concerns. Thankful, he resumed his efforts to regain his strength. On July 6th, chaos enveloped Han City. The populace had descended into madness. Within 3 days, much of the previously stored food was depleted. Without water, electricity, or sustenance, desperation reigned. On this day, Lin Feng resolved against remaining in his home, recognizing that he must elevate his level to the second tier to gain an advantage during the impending secondary mutation. Recalling from memory, he knew that on the 3rd day of the Blood Rain, an opportunity awaited him, one he could not afford to miss. After packing some food and water, Lin Feng set forth. However, as he stepped outside, he was met with a series of eerie low growls emanating from below. Activating the all-seeing eye, he noticed that, with his enhanced abilities, its range had expanded to 30 meters. There, at the staircase's corner, loomed an enormous zombie, nearly 2.5 meters tall, hunched over as it gnawed on something. Its body was covered in grotesque, massive growths that writhed with its movements. A zombie of the aquatic variety. Lin Feng's heart raced in shock. How was it possible for such a creature to emerge here? To his recollection, his community had never been plagued by such formidable zombies. Could it have wandered in from outside? Soon, realization dawned upon him. His previous early extermination of numerous zombies had drastically reduced their numbers, allowing this colossal mutant to thrive. The more it consumed, the stronger it became. If it was this powerful before the secondary mutation, what would it become afterward, perhaps even reaching the rank of a leader? Lin Feng found himself in a quandary. Defeating this creature seemed nearly impossible. While he was confident in his ability to escape, to do so would likely transform his community into a veritable nest of the undead. He refrained from acting recklessly. Approaching the creature now would be akin to courting death. A zombie of the aquatic level had already awakened its innate abilities, and it would not be easily subdued by ordinary tactics. Thus, Lin Feng's immediate objective is to ascend to level 2 and acquire a profession, subsequently awakening his abilities. He unleashes the all-seeing eye, not employing its X-ray capabilities, but rather initiating a search for the remaining zombies within the vicinity. Soon, several red dots materialize within his field of vision. Despite having previously eliminated a number, the process of zombification is ongoing, without awakening. It is inevitable that one will succumb to this fate. Lin Feng quickly identifies a target. On the 3rd floor of his building, 3 faint red dots appear. Evidently, an entire family has transformed into zombies. In the adjacent building, only one remains, presumably on the 6th floor. As for those further away, Lin Feng, with his current prowess, cannot ascertain their exact locations. Seizing the opportunity while the colossal zombie is preoccupied with its meal, he must hasten his approach. With a few agile leaps, Lin Feng arrives at the doorstep of the targeted residence. The door is slightly ajar, allowing a glimpse into the interior, silent and still. Yet the stench of blood and the distinctive odor of decay is nearly unbearable for an ordinary person. However, Lin Feng has long acclimatized to such horrors. He once concealed himself among a pile of corpses for an entire day and night to evade enemies. Since then, the foul smell of rot and blood has failed to stir any reaction in him, for nothing in this world is more terrifying than death itself. The apartment comprises 3 bedrooms and a living room. Within the living room are 2 larger zombies, while a smaller one lurks in the study, all appearing rather mundane in their undead forms. With a creak, Lin Feng pushes the door open, and the 3 zombies immediately lift their heads, turning their gaze towards him. Come forth. With a swift motion, the dagger slices through the air, severing the head of one of the male zombies. rendering it a mere thread of the past. The female zombie lunges at him, but Lin Feng employs a flying kick, shattering her skull with ease. At that moment, the small zombie from the study rushes out, witnessing the decapitated forms of its parents, and emits a piercing scream. Lin Feng's expression shifts dramatically, another mutated creature, no longer daring to be careless. Lin Feng swiftly closes the distance to the small zombie. Though it belongs to the mutated category, it has not consumed any humans, and thus its abilities remain relatively weak, akin to the two-headed dog Lin Feng had dispatched previously. On the first floor, the massive zombie, engrossed in tearing apart its meal, senses a disturbance and emits an excited roar, discarding its food to charge up the stairs. Its enormous frame struggles to navigate the corridor, yet this poses no hindrance. It barrels forward, capable of demolishing a wall with a single punch. Help! Just then, someone within the house meets their demise, crushed by a boulder hurled by the giant zombie. Presently, it is solely interested in the mutated small zombie, should it manage to consume it. Further evolution would be within reach, transforming this place entirely into its nest of the undead. Inside the room, Lin Feng resolutely refuses to allow such an occurrence. The dagger in his hand transforms into a streak of light, aimed at the small zombie. The creature, sensing its inferiority against Lin Feng, or perhaps feeling the looming threat of the giant zombie, opts to flee instead of engage. Damn it! Blood explodes forth. Lin Feng also unveiled his trump card, a desperate technique from his previous life as a demon hunter, used in life and death crises. As his blood surged, it felt as though it were igniting within him. This was a method of harnessing the adrenaline within his body, enhancing his potential for a brief period. If he could not kill his opponent, it would be Lin Feng who perished. Chapter 8. The Berserker's Transformation. Lin Feng transformed into a fleeting shadow, swiftly closing the distance to the small zombie. Just before it could leap through the window to escape, he delivered a decisive strike to its neck. In the next instant, the small zombie's head fell to the ground. Having slain the wandering corpse, he received a notification that his host had not yet reached level 2, and the reward was a direct promotion. He was granted an opportunity to change his class. Should he do so immediately? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng accepted. Although he felt that slaying a single wandering corpse for merely 3 basic points was rather unprofitable, there was no time for further contemplation. Downstairs, the colossal zombie, sensing the absence of the small zombie's presence, became utterly enraged and charged toward Lin Feng like a tank. The class change commenced. As the announcement echoed, various hues of light cascaded around Lin Feng. He recalled that in his previous life, during his first class change with the purple mark, he had become a swordsman, lacking even a proper title. Clearly, he had been of the common type. He hoped that this time, the red mark would bring him good fortune. Otherwise, dealing with the giant zombie would prove quite troublesome. Suddenly, a beam of red light enveloped him, and Lin Feng's muscles swelled instantaneously, brimming with newfound strength. Class: Berserker. The legendary dragon-slaying warrior, capable of summoning colossal swords to combat dragons. His innate skill, dragon-slaying slash. At the moment the reward manifested, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was indeed the power of the red mark, merely a class change, yet it rivaled the second transformations of some purple-green marks. In his previous life, he had witnessed a green demon hunter transform into a berserker, and he had been envious for days, unable to sleep due to his elation at the significant boost in combat prowess. Now transformed into a berserker, Lin Feng felt an eruption of strength within him, far surpassing his previous capabilities. This was a qualitative enhancement. With a mere thought, a massive sword, nearly 1.5 meters long and 20 centimeters wide, materialized in his grasp. A berserker, after all, must wield a sword. Just then, the giant zombie broke through the wall and entered the room where Lin Feng stood, its enormous form nearly filling the space. Amidst its grotesque, bulging flesh, Lin Feng could discern vague facial features, a horrifying reminder that it had devoured countless souls. A chill ran down Lin Feng's spine. Despite the giant zombie's imposing size, he remained unfazed. In his previous life, he had encountered a corpse king towering over 100 meters. As the giant zombie lunged at him, its enormous hands, over 1.5 meters long, struck toward Lin Feng, the sheer force creating a sonic boom. This was fortuitous. Although the great sword appeared immensely heavy, it felt weightless in Lin Feng's hands as he swiftly brought it down upon the giant hand. To his astonishment, The sword penetrated only halfway, failing to sever the entire appendage. Its defensive capabilities were indeed formidable. If he had not been promoted to level 2 earlier, he would likely have perished today. The enormous zombie, in pain, seized the refrigerator in the room and hurled it directly at Lin Feng. A smile graced Lin Feng's lips. As a berserker, he was a force capable of battling dragons, and surely, he would not be bested by a mere mutated zombie. With a fierce shout, he wielded the dragon-slaying sword, and the air around him crackled with an influx of fire elements. The heat radiating from his broadsword ignited the flesh of the colossal zombie, producing a sizzling sound. With a decisive strike, the zombie's defenses crumbled like paper, and its left arm was severed in an instant. Soaring into the air, Lin Feng narrowly evaded the zombie's colossal fist. As he leapt into the sky, he utilized his momentum to push off the creature's head, bringing his sword down with precision. The sharp edge of the dragon-slaying strike cleaved the zombie's head in two. No matter how much it had mutated, its head remained a fatal weakness. The enormous zombie's body slumped to the ground, as if it had lost all vitality. The ground trembled violently upon impact, nearly shattering under the weight. With the defeat of the mutated zombie, Lin Feng was rewarded with a skill point, along with the acquisition of new skills: low-level healing, low-level earth armor, and low-level entanglement. Overwhelmed with excitement at the newfound knowledge, he nearly shouted in joy. He had drawn healing. In his previous life, a demon hunter possessing healing abilities was highly coveted among teams. Having one was akin to possessing an extra life. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng chose healing. As he focused his thoughts, a new skill appeared in his skill set, replacing the previous lists of strength, speed, and defense with 3 new abilities: the innate skill All-Seeing Eye, the supplementary skill Dragon-Slaying Strike, and the random skill Healing. Each of these skills bore a star-shaped mark, indicating they were still in their nascent stages, lacking in potency. As before, slaying zombies awarded skill points. Once all skills reached the maximum of 10 stars, he could ascend to level 3. Each zombie equated to 1 star. The purple marks allowed for a selection of 3 skills, the black for 4, and the red for 5. This illustrated the disparity of the marks. In his previous life, Lin Feng had achieved a 3-skill upgrade, resulting in a competence that was quite average. Observing the foul-smelling remains of the giant zombie, Lin Feng furrowed his brow. After some time, he disposed of the corpse outside his residence, as it was imperative to maintain his stronghold. Upon returning, he found himself in possession of 2 uniquely shaped blood crystals. Though he had no personal use for them, they could aid others in awakening their powers. Suddenly, a wave of emptiness washed over him. The aftereffects of the blood explosion had set in. Yet, Lin Feng merely smiled and cast a healing spell upon himself. Instantly, a green light enveloped him, and within 3 seconds, his frenzied blood energy was calmed, and his slightly damaged blood vessels returned to their original state. Nevertheless, he was beset by a wave of hunger and fatigue. This was the singular drawback of the healing spell, as it demanded an immense amount of energy. Lin Feng took out some food, eating while he surveyed his surroundings. Moments ago, a colossal zombie had charged through, and he believed he had heard the echoes of screams. After a few steps, he stumbled upon a woman, struck lifeless by a rock. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, feeling a stir of agitation within him. He recognized her. She had once gifted him homemade osmanthus cake, a delicacy he had thoroughly enjoyed. He moved the stone aside and arranged her body respectfully, knowing that death was irreversible. He resolved to give her a proper cremation later, lest she succumb to the fate of the undead. Subsequently, Lin Feng did not encounter any more corpses. The building was nearly deserted. After the stronghold in the east was secured, the military had made 2 visits, announcing over loudspeakers that escape routes to the east were open. Many had already fled in that direction. In his previous life, it was during this very chaos that Lin Feng had managed to escape. After cremating the woman's body, Lin Feng meticulously cleared the zombies from the residential complex once more. Across 6 buildings, he discovered 5 zombies, yet regrettably, he did not receive a single skill point for his efforts. As for rescuing others, given Lin Feng's current capabilities, he felt utterly powerless. In a city of 5 million, it would be impossible for him to save everyone, even if he were to exhaust himself in the attempt. He was no altruist. He could only do what he could. Survivors in the Chaonan district, please proceed to the eastern base immediately. The announcement blared once more outside as armored vehicles sped by. Some survivors, upon hearing this, hurried to follow. Lin Feng smirked at their recklessness, seeking death, indeed. Big brother, could you spare me a bite to eat? Chapter 9. The obelisk. Lin Feng stood on the 6th floor of Building 6 when the voice emerged from a nearby apartment. Activating his all-seeing eye, he noticed a young girl timidly gazing at him from the doorway, not at him, but rather at the food he held. The girl, around 10 years old, was as delicate as a porcelain doll, clutching a panda toy. Her pallor suggested she was suffering from hunger. His heart ached for her, in this apocalypse. Children like her faced near certain doom, with scant hope for survival. Little one, what is your name? Lin Feng donned a warm smile as he addressed her. Tuanchuan. And your parents? They went out to find food, but Haven Tea returned. The girl's eyes glistened with unshed tears, revealing her sorrow. Lin Feng retrieved a piece of bread and a bottle of water from his bag, offering them to her, believing that if he could help, he should. It had been too long since her parents had left. He feared the worst. Shaking his head, Lin Feng prepared to depart. He had deliberately not brought Wu Long for the sake of mobility, and thus could not take the girl with him. Desperation perhaps drove the child, as she clutched the bread and began to devour it ravenously, indicating it had been ages since she had last eaten. However, upon seeing Lin Feng's intent to leave, Tuanchuan dashed out and clung to his leg, trembling violently. Big brother, please don't go. Tuanchuan is scared. The girl wept, recounting how her parents had ventured out for food a day prior and had yet to return, leaving her alone in their home, devoid of sustenance and water. The night enveloped her in darkness, save for the companionship of a small teddy bear. The sight of Lin Feng was her sole source of reassurance. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Despite his formidable strength, the environment around him was fraught with peril, as his adversaries only grew more powerful. Sighing in resignation, he realized that leaving the little girl behind would spell certain doom. Gently, he picked her up, a smile gracing his face. All right then. You will help me guard our home from now on, won't you? The girl, Tuanchuan, nodded fervently, eager to accompany Lin Feng, willing to fulfill any task he set before her. As Lin Feng carried Tuanchuan back home, he discovered her fast asleep, munching on a piece of bread. She was utterly exhausted, having been too frightened to rest at night. Upon arriving home, Tuanchuan's eyes widened at the sight of the food piled high in 2 rooms and half the hall. How long would it take to consume all of this? If only her parents were there with her. Tuanchuan, displaying remarkable restraint, did not reach for the abundant food but instead clutched her water bottle and panda toy. Understanding these treasures did not belong to her, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle at her expression. She was clearly tempted, nearly drooling, yet held herself back. He retrieved a large piece of chocolate and handed it to her. Tuanchuan, I have a very important task for you, he declared suddenly, his expression turning serious. Tuanchuan's body tensed, sitting upright with her panda toy, as if awaiting Lin Feng's command. I must go out for a crucial matter, and you must remain here to guard this food. As a reward, aside from water and bread, you may select 3 snacks each day. In preparation for the post-apocalyptic world, Lin Feng had stocked up extensively, creating a veritable mini-market. Upon hearing this, Tuanchuan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, akin to a chick pecking at grain. I promised to complete the task. Seeing her eager demeanor filled Lin Feng with affection. He took out a red crystal from his pocket and crushed it, channeling mysterious energy into Tuanchuan. Shortly thereafter, a black mark appeared on her forehead. With this, she would no longer need to fear becoming a zombie. What is this? It's warm and feels so good. Tuanchuan sighed contentedly, her eyes half closed in bliss. Just a little trinket. Guard the home well. I must take my leave. With that, Lin Feng turned to exit. With a new little companion at home, Lin Feng felt a warmth in his heart. The sensation of returning to a place where someone awaited him was indeed delightful. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the earth. Shortly after leaving the neighborhood, a cataclysmic disturbance erupted from the north, as if the sky had been rent open by some force. Dark clouds parted, revealing a beam of light shining down upon the earth, where a towering, hundreds of meters tall, triangular silver object had impaled the northern district of Han City. Its immense presence was visible throughout the entirety of Han City. Upon seeing this phenomenon, Lin Feng stood frozen in place. An obelisk? Why has it appeared at this moment? Wasn't this supposed to emerge only a week later? It has arrived a full 4 days early. How can one proceed under such circumstances? The reason for Lin Feng's astonishment lies in the fact that the obelisk facilitates the continual evolution of zombies. The wandering corpses, initially expected to surface in a week's time, may now manifest in droves as soon as tomorrow, or rather, today. This is the true catastrophe. After a moment of stunned silence, Lin Feng gritted his teeth and made his way towards the Hannan District Police Station. Certain plans must be set in motion ahead of time. In an abandoned factory, a man clad in black gazed intently at the obelisk, while behind him lay a zombie he had just dispatched with a fire axe. What on earth is this? In a hospital, a nurse smashed a zombie's skull with a steel pipe, her expression grave as she regarded the obelisk. This marks the 18th one. How many more must there be? Such scenes are not uncommon in Hansheng. There are always a few fortunate souls chosen, especially since the military has publicized the ability to awaken using the red crystals found within zombies. An increasing number of individuals have begun hunting zombies, transforming into demon hunters. At the Eastern Human Base in Hansheng, a serious middle-aged man fixated intently on the obelisk. He dispatched a team to investigate and continued to recruit demon hunters within the city, offering a bounty. 10 red crystals could be exchanged for a special communication device. Our enemies extend beyond merely those within the city. At this moment, Lin Feng was hastily making his way to the police station. He recalled from his previous life that there was an old artifact within, a remarkable treasure. Unfortunately, in his past experience, it had been turned into a nest by a lord-level demon, rendering entry impossible. Now, he sought to acquire it without delay. Along the way, Lin Feng dispatched several decaying corpses, and with the earlier efforts in the residential area, he barely managed to illuminate a skill point. However, this time, no random skills manifested. Subsequently, he elevated his Dragon Slayer skill to level 2. Previously, he had not been in a hurry, but now that the obelisk had appeared early, he too needed to expedite his power enhancement. Soon, he arrived at the police station. In contrast to other locations, it was remarkably quiet here. Vehicles had been arranged to form an iron wall, albeit rudimentary, providing some basic defense against the decaying corpses. As for the wandering zombies, they were of little concern. With his all-seeing eye activated and elevated to level 2, the range of his perception expanded to 100 meters, allowing Lin Feng to survey the entire police station. Approximately 20 green dots likely represented the officers, while 4 or 5 red dots clustered together, possibly indicating some zombies secured by unknown means. Lin Feng found this stronghold surprisingly promising. Who goes there? Chapter 10. Isolation. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected to be noticed. Turning towards the voice, he saw an officer aiming a gun at him. Awakened, with a sweep of his all-seeing eye, Lin Feng discerned that this individual was a demon hunter. Though not particularly formidable, having likely dispatched only 5 or 6 zombies. I was merely passing by and noticed someone here. I sought refuge, Lin Feng replied calmly, concealing any agitation. Seeing Lin Feng's calm demeanor and lack of injuries, the officer inquired, "Are you also a demon hunter?" Lin Feng nodded in affirmation. The officer's expression shifted momentarily before he gestured toward a nearby black SUV, saying, "You can crawl through the vehicle." Taken aback by the comment, Lin Feng wondered if he appeared so feeble. With a gentle leap, he effortlessly vaulted over the car's barrier. Observing this, the officer holstered his firearm, his demeanor growing serious. "You possess considerable strength." "Not too shabby," Lin Feng replied. The officer nodded and led Lin Feng into the precinct. As they walked, Lin Feng finally discerned the nature of the several red dots he had seen earlier. The cells that once held criminals had now been repurposed to contain zombies. Each zombie was locked away in groups of 2 or 3, howling frantically upon seeing newcomers, yet unable to escape the iron bars. Why not eliminate them? This way, you could grow stronger. Lin Feng expressed his confusion. There were approximately 15 zombies. One person could easily dispatch them all, thereby cultivating a second-tier demon hunter. This is the power of the organization. It can swiftly nurture numerous strong individuals, far surpassing solitary figures like you, he mused. Even though he had recently ascended to level 2, Lin Feng did not consider himself the strongest in the city. Yet, he recognized that those stronger than him were few. Given the current scarcity of wandering zombies, these are experimental subjects. They cannot be killed, the officer replied. Experimental subjects. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Were they studying these zombies? Although the zombies appeared terrifying, they were merely minions. The true horrors lay in the wilderness and those who crossed over from the demon realm. No matter how many zombies there were, there would eventually come a day when they could be eradicated. However, Lin Feng chose to remain silent as he followed the officer into the back room of the precinct. Along the way, he encountered several officers, all of whom were demon hunters. Old Wong, we have a newcomer here, and he is quite capable. Please make the necessary arrangements. The officer handed Lin Feng over to one known as Old Wong before turning to leave, clearly heading off to keep watch. Old Wong, appearing to be in his 50s and somewhat plump, did not express excitement upon seeing Lin Feng. Instead, he seemed slightly annoyed. Another one? Do you know that our supplies will only last a few days? Old Wong grumbled, full of discontent. You've awakened too? Yes, Lin Feng replied. Old Wong was somewhat taken aback. It required at least one to slay a zombie to awaken in these dire times, suggesting that Lin Feng was not entirely useless. Very well. Since you're here, make yourself comfortable. But let me be clear, we do not accommodate idlers here. You can either join the rescue efforts or venture out to find food. There will be no free meals. My name is Wong Kuan. You can call me Brother Wong from now on. I am Lin Feng. Old Wong nodded in acknowledgement and led Lin Feng into a room filled with over 20 individuals of all ages and genders. Wong Kuan turned, handed Lin Feng a piece of bread and some water, instructing him to stay put, assuring him that he would be called if needed before departing. Upon Lin Feng's arrival, it seemed as though the locals had long since grown accustomed to his presence. Only a few men and children cast a glance in his direction, particularly a young boy who gazed intently at the bread in Lin Feng's hand. With a smile, Lin Feng extended the bread towards him. Here, have it. The boy eagerly accepted the bread and began to gnaw at it without hesitation, clearly having gone a long time without a proper meal. Thank you. But you should eat it yourself, the boy's mother interjected, her demeanor somewhat uneasy. The others watched the boy devour the bread, their mouths watering, evidently having not eaten in quite some time. Among them was a plump woman in her 50s, her eyes fixed intently on the boy. Clearly, despite the shelter provided by the police station, the resources to feed such a multitude were severely limited. No worries, I'm not very hungry, Lin Feng replied. May I inquire if you all have fled here? He directed his question to the woman. We are all local residents. After the disaster struck, we fled here immediately. Those who didn't have mostly perished, she said, cradling her child, the fear still evident in her eyes. There shouldn't be just this few of you, Lin Feng remarked, aware that, given the size of the police station, many more should be present. It seemed like the safest refuge in times of peril. After sending off several groups, the eastern base was established, and the military came to transport some away. According to Officer Wong, they might gather enough people to send us there by tomorrow. The woman explained. Lin Feng nodded, grasping the purpose of the police station, acting as a forward outpost where rescued individuals would be taken to the base. Without resupply, such a large place could not sustain itself for long. At that moment, a middle-aged woman shifted her attention to Lin Feng. Good sir, I see your bag is quite full. What do you have in there? She inquired, approaching him. The crowd's gaze turned towards Lin Feng, intrigued by the prospect of whatever he might be carrying, especially in such dire circumstances. That fellow had bread earlier, but chose not to eat. Could it be filled with food? Taken aback, Lin Feng realized they had set their sights on him. What is it to you? He retorted, unceremoniously, unperturbed by his response. The woman continued to smile as she drew closer. If what you have is food, why not share it with everyone? In times like these, keeping it won't be as beneficial as consuming it. Indeed, good sir, I have been starving. They do provide food here, but only one loaf a day. I am utterly famished. Others chimed in quickly. The earlier woman frowned. She had already accepted a piece of bread for her child and did not wish for Lin Feng to encounter trouble. However, with so many people around, offending them was not an option. What? Are you all intending to rob me? This is the police station. If you dare to rob me, you would be doing yourselves a disservice. Do you see that prison over there? You'd be locked up in an instant. Upon hearing these words, the elderly woman and several men were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, this was the police station. Attempting to steal here was akin to courting death. Although the current laws had become nearly ineffectual, they hardly dared to take such a risk. Should the officers choose to ignore them, they would truly be in peril. Suddenly, the elderly woman's eyes glinted with determination as she sharply addressed Lin Feng. Do you not possess any food to share? Are you even human? Chapter 11. Secondary Mutation. Lin Feng smiled, inwardly thinking that these individuals truly deserved their fate. He placed the bag from behind him before him, uninterested in further conversation, and directly opened it with a mocking smile. You guessed correctly, it is indeed filled with food. What will you do about it? At the moment the bag was unzipped, all gazes converged upon it, revealing a plethora of food, including meat. Give it to me. The elderly woman suddenly lunged towards Lin Feng in a frenzy, while the men beside her pressed forward, fearing they would miss out. A woman clutched her child tightly, aware that such actions were wrong, yet powerless to halt the tide of desperation. All she could do was hold her child close. With a sharp crack, the woman was sent sprawling several meters away. The suddenness of this act left everyone present in shock. This person was formidable. Do you still wish to eat? Lin Feng jeered at the few men who had halted nearby. And no, we dare not, one man stammered in fear. They tugged at each other, retreating, realizing they had truly encountered a formidable opponent. The elderly woman, dazed from Lin Feng's strike, now bore a swollen face, blood trickling from her mouth. You dare strike me? Care to try again? Lin Feng zipped up the bag, disregarding her venomous glare. You, Officer Wang, have committed murder. Will you not intervene? The elderly woman, recognizing her inability to contend with Lin Feng, collapsed onto the ground, wailing uncontrollably. Silence. Wang Kuan entered with a grim expression, casting a disapproving gaze at Lin Feng. This fellow was trouble from the very start, and his situation was becoming increasingly precarious. Why did you strike her? Although he had overheard the altercation, he had refrained from intervening and now regretted his inaction. She attempted to steal my belongings. I was merely defending myself. Should I have allowed her to take my things? Wang Kuan's lips twitched. The argument was valid, leaving him momentarily speechless. Even if I were to steal from you, you cannot strike me. Compensation is required. The elderly woman shouted at Lin Feng, emboldened by Wang Kuan's presence, no longer fearing Lin Feng's wrath. Do you dare strike someone in front of the police? Compensation? Do you truly believe you can claim anything here? Lin Feng replied with a cold laugh. The elderly woman, observing his demeanor, hesitated, fearful he might strike her again. Enough. You sought to steal from him. You deserve the consequences. Remember, things are not as they once were. Seeking your own demise means you cannot blame others. Wang Kuan's voice was stern, and upon seeing the mark of Lin Feng's hand upon the elderly woman's face, he understood that Lin Feng was not to be trifled with. Lin Feng cast a mocking smile at the elderly woman, recognizing that the present era was far removed from the past, when mere words could sway the multitude. In this age, strength reigned supreme. I acknowledge that you may possess some power, but do not overstep your bounds, or you shall find yourself expelled. Wang Kuan remarked coldly to Lin Feng, shrugging nonchalantly. Lin Feng was unconcerned. As long as no one provoked him, he had no desire to engage with these individuals. Suddenly, a muffled sound echoed from the cell where the zombies were confined. Wang Kuan's expression shifted dramatically as he rushed out, only to witness the once empty hall now teeming with zombies. Lin Feng, however, paid no heed to the decaying corpses, but instead focused intently on the depths of the cell, where his all-seeing eye revealed the presence of a formidable creature. A piercing gunshot rang out, and the zombies had exploded, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. This shot, however, incited a frenzy among the remaining zombies. A portion charged towards the officers who had fired, while another surged towards Wang Kuan. Wang Kuan's complexion paled as he hastily drew his firearm, but in his desperation, his aim faltered, merely grazing the zombies' bodies. Hitting anything other than the head was tantamount to ineffectiveness, and soon 5 zombies were upon him. Enough of this. I know some of you possess strength. If you wish to survive, follow me. Wang Kuan bellowed, unsheathing a dagger and advancing towards the zombies. Killing zombies with firearms would not yield any fundamental points. Otherwise, one could simply obliterate a city with a missile and emerge as a superhuman. From behind, a man clad in black emerged, wielding a hammer and charging straight at a zombie. A woman followed, sporting short hair and an appealing figure. She glanced at Lin Feng before brandishing an axe and rushing forward. Lin Feng recalled that neither had attacked him moments prior. Weren't you just so arrogant? Why don't you join in? The elderly woman taunted from the rear. Lin Feng frowned. This individual was truly irksome. Well, since you insist, I shall refrain from intervening. I will wait until they are all dead, and then I shall eliminate you all, Lin Feng resolved, understanding that dealing with this woman required a cunning approach. The elderly woman's lip twitched. She had never encountered someone so brazen. With 5 zombies advancing, it appeared that Wang Kuan and his companions were on the verge of succumbing. What was this fellow thinking? Brother Lin, do not stoop to her level. It is imperative we dispatch these zombies. Wang Kuan urged anxiously. Although he had slain a few zombies and gained some strength, he still struggled against 2. The woman was barely managing to hold her own. while the other man could only stall 2 as well. They were unaware of the situation outside. Should anything go awry within, they would all succumb to infection and transform into zombies. With a long sigh, Lin Feng decided to abandon his petty feud with the elderly woman. In a swift motion, he plunged his dagger into the head of the zombie the woman was grappling with. The woman's eyes widened in disbelief. How could he act so swiftly? While everyone else stood in shock, Lin Feng moved like a phantom, dispatching the remaining 4 zombies with lethal precision. Wang Kuan was left utterly astonished. He had speculated that Lin Feng might possess considerable prowess, yet he never anticipated such formidable strength. Do not rejoice too soon. There lurks a formidable creature within. Lin Feng doused their elation with a cold splash of reality. Meanwhile, outside, silence reigned, but they had not approached, clearly ensnared in their own troubles. Lin Feng's all-seeing eye scanned the surroundings, revealing countless crimson dots racing towards them, 3 of which stood out conspicuously. 3 wandering corpses, adding to the one in the precinct. That made 4. Why were there so many? Had they unwittingly disturbed a nest of zombies? Although he understood it was due to the obelisk's influence, Lin Feng still felt a wave of headache wash over him. For wandering corpses, this diminutive precinct could hardly withstand such a siege. At that moment, an arm suddenly emerged from the prison wall, followed by a zombie crawling out, its gaze fixated on Lin Feng and the others, drool pooling beneath it. The zombie was not particularly large, yet its limbs were grotesquely elongated, resembling a spider. Its fingers effortlessly embedded themselves into the wall, enabling it to traverse its surface. Upon witnessing this abomination, Wang Kuan's countenance shifted dramatically. He realized that this creature was far beyond their capacity to combat. Previously, they had encountered one, and it was only through overwhelming firepower and their leader's presence that they managed to subdue it. Wang Kuan smiled wryly. Without their leader, it seemed they were destined to perish here. Chapter 12. The inspection. Lin Feng's expression grew grave. Even with his recent elevation to level 2, facing 4 adversaries left him with scant hope of victory. All of you retreat, he commanded coldly. Though Wang Kuan and the others possessed some degree of strength, in the face of this creature, they would only serve as a hindrance. Anger surged through Wang Kuan's features. How dare Lin Feng reprimand him? Just then, the short-haired woman and another man retreated, evidently convinced by Lin Feng's display of power. Wang Kuan's expression darkened, yet he complied and stepped back. In such dire circumstances, he indeed could offer no assistance. The others had long since huddled in a corner of the room, trembling in fear. With a thought, Lin Feng's muscles swelled like balloons, transforming the previously lean man into a figure of sheer strength. In the next instant, a broadsword materialized in his grasp. With little left to say, Lin Feng charged directly at the zombie. His all-seeing eye swept over the creature. Species, mutated zombie. Level, wandering corpse. Talent, embrace of death, 1 star. Lin Feng exhaled in relief. Although this creature had become a wandering corpse, its level had not ascended, otherwise, he would have been at a loss. With a swift leap, he executed the technique known as flying bird strike, bringing his sword down with terrifying speed, creating a sonic boom. As if sensing the impending threat, the zombie abruptly turned and fled, unwilling to confront Lin Feng. This unexpected turn of events left Wang Kuan and the others in a state of disbelief. A zombie that feared for its life? Yet Lin Feng would not grant it any reprieve. He swung his sword at the prison's pillar. Crash! The earth and stone exploded, and the column was abruptly severed, causing the entire cell to lose its balance and topple towards Lin Feng. The zombies, who had hoped to escape, found their opportunity snatched away. Their speed was no match for the collapsing structure. Realizing their escape was futile, one of the zombies leapt to the ground, crouching like a spider, fixated on Lin Feng. Dragon Slayer. Without hesitation, Lin Feng unleashed his most powerful technique. After reaching the 2nd star, the potency of the Dragon Slayer had increased by 30%. With a single stroke, he severed one of the zombie's arms. The creature howled in pain, unable to flee. It propelled itself towards Lin Feng with its remaining legs. Lin Feng felt as though he was ensnared, even his breath becoming labored. Clearly, this creature relied on ambush tactics. Should it succeed in its grasp, he would undoubtedly suffer dire consequences. However, fleeing was tantamount to courting death. With another strike of the Dragon Slayer, Lin Feng severed the zombie's head entirely. Zombie defeated, skill point acquired. As Lin Feng concentrated, the Dragon Slayer gained yet another star. If he were to enhance it once more, it would reach an intermediate level, ushering in a different transformation. Yet, in his past life, Lin Feng had never awakened the Berserker class, thus remained unaware of such changes. He disregarded the astonished expressions of Wang Kuan and the others, instead directing his gaze towards the short-haired woman behind him. "Help me extract the red crystal, then assist me," Lin Feng commanded, brandishing his broad sword as he charged out. The short-haired woman hesitated for a moment. Then her face lit up with joy as she grasped her axe and hurried to retrieve the red crystal from the corpse. Though it was of little use now, Lin Feng saw potential in her. Perhaps, by following him, she could grow stronger. Wang Kuan's expression darkened further, but he remained silent. The zombie outbreak had persisted, and the other officers had yet to appear, likely encountering trouble. Outside, the area was now swarmed with zombies. 3 unusually large creatures standing at the rear, silently observing the clash between the horde and the officers. A dozen uniformed officers, some armed with guns, others wielding knives and axes, battled fiercely against those zombies attempting to leap over the barricade. Lin Feng's attention was drawn to a woman lying on the ground, her chest smeared with blood, clearly gravely injured and merely holding on. Race, human. Level, 2. Class, Night Hunter. Skills, piercing 2 stars. Upon activating his all-seeing eye, Lin Feng discovered she was indeed a level 2 expert, likely the leader of the officers. To his surprise, this inspector was a woman. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed as one officer was overwhelmed, his fists no match for the onslaught of 4 hands. The zombie seized the opportunity, gnawing away at his calf, leaving him grievously wounded. In mere moments, the limb had turned a sickly shade of black and purple, indicating that the zombie's venom had coursed into his system. Lin Feng's figure flickered as he effortlessly shattered the zombie that had crawled onto the vehicle's wall. With a single stroke of his sword, he decapitated another decaying corpse nearby. To Lin Feng, these ordinary zombies posed little threat now. It seemed that his formidable strength instilled a flicker of fear in the undead, causing them to hesitate and refrain from advancing towards him. Roaring in anger, a grotesque creature with 4 eyes emerged from the rear, and to Lin Feng's astonishment, the horde of zombies began to retreat slowly, albeit only by 100 meters, clearly unwilling to concede defeat. The expressions of the patrolling officers turned peculiar as they regarded Lin Feng, marveling at the strength of this unexpected ally who could slice through a zombie with such ease. They could not help but wonder if he would wield the same lethal efficiency against them. With the zombies retreating, they finally caught their breath and managed to pull back a comrade who had suffered a gruesome bite that had stripped away part of his calf. Using a red crystal at the site of the injury can control the zombie toxin, Lin Feng remarked casually, then shifted his gaze towards the female officer. Upon hearing that the toxin could be controlled, the group of officers erupted with excitement, hastily attempting to apply this newfound knowledge. Previously, they were unaware of any method to counteract the zombie toxin. Soon, a man crushed a blood crystal, and red energy enveloped the injured leg, gradually dispersing the noxious substance. A heart-wrenching scream escaped the wounded officer as the numbness from the toxin faded, replaced by the agonizing pain of his injury, which he could no longer endure. What has happened to the officer? At that moment, Wang Kuan and the others emerged, gasping in shock at the sight of the woman lying on the ground. We had just gone out to search for food when we stumbled upon a horde of zombies. Initially, we thought they were merely ordinary zombies, and with the officer present, we felt confident. However, there were 3 exceptionally powerful ones among them, formidable enough to rival the officer. They attacked us relentlessly, inflicting severe injuries on the officer. But in the end, we fought our way out, barely escaping. A female officer lamented, tears streaming down her face, overwhelmed with guilt. They knew that with the officer's strength, even facing those 3 foes, she would have been able to retreat safely. She had chosen to confront them head-on to protect her team. Wang Kuan's expression darkened as he gazed at the distant horde of zombies, a sense of despair settling in his heart. This time, it seemed truly dire. Didn't you claim to possess great knowledge? Can you not save our officer? If you can save her, you can ask for anything you desire. The female officer cried out in desperation. Chapter 13. The bonds of kinship. With no other options left, the female officer clung to the slightest glimmer of hope. No. If I die, then so be it. The injured officer attempted to admonish her, only to be halted by her firm grip. It was for her sake that the officer had sustained such grave injuries. Lin Feng, if you can save Officer Su, consider it a monumental favor owed by our patrol team, Wang Kuan said gravely, having struggled to understand Lin Feng, yet now holding on to the hope that he might indeed possess a solution. With a deep sigh, Lin Feng acknowledged the twist of fate. He had awakened his healing ability that very morning, and now it was time to put it to use. However, his healing prowess was only at a novice level, leaving uncertain whether he could save her. I cannot guarantee a full recovery, especially given the severity of her injuries, Lin Feng remarked. The crowd, however, erupted with joy. Hope was all they needed. Stop dawdling. Find a quiet room. Are we to wait here for the zombies to come crashing in? Lin Feng cast a cold glance, questioning their inability to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Take Inspector Su to the medical room. Gather those who can still move and have them guard this place. We must not allow those creatures to step even an inch closer. The man who had previously escorted Lin Feng into the precinct spoke with solemnity. His name was Zhou Hu, the deputy of the precinct, and with the female inspector gravely ill, he was currently the highest-ranking official present. Swiftly, they transported the female inspector to the medical room. Due to the critical nature of her injuries, she had fallen into unconsciousness. And aside from the female officer who had just spoken, all others remained vigilantly stationed outside the precinct. The danger had not yet passed. What is your name? Lin Feng inquired of the female officer. Yang Yin Yin. The inspector's name is Su Mingling. How can we save her? We lack surgical tools. Do we need a knife? Yang Yin Yin stammered, her anxiety mounting as she noticed Su Mingling's complexion deteriorating and her breathing becoming faint. It felt as though a flickering candle in a tempest could extinguish at any moment. Lin Feng, remove her top. I must assess the wound to determine how to treat her, Lin Feng said, his expression serious as he looked at Su Mingling. In the brief moment he had overlooked her, he now realized her beauty up close, particularly in her officer's uniform, which rendered her utterly captivating. Huh? Strip her clothes? Yang Yin hesitated, feeling the weight of the situation. She feared that if Su Mingling awakened, it would lead to grave embarrassment. Su Mingling was still single, having never had a boyfriend. I do not insist. If you find it too difficult, I shall turn and leave. Lin Feng scoffed, dismissing any notion that he was merely captivated by her beauty. Though Su Mingling was indeed striking, her chest was marred by wounds, and he had no desire to indulge in such thoughts at this moment. No. I will do it immediately. Please, you must save her. Yang Yin's heart raced with urgency, terrified that Lin Feng might refuse to help. As for what would come after, that could wait until she regained consciousness. As the upper garment was removed, it became evident that Su Mingling's chest had been struck with tremendous force, creating a deep indentation. Her once delicate skin was now marred with blood. Lin Feng's expression grew somber. Although healing magic was formidable, such extensive injuries seemed beyond its current capabilities. Ignoring Yang Yin's astonished gaze, Lin Feng pressed his hands against Su Mingling's chest, streams of emerald light flowing toward her wounds. The green luminescence appeared almost sentient, swiftly closing the wounds in its wake. After a minute, the injuries on Su Mingling's chest had visibly improved, yet the extensive indentation remained unchanged. Still as grave as before, Lin Feng furrowed his brow, realizing that his initial thoughts were indeed correct. The level of his healing spell was insufficient to mend such severe injuries. Fortunately, his healing magic had halted the deterioration of Su Mingling's wounds, ensuring that she would not succumb to death in the immediate future. At that moment, Su Mingling opened her eyes. Who are you? She exclaimed, startled to find Lin Feng's hands pressed against her chest, making it impossible for misunderstandings to be avoided. Lin Feng did not withdraw his hands. The slight improvement in her condition meant that any sudden movement could exacerbate her injuries. Hold her down, don't let her move, he commanded with a cold snort. Finding women to be quite troublesome, yet he couldn't deny that the sensation was rather pleasant. Yang Yin was nearly paralyzed with fear, utterly bewildered by the situation. However, at Lin Feng's bellow, she pressed Su Mingling back onto the hospital bed. At that moment, Lin Feng activated his healing spell once more, a green light flooding into Su Mingling's body. The tingling sensation was soothing, causing her to close her eyes and her brows to tremble involuntarily. A sound escaped her lips, a mix of discomfort and relief, sending chills down Lin Feng's spine. After a minute, Su Mingling's injuries had improved slightly, with some wounds beginning to scab over. Though the internal damage remained severe, she finally believed that he was genuinely healing her and was about to speak when Lin Feng again admonished her quietly, "Don't move." Then, Another burst of green light illuminated the room as he performed the healing spell for the third time. Although he could not fully heal Su Mingling, he aimed to ensure that she would not perish from worsening injuries after he left. After 3 rounds of this exhausting endeavor, Lin Feng wearily withdrew his hands from Su Mingling's chest. Healing was far more draining than battling zombies. He would rather face off against a horde of shambling corpses than use healing magic again. The profound exhaustion coursing through his body was unbearable. He pulled out a pack of beef jerky and began to eat, lost in his own thoughts. Meanwhile, Su Mingling's external injuries had mostly healed. Though her sunken chest remained an issue, at least it no longer appeared grotesque. With Yang Yinyan's assistance, Su Mingling finally managed to dress herself. As she glanced at the man who had just had such intimate contact with her, she felt uncertain about how to confront him. Should she strike him? After witnessing him slay a zombie with a single sword stroke, she doubted her ability to be his opponent. Should she offer herself to him? It was embarrassing to have been seen in such a vulnerable state. As a young woman, how would she face others in the future? Lin Feng, oblivious to Su Mingling's thoughts, was focused on devising a solution to their precarious situation. They had failed to acquire anything from the police station, yet found themselves trapped within its confines. With the obelisk's premature emergence, the longer they lingered, the greater the danger. If more zombies were to swarm in, they would all perish. Was there a way to contact military support? Lin Feng turned to Su Mingling, aware that the police station must have ties to the military. It's possible, she replied. However, it would take them at least half a day to arrive. In that time, we would either be devoured entirely or become one of those repulsive creatures. Su Mingling, true to her role as an inspector, quickly regained her composure. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed, the military could not be relied upon. Have you also reached level 2? Su Mingling inquired. Lin Feng nodded once more. What a pity. You are a healer. Chapter 14. The violent priest Lin Feng smiled broadly, aware that his current situation might easily lead to misunderstandings. Even in his previous life, he had perceived healers as weak. It's all right. I am confident in dealing with a single ghoul, he declared. Even if you can handle one, it is of no use. There are at least 3 ghouls outside. This was the first time Su Mingling had heard such a term, yet she felt it was not a significant issue. Aren't there plenty of rotten corpses as well? I will eliminate a few to enhance my strength. Who knows who will ultimately be vanquished? Lin Feng chuckled and ceased speaking. Focusing on regaining his stamina, Su Mingling observed Lin Feng in silence, understanding that in their current predicament, every glimmer of hope must be seized. An hour passed swiftly. Bang! A series of gunshots erupted outside the patrol room, signaling that the zombies could no longer remain passive and began their assault anew. Lin Feng opened his eyes, turned, and strode towards the exit. As he walked, his muscles bulged, and his broad sword materialized in his hand. This time, he aimed to elevate his healing skills. Watching Lin Feng depart, Shen Mingling cast a glance at Yang Yinyan. If you dare speak of today's events, I won't say a word, absolutely not. Yang Yinyan interjected hurriedly, fearing that if the information leaked, Su Mingling would likely silence her. Humph, help me out. We cannot withstand the onslaught outside. Hiding here is futile, Shen Mingling declared coldly, her authoritative presence as an inspector intimidating Yang Yinyan. Lin Feng charged forth, sword in hand, without hesitation. He intended to catch the ghouls off guard. Once they regained their senses, the opportunity for a carefree harvest would vanish. With a dragon-slaying strike and the all-seeing eye activated, he struck, obliterating the bodies of 5 rotting corpses. In the next moment, amidst the astonished expressions of those present, Lin Feng plunged into the horde of zombies, resembling an invincible warrior. With each swing of his sword, the once fearsome ghouls fell before him as easily as slicing through vegetables. Roar! Sensing the danger, 3 ghouls abandoned their passive stance and charged towards Lin Feng. Soon, he had dispatched nearly 15 zombies. Skill point acquired. Lin Feng rejoiced, yet he refrained from hastily enhancing any skills, opting instead to continue annihilating ordinary zombies while the 3 ghouls had yet to approach. Assisted out, Su Mingling found herself momentarily stunned by the scene before her. A healer, exhibiting such formidable strength? Could this be the legendary violent priest? Just then, she noticed the 3 ghouls rapidly closing in on Lin Feng. Be careful, everyone. Focus your fire on the behemoth on the far left. At this moment, escape is no longer an option. Thus, it is wiser to place one's trust in Lin Feng. A smile unfurled at the corners of his mouth upon hearing Su Mingling's words, for he had long since discerned the whereabouts of the three wandering corpses. Under the scrutiny of his omniscient eye, all furtive movements were rendered futile. Bang, bang, bang. The officers hesitated, but soon began to unleash a barrage of gunfire towards the leftmost wandering corpse. In an instant, over a dozen firearms discharged simultaneously, causing even the undead to falter in their advance. Only two wandering corpses remained capable of charging towards Lin Feng. Dragon Slayer. Lin Feng instinctively swung his weapon to the right, and a previously ordinary zombie was suddenly torn apart, revealing a four-eyed wandering corpse in its stead. The four-eyed creature, the swiftest among them, was the first to reach Lin Feng's side. In an attempt to launch a surprise attack, it used the body of a nearby zombie as a shield, drawing near before ripping the zombie apart to strike Lin Feng. A smile played upon Lin Feng's lips as he deftly maneuvered his broadsword, finding himself directly above the four-eyed corpse in the next moment. Flash! The four-eyed creature was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend how it had been detected despite its belief that it was well concealed. In the fleeting moment between life and death, two beams of light shot forth from where its eyebrows would have been, aimed directly at Lin Feng's head. A pang of anxiety gripped Lin Feng. These beams were formidable, and should he be struck, he might not withstand the impact. One strike would surely end this wandering corpse, but it would likely cost him dearly. As another zombie was rapidly closing in from a distance. Level up, Dragon Slayer. With a flicker of thought, Lin Feng allocated the newly acquired skill points directly to Dragon Slayer, elevating it to a minor mastery level. A sly smile crept across Lin Feng's face as he grasped the transformative nature of Dragon Slayer upon reaching intermediate status. With a swift tilt of his sword, he retreated sharply, evading the desperate strike of the four-eyed corpse while simultaneously shredding a nearby advancing zombie into oblivion. Observing Lin Feng's retreat, the four-eyed creature, believing itself to have outsmarted him, prepared to strike again when suddenly, a beam of light from Lin Feng's sword reappeared above its head. Dragon Slayer, dual strike. Thud. The four-eyed corpse's head was severed in an instant, leaving it bewildered, utterly astonished that Lin Feng could deliver a second blow. With the demise of the four-eyed corpse, fear surged anew within the hearts of the other undead, who dared not advance further. The remaining two wandering corpses, witnessing the fall of their comrade, began to withdraw. Yet this time, they did not retreat entirely. One of the wandering corpses let out a resounding roar, its voice booming and penetrating, as if summoning allies. Before long, ordinary zombies emerged from the nearby buildings, a relentless tide that seemed innumerable. In Lin Feng's omniscient gaze, red dots proliferated, numbering in the hundreds. Among them, 5 points glimmered particularly bright, especially one that was significantly larger than the others. Lin Feng's expression shifted. Could it be that a leader-class entity had arrived? Even if the obelisk had emerged ahead of time, it should not have manifested a commander-level entity so swiftly. How does one combat this? However, Lin Feng quickly discerned the true nature of this creature, a being with 3 heads and 6 arms, towering nearly 4 meters in height. With each step it took, the ground shook violently. This sight, paradoxically, allowed Lin Feng to exhale in relief. The 3-headed undead appeared to be the result of 3 separate corpses consuming one another, ultimately merging into a single entity when none could overpower the others. Although this amalgamation had significantly enhanced the creature's power, it had not yet reached the level of a commander. If it had truly attained that status, Lin Feng would have fled without hesitation, valuing his own life far above any treasures. With a mere thought, Lin Feng returned to his original form and gracefully leaped over the wall of the vehicle. Wang Kuan and the others swallowed hard, impressed by his prowess. Yet, their hearts soon sank again, for the situation now seemed more perilous than before. Originally, there were only 3 undead, one of which Lin Feng had dispatched, but now 5 more had appeared, particularly that monstrous entity resembling a small mountain. Was it truly possible for a mere human to vanquish such a foe? Follow me. Lin Feng called to no one in particular as he made his way toward the infirmary. Su Mingling's face flushed. The thought of Lin Feng placing his hand upon her chest filled her with a shame so profound she wished to vanish into the earth. Suddenly, Xin Mingling steeled herself. After all, a touch is a touch, whether it be 1 or 2. Chapter 15. Treasures. Lin Feng awaited quietly in the infirmary, having just slain the 4-eyed undead, leaving him with a few unused skill points. While investing them into his Dragon Slayer technique might enhance his abilities, He feared it would still be insufficient against that three-headed corpse. Especially now, as the number of undead increased, it was conceivable that by tomorrow, 10 or even more undead would appear here. Of course, it was also quite likely that they would not survive until then. With the arrival of the three-headed undead, should the enemy launch another assault, defeat would be inevitable. As Lin Feng pondered his strategy, Su Mingling entered, supported by Yang Yinyan. Upon first glance, Lin Feng noted the flush upon her cheeks, creating an awkward atmosphere. Please, do not misunderstand. My summoning you does not necessarily pertain to healing. Although I have a few skill points remaining, even if applied to healing, I may not be able to restore you fully. Su Mingling's expression momentarily faltered before she regained her icy demeanor. What do you intend to do then? Truth. Lin Feng's countenance hardened. He seemed to grasp something profound. In his previous life, a powerful entity of lord level had established a necropolis here. In this life, with so many undead fixated on this location from the outset, there must be something amiss. Yang Yinyan looked bewildered. Shouldn't they be focusing on healing Su Mingling? What was happening? What are you talking about? I do not understand. Su Mingling's gaze darted away, clearly unprepared for Lin Feng's inquiry. Do you truly think I am a fool? A precinct worth such a large horde of zombies attacking it? I have slain a wandering corpse, and yet it remains undeterred. Do not mistake me for a fool. Lin Feng scoffed. Su Mingling, with a grave expression, recognized the substantial doubts at hand. Others might attribute the zombie's frenzy to madness. Yet Lin Feng could not be so easily deceived. Although devoid of intellect, these creatures possessed the instincts of beasts, aware of danger, had there not been something drawing them. They would have long since fled from the carnage Lin Feng had wrought. I shall count to 3. If you remain silent, I shall turn and depart, sparing you any further distress. Lin Feng declared with unwavering resolve. I doubt those zombies will pursue me. Yang Yinyan was utterly bewildered. If Lin Feng were to leave now, they would undoubtedly be left to their doom. 1. Lin Feng, seeing no reaction from Su Mingling, continued without hesitation. 2. Yang Yinyan, in a state of panic, tightened her grip on Su Mingling's arm, unsure of what secrets her companion might harbor. All she knew was that if Lin Feng departed, their fates would be sealed. As Lin Feng approached the count of 3, Su Mingling deflated like a punctured balloon. I shall speak. Lin Feng's cold laughter echoed. It seemed these individuals truly believed him to be a saint, one willing to gamble his life for them. I am uncertain of its exact nature, but it likely pertains to this. With that, Su Mingling produced an object the size of a pigeon's egg, glimmering of vivid crimson, resembling both a stone and an egg. She too was in the dark about its identity. After dispatching a wandering corpse, she had sought to extract its red crystal, only to uncover this peculiar item. However, shortly after acquiring it, she was targeted by a four-eyed zombie, which left her gravely injured. Bloodstone! Lin Feng exclaimed in astonishment. He had not anticipated this revelation. How could a wandering corpse possibly contain a bloodstone? It was known that such a gem could only be found within the bodies of leader-level zombies. No wonder the zombies relentlessly pursued Su Mingling. If they were to consume this artifact, they could potentially ascend to the leader tier themselves. Do you recognize this object? Su Mingling questioned, skepticism etched across her face. She sensed Lin Feng's profound knowledge, prompting her to wonder about his true identity. I've heard of it, though it's not a benign item. If you absorb it, you may acquire an additional innate skill, but if those wandering corpses devour it, they will merely become a more formidable entity. More formidable, stronger than that three-headed wandering corpse? Yang Yinyan gasped in disbelief. While Yang Yinyan could only compare to the three-headed zombie, Su Mingling understood that Lin Feng's mention of a more powerful being likely referred to a level 3 entity. Acquiring an additional innate skill was no trivial matter. What shall we do? Should we consume it ourselves? Yang Yinyan suggested tremulously, hoping that without this object, the zombies would cease their pursuit. We must urgently seek assistance from the military, clearly articulating the bloodstone's significance in order to secure aerial support. As for me, if I truly cannot withstand it, I shall take my leave. Just as Su Mingling was about to speak, Lin Feng interrupted her. I refuse. Consuming it would serve no purpose. It would only enrage the horde of zombies and transform me into a mere bloodstone, drawing a throng of zombies eager to devour me wherever I go. Su Mingling was taken aback. Was this substance truly so perilous? Alas, how disappointing. I had anticipated it to be a treasure. Lin Feng immediately lost interest. but it did clarify for him why there could be a Lord-level zombie here in his previous life. If he had not appeared, it was inevitable that a commanding zombie would manifest in the early stages, paving the way for the emergence of a leader-level zombie. Well, since you are all doomed, whatever treasures you possess, just hand them over to me. Lin Feng addressed the two, knowing that without military intervention, their situation was dire. What? Are we beyond salvation? Yang Yinyan's face fell in despair. Treasures? What treasures could we possibly have in this small police precinct? Su Mingling chuckled wryly. The bloodstone she possessed could be deemed a treasure, but it was far too cumbersome. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. That shouldn't be the case. Do you not have any swords, or the like here? Lin Feng reminded them once more. Su Mingling pondered for a moment and confirmed the absence of treasures. They were merely a police precinct, apprehending criminals, not hoarding treasures. Wait, there might actually be a sword. Yang Yinyan exclaimed. Really? Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. There might be hope. Stop joking around. Inspector, it's true. Don't you remember? 3 days ago, we apprehended a thief and found a weapon that could be classified as a sword, a regulated knife. Yang Yinyan said enthusiastically. However, she soon furrowed her brow again. Though it resembles a sword, it hardly qualifies as a treasure. Where is it? Lin Feng was overjoyed. If it were indeed a sword, they would be in luck. Just a moment. With that, Yang Yinyan dashed outside. Beside her, Su Mingling wore a look of exasperation. Who was truly the inspector here? Before long, Yang Yinyan returned, clutching what appeared to be a wooden stick, resembling a firewood poker. No matter how one looked at it, it did not resemble a sword. Lin Feng, however, paid little heed to this and activated his all-seeing eye to its fullest capacity. Su Mingling shook her head, failing to see the value in it, and retrieved a special communicator to contact the military. Clutching the makeshift stick, Lin Feng suddenly burst into laughter. This is it. This is it. Chapter 16. All fear springs from insufficient firepower. Yang Yinyan regarded him with a strange expression, wondering if Lin Feng had truly lost his mind. How could a mere stick be considered a treasure? Since you like it, take it. Su Mingling offered, not minding to do a small favor, as she had no idea what it truly was. Lin Feng grinned, grasping the stick as if he had no intention of letting it go. The military, having received the message, decided to dispatch a helicopter for support, instructing them to hold out for 20 minutes. Su Mingling suddenly exclaimed with excitement, Excellent. Before that, let us see if we can heal you. Lin Feng was somewhat taken aback, not expecting the military to actually dispatch a helicopter. Su Mingling's cheeks flushed as she nodded silently, preparing to undress. Ahem, there's no need to remove your clothing this time. Your external injuries have nearly healed, and the internal ones remain unaffected by such actions. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Su Mingling hastily pulled at her garment, her chest rising and falling with agitation. You didn't ask. Outside the constabulary, 3 zombies fixated their gaze upon the building, filled with an inexplicable dread. A faint sense of familiarity warned them to stay away. 5 minutes later, the green light in the medical room faded, and Su Mingling's complexion had significantly improved, the sunken area of her chest feeling better, her breathing becoming more effortless. This is dire. Your injuries are too severe. Unless I elevate my healing spell to an intermediate level, it will only serve as a temporary fix. We should wait until we reach the east and let the doctors there treat you, Lin Feng said gravely. Su Mingling understood the gravity of her condition. Surviving was already a stroke of fortune. Just as she contemplated expressing her gratitude, Lin Feng, with a beaming visage, departed while clutching a makeshift club. Su Mingling furrowed her brow. She was a stunning beauty, yet she felt overshadowed by the allure of a mere stick. Lin Feng, indifferent to their thoughts, was solely focused on studying the weapon in his grasp. The club bore an appearance that, at first glance, one would hardly associate with a sword. Weighing it in his hand, Lin Feng discerned that the outer layer felt akin to stone, yet resembled beeswax. He remained uncertain. However, he suspected it might be a form of seal. A smile curled at the corners of Lin Feng's mouth as he regarded the club. Its peculiar appearance was rather appealing and unlikely to draw unwanted attention. He mused on whether they would manage to hold out until military support arrived. The 3 zombies had begun to stir restlessly. With a swift leap, Lin Feng ascended to the roof of the constabulary, fixing his gaze upon the advancing undead. His only recourse was to intimidate them as best he could. Just prolong the confrontation. Wang Kuan looked at Lin Feng with fervent eyes. Several individuals within the constabulary had sustained injuries during the recent skirmish. Though not life-threatening, Such delays would certainly impair their combat effectiveness. They were acutely aware of Su Mingling's plight and silently wished for Lin Feng to cast another healing spell. No. The treatment I just administered to you was already the limit. If I wield my healing magic again, you might as well prepare for death. Lin Feng was well aware of Wang Kuen's thoughts. Healing spells were not to be used frivolously. He still felt a void within him that mere rest would not remedy. For now, Lin Feng could barely endure. If he resorted to healing again, he feared he might not even have the strength to escape. He would not take such risks. All right, I have contacted the military. They are sending personnel via helicopter upon receiving the news. We just need to hold out a little longer. These zombies are no match for us. Su Mingling was gently supported as she emerged from the medical room. Upon the announcement, the crowd was invigorated as if administered a potent stimulant, rekindling the confidence of the constables. The arrival of helicopters rendered the horde of zombies insignificant. They could be vanquished entirely. A roar erupted. As Su Mingling appeared, the zombies began to stir restlessly, drawn irresistibly by the allure of the bloodstone. The throng of the undead grew agitated. The presence of the living was a significant provocation. Had it not been for the restraint imposed by the three powerful zombies, they would likely have surged forward long ago. The zombies erupted in chaos, a dark mass rushing toward them. The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. They feared they might not endure until military assistance arrived. Gather everyone. If we cannot withstand, we shall perish. Su Mingling bellowed, her fury eclipsing all other concerns. If they could no longer hold their ground, they would hurl the bloodstone away, inciting the zombies to turn upon each other. Ordinary individuals, including the elderly and women, were summoned, for every ounce of strength mattered in this dire moment. Lin Feng glanced at the elderly woman who had previously shouted at him with arrogance. Now, faced with the zombies, her legs trembled uncontrollably. Such cowardice in the face of adversity. With a surge of muscle, Lin Feng leaped atop a truck, wielding his broadsword to carve out a vacuum amidst the chaos. With the enhancement of his powers, the ordinary zombies posed an ever-diminishing threat. Even the demise of 20 would not equate to a single star's worth of merit. As Lin Feng took action, the pressure on the crowd lightened momentarily. Before they could revel in this respite, 3 zombies lunged at Lin Feng in unison, plunging him into a fierce struggle. Facing 3 opponents, he found it strenuous yet not beyond his limits. He managed to hold on. Suddenly, calamity struck anew as another zombie charged, obliterating a vehicle and tearing apart the defenders within. A breach emerged, and a deluge of zombies surged forward recklessly, prompting Wang Kuen and his companions to exhaust their ammunition and resort to melee combat. Deaths commenced. Blood splattered, and Su Mingling appeared to grasp a vital truth. You may fight for this treasure, but nothing is more precious than life. With steely resolve, she cast the bloodstone into the throng of zombies. In an instant, they became frenzied, all racing toward the bloodstone, including the 3 that had intended to ambush Lin Feng, their faces twisted with rage. In their haste, they trampled countless lesser zombies along the way. The 3 zombies, previously engaged with Lin Feng, swiftly abandoned him to pursue the bloodstone instead. The horde descended into disarray. Quickly, while they are distracted, we must flee, Lin Feng commanded, aware that should one of the zombies consume the bloodstone, it would elevate to a commanding level, sealing their fate. Suddenly, Lin Feng furrowed his brow, his gaze snapping upward. 2 missile-like objects descended into the midst of the zombie horde. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated through the air, engulfing the zombies in a fiery inferno, with countless limbs and severed bodies raining down from the sky. Before the crowd could fully comprehend the situation, a helicopter descended from the heavens, its door flung open, unleashing the wrath of a Gatling gun, akin to the arrival of a thunderous deity, relentlessly sweeping through the horde of zombies. The air was filled with cries of anguish and the deafening sound of gunfire, as the once formidable and despair-inducing mob of the undead crumbled in an instant. Where the Gatling gun passed, a grim testament of lifeless bodies was left strewn about. From the depths of the chaos, 3 headless corpses suddenly emerged, their appearance wretched beyond belief. Of the 3 heads that once adorned them, only one remained. The remnants of their bodies were almost entirely obliterated, yet Lin Feng observed with clarity that one of them clutched a bloodstone tightly in its grasp. Contemplating the power of the Gatling gun, Lin Feng reflected that indeed, all fear stems from inadequate firepower. Chapter 17. Captured a minute later, the cacophony of gunfire ceased. the Gatling's barrel glowing red-hot, a testament to its extreme overexertion. However, the results were astonishing. From initially hundreds, the zombies had dwindled to mere scattered remnants, fleeing in disarray. Of the 7 formidable zombies, only 3 managed to escape, the rest perishing in the missile bombardment, leaving not even a trace of their limbs. A massive crater marked the battleground. Lin Feng sheathed his broadsword, for his presence was no longer necessary. As the zombies retreated, the mood among the survivors was far from jubilant. In a brief span, 5 members of the patrol had lost their lives, and countless ordinary citizens had perished, leaving fewer than 10 souls at the scene. Alarmingly, some had already begun their transformation into zombies, and it would not be long before they succumbed to the curse. Suddenly, Lin Feng furrowed his brow. That elderly woman was still alive. He could not help but lament the irony that good people often meet untimely ends, while the wicked linger on for ages. At that moment, the helicopter came to a halt, and 3 robust men leaped from its confines, unmistakably military personnel. "Greetings. I am Lu Quan, a 100-man commander from the 3rd Legion, sent here to provide support," announced the leading man, exuding strength. "Thank you, Commander Lu, for your timely arrival. Had it not been for you, we would surely have perished here." Su Mingling, the highest-ranking officer present, replied with forced composure. "The Bloodstone? It was taken from us. You witnessed the chaos. Without the Bloodstone, we would not have survived long enough for your arrival." Lu Quan's brow furrowed, aware that the eastern base had only recently stabilized, and their military strength was severely lacking. This helicopter had been diverted from numerous missions just to reach them. He had just expended a full magazine of Gatling fire in pursuit of that very Bloodstone. Now, to return empty-handed would be an insurmountable burden. "Is there a problem, Commander Lu?" Su Mingling feigned ignorance, fully aware of his unspoken concerns. "A problem? Indeed, it is a grave one. The Bloodstone is lost, and I shall return to face the consequences." Lu Quan's expression darkened, having relished the thrill of battle, yet failing to fulfill his mission. Lin Feng, observing from the sidelines, found himself suppressing a smile. The man seemed competent, with considerable prowess, and was on the verge of leveling up to rank 2. "Well then, Officer Su, now that the danger has subsided, I shall take my leave." With a courteous nod, Lin Feng prepared to depart. As Su Mingling was about to utter a few polite words, Lu Quan took the initiative to approach Lin Feng. "My friend," he began, "I've witnessed your extraordinary prowess from afar. Have you ever considered joining the 3rd Legion? I assure you, attaining the rank of a 100-man leader would be well within your reach." Lu Quan chuckled. Su Mingling and the others were taken aback. While others might not grasp the significance of a 100-man leader, they certainly did. This rank signified command over 100 troops, a formidable force in the apocalypse. Under such circumstances, they could easily manage the situation at hand. However, to everyone's astonishment, Lin Feng shook his head and politely declined. "I appreciate the offer, but I have no intention of enlisting at this moment." With that, Lin Feng grasped his makeshift weapon and departed, casting not a second glance back. To him, the allure of being a 100-man leader, or even a 1,000-man leader, held little appeal. Despite the current state of the undead being rendered helpless by gunfire at higher command levels, conventional weaponry would become ineffective. As one ascends further, even missiles would struggle to inflict harm. As for the legendary Lord level, it was said that even atomic bombs would find it arduous to extinguish their existence. Moreover, it is crucial to note that in this dystopian reality, the Lords were not necessarily the most potent. Thus, why would he seek a role within the military? It seemed futile. Lu Quan observed Lin Feng's unwavering departure, his brow furrowing slightly. Having witnessed the might of the Gatling gun, it was remarkable that Lin Feng could still refuse him. He appeared to be an individual with grand ambitions. Yet, it mattered little, for the East did not particularly need another Lin Feng. Resolving the zombie threat was paramount. Whether they stayed or left was a matter for Su Mingling and her companions to decide. As for transporting civilians, given that fuel was now more precious than gold, such endeavors were simply impossible. "Let us move. This is no place for prolonged residence." Lin Feng did not linger outside, but instead returned home directly. Upon opening the door, he found Tuan Tuan clutching a stick, vigilantly watching the entrance. When she recognized Lin Feng, she relaxed. Tuan Tuan had taken her duty seriously, ensuring no nefarious individuals entered. Proudly, she reported her success to Lin Feng. He affectionately ruffled Tuan Tuan's hair, a smile blossoming on his face. It felt wonderful to return home to someone waiting. As a reward, you may choose 3 items. Really? She exclaimed. Indeed. I want chips, candy, and milk. On July 8th, Lin Feng awoke to an unusual lack of rain. Though the sky remained its customary dreary gray, imparting a sense of pressure. In the north, the obelisk still stood tall. Military personnel had arrived, but had not managed to secure the surrounding area. The obelisk had the ability to facilitate the evolution of zombies. For the undead, its allure was comparable to that of bloodstones. In just one day, over 10,000 zombies had congregated around it, a dense mass stretching as far as the eye could see. Even the skies were not devoid of flying zombies circling above. According to the lore of his past life, these airborne creatures did not belong to the category of zombies. They were better classified as magical beasts. Some had mutated from birds, while others hailed from the demon realm. Atop the obelisk, a formidable 3-legged bird, adorned with feathers as dark and unyielding as steel, perched majestically. It had emerged through a rift from the demonic realm that had opened at the obelisk, yet it chose not to depart, remaining there in solemn watch. The military had once dispatched drones to surveil, but upon casting a mere glance, the drones erupted into a fiery spectacle. Since that incident, the armed forces dared not approach the obelisk lightly, uncertain of the true strength possessed by the 3-legged black avian. As per his routine, Lin Feng surveyed the vicinity of the neighborhood, discovering 2 more red dots. With no other option, he set out once again to eliminate the threats. He could not bear the thought of Tuan Tuan being alone at home. Upon his return, he found Tuan Tuan already awake, diligently resuming her role as a guardian. Observing that Tuan Tuan had to spend her days isolated in her room, with him often absent, particularly the previous day when she had been left alone, Lin Feng felt a pang of sorrow. Not only was her safety in jeopardy, but a child's childhood should not be spent in such solitude. In a fleeting moment, Lin Feng contemplated sending Tuan Tuan to the east, where at the very least, she would have other children to play with, and someone to care for her should she fall ill. Tuan Tuan, how would you feel about going to a place where there are many children? He inquired. But brother, you don't want Tuan Tuan anymore? Tuan Tuan has no mommy or daddy left, and now even you don't want her? Tuan Tuan, merely a 10-year-old child, appeared strong on the surface, yet she understood the grim reality that her parents were likely no longer alive. As she wept sorrowfully, Lin Feng felt akin to a wayward child, unsure of how to console her. After a futile attempt to comfort her, he found himself at a loss. All right. I won't send you away. Please don't cry. Lin Feng conceded, acknowledging his defeat. Really? Tuan Tuan sniffled, her voice trembling as she sought reassurance. Chapter 18. Zhou Zhen's request indeed. Lin Feng continued to soothe her until she quietly resumed her breakfast. Just as he was engulfed in a sense of helplessness, the communicator gifted by Zhou Zhen vibrated unexpectedly. Lin Feng was taken aback. What could Zhou Zhen possibly want at this hour? Lin Feng, are you currently in the Hanan district? Yes. How can I assist you? To his surprise, Zhou Zhen was requesting his aid, a rarity considering the Qin family's formidable influence. What is it? Currently, a group of individuals is trapped at the first hospital of Hanan district. I need your help to rescue one of them. Lin Feng fell silent, fully aware that the first hospital of Hanan district was no safe haven. Due to the high volume of patients, the weakened immune systems were succumbing to widespread infection. He had not sought further details regarding the situation. The fact that they had managed to endure until now suggested that some had awakened and maintained order amidst the chaos. After contemplating the matter, Lin Feng replied, "Provide me the name in advance. I will save whom I can. If I cannot, do not blame me. I cannot risk my life for a rescue." Understood. The individual's name is Lu Ling, 26 years old, Deputy Director of Dermatology. Subsequently, Zhou Zhen expressed his polite farewells before disconnecting the communicator. Lin Feng gazed at the dim sky over Hancheng, and despite having been reborn, he remained engulfed in despair regarding this world. His only path forward was to grow stronger. While packing food into his bag, Tuan Tuan suddenly approached him. "Are you going out again?" she inquired. "Yes. Don't worry. I will be here, and nothing will be lacking." Tuan Tuan replied with a smile, her eyes still slightly red. But she had now regained her earlier composure. Lin Feng gently patted Tuan Tuan's head. "Wait for me. I will return tonight with something delicious." The first hospital of Hancheng was approximately 3 kilometers from Lin Feng's neighborhood, a short distance indeed. On his way, Lin Feng encountered not a single person. Naturally, whenever he spotted any wandering zombies, he swiftly dealt with them. Each one eliminated meant a glimmer of hope for the living. Ah, damn it. Suddenly, a woman's voice echoed from a nearby alley, tinged with fear. In the next moment, a captivating woman clad in a flimsy top and a minuscule skirt dashed out from the alley, pursued by a zombie. The woman wielded a high-heeled shoe as a weapon, with another shoe lodged in the zombie's skull. The woman's scream seemed to attract the attention of zombies lurking in nearby houses, causing them to converge towards the commotion. Lin Feng cursed under his breath. This truly was an unwarranted disaster. At that moment, the woman spotted Lin Feng, and her eyes lit up with hope as she ran towards him without hesitation. "Big brother, help me." Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, pondering who she referred to as Big Brother. In that fleeting instant of distraction, the alluring woman had already reached him and dashed past. "I'm sorry," she began. But before she could finish her sentence, the pursuing zombie was obliterated by Lin Feng's punch. To Lin Feng, a mere ordinary zombie was nothing more than a trivial challenge. The woman's eyes widened in shock at the scene before her. Was this still a human being? "Run. Keep running." Lin Feng turned to the woman with a bemused expression. To him, saving others was merely a casual affair. However, the alluring woman had irked him. "I didn't mean to," she exclaimed, seemingly aware of her own indiscretion, yet feeling helpless. Just then, a rumbling sound emanated from her stomach, revealing that she had gone days without food. Lin Feng's initial ire dissipated at the sound. He, too, had once faced dire circumstances and would do anything to survive. With that thought, Lin Feng unleashed another punch, shattering yet another approaching zombie's skull. Turning away, he felt no inclination to engage further with the enchanting woman. He had people to save. Seeing Lin Feng dispatch another zombie with a punch, the alluring woman could no longer restrain herself and shouted, "As long as you save me, I am willing to be your woman." "No need," Lin Feng replied curtly. The enchanting woman furrowed her brow. Even before the catastrophe began, not even 100 Lin Fengs would have caught her interest. The suitors vying for her attention numbered not in the hundreds, but rather in the thousands. She held a profound confidence in her beauty. Yet she was taken aback when Lin Feng not only rejected her, but didn't he even pause in his stride. A flicker of defiance surged within her. But upon witnessing a zombie emerging from afar, her bravado swiftly dissipated, and she hurriedly ran barefoot towards Lin Feng. She thought, "I need not be your woman. Merely a morsel of food would suffice. A maid, a servant, or a warm companion would do." As she noticed Lin Feng's indifference and the surrounding zombies multiplying, her heart raced. Suddenly, Lin Feng halted his steps. A warm bed? Preposterous. How about she accompany him instead, with the food he had stored? Accommodating another person would pose no significant challenge. "Keep up. If you get devoured by the zombies, do not blame me," Lin Feng uttered coldly before resuming his journey towards the hospital. The woman's heart leapt with joy as she hastened to keep pace with him. Around them, zombies continued to emerge from alleys and shops, forcing the captivating woman to closely trail behind Lin Feng. However, walking barefoot and feeling famished soon took its toll, and she struggled to maintain his pace. At that moment, Lin Feng stopped before a shoe store. "I shall give you 3 minutes to select a pair of shoes," he declared, tossing her a bottle of water and a piece of bread. "Once the time is up, I will not wait for you." "What about the zombies?" she queried, gazing at the bread. Though her thirst was unbearable, she refrained from consuming it immediately. Their situation was precarious, to say the least. "Just be out in 5 minutes," Lin Feng instructed before charging towards the approaching zombies. The enchanting woman stood frozen as Lin Feng produced a sword seemingly from thin air, and the next moment, she dashed into the shoe store. Within 3 minutes, she emerged triumphantly, sporting a pair of athletic shoes, having devoured the bread in 3 swift bites. With some water remaining, she dared not drink it all at once. Upon her exit, she was greeted by a sight that left her aghast. The street, once teeming with zombies, was now littered with their lifeless forms, the stench nearly causing her to regurgitate the bread she had just consumed. All slain, she marveled, unable to fathom how those terrifying creatures had fallen so easily beneath his blade, as if he were squashing mere ants. "Stay close if you wish to live," Lin Feng commanded beneath the streetlight, wiping the black blood from his body. His mood was far from pleasant. Despite having dispatched over 20 ordinary zombies, he had yet to earn a single star. The enchanting woman, sensing his discontent, dared not inquire further and obediently trailed behind him. They traversed the path, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. Upon reaching the hospital entrance and eliminating 50 ordinary zombies, Lin Feng finally earned a star. Yet, he pondered, How would he navigate such a vast hospital? Chapter 19. Cultivation. Do you know how to locate someone? Lin Feng suddenly turned to the enchanting woman beside him and inquired. Are you searching for someone? Who is it? A female doctor. She replied. Do you want to go inside? This hospital seems rather ominous. It could be quite perilous. The alluring woman expressed with a hint of trepidation. Lin Feng nodded, acknowledging the palpable danger of the hospital. A glance around revealed countless red dots, some of which even glowed ominously. Clearly, there were zombies of the wandering corpse caliber within. You are right. Then you should remain here while I venture inside alone. With that, Lin Feng proceeded toward the hospital entrance. The enchanting woman, initially reassured, hesitated at the notion of being left behind. That was unacceptable. In the next moment, she sprinted to Lin Feng's side, leaning against his arm with a mixture of fear and determination. I believe it would be best for me to accompany you. A subtle smile crept across Lin Feng's lips. He found her rather amusing. Having her join their group would certainly stave off boredom. As they stepped into the hospital lobby, the distinctive scent of disinfectant had vanished, replaced by an overwhelming stench of decay. The floor bore scattered bloodstains, clear evidence that a battle had previously occurred here. Lin Feng glanced at the woman beside him. Her strength was notably feeble. She likely had managed to accidentally eliminate a single zombie. This was untenable. Having someone so weak by his side was impractical. While he could tolerate her presence for now, he did not accommodate the idol. I do not take on the idol. If you wish to accompany me further, you must prove your worth. Wasn't I supposed to be your maid? The woman appeared bewildered, unsure if he had changed his mind. Not in that sense. Your strength is too lacking. Encountering even a standard zombie could easily lead to your demise. How can you assist me with such weakness? The woman's expression hardened as comprehension dawned. She was indeed too weak to be of any use to him. Throughout their journey, Lin Feng had been the one to eliminate threats, while she felt like an inconsequential figure, merely serving tea and water. A surge of unnameable anger ignited within her. Did she really want to remain a mere ornament for the rest of her life? No, that was unacceptable. Teach me how to grow stronger, she implored, grasping Lin Feng's arm tightly, her eyes brimming with resolve. To slay zombies. With each one you dispatch, you will grow more powerful. Before the woman could ponder his words, Lin Feng stomped his foot on the ground, the resounding noise instantly capturing the attention of the zombies lurking within the hospital. What are you doing? Naturally. I am helping you grow stronger. He then thrust the dagger he had previously wielded into her hands. A low growl echoed as 3 zombies emerged from the shadows, their eyes turning a vivid crimson upon spotting Lin Feng and the woman, charging towards them with malevolent intent. Don't be ridiculous. 3 of them? How could I possibly fight them off? She screamed, bewildered by Lin Feng's audacity. Shouldn't he be introducing her to this gradually? Suddenly, a broadsword flew through the air, cleaving the 3 zombies in half with a single stroke. He did not have the luxury of time to allow her to kill them one by one. She could simply collect the spoils for now, and the finer techniques could be learned later. Finish them off, he commanded with an authoritative tone. The woman felt a sense of disbelief. Lin Feng was truly formidable. How was she supposed to deliver the finishing blow? She found herself at a loss. The last time she had slain a zombie, it had been due to the creature stumbling and breaking its own leg, leaving it unable to stand, which had granted her the opportunity to defeat it. Her hand trembled around the knife. Previously, she had fought for her life, but now she was expected to take the initiative to kill. A wave of inner terror surged within her. Lin Feng remained stationary for a time, not hurrying to depart. Everyone possesses an internal barrier, and he was willing to wait. However, if she could not overcome this hurdle, he was disinclined to squander more time on her. I will give you 1 minute. If you cannot kill them, there will be no need for you to follow me any longer, Lin Feng stated quietly. Conflicted emotions battled within the woman. She did not even know the name of the man beside her. Their meeting had lasted only a few hours, yet it had irrevocably altered her fate. What is your name? She suddenly demanded. Lin Feng. He replied. Remember, my name is Wei Ran. It seemed that uttering this phrase imbued Wei Ran with boundless strength. With a swift thrust, she drove the dagger into a zombie's skull. This effort seemed to exhaust her entirely. Suddenly, a hand covered hers, guiding the dagger's hilt to twist it deeper into the zombie's head. If you wish to survive in the future, follow my lead. With the twist of the dagger, the zombie was completely vanquished, collapsing lifelessly. You have earned 1 basic point. A message appeared in Wei Ran's mind. Lin Feng had already noticed her initial value of 342 and spoke up. Allocate it to strength. Wei Ran appeared to understand intuitively. Her strength increased by 1, and in Lin Feng's eyes, her value transformed into 442. Stop dawdling. Eliminate all 3 of those. With newfound courage, Wei Ran realized that killing zombies was not as terrifying as she had imagined. Gaining confidence, she mimicked Lin Feng's earlier actions and dispatched the remaining 2 with haste. Soon, her foundational value rose to 543. Although she remained weak, Lin Feng was unconcerned. With him present, her progress would accelerate effortlessly. However, her increase in power felt somewhat superficial, significantly diminishing her combat effectiveness. Let us proceed. Let us see if you have the opportunity to reach level 2 today. The first hospital of Hannan District was vast, with a single building towering 30 stories high and encompassing 4 underground levels. Even Lin Feng could not perceive its entirety. Searching for individuals was no simple task. Before long, Lin Feng led Wei Ran to the 2nd floor, choosing to forego the basement for the time being. That area was fraught with danger, and even his all-seeing eye could not discern its depths clearly. It was best to avoid unnecessary complications and focus on finding people before returning. On the 2nd floor, Lin Feng dispatched 5 zombies, all of which were subsequently handed over to Wei Ran to eliminate. Her foundational value surged to 755, now no longer weak. Her strength improved almost effortlessly, leading to a sense of excitement within her. Wait, I will allow 1 zombie for you to kill on your own. Upon hearing this, Wei Ran was utterly bewildered. Was she truly expected to kill it by herself? She felt a surge of fear. Lin Feng paid her no mind. He did not desire delicate flowers that could not withstand adversity. Thus, Wei Ran must master the ability to confront zombies head-on. Only then could he entrust her with the safety of their home. On the 3rd floor, the number of zombies multiplied, with 7 of them lurking in wait. The moment Lin Feng and his companion appeared, the creatures charged at them, particularly a male zombie clad in a white coat, whose strength was perilously close to that of a wandering corpse. In due time, he would likely ascend in power. With a swift strike, Lin Feng dispatched the creature, for it was beyond Wei Ran's capacity to handle. After severely injuring 5 others, he left the last one for her. One-on-one, it was a matter of life or death. Lin Feng declared before turning away, activating his all-seeing eye to its fullest extent, scanning above. Wei Ran's expression shifted dramatically as she brandished her dagger and engaged the zombie in combat. Though her techniques were unrefined and lacked coherence, she found her strength and speed enhanced by Lin Feng's presence, allowing her to hold her own against the zombie. Chapter 20. Reinforcements. Suddenly, Lin Feng's expression turned grave. On the 8th floor of the hospital, wandering corpses began to materialize. On the 9th floor, 4 appeared, and on the 10th, 5. As for the higher levels, they were shrouded in a dense fog, obscuring visibility as if concealed by some force. Magical artifacts. Lin Feng recalled something. Could it be that the presence of magical artifacts in this building was obstructing his all-seeing eye? Meanwhile, on the 17th floor of the hospital, Lu Ling sheltered the remaining medical personnel and a handful of patients. Clutching a massive scythe, her attire had transformed into a flowing black robe, with the pathways to the 18th and 16th floors blocked. This was the only reason they had managed to hold out thus far. However, their endurance was waning. They had gone without food for a full day and night. Earlier, they had sought help through a special passage, but the current situation remained uncertain. If aid did not arrive soon, she would truly be at her limit. On the 3rd floor, Wei Ran grew increasingly frustrated. Lin Feng dispatched the zombies with ease. Yet her struggles persisted. Even a clay figurine could muster some resistance. Imagining her dagger as a high-heeled shoe, she hurled it with vigor, piercing the zombie's skull directly. With its head penetrated, the zombie's vitality was extinguished, and it collapsed. Lin Feng glanced over, surprised at how Wei Ran had eliminated the zombie in such a manner. Was this a form of ranged attack? Perhaps it was worth nurturing this skill further. After dispatching a zombie, Wei Ran's fear diminished significantly. She retrieved her dagger and proceeded to execute the remaining zombies with precision. This time, she faced 6 zombies, her foundational strength soaring to 1076, her prowess ascending rapidly. Of course, much of this was owed to Lin Feng, akin to a seasoned player guiding a novice through a game, propelling her forward in the early stages. Yet, this method bore its drawbacks. The novice's strength might remain insufficient. However, this is only relevant for those of equal strength. Once Wei Ran elevates to level 2, she will essentially dominate the corpse-level zombies. Prepare yourself, as your opponents in the next layer will be 2 zombies, Lin Feng said indifferently. Wei Ran nodded. Sensing the explosive power within her, she no longer regarded the zombies as a significant threat. It felt rather trivial. Half an hour later, the duo reached the 7th layer, where Wei Ran successfully advanced to level 2 and transitioned to the Night Stalker class, acquiring the skill Target Lock. When Wei Ran awakened this skill, Lin Feng doubted his own eyes, for this individual seemed excessively fortunate. It was not merely a class awakening, rather, it was the talent skill Target Lock that Wei Ran had acquired. At first glance, it appeared inconsequential, merely enhancing her accuracy slightly. After all, she was just a sharpshooter. What was so remarkable about that? Only Lin Feng understood that this skill was not inferior to his all-seeing eye. Once Wei Ran locked onto a target, escape would be impossible. The subsequent layers confirmed the potency of this skill. After transitioning to Night Stalker, Wei Ran acquired a leather pouch on her waist, filled with numerous ironstone beads. Coupled with her newfound strength at level 2, she could dispatch an ordinary corpse with just 2 beads. Comparatively, it was an excellent class transition. Remember this feeling of perfect accuracy. Once you reach level 3 and complete your second transition, this skill will fade. You must master it before that happens, Lin Feng advised, drawing from the wisdom of his previous life. Meanwhile, he continued to ponder the intricacies of the Dragon Slayer technique. Wei Ran nodded. Throughout their journey, she had come to fully acknowledge Lin Feng. Not only was he knowledgeable, but he was also exceptionally powerful, even at the same level. She felt she could not endure more than 3 exchanges against him. Should we continue? Wei Ran, having tasted the sweetness of survival, wished to pursue further zombie hunting. However, beyond lay corpse-level zombies, and the ones above might swarm upon hearing any commotion. The difficulty was considerable, Lin Feng remarked gravely. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, the communicator in his arms beeped once more. Lin Feng, the military, upon learning of this situation, has contacted 2 nearby level 2 experts. If you have not yet engaged, you may wait for them. They should arrive shortly. Zhouzhen, Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Just who was this doctor? Initially, he had thought he was connected to the Qin family, but now even the military had begun to intervene. This forced him to re-evaluate the significance of this mission. It seemed far more complicated than he had anticipated. If things turned awry, he would retreat immediately. Very well, I hadn't intended to seek compensation. But the difficulty of this mission is too great. I require a strengthening potion, Lin Feng replied. The strengthening potion, exclusive to the military, was an elixir crafted from the essence of corpse-level zombies, significantly enhancing physical attributes. Naturally, such matters were classified. How do you know about the potion? Zhouzhen inquired, somewhat surprised, as he had only recently learned of its existence, rumored to have been developed just recently. 3 corpses in exchange for a single enhanced potion. Lin Feng remained silent. In his past life, this matter was not confidential, but circumstances had changed. Very well. If you can rescue Lu Ling, I shall offer you 1 enhanced potion. Zhouzhen gritted his teeth. He had only recently obtained one through connections, but now, for the sake of rescuing Lu Ling, he was willing to risk it all. Hearing that the other party was even willing to provide an enhanced potion piqued Lin Feng's curiosity. Who exactly was Lu Ling? Just wait a moment. There will be assistance shortly. Wei Ran, however, was indifferent, beginning to examine the pouch at her waist. The stone beads were not limitless. They regenerated 1 every 10 minutes, and the pouch could hold a maximum of 12. Aside from being somewhat unsightly, Wei Ran was quite pleased with the stone pouch. 10 minutes later, a man clad in purple entered the 7th floor of the hospital, wielding a large sword in his arms. Clearly having advanced to level 2 and completed his class transition. Race, human. Class, blade slave. Skill, flame blade, 2 stars. Under the all-seeing eye, the man's strength was laid bare, instantly discerned by Lin Feng. Are you Lin Feng? Indeed. Li Mu. The zombies below are all cleared by you. Li Mu spoke gravely. Sensing that these 2 were formidable, and that the military had summoned them for support, with Lin Feng being the main force. However, it seemed that the report did not mention a woman accompanying Lin Feng, and what an impressive figure she was. Momentarily, Li Mu's gaze was captivated by Wei Ran. Look again, and I'll gouge out your eyes. Wei Ran's expression twisted with disgust as she regarded Li Mu. She loathed men who thought with their lower halves. Look at Lin Feng. He himself has stated he needs warmth, yet even he is unwilling. Li Mu chuckled awkwardly, retracting his gaze. With so many present, he could not afford to sour relations. Before long, another man approached, brandishing a fire axe, his body smeared with black blood. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. It was evident this individual had also fought his way through a horde of zombies. Black Pipe, why is there another person? Black Pipe immediately fixed his gaze on Wei Ran, a hint of murderous intent emanating from him. She is mine. It would be wise to suppress your hostility, otherwise, I may be compelled to eliminate you. Chapter 21. The threat of death. Black Pipe's expression hardened, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. His gaze toward Lin Feng now tinged with a touch of brutality, as if eyeing a cherished toy. Meanwhile, Li Mu felt a chill run down his spine. Wondering if both were madmen, ready to clash upon their first meeting, Wei Ran discreetly reached for her waist, prepared to strike at any moment. She too was unsettled by Black Pipe's predatory gaze, akin to being targeted by a wild wolf. Her instincts screamed that this man was exceedingly dangerous. Race, human. Class, executioner. Skill, throat-slitting. Upon glimpsing the details of Black Pipe's skills through the all-seeing eye, Lin Feng's expression shifted. Today he had encountered a potential killer. Ultimately, Black Pipe reigned in his murderous intent. He was here today to save someone. First, one must attend to the matter at hand. Otherwise, it would be difficult to account to the military. Primarily, the conditions imposed by the military were exceedingly challenging to refuse. Otherwise, he would not have hesitated to engage in a battle with Lin Feng today. Observing He Guan's capitulation, he felt a tinge of disappointment, but chose not to dwell on the issue further, for saving lives took precedence. On the 8th floor, the presence of swimming corpses had become apparent, and the strength of the adversaries increased with each ascending level, accompanied by a multitude of decaying bodies. Trust was scarce, and they agreed that if problems arose, they would share the burden equally. If they could not resolve the situation, they would simply retreat. With that, Lin Feng led Wei Ran directly to the 8th floor. Do not rush into action. Your recovery speed for the stone bead is too sluggish. Wait for the opportune moment to strike, and I shall handle the rest, Lin Feng whispered to Wei Ran. Upon hearing about the swimming corpses above, He Guan's face lit up with excitement, and he dashed upwards, leaving Li Mu feeling exasperated. These individuals were undoubtedly mad. By the time Lin Feng reached the 8th level, He Guan was already engaged in combat with the swimming corpses and had gained the upper hand. Li Mu frowned. He sensed that He Guan was stronger, and coupled with his wild fervor, he doubted his own ability to contend with him. Kill. 3 minutes later, all the zombies on the 8th floor were vanquished, and He Guan had smashed a swimming corpse's head with a single blow. Having slain a swimming corpse, He Guan's strength surged once more, and he looked at Lin Feng with an eager glint in his eyes. I have warned you not to exhibit any murderous intent towards me. With a swift transformation, Lin Feng summoned his broadsword, having not even needed it against the earlier decaying bodies. In an instant, he closed the 5-meter distance to stand before He Guan and, before his opponent could react, brought the sword down with force. He Guan's heart raced with fear. How formidable! The impact sent him flying, his fire axe cleaved in twain. Just as the sword was about to strike He Guan directly, a butcher's knife intercepted the blow, barely absorbing the force of the strike. It is my turn now. He Guan's expression was wild as he prepared to retaliate, but before he could utter a word, Lin Feng unleashed another devastating strike. Crash! He Guan, lacking sufficient strength, could not even activate his skills and was sent hurtling backwards, colliding with numerous objects and creating a cacophony of sound. Roar! On the 9th floor, 5 swimming corpses sensed something amiss and began charging downward, the staircase resembling a stampede of beasts. Suddenly, the ceiling shattered as a disfigured hand of a zombie burst through the floorboards, crashing down and connecting the 8th and 9th floors. A horde of zombies leaped through the breach. Wei Ran's complexion turned pale, her hand clutching her waist pouch tightly. The scene was genuinely terrifying. Li Mu silently cursed. The number of zombies was outrageously excessive, and more critically, amidst such chaos, they still had the audacity to fight. Glancing over, he saw He Guan buried amidst a pile of cabinets, his chest a gruesome mess, motionless. What are you staring at? Kill! Lin Feng bellowed, charging towards the swimming corpse that had broken through the floor, while Li Mu grimaced, raising his weapon to join the fray. Wei Ran did not resort to using the stone beads. Instead, she ingeniously utilized the items within the hospital as throwing knives to commence her rescue efforts. Fortunately, The wandering corpses on the 9th floor were of the most basic level. Lin Feng, employing his skills in the dragon-slaying strike, swiftly severed the head of one within mere moves, thereby augmenting the power of his dragon-slaying strike once more. He single-handedly faced 2 of the remaining 3 wandering corpses while Li Mu engaged the third. As the other decayed corpses approached Lin Feng, they were swiftly dispatched by his broadsword. However, Li Mu soon found himself in a precarious situation. Had it not been for Wei Ran's support, he would have been overwhelmed and perished. Li Mu felt exasperated. Had Lin Feng not eliminated the black tube earlier, their current predicament would have been vastly more manageable. Bloodburst. It seemed as if Lin Feng sensed Li Mu's thoughts, as he smirked mockingly, deeming the foes mere trash that could be so easily intimidated. With renewed vigor, Lin Feng activated Bloodburst, drastically enhancing his strength. A swift double slash cleaved one wandering corpse in 2, causing another to tremble in fear as it attempted to flee, only to find Lin Feng's double strike descending upon it. With a sickening thud, the second corpse's head was severed, gaining 3 skill points in quick succession. Lin Feng immediately upgraded his dragon-slaying strike to 6 stars, reserving the final skill point for later use. Seizing the moment while the power of Bloodburst still surged within him, he swept his sword horizontally, cleaving through a multitude of decayed corpses in a single stroke. Li Mu swallowed hard, truly astonished by Lin Feng's ferocity. With Lin Feng clearing the surrounding corpses, Li Mu felt a significant reduction in pressure and fervently attacked the remaining wandering corpse, as if fearing Lin Feng might snatch away the spoils. 5 minutes later, all the zombies were eradicated, leaving Li Mu and Wei Ran looking rather grim. The battle had taken a heavy toll on them. Healing. Lin Feng cast a healing spell on himself, fully alleviating the minor injuries and adverse effects caused by Bloodburst. In moments like this, Lin Feng experienced a wave of relief, a sensation that emboldened him to engage in combat without fear of injury. Li Mu watched in astonishment as Lin Feng's wounds healed rapidly, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. A healer? A dual class? Wei Ran's eyes sparkled. She understood the significance of a healer in this era, which meant she could afford to be reckless without fear of injury. With a deep exhale, Lin Feng expelled a breath of pent-up frustration, retrieved his pack, and began to replenish his energy. Observing this, Wei Ran, unashamed, hurried over to join him in eating. After all, she was now under Lin Feng's care. What was wrong with sharing a meal? Li Mu, watching Lin Feng and Wei Ran enjoying their food, felt a pang of sadness, reminiscing about the hardships he had endured. Could it be that Li Mu murmured softly? Lin Feng remained silent, turning to Wei Ran and stating, "I have a little housekeeper at home. From now on, you will be responsible for watching over it. As for the items here, you can manage them as you see fit." Wei Ran felt a warmth in her heart. Lin Feng entrusted her with such an important matter. Regardless of the housekeeper's identity, she was unconcerned. With Lin Feng's formidable prowess, his housekeeper would undoubtedly be a strong individual as well. As for Li Mu, she was completely disregarded. She had not forgotten the glance he had cast her way moments earlier. Had it not been for Lin Feng's protection, she could only imagine the grim fate that awaited her. Li Mu offered a sheepish smile, filled with regret for having entertained thoughts about Wei Ran. Meanwhile, Lin Feng consumed his meal while elevating his all-seeing eye to 3 stars, casting another glance upward. Goodness, how could there still be so many? Chapter 22, Fire Assault. Gazing at the horde of zombies on the higher floors of the hospital, Lin Feng felt a sense of helplessness. There were simply too many. Each level was no less formidable than the 9th, and he sensed that even larger foes might be lurking above. It seemed there were some green dots near the 17th floor, likely the hiding place of the doctors. Observing the densely packed red dots representing zombies, Lin Feng felt a headache coming on. He was strong, yet still human, and fatigue was inevitable. The recent battle had appeared effortless, but the prolonged use of Dragon Slayer had begun to take its toll on him. Should he abandon this endeavor? Was it truly worth it for a dose of enhancement potion? At that moment, a disturbance erupted from the area where the black pipe lay buried, startling Li Mu. That creature was still alive. Lin Feng was not surprised at all. The all-seeing eye revealed everything, and he had known that the creature had merely been knocked unconscious by overwhelming force. Although injured, death was far from imminent. "Take me on as your subordinate." The black pipe's gaze towards Lin Feng was filled with excitement, even a hint of fervor. It was an admiration for strength. Clearly, Lin Feng's prowess had captivated him. He had sensed that Lin Feng had held back during their earlier encounter. Otherwise, The second strike of the wide sword would not have merely struck his weapon, but would have severed his head. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng remained silent, whereas Wei Ran grew anxious. Why was there now a rival for Lin Feng's attention? If this creature were to follow Lin Feng, her future aspirations for advancement would become significantly more challenging, as she would have to forfeit half of her gains. At this moment, Lin Feng experienced a sudden realization. While there was a certain freedom in solitary endeavors, it was not always the most effective approach. As in the current situation, if he were alone, the idea of launching an assault would be nothing short of a fantasy. It seemed the time had come to recruit some allies. To achieve levels 3 and 4 in the future, territory would need to be seized. Let us set aside the matter of subordinates for now. Our priority is saving lives. Should you dare to show any intent to kill, you shall meet your demise, Lin Feng declared, subsequently casting a healing spell upon the black pipe, instantly brightening its eyes. This healing spell significantly alleviated its injuries. With the black pipe's addition, their collective strength had greatly increased, prompting Lin Feng to decide to ascend 2 more floors. If it proved too arduous, he would not force the issue. 3 hours later, Lin Feng and his companions slumped on the 13th floor of the hospital, utterly exhausted, surrounded by the corpses of zombies. Wei Ran had exhausted all 15 stone balls in her pouch. Indeed, amidst the skirmish, they had successfully elevated their lock-on to 3 stars. And they were not far from reaching 4 stars. The recovery speed and quantity of the stone balls had also improved. All their abilities have seen a marked enhancement, with even Lin Feng elevating his Dragon Slayer to an 8-star level, while his all-purpose eye and healing art have both advanced to 3 stars, representing a significant surge in power. However, despite these improvements, they find themselves powerless. Li Mu has suffered a grievous wound, pierced through the abdomen by a formidable wandering corpse. Had it not been for Lin Feng's quick reflexes, who swiftly pulled him out of the combat zone and administered a healing spell, he might well have met his demise. Higuo is no better off, lying on the ground, unwilling to stir. With 3 floors remaining until the 17th level, these 3 levels loom before them like a divine punishment, instilling a sense of despair. Should we continue? Wei Ran's pallid complexion reveals her exhaustion. Though she has remained unscathed while providing ranged support, even lifting her arms has become an arduous task. Lin Feng shook his head. Persisting in their assault would surely lead to death. He sensed an exceptionally powerful wandering corpse lurking on the 16th floor, likely akin to the 3-headed monstrosity they had encountered earlier. It was but a step away from evolving into a leader. Lin Feng's mind raced as he sought to recover his strength while devising a strategy. Having expended such effort, he was unwilling to concede defeat easily. Moreover, this building might contain magical artifacts, and he was determined to obtain them. If all else fails, he would resort to incendiary tactics. Block the staircase. I intend to set the Lei Feng Tower ablaze, Lin Feng declared with a serious demeanor. Wouldn't he that mean incinerating Lu Ling and the others as well? Li Mu expressed his astonishment. Has Lin Feng completely lost his mind? No, they have completely sealed the route from the 16th to the 17th floor. A fire will surely force the zombies to flee, came the response. The expressions of the group were grave. This was not an ideal plan. Yet it had become their sole recourse. They had already established contact, and the military was ensnared by the zombies surrounding the obelisk, leaving them without reinforcements. Otherwise, a few helicopters could have easily dealt with these undead. The group began gathering flammable materials, piling them at the foot of the staircase, knowing that once ignited, the fire would spread rapidly. With preparations complete, Lin Feng suddenly shattered a window and shouted upwards, Lu Ling, we are here to rescue you. If you are alive, heed my words. We are about to ignite a fire to eliminate these zombies. Find a safe place to hide. In 5 minutes, I will break through the floor to save you. His voice resonated, causing the zombies above to stir restlessly. Yet Lin Feng would not grant them the opportunity. He immediately ignited the pile of materials. In an instant, a fierce blaze erupted, quickly engulfing the 13th floor and moving toward the 14th. The echoes of anguished howls filled the air, the sounds of zombies being consumed by the flames, struggling and fleeing, while Lin Feng and the others retreated to the 12th floor. No matter how tumultuous the zombies became, they would wait a full 10 minutes before acting again. The zombies, unable to withstand the searing heat, congregated on the 16th floor, yet the passage was entirely compromised, rendering them helpless. With a resounding crash, the most formidable of the zombies smashed through the layers of flooring, racing downward. A vast chasm extended from the 16th floor down to the 13th. In a state of terror, the zombies leaped into the abyss like dumplings, fleeing downward. During this tumultuous descent, numerous decaying corpses were incinerated, trampled, or met their demise by leaping from heights, amounting to several dozen. On the 12th floor, where Lin Feng and his companions sought refuge, a grotesque head split open in the middle, resembling a gaping maw, while its hands morphed into a pair of scythes. It sniffed the air, seemingly detecting something. Lin Feng's expression turned grave, for this creature was the very behemoth he had sensed earlier. However, the pervasive stench of charred flesh prevented the zombies from locating Lin Feng and his companions, who swiftly made their way downwards. In a mere 5 minutes, Lin Feng led the trio upward to the second level. As long as they avoided the high-temperature zones, the flames were insufficient to claim their lives. Even when confronted by fire, Lin Feng cleaved through it with a single stroke of his sword. Upon reaching the 16th floor, they found it utterly desolate, littered with the charred remains of zombies, the odor repugnant. Yet Lin Feng and his companions had no time to dwell on such matters. He sliced through to the 17th floor. Although thick smoke billowed, the flames had not yet spread significantly and were well contained. Suddenly, Lin Feng heard a faint sound. With a sweep of his all-seeing eye, he discovered Lu Ling and her companions hiding in a restroom. What a clever hiding place. There were only a handful of them. Their faces pale. They needed to get them down first. Chapter 23. Covering the retreat without further deliberation. Lin Feng and his companions leaped through the passage to the 14th floor. The remaining few were dropped down one by the black pipe, with Lin Feng catching them below. The flames intensified, racing up the passage from the 17th floor, encroaching upon the 18th. A deafening roar erupted as the zombies above began to flee, akin to dogs bereft of their homes. At that moment, a light drizzle began to fall from the sky, and the flames, having ascended to the 19th floor, finally ceased their advance. Regrettably, the remaining 4 floors were teeming with zombies, and the fire could not cleanse them in one fell swoop. On the top floor, a zombie with an exceptionally long tongue fixated its gaze on the ground below. Yet it did not depart. Before it floated a stone adorned with purple patterns. This formidable zombie, having reached the commander level, was there to guard it. Lin Feng and his companions only halted upon reaching the 10th floor, distributing the provisions from their packs to Lu Ling and the others, finally managing to rescue them. Li Mu and He Guan, recalling the rewards of their mission, were filled with excitement. Lin Feng regarded Lu Ling with utmost reverence. The Death Reaper class was exceptionally unique, and should she continue on this path, her future in the realm of the undead would be remarkable. The mark awakened by Lu Ling was at least black in hue, while red required a stroke of fortune. In the previous life, in Han City, the number of demon hunters who awakened red marks did not exceed 10. The significant attention from Zhou Zhun and the military towards her was likely connected to Lu Ling's awakening as a Death Reaper. The white lab coat worn by LV Ling had long been stained black, and her complexion was far from pleasant, yet she bore no visible injuries, which clearly indicated her formidable strength. Dr. LV, Lin Feng inquired, Zhou Zhun sent me to rescue you. Now that the task is accomplished, what are your plans moving forward? Having successfully extricated them, Lin Feng had no intention of further involvement. He was no saint and could not afford to support the more than 10 individuals present. A frown creased LV Ling's brow, her surprise evident at Lin Feng's lack of concern for their plight, given their current state. The notion of reaching the military base to the east was nearly absurd. Do you intend to stand by and watch these people perish? She queried, her dissatisfaction palpable. So many have already succumbed. Look at those zombies. They were once vibrant lives. Why do you not attempt to save them? Hundreds of thousands have died in Han City. What can you possibly do about it? Lin Feng replied coldly, never one to show leniency towards those he deemed overly sentimental. Disregarding LV Ling, Lin Feng produced a communicator and began reaching out to Zhou Zhun. I've rescued the people. Whether they can make it to the eastern base is entirely up to their own fortune. After a brief pause, Zhou Zhun responded. Is there no way to bring them over? Impossible. It's far too dangerous. Either you come to escort them yourself, or they must make their own way. They are not alone, and I can do nothing. Lin Feng firmly rejected Zhou Zhun's request. Don't forget about my enhancement serum. Zhou Zhun lamented from a building at the eastern base, his face a mask of helplessness. They were genuinely short on manpower, especially with the urgent needs at the obelisk. However, having already sacrificed an enhancement serum, they could not simply abandon the situation. That would be a true loss. Lin Feng, please convey a message to LV Ling. She must come alone. Zhou Zhen's final words echoed with desperation. Lin Feng smiled slightly. It appeared that the eastern base was indeed entangled in some pressing issue, for no faction would willingly forsake someone awakened as a reaper of death. Zhou Zhen wants you to go alone. As for the others, you'll have to figure that out yourself. Lin Feng coldly informed LV Ling before preparing to leave. Li Mu and He Guan both shook their heads. They had also contacted military personnel, receiving the same response. No assistance could be rendered. LV Ling's fury was palpable. These individuals were clearly capable, yet chose not to help. Indeed, many have died, but saving even one is better than nothing. Ultimately, she fell silent. Recognizing that surviving was already a challenge, and risking her life for strangers was indeed unreasonable. Let us go, Lin Feng said with a stern expression as he descended the stairs, deciding not to wade through this murky situation. Behind him, Wei ran and He Guan hurried to keep pace. While Li Mu, though choosing not to accompany Lin Feng, also rose to depart, clearly unwilling to intervene. LV Ling's countenance darkened to an extreme. Were these people made of stone? Dr. LV, what shall we do now? A woman suddenly inquired of LV Ling, expressing that they had lost everything and that LV Ling had become their sole reliance. Following them, there was no escape with their intimidation. At least there remained a chance for survival. Thus, LV Ling led the group behind Lin Feng, moving at a slow pace, gradually trailing the three. Lin Feng, sensing the movement of LV Ling and the others, furrowed his brow. They had latched onto him. Consequently, Lin Feng quickened his pace. Wei Ran frowned as she observed LV Ling carrying an injured child, her heart aching with a sense of guilt. Another woman, unable to endure any longer, collapsed to the ground. Yet, LV Ling did not give up on her. With one arm cradling the child and the other helping the woman, she steadfastly followed Lin Feng. Li Mu, unable to bear the sight, turned and vanished around a corner, while He Guan remained unfazed, solely admiring the strong, showing no interest in these individuals. Suddenly, another person fell, and Wei Ran could no longer stand idly by. She assisted the fallen individual. You're fine, let us go? He won't abandon us. Wei Ran smiled, though anxiety gnawed at her. She was uncertain whether Lin Feng would indeed care, if he chose to ignore them, despite her inability to voice her disappointment. It would weigh heavily on her heart, signifying that one day, when she lost her worth, Lin Feng would likewise forsake her. At that moment, Lin Feng and He Guan abruptly halted, prompting a bitter smile from Wei Ran. Are you truly so callous? A gigantic figure approached, and He Yin placed a hand on his blade, an aura of murderous intent enveloping him. You take them away, I will hold the rear. Lin Feng thought helplessly, realizing he could not simply stand by as others perished. Go. He Guan said no more, swiftly pulling a man unable to move and retreating. The approaching giant was immensely powerful. Wei Ran wore a smile, relieved that Lin Feng did not disappoint her. But suddenly, a zombie burst forth from behind a wall. The formidable ghoul with blades for hands they had seen earlier. Run. Head to the Fuyuan community. Without looking back, Lin Feng charged at the zombie with his sword. If he could not stop it, everyone would perish today. LV Ling also witnessed this scene, her face revealing hesitation. Shouldn't they stay to assist? Go. Our presence will only be a burden. At this moment, He Guan displayed the most rationality, fully aware of Lin Feng's and the zombie's strength. Remaining there would only render them liabilities. Chapter 24, Ninefold Strength Race, Human Zombie Level, Roaming Zombie Talent, Sword of Death, 9 stars Weakness, Blind. Relies on hearing to sense prey. The all-seeing eye scanned, and all information regarding the zombie rapidly appeared in Lin Feng's mind. The 9-star roaming zombie was indeed formidable. Yet Lin Feng felt he possessed the capability to fight back. The all-seeing eye could entirely erase this disparity. With its acute hearing, he would then create chaos. Lin Feng had no intention of lingering. This was no benevolent ground, and the longer he delayed, the more unfavorable it would become for him. With a swift kick, he sent debris flying, and sounds reverberated from all directions. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng closed in and struck at the zombie. The creature, momentarily bewildered by the surrounding noises, reacted just as Lin Feng's sword was about to descend upon its head. It raised its sword hand defensively, blocking the blow. Lin Feng's expression shifted. He realized he was up against a formidable opponent. The creature's hearing was astonishingly acute, able to detect the sound of his sword. This was troublesome. Bloodburst. Dragon Slayer. Lin Feng unleashed his most potent technique, hoping to overpower his adversary. Yet, even with the blood burst, the disparity between them was merely equalized. The dual swords wielded by the zombie were exceptionally sharp, and for a moment, Lin Feng found himself at a disadvantage. At that juncture, the commotion attracted other zombies, converging from all sides. With a decisive swing, Lin Feng created distance between them, his gaze filled with gravitas. He had no choice. It was time to employ that ultimate move. In his previous life, aside from the bloodburst, his most formidable strike was the moon arc. In Lin Feng's hands, the broadsword seemed to possess a life of its own, dancing with the wind as it traced a crescent arc through the air. The brilliant sword light aimed directly at the zombie. Faced with this attack, the zombie was taken aback, its head splitting into 6 fragments as it swung its swords desperately at the incoming light. However, the sword light, almost sentient, deftly evaded the creature's blades, descending like moonlight, and struck the zombie's head. Yet, Lin Feng was not unscathed. The forced alteration of his sword's trajectory inflicted harm upon himself, causing his arm to crack and bleed profusely. This was a technique that inflicted 1,000 points of damage upon the enemy, while wounding oneself by 800, ordinarily. Lin Feng would refrain from using it unless in a dire situation. With the Dragon Slayer technique reaching a new pinnacle, he was now a mere star away from perfection. Moreover, Lin Feng was elated to have awakened his second innate skill, the ninefold strength. However, there was no time to assess its potency now. Enduring the excruciating pain, Lin Feng severed the zombie's arms. Its blades were remarkably sharp, rivaling the broad sword in his grasp. With a bit of refinement, they would undoubtedly become formidable weapons. At that moment, zombies had encircled him from all sides. Clutching the severed blades, Lin Feng executed the Dragon Slayer, unleashing 3 successive arcs of sword light that swiftly carved a passageway through the horde. The zombies were unable to close the gap in time, and Lin Feng seized the opportunity to escape, pursuing the direction in which Wei Ran and the others had fled. The zombie army attempted to pursue him, but the elongated-tongued zombie atop the building let out a low growl, causing them to halt and fall into silence. The long-tongued creature regarded the direction Lin Feng had taken, deep in thought, yet ultimately remained stationary. Nothing was more important than the black stone before it. Half an hour later, Lin Feng finally caught up to Wei Ran and the others. His arm's wounds had been healed with restorative magic, though the blood that had seeped out was less easily concealed. Ahead, a group of people moved slowly, with a black pipe leading the way. Fortunately, the Fuyuan community where he resided was not far from the first hospital, and he had nearly cleared the road of zombies by the time he arrived. Otherwise, it would have been exceedingly difficult for them to reach their destination before nightfall. As night descended, the danger would intensify. Lin Feng silently approached the group, his expression still grim. Despite his substantial supplies, he feared it would not sustain such a large number of people for long. "You're back?" Wei Ran's face lit up with joy. Although she recognized Lin Feng's strength, she still felt anxious about leaving him behind. "We must hurry. Some creatures become perilous after dark," Lin Feng stated coldly, assuming the role of a leader, while directing He Guan to assist some of the injured, urging everyone to move swiftly. At 6:20 p.m., they reached the Fuyuan community. Pointing towards the second building, he remarked, "Most of the inhabitants have left. Although food is scarce, there should be some daily necessities inside. You can take shelter there." He Guan also sought a place to rest and clear the surrounding zombies. He nodded, considering it a trivial matter as long as he could stay with Lin Feng. Lu Ling wiped the fine sweat from her forehead. She felt utterly exhausted after the past few days, scarcely having closed her eyes for fear that if she fell asleep, she might never awaken again. Since arriving here, perhaps due to Lin Feng's presence, she inexplicably felt a sense of security. "What about me?" Seeing Lin Feng arrange accommodations for the others without mentioning her, Wei Ran grew anxious. Lin Feng regarded her with a look of incredulity. "You are now my bed warmer, so naturally, you will return with me." With that, he strode towards the door, suspecting that Tuan was growing impatient. Wei Ran, taken aback, found herself flustered. She never anticipated that Lin Feng genuinely wanted her to warm his bed. She was not prepared for such a development. Lu Ling furrowed her brow, grasping Wei Ran's hand, and resolutely stated, "You can sleep with me." After pondering, Wei Ran ultimately declined Lu Ling's offer. This was a request she had made herself, not one Lin Feng had imposed. She simply was not ready for it, her first time. With a resigned sigh, she followed Lin Feng. At the door, Lin Feng observed the trembling Wei Ran behind him and could not help but feel a spark of amusement. This woman truly was somewhat naive. Crack. Who is it? I have a gun. It's me. Upon hearing Lin Feng's voice, Tuan Tuan let out a sigh of relief. She eagerly opened the door and embraced Lin Feng tightly. He had been gone for a day, and she had worried throughout. Hey, there's a big sister too. Tuan Tuan noticed Wei ran behind Lin Feng, who, in turn, recognized the porcelain-like doll that was Tuan Tuan. What a lovely little girl. Are you his daughter? Wei Ran instinctively inquired. I'm not Lin Feng Gij's daughter. Are you Lin Feng Gij's girlfriend? Tuan Tuan asked, clutching her doll with an intrigued expression. Wei Ran was momentarily taken aback by the term girlfriend. As she contemplated, Wei Ran was suddenly filled with sorrow. How wonderful it would be if she were truly Lin Feng's girlfriend. Lin Feng wore a look of exasperation. These two individuals seemed to engage in conversation the moment they met. Please take them some food later. I need to take a shower first, he said. Placing the little girl, Tuan Tuan, down and paying no further attention to the two women. Aware of the impending water shortage, Lin Feng had already procured 3 large barrels to store ample water. As long as it was used judiciously, there would be no problem at all. Upon entering the room, Wei Ran couldn't help but exclaim, so much food. Moreover, there was the prospect of a shower. Her heart raced with excitement. It had been nearly a week since her last bath. It felt like a slice of paradise. Chapter 25. The Demon Realm. Little sister, what is your name? Wei Ran inquired, taking Tuan Tuan's hand with a gaze full of affection. After days of living in fear, arriving at Lin Feng's home granted her a sense of familial warmth. Tuan Tuan, what a lovely name. Are you Lin Feng's biological sister? She asked. No. I was also brought back by brother Lin Feng. My task is to help him look after the house. I manage all these things. I heard you plan to take some items, but you mustn't take too much. Tuan Tuan replied, her expression one of pride. Wei Ran was momentarily lost in thought. Recalling that Lin Feng had mentioned a little housekeeper in his home, it must be Tuan Tuan. Did this mean she would have to coexist with a young girl? With only 3 of them in total, her position would certainly be the least significant. Though Wei Ran felt somewhat speechless, she believed that with her charm, winning over a little girl would pose no challenge. In time, this residence would undoubtedly be under her influence. Regardless, it was infinitely preferable to being with the group led by Lu Ling in the adjacent building. Under Tuan Tuan's guidance, Wei Ran delivered some food and drink to Lu Ling and the others next door. Not much, but sufficient to satisfy their hunger. Even so, Tuan Tuan looked on with reluctance, complaining for quite some time. In her eyes, all these items belonged to Lin Feng. Even I have to work to earn my food. Why should those people get any for doing nothing? By the way, Sister Wei, why did brother Lin Feng bring you back? He said only by working could you choose 3 items to eat. Tuan Tuan suddenly asked, her demeanor cautious. I am Wei Ran, she replied, her face flushing. Previously, when she mentioned coming to warm Lin Feng's bed, it was said out of necessity, and now, speaking such things in front of a little girl made her feel quite embarrassed. Moreover, with Tuan Tuan present, it would be inappropriate to engage in any scandalous activities. At that moment, Lin Feng emerged from the shower, looking considerably refreshed. She will be your assistant. Let her handle the household chores. Like you, she can choose 3 items each day. Keep an eye on her. Do not let her eat more than necessary. Wei Ran felt speechless. Was she truly that kind of person? Nonetheless, the items in Lin Feng's home were undeniably tempting. May I take a shower? She asked plaintively. It's been a week, and I feel so unclean. As a woman, she naturally cherished her beauty. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, finding it quite bothersome. Indeed, living alone was much more comfortable. He returned to his room and retrieved a shirt and shorts to toss to Wei Ran. I don't have any clothes that fit you, so make do with this. Wei Ran accepted the garments, and although they were made of rather ordinary fabric, a stark contrast to her previous outfits that cost thousands, she felt no disdain. Being able to take a shower was already a significant blessing. Thank you. Gazing out at the sky, Lin Feng noticed the moon, a rare sight today, appearing with a hint of crimson after the apocalypse. Tuan Tuan sat nearby, clutching her panda plushie. With 3 snacks laid out before her, her rewards for the day, though she had yet to indulge. The sight of Wei Ran reminded her of her parents. And after such a long time without news of them, she understood, despite her tender age, that they might never return. Are you thinking of your mom and dad? Lin Feng discerned the little one's thoughts and inquired with concern. Tuan Tuan nodded, tightly hugging her panda, feeling a pang of sadness. She could see that Lin Feng returned home weary each day and did not want him to worry about her. Thus, she waited at the door for his return, fearing that one day he too might disappear, leaving her alone once more. Lin Feng approached and gently ruffled Tuan Tuan's hair. "Don't worry, with Sister Wei here. You won't be bored all alone." Tuan Tuan nodded, her face lighting up with a joyful smile. "I will keep a close watch on the snacks. So Sister Wei, one tea sneak any. Hey, I can't hear you two plotting against me." No. It's just that Sister Wei's eyes sparkled at the sight of the snacks earlier. "I can only choose 3 each day, so I mustn't let her take any." Tuan Tuan laughed. As the three engaged in light-hearted conversation, they resembled a happy family, with their little corner of the community illuminated by candlelight. A rare beacon in the darkened Han city. Meanwhile, the neighboring building was left to darkness, forced to sleep without such comforts. However, Lu Ling and the others felt fortunate. Not only were they safe from zombies, but they also had blankets and beds, a far cry from their hospital days. For the first time in many days, Lu Ling experienced a restful sleep. She could only think about taking a shower, as she was covered in the stench of zombie blood. 10 minutes later, Wei Ran emerged from her bath. Although clad in Lin Feng's clothes, the shirt struggled to conceal her alluring figure, with her curves almost spilling forth. Letting down her previously tied hair transformed her from a sultry temptress to a pure, youthful spirit. Lin Feng could not help but swallow hard, a surge of unnameable heat rising within him. Under the enchanting moonlight, with a beautiful companion by his side, he was nevertheless distracted by a little one demanding his attention to recount the day's stories. "What are you two discussing?" Wei Ran broke the awkward silence by asking a question. The moment she recalled her earlier remark about warming Lin Feng's bed, she felt a deep sense of regret. Why did she not choose her words more wisely? "Brother Lin Feng, you were telling me about your day, and it sounded so fascinating," exclaimed Tuan Tuan with excitement. Wei Ran forced a smile. Fascinating? Had it not been for Lin Feng, she might not have survived. "Lin Feng, tonight you should sleep with Tuan Tuan in the big bed. I will take the guest room." Before she could finish her thought, Lin Feng interrupted her, stating that now was not the time for such discussions. Upon hearing this, Wei Ran let out a sigh of relief. If Lin Feng truly intended to act upon something, there would be little she could do. Strangely, she found herself not entirely opposed to the idea. With her worries dissipated, Wei Ran happily engaged in play with Tuan Tuan. On July 9th, the 5th day since the catastrophe, Lin Feng had just risen, and Tuan Tuan began preparing breakfast. Although it was merely simple milk and bread, the sensation was undeniably pleasant. Did Wei Ran's sister sleep well? She was sleeping like a log, Tuan Tuan remarked, though she did not mind, as she had found comfort in sleeping beside Wei Ran the previous night. "Don't mind her," Lin Feng replied, somewhat speechless. He had initially sought Wei Ran's help in caring for Tuan Tuan, yet now it seemed the roles had reversed. As he picked up a piece of bread, Lin Feng gazed towards the northern obelisk, which now loomed ominously, transformed into a colossal nest of corpses. Moreover, it was evident that a leader-level zombie had emerged there. Otherwise, such a congregation of zombies would not remain undisturbed. Suddenly, Lin Feng's pupils constricted. The sky over Han City appeared unusually different today, tinged with a purplish-red hue. While others might overlook it, Lin Feng felt a surge of alarm within. What could this mean? The day of the demonic realm's opening seemed to have arrived prematurely. Chapter 26. Change. Lin Feng understood that the purplish-red phenomenon was an omen of the impending convergence between the demonic realm and the human world. The rain of zombie blood was the handiwork of the underworld, a signal from the Forerunners, vast in number and impact. Once the two realms united, demonic creatures would cross over, and though they might not be numerous, each would be immensely powerful. The weakest among them would be at the leader level. In his past life, the portal to the demonic realm had opened half a month after the catastrophe, and during that time, many level 3 entities emerged among humans, allowing them to withstand the onslaught of leader-level demons. However, if the portal were to open prematurely, unleashing a multitude of leader-level monsters, Lin Feng could hardly fathom the disaster that would befall Han City once more. Lin Feng clenched his fists. Despite his earnest efforts, it felt insufficient. Indeed, woefully inadequate. Once the portal to the demonic realm opened, he would be unable to protect anyone, let alone himself. It appeared he must hasten his progress, perfect a few more skills, and urgently develop the final skill, which remained elusive. As for the ninefold force, Lin Feng had discerned the previous night that it represented a form of power accumulation, distinct from the dragon-slaying slash, which involved executing a second and third strike. The ninefold force emphasizes the accumulation of power in an instant. Once the ninefold reaches the ninth star, a single strike can unleash a series of 9 consecutive shocks, coupled with the Dragon Slayer's strike. It equates to delivering 27 blows in the blink of an eye. Merely contemplating this fills Lin Feng with trepidation. At that juncture, a level 2 might even be capable of slaying a commander-level zombie. Ah, you all are awake. At that moment, Wei Ran emerged, her eyes still heavy with sleep. Upon noticing the breakfast laid out on the table, a hint of embarrassment washed over her face. On her first day here, she had unwittingly left an impression of being a late riser. However, she could hardly be blamed. It had been ages since she had slept so soundly. Just as Wei Ran was about to clarify, Lin Feng interrupted her, instructing, "Take care of the house and ensure nothing happens to the group. I shall step out for a while." With that, Lin Feng slung his backpack over his shoulder and grabbed a large bag, preparing to leave. Suddenly, he recalled something and retrieved a pair of hand knives from his bag, handing them to Wei Ran. These are quite useful for self-defense. Also at level 2, you should be able to awaken 2 skills. If you solely rely on one skill to advance to level 3, you might as well resign yourself to a lifetime as a maid. He urged her to practice diligently, striving to master additional skills by the time of her second job transition. With that, Lin Feng departed, confident that with Wei Ran guarding the place, its safety was assured. Holding the pair of hand knives, Wei Ran's thoughts drifted far away. The notion of merely advancing with a single skill and resigning herself to a life of servitude echoed repeatedly in her mind. She was certainly unwilling to accept such a fate. "Sister Wei, do you think I could go kill zombies?" Lin Feng arrived at the residence of Lu Ling and others, carrying a bag of food. To his surprise, he found that the woman was still asleep. Meanwhile, He Guan had already set out to patrol the surroundings. Indeed, women do love their slumber. "I'll wake her up." A young girl accompanying Lu Ling became nervous upon seeing Lin Feng and hurriedly ran over to rouse Lu Ling. "Here, take this and share it." He handed the food to the girl and called Lu Ling aside. Having slept deeply, Lu Ling felt a bit sheepish, especially since she was technically a guest in Lin Feng's domain. "The weather is about to change. I want to be able to protect you all then. You must head east immediately. Your chances of survival are far greater there," Lin Feng said with a serious expression, not jesting. The emergence of monsters meant he could not safeguard so many people, and the stability of the east remained uncertain. However, it was undoubtedly safer than his current location. Lu Ling wore a wry smile. Was he really asking her to lead everyone to the eastern base alone? That would be tantamount to courting death. Perhaps Lin Feng was not lying. Significant upheaval could indeed be imminent, but could things possibly worsen than they already were? Seeing Lu Ling remain unmoved, Lin Feng felt helpless. It seemed she was firmly attached to him. He retrieved his communicator and began practicing Zhouzhan. "I have rescued the people. How will I receive the enhancement potion?" After a brief wait, a response finally came from the other end. "In the black storage cabinet of the convenience store, I have placed my belongings. You may retrieve them yourself. At this moment, we may be unable to fetch Lu Ling, so please take care of her for us. Besides the enhancers, I have also left a few communicators, which may prove useful to you now. By the way, be cautious lately. Unusual mutations may occur outside." Lin Feng pocketed the communicator, his expression grave. It seemed that the military had already acquired some intelligence regarding the demonic realm passage. Indeed, among the numerous red marks in Han City, there appeared to be a diviner among them. If news has leaked, she likely bears significant responsibility. For a moment, Lin Feng could not help but envy the diviner. Such a profession must be revered by the military and various organizations alike. They need not venture into the city to hunt zombies, for, much like Wei Ran, they would have continuous support to level up, as their contributions are immensely valuable. The rescue of Lu Ling is partially motivated by this consideration. "You must manage on your own. My provisions are limited, and I cannot sustain so many of you. You shall have to devise your own means for food. However, if any of you dare to covet my belongings, even if you flee to the east, I will ensure your demise." With that, Lin Feng turned away, prioritizing the acquisition of the enhancement potion. Behind him, Lu Ling's countenance darkened. If Lin Feng did not provide sustenance, their stay here would be untenable. Alas, prepare yourselves. We shall head to the eastern base. It has been 5 days since the city, once bustling with life, seemed to have been paused, appearing desolate and eerily quiet. Lin Feng toyed with the fire stick obtained from the police station. Despite having it for quite some time, he had yet to discover a means to unseal it. He had tried various methods, from bloodletting to burning, yet it yielded no response, resembling a mere fire stick. As he walked, a large bird suddenly appeared in the sky, relentlessly pursuing Lin Feng. He furrowed his brow. Even these beasts have begun to infiltrate the city? One could only wonder what the outside world had become. Lin Feng was acutely aware of the dangers beyond the city. In his previous life, he had expended considerable effort to travel from Hannan to the capital. Suddenly, a piercing cry echoed as the giant bird swooped down, targeting Lin Feng, viewing him as the most delectable prey. Seeking death, the bird's talons, having undergone mutation, gleamed with a metallic sheen, creating a sonic boom as it charged. Should it strike, Lin Feng's flesh would surely be obliterated. With a swift turn, Lin Feng deftly evaded the attack, utilizing the bird's momentum to leap into the air without transforming, wielding the fire stick like a sword to pierce the bird's skull. Skill point increased by 1. As Lin Feng landed, he was momentarily taken aback by the fire stick in his hand. There was a change. Chapter 27. The strengthening potion. After coming into contact with the blood of beast-like zombies, the fire stick exhibited a series of crimson fissures. Though the cracks were minimal, Lin Feng was assured that the seal of the sword had indeed been partially lifted. Could it be that the blood of zombies was the key to unsealing? Or perhaps only the blood of beast-like zombies could achieve such a feat? Without further contemplation, Lin Feng decided to experiment. He maximized the capabilities of the all-seeing eye, even allocating the skill points he had acquired to enhance it. With 4 stars, the all-seeing eye did not manifest any additional changes akin to the Dragon Slayer. However, its range of vision extended to 100 meters, while its probing capabilities reached 300 meters. Soon, the presence of zombies within the surrounding structures materialized in Lin Feng's mind. The obelisk had been present for some time now, and upon inspection, at least half of the zombies had ascended to the level of shamblers. A weight settled upon Lin Feng's heart. This was an exceedingly ominous statistic, indicating the dwindling number of survivors. Shaking his head, he dismissed such thoughts and, wielding the fire stick, advanced toward the nearest zombie. With a swift thrust, Lin Feng wielded the stick like a sword, executing the Dragon Slayer technique compounded with the 9-fold strike, causing the zombie's head to burst open like a ripe watermelon. A crisp crack resounded from the fire stick, a sound Lin Feng perceived distinctly. This was not a figment of his imagination. The seal had indeed broken slightly. Elated, Lin Feng had finally discovered the method to unseal it. Although the fissure was exceedingly fine, it mattered little. There were enough zombies in the vicinity to ensure his endeavors would not go unrewarded. Without hesitation, Lin Feng embarked on a quest to locate more shamblers. With the all-seeing eye at his disposal, no zombie could elude his sight. He immersed himself in the hunt, momentarily disregarding the strengthening potion. In comparison to the sword in his hand, a single potion seemed trivial. Half an hour later, he had dispatched his 8th zombie. The seal was now partially undone. It was time to retrieve the strengthening potion. Emerging from a shopping mall, Lin Feng was breathless, having wielded his sword with fervor. He had not anticipated that breaking the seal would require such a considerable number of zombie kills. Following his efforts, his skill points had evolved to all-seeing eye level 6, Dragon Slayer level 10, Healing level 5, and 9-fold strike level 3. Only with the all-seeing eye did Lin Feng dare to roam freely. For any other individual might have succumbed long before. Shortly after Lin Feng's departure, 3 men and 1 woman arrived nearby. Observing the 4 sprawled bodies of shamblers within the supermarket, they frowned in unison. Their prowess was notable, with at least 1 skill reaching 7 stars. The woman regarded the corpses with a grave expression, stating, "It appears they used a blunt weapon, yet they opted for prolonged suffering rather than a swift kill." Torture? Another man interjected. "Should we eliminate this individual?" A stout man inquired. Previously, they had encountered a perverse entity of 5-star strength, who, while not particularly formidable, was utterly irresistible to ordinary folk. The individual confined 3 young girls within his home, treating them as mere playthings, despite their continual search for scattered powerful beings. Upon encountering such a wretched soul, they chose to eliminate him directly. This man had utterly forsaken his humanity. It appeared he was merely testing his skills or weaponry. As the crowd hesitated, the middle-aged leader, observing the wounds on the zombie, made a decisive judgment. Without further ado, they resolved to pursue the individual, as it seemed he had departed not long ago. The woman nodded, a third eye manifesting on her forehead as she surveyed the surroundings. then led the three companions to follow Lin Feng. At the convenience store, Lin Feng arrived at the rendezvous point agreed upon with Zhou Zhan, though not particularly remote. The establishment was in disarray. Two zombie corpses lay on the ground, their heads shattered, exuding a foul stench. It seemed many had come here recently, hoping for fortune, yet the situation appeared dire. Locating the black box Zhou Zhan had mentioned, Lin Feng extracted a container and opened it, revealing a solitary green potion nestled within. Beside it were 5 rectangular objects, presumably the new communication devices Zhou Zhan had described, looking far more advanced than the one he currently possessed. With 5 devices available, even Tuan Tuan and Wei Ran could each have one, alleviating their boredom while remaining at home. Taking the enhancement potion, Lin Feng injected it directly into his arm, feeling the substance course through his body. He had utilized this type of potion in a previous life, albeit the initial model. As for Zhou Zhan's potential betrayal, Lin Feng felt little trepidation. With his healing skills upgraded to 5 stars, a single application would render most toxins ineffective. Shortly thereafter, the enhancement potion began to transform Lin Feng's physique, restructuring his flesh and blood, fortifying his body. Though his defense had improved at level 1, the enhancement was modest, merely making him somewhat resistant to blades. However, after this dose of enhancement potion, Lin Feng's skin had become akin to steel, resembling a layered armor of dense scales. Testing his skin, he drew a broad sword and made a shallow cut on his arm, only to discover that without channeling sword energy, it merely left a faint white mark. The results were evidently satisfactory. At least his efforts had not been in vain, though this was merely the initial version. If only he could acquire Y4, Y5, or even the legendary X series. Subsequently, Lin Feng turned his attention to the communication device in his hand. Opening it, he found himself somewhat bemused. Compared to the previous model, it merely added a world chat feature for multiple users. It was even inferior to the old phones from before the apocalypse. Nevertheless, Lin Feng understood the immense challenge of creating communication devices without the means to construct signal towers or provide electrical power. Transferring his account into the device, he found only 3 contacts: Zhou Zhan, He Guan, and Li Mu, all displayed in gray, indicating they were offline. Lin Feng felt a twinge of disappointment. Perhaps his list of contacts was a bit too sparse. He then opened the world chat channel. The Sword of Giants. The Sword of Giants team is set to venture into the Fallen Lands, seeking to recruit 3 demon hunters of no less than 6 stars. Yordle, mad. I've encountered a 5-star zombie. Oh great one, come to my aid. Wanderer Hua. A single enhancement potion is trivial, no matter the distance. Yordle, begone. If I had an enhancement potion, I would not fear a mere 5-star creature. Lin Feng found himself at a loss for words. The world channel was truly exhausting to behold. Yet, one cannot deny its utility, as exemplified by the Sword of Giants recruitment of team members, which proved quite effective. Suddenly, Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Ever since departing from home, his all-seeing eye had remained perpetually active. Just moments ago, 3 green dots had abruptly entered his field of perception. They were rapidly approaching. Were they heading directly for him, or had news of his enhancement potion leaked? A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Lin Feng's eyes as he returned the used potion to its box and tucked it back into the black cabinet, then found a concealed spot to hide. 1 minute later, 3 men and a woman burst in. It's here. The middle-aged leader glanced around, his brow furrowed. Had they arrived too late again? And what were they doing here? Boss, I catch a whiff of enhancement potion. Suddenly, the corpulent man beside him exclaimed. Disbelief etched on his face. His awakened profession was highly sensitive to scents, and upon entering, he detected the faint aroma of enhancement potion. Certain that someone had used one here. Upon hearing about the enhancement potion, the remaining individuals were taken aback. They had never anticipated encountering such a resource in this location. Where's that person? The middle-aged man inquired, shifting his gaze to the woman, eager to learn Lin Feng's whereabouts. His curiosity piqued. Right inside. The third eye on the woman's forehead glimmered with an unusual light, directing towards a spot within the convenience store. Lin Feng frowned. Through the all-seeing eye, he observed each of the 4's movements with clarity. It appeared he had underestimated the situation, as he had anticipated the woman possessing her own means of detection. It was clear that he had been discovered. With this realization, hiding was futile. Lin Feng strode out boldly, wielding a firewood stick. With a sweep of his all-seeing eye, he discerned 2 8 stars, 1 9-star, and 1 10-star. Their power was formidable. To act so brazenly, their strength must be considerable. We seem to be strangers. Why do you persist in following me? Lin Feng glared coldly at the four before him, his demeanor unyielding despite their evident strength and numerical advantage. Where did you acquire that enhancement potion? The corpulent man could not restrain himself from demanding. It was worth noting that among the four, only the middle-aged man and the woman had previously used a dose. He and the other slender man had not been fortunate enough to obtain such a resource. The fact that a lone wanderer could possess an enhancement potion left him thoroughly disgruntled. Faced with the inquiries of the rotund man, Lin Feng chose to disregard him entirely. It was evident that among the four, the middle-aged man was the leader, and Lin Feng had no desire to engage in idle chatter with the others. Simply answer my question. What business do you have following me? The rotund man, incensed by Lin Feng's audacity to ignore him, felt a surge of anger and swung his hefty palm towards Lin Feng. Although this strike lacked any special skills, its power was undeniable. For those below 5 stars, it was difficult to withstand such a blow. The middle-aged man observed the rotund man's actions without intervening, seemingly weighing Lin Feng's capabilities. As the burning stick moved forward slightly, it met the rotund man's massive hand, effortlessly blocking the strike. The rotund man's brow furrowed. Despite his considerable strength, it felt as if he were striking through thick mud. Yielding no response, with a swift motion, Lin Feng withdrew the burning stick and deftly struck the rotund man's wrist, causing his seemingly tough skin to split, eliciting a pained gasp from him. A mere 7-star dared to be audacious before Lin Feng. Already formidable, Lin Feng had consumed enhancement potions, rendering him comparable to some heavily armored warriors. The rotund man's choice to confront him with sheer physicality was nothing short of suicidal. You're serious? Mountain shaking strike. The rotund man, humiliated by Lin Feng's effortless victory, was ready to unleash his ultimate skill. Stand down. The middle-aged man commanded immediately. The rotund man, albeit begrudgingly, complied, letting out a huff as he retreated to the back. Taking a couple of steps forward, the middle-aged man donned a smile. My friend, we do not wish to pry into the source of your enhancement potions. We hail from the eastern base and observed your efficient dispatching of zombies along the way. It's evident you are a rare powerhouse. As you know, times are tough in Han City, and we seek individuals of your caliber to join our ranks. Hence our decision to follow you. We sincerely apologize for any offense caused. Please do not take it to heart. The middle-aged man expertly diffused the tension, transforming conflict into thin air. If Lin Feng were to persist in his grievances, he would appear petty. Lin Feng frowned. Were they truly seeking to recruit him? He had his doubts. The middle-aged man had not intervened when the rotund man attacked earlier. If Lin Feng had been too weak and perished, what then? Death was commonplace. Who didn't he die daily? Yet now that Lin Feng exhibited formidable strength, they sought to recruit him. What a clever calculation. I'm not interested. Do not follow me. Next time, I shall show no mercy. Lin Feng replied coldly, fully aware of their intentions. Your value dictates your treatment. Your survival means little to me if you prove worthless. The middle-aged man's brow furrowed. Despite his subservient tone, he was taken aback by Lin Feng's refusal to show any deference. Observing the fire stick in Lin Feng's hand, the middle-aged man felt a surge of curiosity. The corpulent figure, with skin as tough as steel, was generally impervious to blades. Yet, moments earlier, Lin Feng had managed to inflict serious wounds upon him, leaving his flesh torn and raw. Though the injuries were not critical, they clearly indicated that the stick wielded by Lin Feng was no ordinary implement. Friend, why the haste? As the saying goes, many friends pave numerous paths. That stick in your hand appears rather unique. Might I have a glimpse? The middle-aged man inquired, his demeanor warm and inviting, exuding a sense of approachability. However, upon hearing his words, the expressions of the woman, the corpulent man, and another individual shifted dramatically. They understood that once the middle-aged man uttered such a phrase, it signified the presence of something valuable, and they were prepared for combat at any moment. Do not be deceived. This is an extraordinary treasure, currently sealed. Its mere aura was enough to leave your companion battered and bruised. Are you not intrigued? Lin Feng replied, a playful glint in his eyes. He had long since perceived the man's ill intentions, knowing that the inquiry regarding the fire stick had foreshadowed an inevitable confrontation. Attack! The middle-aged man commanded sharply, his body instantly transitioning into a martial artist state. The woman stepped forward, her third eye at her brow swiftly opening as a pair of wings sprouted from her back, transforming her into a three-eyed angel. The corpulent man swelled in size, becoming a towering mass of flesh, a formidable defender, while another man's form flickered, coalescing into a swirling cloud of black mist. A broadsword appeared in Lin Feng's grasp, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a dragon-slaying strike upon the descending fist of the middle-aged man. Crash, 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 with a series of 3 resounding blows. The middle-aged man was sent hurtling away in disbelief, his immense strength rendered futile. They had all grossly underestimated Lin Feng. He was no mere 5-star or 7-star fighter. He was a 10-star warrior. Moreover, not merely a single skill 10-star. Caution flashed across the middle-aged man's face. But it was too late. With a sudden push, Lin Feng leaped into the air, appearing before the airborne woman. This entire sequence unfolded in a heartbeat. The woman had no time to react or to coordinate an encirclement around Lin Feng. The blade sliced through the air, and a beautiful head was severed from its body. Chapter 29. 1 against 4 No. The middle-aged man bellowed, as the woman fell lifeless at Lin Feng's hands. They had assumed that with 4 of them attacking, defeating a single Lin Feng would be a trivial matter. Moreover, with the woman capable of flight, they believed that even if Lin Feng harbored hidden strengths, he posed no threat to her. Yet, she had not even had the opportunity to employ her skills before her head was claimed by a single stroke. You shall surely perish today. The middle-aged man, filled with rage, felt his robe explode apart, revealing a suit of golden armor beneath. A martial artist can contend with a fierce tiger. He unleashed a punch, propelled by a sonic boom, aimed directly at Lin Feng's head. At that moment, the spectral figure materialized behind Lin Feng, his blood-red eyes fixated on him, causing Lin Feng's head to feel heavy and his vision to blur. Ahead, the enraged rotund man propelled his massive form towards Lin Feng, resembling a colossal truck hurtling forward. For anyone else, even a 10-star expert, death would be inevitable. Yet Lin Feng merely smiled. His encounters with zombies had scarcely refined his dragon-slaying slash and 9-fold strength. This opportunity was perfect for mastering both skills. He opted to eliminate the woman first, aware of her ability to fly. If she sensed danger and took to the skies, he would be powerless to pursue her. To his astonishment, dispatching her was remarkably effortless. In the next instant, his all-seeing eye activated, capturing the movements of the trio with impeccable precision. As he turned his gaze behind him, he perceived the spectral man orchestrating a puppet show, with the phantom above and his true form concealed beneath a shroud of darkness. Should Lin Feng choose to attack the black mist, he would unwittingly fall into the adversary's trap. Alas, they had encountered Lin Feng, who possessed the all-seeing eye. Their tricks were rendered futile under his scrutiny. He thrust the burning staff towards a specific point above, delivering 3 resounding strikes. A piercing scream erupted as the spectral man tumbled from the shrouded darkness, his abdomen impaled and blood gushing forth. Lin Feng, disinterested in a further glance, swung his broadsword at the middle-aged man's fist, delivering 3 strikes as well. However, it did not yield the anticipated devastation. The man's fist seemed to resonate with a counterforce, and Lin Feng felt as though he had struck a bell. The rebound shattered the skin of his palm, interrupting his second strike. Die! Just then, the slowest of the trio, the hefty man, barreled towards him, his immense form colliding with Lin Feng like a freight train. Lin Feng had already discerned the trajectory of the impending impact. Utilizing the force of a bird in flight, he narrowly evaded the collision. Yet, he was still grazed on one arm, resulting in a gruesome injury, flesh torn, bone fractured. As he fell backward, his expression grave as he regarded the mountain of flesh. Ha! Weren't you quite the braggart earlier? Keep boasting. The rotund man reveled in Lin Feng's injured arm, his face alight with excitement. Although Lin Feng had dodged the initial assault, would he be able to do so again? The middle-aged man, filled with murderous intent, trembled involuntarily, for it was the first time his fist had met defeat. Do you believe you have won? Lin Feng retorted, suppressing his pain with an air of disdain. Isn't it obvious? The hefty man scoffed, convinced that Lin Feng had no chance of turning the tide. Healing technique. Just as their arrogance peaked, Lin Feng invoked a healing technique upon himself. Now elevated to 5 stars, it had become immensely powerful. As the healing spell took effect, Lin Feng's injured left arm mended instantaneously. Bones and tendons reconnected in the blink of an eye, and granulation tissue proliferated at an astonishing rate. In mere moments, His left arm had regained most of its former strength. Sensing a lingering stiffness, Lin Feng cast another healing spell upon himself, and his previously bloodied arm was restored to its pristine condition, as tender as an infant's skin. This is impossible. The middle-aged man gazed in disbelief at Lin Feng's fully restored arm, his expression vacillating towards incredulity. How could someone with such formidable combat prowess, who had already employed 3 skills, also possess the ability to heal? The rotund man's countenance darkened further. The injuries he had painstakingly inflicted upon Lin Feng had been undone in an instant. What was the point of continuing this fight? Regret washed over the middle-aged man as he pondered why he had provoked a formidable opponent with healing abilities. Had they managed to incorporate Lin Feng into their ranks, they would surely have soared to new heights. Yet, before they could dwell on their regrets, Lin Feng unleashed a burst of speed, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he charged towards the rotund man, whom he had long regarded with disdain. With his omniscient gaze, Lin Feng surveyed the corpulent figure, whose body was cloaked in layers of fat, revealing few vulnerabilities. However, the unassuming navel on his belly was instantly discerned as the rotund man's Achilles heel. The middle-aged man, unwilling to let Lin Feng take advantage, suppressed his trembling hands and forced a punch. Lin Feng grimaced. This opponent was indeed a nuisance. With no other recourse, he was compelled to engage in a fierce confrontation. During the ensuing skirmish, Lin Feng stubbornly withstood the middle-aged man's assaults, while simultaneously absorbing the rotund man's relentless charges. After several exchanges, he felt as though his bones might shatter under the strain. Yet, with the healing spell at his disposal, Lin Feng seemed invincible, impervious to defeat. Of course, part of Lin Feng's strategy was to hone his dragon-slaying strike and ninefold force. After several iterations, he had already mastered these skills to the point where he could execute them without conscious effort, though the potency might be somewhat diminished. It was a matter of diligent practice. Enough already, the rotund man bellowed, panting heavily. He had exerted himself to the utmost, yet Lin Feng appeared unfazed. While he himself was on the verge of exhaustion, the middle-aged man, too, was at a loss for words. Despite being ensnared in a trap, his fists were already bloodied and bruised, with shattered bones. Looking at Lin Feng, he was astonished to find him entirely unscathed. All right, enough of this game. Lin Feng brandished his broadsword, gripping it firmly as his demeanor shifted abruptly, shedding the previous levity. You've cast healing spells so many times. Your stamina must be severely depleted. The rotund man scoffed, incredulous that Lin Feng could truly be unharmed. Indeed, the exertion had taken its toll, but Lin Feng retained enough strength to eliminate the 3 of them. With that thought, he surged forward, employing the speed of a bird in flight, and in an instant, he stood before the rotund man. You seek death. The rotund man gasped, bracing himself to endure Lin Feng's strike, determined to inflict serious injury in return. Yet suddenly, a wave of weakness washed over him, accompanied by a searing pain that enveloped his entire being, leaving him in a state of utter disbelief. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Feng had thrust the fire stick into his navel, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that obliterated his internal organs in an instant. The rotund man's defenses were formidable, yet they were merely superficial. His innards remained exceedingly fragile. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, the hefty figure collapsed to the ground. Withdrawing the fire stick, Lin Feng turned his gaze towards the middle-aged man. It's your turn. Chapter 30. A reunion. The middle-aged man's countenance was one of abject terror. He could scarcely fathom Lin Feng's overwhelming strength. Although he discerned that the fire stick in Lin Feng's possession was no ordinary object, he failed to comprehend the true extent of Lin Feng's might. You cannot kill me. I am with the military. Before he could finish his plea, Lin Feng swung the fire stick, sending a blade of energy that instantly shattered the cranium of the quaking black-clad man lurking nearby. What did you say? Military? Am I supposed to be frightened? The middle-aged man was rendered speechless. In Han City, the mere mention of the military instilled fear in everyone, yet Lin Feng remained unfazed, even committing murder before his very eyes. Who on earth is this man? It was sheer misfortune to encounter such a ferocious individual. As long as you spare my life, I am willing to offer you a fortified serum. The middle-aged man, realizing escape was futile, began negotiating terms. Do you take me for a child of 3? If you possess a fortified serum, keep it to yourself. Lin Feng retorted with a cold laugh. Indeed, it was a previous reward, but I was unsure to whom it should be given, so I kept it on my person without informing anyone. The middle-aged man was near tears. He genuinely feared for his life. After all his struggles to reach this point, who wished to perish in such a desolate corner? Even if what you say is true, you seem to have misunderstood one crucial detail. If I kill you, everything you possess will belong to me. As soon as the words left his mouth, a blade of light descended upon the middle-aged man, filling him with dread as he could not fathom why Lin Feng was so intent on ending his life. Yet, reflecting on Lin Feng's words, he realized that if he were to perish, all his possessions would indeed revert to Lin Feng. Struggling to fend off 2 strikes, the middle-aged man's resolve crumbled when Lin Feng unleashed a third blow, severing his head from his body. What a pity! You only grasped this truth in death. Lin Feng observed the lifeless form of the middle-aged man, devoid of any pity. Had he not taken the initiative to kill him, or lacked the awakening of healing abilities, he might have found it exceedingly difficult to survive this day. In this apocalyptic world, the law of the jungle prevails. Suddenly, the crack in the fire stick widened further, prompting Lin Feng to frown. Is murder truly beneficial? Soon, however, he dismissed the thought. It mattered little to him. He was not a murderer. As long as others did not provoke him, he would not resort to violence. Peeling away the middle-aged man's garments, he discovered that they resembled armor, from which he extracted 3 items. One was a communicator, which Lin Feng discarded without hesitation. Such a device could be tracked, rendering it useless to him and potentially troublesome. Additionally, there was a potent enhancement elixir and a pile of compressed biscuits, the kind that are rich in energy, convenient to carry, and immensely energizing. Aside from their unpalatable taste, they were nearly devoid of flaws. Beyond that, there was little else. Truly a pauper. Lin Feng searched through the belongings of others, finding nothing of worth, which left him utterly disheartened. How could these individuals be so impoverished? Cursing under his breath, Lin Feng exited the convenience store, only to find himself surrounded by a swarm of zombies. The commotion, coupled with the scent of blood, had drawn them in. However, the fierce battle within had instilled a primal fear, preventing them from approaching. Upon sighting Lin Feng, their suppressed urges erupted, and they charged at him recklessly. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, recognizing the predicament. Within the horde, he spotted over 20 ghastly corpses. How on earth could he contend with that? Flee. Activating his flight capabilities to their utmost potential, Lin Feng transformed into a swift arrow, leaving the zombies struggling to keep pace. Realizing their futile pursuit, the zombies redirected their attention to the convenience store, where the heavy scent of blood seemed to exert an even greater allure. After a brief sprint, Lin Feng noticed no zombies in pursuit and sought a quiet spot to rest. Though he bore no visible injuries, as the corpulent companion had assessed, Lin Feng had overexerted himself through repeated uses of healing spells, rendering his stamina utterly depleted. He longed to collapse into slumber. He consumed a couple of the recently acquired biscuits and downed a bottle of water, which provided a modicum of relief, yet he still felt somewhat feeble. Healing spells, after all, not only drained his innate vitality. Had he not procured that enhancement elixir earlier, he would likely have succumbed long ago. Alas, it appears I must acquire something substantial to replenish my strength. What benefit is there in killing? It serves no purpose. It would be far more advantageous to slay 4 ghastly corpses. Lin Feng muttered bitterly, expanding the range of his all-seeing eye to its maximum. He had never ventured into this vicinity before and did not wish to be ambushed by a zombie during his respite. As he surveyed the area, he found it was much the same. Zombies were densely packed everywhere. Suddenly, 200 meters to the northeast, a multitude of red dots erupted, as if a nest of zombies had been disturbed, spilling out in a frenzy. Damn! This unexpected turn of events compelled Lin Feng to curse, for it was simply too absurd. He knew without a doubt that a necromantic portal had just manifested in that location. Indeed, it was not a demonic portal, but a necromantic one. The countless red dots were certainly not manifestations of demonic entities. Demonic creatures were elite combatants and would not appear in such overwhelming numbers. With no time for further contemplation, Lin Feng leapt through a window and dashed in the opposite direction. He had to vacate the area, otherwise, even he would meet his demise today. Why was he so unfortunate as to encounter such a necromantic portal? Surely, in the future, this vicinity would transform into a veritable nest of the undead, an exceedingly formidable one at that. As Lin Feng glanced back, he was met with a terrifying sight, an overwhelming horde of zombies continuously emerging from a gray passage. Among them loomed several colossal figures, towering over 10 meters. their bodies grotesquely covered in massive tumors, evoking sheer horror. Commanders. Lin Feng cursed inwardly. A mere sweep of his gaze revealed 3 or 4 commander-level entities. This situation was untenable. Staying in the vicinity was no longer an option, and he had to hasten towards the east. Suddenly, a massive chunk of debris from a nearby building crashed down, nearly striking him and causing him to stumble. Damn it! He had been discovered. In that instant, Lin Feng dared not even turn his head. The initial attack had merely been a probe. The sheer size of his adversaries made it difficult for them to seize him. Yet, if he dared to linger even for a moment, they would undoubtedly find a way to eliminate him, for this area had already been designated as their den. Noticing Lin Feng's resolute intent to escape, the gigantic zombie, resembling a mountain, seemed to lose interest in him. After casually hurling a few more pieces of debris his way, it turned and ambled away. Crash, crash, crash. The boulders fell like comets striking the earth, and Lin Feng could only flee desperately. Despite his best efforts to evade them, one of the stones grazed his shoulder, tearing through flesh and shattering bone. The disparity was insurmountable. Healing spell. Without hesitation, Lin Feng summoned his strength and sprinted away. After an unknown distance, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar face, Zhang Mingling. Lin Feng was at a loss. How had he run into these individuals again? However, it was evident that their circumstances were far from favorable. Their numbers dwindled to a mere dozen. Most astonishingly, that elder woman was still alive, defying all odds. Observing their direction, it seemed they were headed towards the recently encountered passage to the netherworld, prompting Lin Feng to halt. Hey, Lin Feng, what are you doing here? Before Su Mingling could speak, Yang Nian interjected forcefully. Where are you all headed? Lin Feng, unfazed, was taken aback to discover that this girl had also reached level 2. Under the current circumstances, one could hardly survive outside without such strength. We're preparing to head to the eastern base. The number of wandering corpses outside is increasing. Remaining here will yield no advantages. Su Mingling explained. Do not take that route. Detour instead. Why? A passage to the netherworld has appeared ahead, transforming the area into a vast den of corpses. Charging in now would guarantee certain death. Upon hearing this, Su Mingling and the others changed their expressions, realizing that Lin Feng had just been fleeing in terror, which hardly suggested deceit. Why should we trust you? If we take a detour now, we won't reach the eastern base in time, and once night falls, those monsters will return, leading to more casualties. Seeing Su Mingling's inclination to consider a detour, the elder woman could no longer remain silent and exclaimed. Upon the mention of that monstrous being, Su Mingling and her companions could not help but display expressions of profound distress, with some even trembling in fear. What troubles have you encountered? Lin Feng inquired with curiosity, sensing that the diminished presence of Su Mingling's group suggested they were being stalked by some ominous entity. Even the usually vivacious Yang Nian appeared unnaturally subdued at the thought of the creature. As Lin Feng surveyed his surroundings, he suddenly realized that Wang Kuan, who had previously escorted him to the police station, was conspicuously absent, indicating that something grave had likely transpired. Su Mingling's countenance darkened as she finally spoke. It is a creature unlike any human, possessing wings and 6 legs. It does not appear during the day, but at night, it fixates upon us. It is formidable. In its presence, we are akin to mere toys, easily manipulated. I attempted to strike it, yet even my attacks could not pierce its skin. Ever since your departure, it has targeted us, claiming 2 lives each night, and just last night, Wang Kuan and another were chosen. This morning, we found nothing but a pool of blood. The terror instilled by the creature had etched itself deeply into their hearts, and Lin Feng furrowed his brow, astonished by the misfortune that had befallen Su Mingling and her companions. With Su Mingling now possessing a 7-star strength, her inability to even retaliate against this creature suggested it was of at least 10-star caliber, perhaps even a leader among them. With its wings and 6 legs, it was likely a demon, and Lin Feng was taken aback to realize that such a being had crossed into their realm. He could not comprehend why this demon chose not to annihilate Su Mingling and her companions entirely, instead opting to claim only 2 lives each night. Was it preserving them as livestock or deeming them utterly insignificant? Regardless, proceeding forward was not an option. A detour was necessary for tonight. It was likely that 2 more would perish. You must make your own decisions, Lin Feng cautioned, feeling no affinity for the elderly woman. And had it not been for Su Mingling, he would have departed without a second thought. Your fate holds no significance for me, he retorted. The elderly woman, aware of her unassailable position, nonetheless replied defiantly, you have no grounds to question the truth of my words. Su Mingling had long held a disdain for this woman, and her arrogance at such a perilous time only exacerbated her irritation. Although Lin Feng appeared stronger, the elderly woman harbored an innate fear of Su Mingling, primarily due to her status as a member of the police force and the protection she had been providing during these trying days. Enough. I shall not stoop to your level. If you still carry that pack, share your provisions with us, the elderly woman demanded, overstepping her bounds in her desperation. Fool. Even if I were to lose everything, I would rather feed it to pigs than give you a morsel, Lin Feng retorted, emphasizing his disdain. He could not fathom how such shamelessness could exist in this world. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the elderly woman's face turned ashen. What did he mean by saying he wouldn't feed her even if she were a pig? Was she inferior to a mere swine? She could endure this insult. But just as she was about to retaliate against Lin Feng, Su Mingling cast a frosty glare in her direction, akin to gazing upon a lifeless corpse. It was clear that should she utter another word of nonsense, Su Mingling would take decisive action. The elderly woman, intimidated, cursed Lin Feng silently and refrained from speaking out. Lin Feng, feeling helpless, realized once more that only a woman could subdue another woman. Of course, had it not been for Su Mingling's presence, he would not have felt the need to engage with someone like her at all. One swift strike, and the world would fall silent. Ultimately, Su Mingling chose to place her trust in Lin Feng, regardless of whether the monster would return that night. She had made her choice, fully aware that it could very well be her demise this evening, for she had defied the creature's wishes and fled eastward, a direction the monster currently dared not pursue. Witnessing the escape of its prey naturally warranted punishment, and taking Su Mingling's life would serve as the most effective deterrent to all. Well, you may handle it as you see fit. By the way, take this communicator. It's an upgraded version, Lin Feng added, having established a connection with her beforehand before handing the new device to Su Mingling. She did not refuse it. Calling for help was futile, yet this device could still reach Lin Feng, so she decided to keep it. Then, farewell. Su Mingling sighed bitterly before turning to lead the group away, circumventing the corpse nest and heading towards the eastern base. Lin Feng observed her departing figure, feeling a mix of helplessness and concern for a woman leading a dozen others in flight. The pressure she bore was immense. Should Su Mingling survive this ordeal and shed her burdens, she would undoubtedly soar to great heights. However, the prerequisite remained her survival. Checking the time. It was 12:40 p.m. Lin Feng did not rush to return. The situation was deteriorating rapidly, and he had resolved to escort Tuan Tuan and Wei Ran to the eastern base. Yet before that, he needed to bolster his own strength further. Finding a quiet little abode, Lin Feng began to regain his stamina, having spent the entire day on edge, which had taken a considerable toll on him. In such a monotonous time, he retrieved his communicator and noticed Li Mu was online. However, Lin Feng decided against reaching out. That fellow was nothing but a lecher, and there was little of substance to discuss. Suddenly, he noticed a message from Zhou Zhun and curiously opened it. There has been a significant upheaval recently. A zombie tide may erupt in the near future. Make haste to the eastern base. Chapter 32. The message, a zombie tide? Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. This was far beyond his expectations. It felt as though the entire world had been fast-forwarded, hastening every event and sending a chill through his heart. Was it only in Hansheng that this was occurring, or was the entire world experiencing such turmoil? With the impending beast tide, could the eastern base withstand the onslaught? This concerned Lin Feng greatly, yet amidst a beast tide, nothing would remain intact. The Fuyuan community was no longer tenable. I will contemplate my next course of action. After responding, Lin Feng opened the world channel, which was already in an uproar. Yordle, what the heck? I just got back, and I'm already facing a tide of corpses. Is the heavens conspiring against me? Scatterer Hua. Oh, you didn't die? Yordle, you're the one who's dead. Even if you die, I won't. Not only am I alive, but I've also reached 9 stars and awakened my second skill. Yordle, Scatterer, where are you? I'm coming to suppress you. Scatterer Hua, is 9 stars such a big deal? Let us settle this in the arena. Are you brave enough to come? Yordle, I'll come. Anyone who doesn't is a coward. With that, the two vanished from the world channel. However, it wasn't long before someone in the arena revealed that neither had actually arrived. They were merely engaging in a war of words. Soon, Their messages were pushed to the top, while news of the impending corpse tide quickly escalated. Just received reports indicated that a massive corpse nest had emerged in northern Han City, rumored to be home to towering, over 10-meter-tall leader-level giant zombies, and in substantial numbers. Leader level? Are you joking? It seems we barely have 3 individuals capable of reaching level 3 here. How do we combat this? We have missiles. But can missiles truly annihilate such creatures? Up north, I just spotted a 2-headed beast that probably qualifies as leader level, which could easily crush a 9-star zombie. This is far too perilous. I've resolved to stay hidden. Near the Nanjing Bridge, I observed a 2-meter-long beast in the river, suspected to be leader level. Reports flooded in, detailing observations, revealing that over 10 leader-level zombies had been discovered so far. This vastly exceeds the number of humans capable of reaching level 3. And that is only those who have been identified. Who knows how many remain hidden? Perhaps 3 times that number, or even more. Despair enveloped many. How could we confront this? Although the military's most powerful missiles hold the potential to eliminate leader-level zombies, their supply is limited. Once the missiles are expended, how shall we combat these creatures? Fortunately, it appears that the leader-level zombies possess a degree of intelligence, seemingly aware of the threats posed by human weaponry. Since the initial attack by a 2-winged beast, which was obliterated by missiles, no zombies have dared to attack recklessly. Many believe this beast tide is a scheme orchestrated by the leader-level zombies, likely aimed at depleting human resources. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and created an ID. Oracle, in the Sichuan River area, 3 leader-level giant zombies have emerged from a corpse nest, with the status of other leader-level zombies unknown. Incredible. Could it be true? In an instant, the world channel erupted. 3 giant zombies and other leader-level threats. How are we to survive this? Oracle, witnessed with my own eyes. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt that the eastern base might not be as secure as he thought. If those leader-level zombies were to attack first, there is no doubt they would target the eastern human base. As numerous elite figures gathered, Lin Feng grew increasingly skeptical about the eastern defense's resilience. During the first wave of the undead in his previous life, there had only been 2 colossal zombie giants alongside 7 other elite-level zombies, totaling 9. At that time, humanity boasted over 10 level 3 combatants, complemented by missiles, rendering their resistance relatively unchallenging. However, presently, with merely 3 level 3 fighters, regardless of any hidden reinforcements, they would undoubtedly falter against the undead. Perhaps it would be best to proceed to that location. The global chat erupted once more, yet yielded no substantial news. Just as Lin Feng contemplated logging off, he unexpectedly received a private message. It was from the enigmatic figure known as Senyinua. Lin Feng recognized the name from his prior life, where this individual frequently engaged in the global discussions. Yet their true identity remained shrouded in mystery. Even amidst several crises, this person had managed to survive. Lin Feng recalled the yodeler from before, sparking his curiosity about the true identities of these 2 individuals. Is what you just said true? Has a large zombie nest truly emerged in the Sichuan River district? Senyinua inquired, abandoning his usual jesting demeanor for a serious tone. Yes, I just escaped from there, Lin Feng replied candidly, deeming it unnecessary to conceal such information. A moment of silence followed from the other end before Senyinua spoke again. The leaders within that nest possess formidable detection abilities. For you to have escaped is quite impressive, Senyinua remarked. Just fortunate, really. Lin Feng preferred not to divulge too much, recalling the middle-aged man as a cautionary example. Noticing Lin Feng's reluctance to elaborate, Senyinua did not press further, understanding that Lin Feng was under no obligation to cooperate. Understood. We may have the opportunity to collaborate in the future, Senyinua offered politely. Let us focus on surviving this zombie wave first, Lin Feng replied succinctly before logging off. He felt that he had shared enough. Any further discussion might lead to unnecessary exposure. At the eastern base, within a military camp, a young man observed the chat between Lin Feng and the prophet. His expression grave. Another zombie nest had appeared. This was the 3rd one. When would this nightmare cease? Nonetheless, he found himself intrigued by the prophet, though the latter seemed quite perceptive and reluctant to disclose extensive details. Report. His thoughts were interrupted, fatigue creeping onto his face as he closed the communicator. Enter, he commanded. Report, Commander Bai. Another zombie nest has emerged in the Sichuan River district. The female secretary looked at the man with a serious expression. The emergence of yet another nest intensified their pressure, leaving her uncertain if they could withstand it. Understood. Summon the diviner. The young man felt a headache approaching. The situation was growing increasingly troublesome. After shutting off the communicator, Lin Feng took 2 hours to recuperate. At 3 in the afternoon, he set out once more to hunt zombies. Compared to earlier, he distinctly sensed a reduction in the number of zombies around him. They were not as densely packed as before. A zombie wave. This was troublesome. The decrease in zombie numbers was undoubtedly linked to the impending wave. Yet Lin Feng had little time to ponder such matters. His sole focus now was to enhance his strength. Though the number of zombies had diminished, they remained no challenge under Lin Feng's omniscient gaze. After 2 hours of relentless combat, Lin Feng found himself slumped on the ground, his entire body feeling numb. Beside him lay the lifeless forms of 5 wandering corpses. Throughout the fierce struggle, Lin Feng had elevated his 9-fold strength to 10 stars, while both his omniscient eye and healing art reached 7 stars. What vexed Lin Feng was that, with the enhancement of his abilities, even low-ranking zombies were rendered virtually ineffective against him. Only by vanquishing zombies of 7 stars or above could he accrue skill points. He had never encountered such a perplexing situation in his previous life. However, Lin Feng soon deduced that this was likely related to his possession of 4 distinct skills. His overwhelming strength had rendered ordinary zombies incapable of providing him with skill points, much like his transition from level 1 to level 2. Where the efficacy of rotten corpses gradually waned until it ceased altogether, he had not anticipated that this weakening effect would manifest so prematurely. Sighing, he recognized that the path to reaching level 3 was indeed a daunting one. Despite his self-deprecation, he acknowledged the true strength he now wielded. With Dragon Slayer and 9-fold strength, his attack power was certainly on par with that of regular zombies, although he had yet to test it in battle. After resting for a while, Lin Feng decided to return. His condition was far from optimal, and he could not afford to encounter a formidable adversary. Half an hour later, he arrived at the Fuyuan community. Yet, as he stepped into the vicinity, an immediate sense of alarm surged within him, a chilling sensation creeping into his heart. Something had breached the community. In that instant, he suppressed his fatigue and activated his omniscient eye to its fullest potential, enhancing its range to 150 meters and its detection capability to 400 meters, nearly encompassing a significant portion of the community. As he spread his awareness, a sinister aura rushed toward him. Unlike the foul stench of zombies, this presence was laced with hallucination, slaughter, and madness. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng felt as if he had plunged into an immense fog-laden realm. Gone was the semblance of a community. Before him stood a black castle. Atop the castle, 2 pillars extended, upon which Wei Ran and Tuan Tuan were precariously placed. Upon seeing Lin Feng, Wei Ran cried out in terror, "Lin Feng, come save us." "No. Lin Feng, you must run. This creature is incredibly powerful." Tuan Tuan panicked, fearing that Lin Feng would not stand a chance against the monster. "Do not worry. Your brother Lin Feng is strong. This creature will not be his match." It shouldn't be. By the end of her statement, Wei Ran's confidence wavered, as she too had never laid eyes upon such a creature. It appeared to be no mere zombie. They had only felt an overwhelming fog envelop them before losing consciousness. Upon awakening, they found themselves bound atop the castle, unaware of how their captor had come to know of Lin Feng's presence and laid a trap for him. "Do not fear. That creature is mine to handle." Lin Feng urged Wei Ran and Tuan Tuan to remain silent. He couldn't help but remark on how noisy these 2 women were. The all-seeing eye was fully activated, although it could not penetrate the mist directly. It discerned that the so-called castle was merely an illusion, a mere facade of the old house he once resided in. Fortunately, Wei Ran and Tuan Tuan were indeed real and unharmed. Scanning the surroundings, he found no trace of the monstrous entity. While he was able to see through the black castle, the mist enveloping the area remained a chaotic enigma, one that even the all-seeing eye could not unravel. This limitation was partly due to the fact that the all-seeing eye had yet to reach the 10th star, and what he was facing was likely a hallucination-wielding leader-level monster. Clearly, this creature delighted in playing with the minds and hearts of others, a favored pastime of such illusionary entities. "Are you Lin Feng?" At that moment, a voice echoed from above the castle, shrouded in haze, rendering its appearance obscured, save for a pair of wings protruding from its back. "Yes, release them, and I shall indulge in your games." Lin Feng was acutely aware of the other's intentions and spoke directly to the point. "Oh, you don't seem frightened at all. This isn't how the narrative goes. Shouldn't you be begging me not to harm them? The indistinct figure felt a sudden sense of embarrassment at Lin Feng's words. Then go ahead and kill them. They are neither my kin nor friends, merely two caretakers I summoned. Do you really believe you can threaten me with such worthless pawns? Lin Feng responded with palpable disdain. The hazy figure was momentarily taken aback, sensing that perhaps it was Lin Feng who was the true villain in this scenario. However, it realized that Lin Feng was not speaking falsely. Through the illusion, it had already gleaned everything and orchestrated the situation for Lin Feng's arrival. What it truly coveted was Lin Feng himself, who appeared remarkably formidable in their eyes. Such a being, if consumed, would yield significant benefits. Though humans lacked extraordinary powers, they possessed a certain spiritual essence, which explained their status as the leaders of myriad beings. Lin Feng's current demeanor incited considerable ire within the creature, as he was not adhering to its expectations. You scoundrel, Lin Feng. I was considering a more amicable approach, yet you dare to suggest I kill you now. The figure's laughter echoed, reveling in its perceived superiority. Release me. Just wait until I hurl a stone that shatters his skull. Wei Ran was incensed. Initially, she had thought Lin Feng commendable, but to her dismay, he had abandoned them in a moment of peril without a second thought. This infuriated her, especially since she had contemplated the idea of following Lin Feng for the rest of her life. Observing Wei Ran's fury, Lin Feng felt utterly speechless. Could this woman truly be so naive? Even Tuan Tuan, who was bound beside her, seemed incredulous. Could Lin Feng's performance be so opaque? Indeed, the adage echoed in his mind. Love makes one foolish for 3 years. How true it was. Ha! Lin Feng, did you see that? This woman appears quite enraged. But such distance is of no consequence. Rest assured, I shan't kill them. That would only gratify your desires. Do you think me a fool? The indistinct figure laughed heartily, convinced that Lin Feng had underestimated it gravely. Although his strength in the demon realm is rather meager, placing him among the lowest tier of beings, it is noteworthy that the demons currently arriving are the weakest batch, as the portal remains unstable, preventing more formidable entities from crossing over. Only through the continuous sacrifice of lives, particularly those of greater strength, can the portal become more stable, allowing more powerful beings to return. In a sense, those who have come now are mere cannon fodder, albeit of a commanding caliber. At this moment, Lin Feng pushed the all-seeing eye to its utmost limit, feeling a sharp pain in his eyes, with a trickle of blood seeping from the corners. This was a consequence of overexertion, a severe toll on his vision. I have found you. Ignoring the pain and the blood tears, Lin Feng instantly transformed into a berserker, aiming directly at a spot within the mist. As for the indistinct figure atop the castle, Lin Feng had long discerned that it was merely an illusion conjured by that entity. Should Lin Feng charge forth to rescue someone, he would fall into an endless trap of illusions, no matter how powerful he was. Succumbing to the infinite mirror of illusions would leave him unable to escape alive. In truth, Lin Feng had been performing a ruse from the very beginning, as had the demon. Whether Lin Feng chose to rescue or attack the hazy figure, he would inevitably walk into the demon's snare. The only way to defeat the foe was to identify its true form. With a sweeping strike of his sword, a vast expanse of mist was dispersed, revealing the original scene. Upon a statue in the vicinity lay a colossal insect, its eyes wide with terror as it gazed at Lin Feng. Impossible. How could you break my illusions? You are merely level 2. The illusion worm, a mere lowly commander-class demon, was not so formidable, after all. Lin Feng scoffed. I had already suspected it was you. Chapter 34. Illusion Worm with a single stroke. The creature known as the illusion worm was cleaved into pieces. Upon hearing its name, disbelief etched across the worm's face. It was baffled as to how Lin Feng had uncovered its identity. No, it was perplexed as to how he had learned the name of its entire species. This world should not have been familiar with the demon realm. It died without ever grasping the truth. Having slain the illusion worm, Lin Feng coughed up a mouthful of blood. He had exerted every ounce of his strength to achieve a decisive strike, compounded by the backlash from the all-seeing eye, leaving him gravely injured. He lacked even the energy to employ healing magic. Defeated a commander-level demon, awarded 4 skill points. Lin Feng exclaimed, "What is this? Only 4 skill points for a commander-level demon? That is exceedingly paltry." Awakening skill, illusory world. As the concept of the illusory world manifested in Lin Feng's mind, all his previous complaints dissipated, and he even neglected the calls of Wei Ran from the rooftop. Skills related to illusionary mirrors. What divine abilities? In his previous life, he had encountered only one demon hunter possessing such illusionary capabilities, who had similarly achieved a purple mark breakthrough, but had utterly dominated others of the same tier. This is secondary. Within the realm of the illusory mirror, he possessed the extraordinary ability to command zombies of lesser strength to do his bidding. During the initial siege, he single-handedly thwarted the advance of thousands of the undead, becoming a living legend. However, perhaps due to the immense threat his existence posed, the generals of the zombies and demonic entities spared no effort to eliminate him, even launching missile attacks against him. This was also exacerbated by his excessive arrogance at the time. He stood alone on a section of the city wall, ultimately obliterated by the two formidable generals, leaving not a trace behind. At that moment, the adversaries were merely at level 3, while the generals corresponded to level 4, which compelled the opposition to act at any cost. This was the source of their exhilaration. 4 skill points were merely 4 skill points. Today was not in vain. At this moment, on the rooftop, Wei Ran and Tuan Tuan were both pale with fright. After Lin Feng coughed up a mouthful of blood and fell silent, they assumed he had perished. Tuan Tuan was already in tears, while Wei Ran came to the realization that Lin Feng was not unwilling to save them, but was merely seeking an opportunity. Please don't die. If you die, what will become of us? Wei Ran's eyes were reddened, her voice barely a whisper, filled with guilt for having misunderstood Lin Feng. She had silently resolved to ensure both she and Tuan Tuan would survive. With the threat of the illusory insects eliminated, Wei Ran, being at level 2, could easily break free from the rope that bound her. Just as she was about to sever the restraints, Lin Feng finally regained a modicum of strength, maxing out his healing spell and allocating the remaining skill point to the all-purpose eye. Thanks to this ability, he could locate the illusory insects. Otherwise, he would be at a loss, unable to discern their true forms, let alone eliminate them. Utilizing the slight recovery of his strength, Lin Feng cast a healing spell upon himself. Though the spell reached its pinnacle at 10 stars, the toll on his body was severe. His internal organs were torn, his meridians shattered, and his body riddled with wounds. The healing spell restored his internal injuries, preventing his condition from further deteriorating. Other injuries would have to mend gradually. Just as he intended to approach the small building, he realized that leaving Wei Ran and Tuan Tuan bound on the rooftop was perilous. At that moment, even a mere wandering corpse could spell his doom. Lin Feng, you deceitful wretch. You are alive. Wei Ran, seeing Lin Feng rise, felt her fury intensify. The distance was too great, and she believed Lin Feng was deceiving them. With a fierce tug, her anger surged to its peak, and she snapped the rope in two. Just you wait, she immediately said about unbinding Tuan Tuan, and the two descended the stairs in a furious huff. Lin Feng glanced at them, inwardly cursing their foolishness. Too weary to pursue them, no one required his assistance now, as the excruciating pain throughout his body became unbearable, especially in his eyes, which were severely strained. 2 streams of blood tears stained his pale visage, rendering him particularly terrifying. Yet, Lin Feng had long since grown accustomed to this. The post-apocalyptic world was no tranquil existence. Only through relentless struggle could one hope to survive. Before long, Wei Ran and Tuan Tuan hurried down. Initially, Wei Ran had prepared herself to scold Lin Feng bitterly. But upon seeing his condition, she was utterly taken aback. How dreadful! What on earth happened that Lin Feng sustained such grave injuries? Brother Lin Feng. Tuan Tuan gasped as she rushed down, and upon witnessing Lin Feng's state, she wept even more sorrowfully. Help me. Before she could finish her plea, Lin Feng could no longer bear the strain. His eyes closed as he collapsed. Just before losing consciousness, he felt as though his face had plunged into a soft, fragrant embrace. Indeed, it was quite substantial. How could you die now? I haven't even scolded you yet. Wei Ran cried, holding Lin Feng tightly in despair the moment he fell. At that instant, Tuan Tuan, who had been weeping uncontrollably, suddenly paused, sniffling as she spoke. Sister Wei, Brother Lin Feng isn't dead. From her vantage point, she could see Lin Feng's face, which bore a faint smile. Wei Ran looked down and noticed Lin Feng's face resting against her chest, and without needing to say more, she understood the meaning behind that smile. Had it been any other day, had that man dared to take such liberties with her, she would have swiftly retaliated with her high heel. Yet at this moment, instead of feeling anger, she tenderly stroked Lin Feng's head. I'll scold you when you wake up. Come on, Tuan Tuan, let us get Brother Lin Feng back. It's dangerous here. Tuan Tuan nodded fervently, wiping her tears as she assisted in carrying Lin Feng. As the sun set and night descended, the city of Han grew increasingly restless, with hordes of zombies making their way eastward, the tide of the undead drawing ever closer. In the Fuyuan community, Wei Ran and Tuan gently cleaned Lin Feng's wounds. His condition was dire. His body was marred by numerous cracks and lacerations, his clothes soaked through with blood, the source of which remained uncertain, whether it was zombie blood or his own. Most alarming were Lin Feng's eyes, blood vessels protruding and nearly lifeless. Wei Ran and Tuan, nearly in tears, worked diligently to tend to his injuries. After an indeterminate amount of time, Lin Feng finally began to awaken slowly. A ray of sunlight piercing his closed eyelids, causing a searing pain that felt unbearable. Sister Wei, brother Lin Feng is awake. Tuan exclaimed suddenly, noticing his movement. Startling Wei Ran, who had been vigilantly watching over him. The two rushed over, concern etched on their faces. Are you all right? Lin Feng managed a bitter smile. Given his condition, how could he possibly be fine? After a night of recuperation, Lin Feng regained considerable strength, employing a healing spell on his eyes. Remarkably, the spell proved effective. His once swollen and nearly useless eyes swiftly healed, returning to a semblance of normalcy. Phew, I can finally see. Lin Feng turned his gaze towards the two women. Thank you, I'm all right now. Chapter 35, Moving House Humph. So you're fine and just playing around? What do you mean by that? Let the monster kill us at will. Wei Ran's words trailed off, as she found herself lacking justification to blame Lin Feng. After all, they had no particular relationship, and perhaps Lin Feng was merely diverting the monster's attention. A tempest of emotions surged within Wei Ran, but she cast aside her thoughts. Clinging to Lin Feng's arm, fearful of losing him. With a playful pat on her head, Lin Feng chuckled. This girl, though not particularly strong, had a mind brimming with thoughts. Was she really blaming him? Impossible. You are my personal attendant. I could never bear to lose you. Wei Ran paused in surprise. Personal attendant? Who would serve you? Yet, she seemed to grasp Lin Feng's implication. Hey, you promised me. Are you trying to renege? Lin Feng exclaimed in a panic, swiftly grasping Wei Ran's hand. He could not let her deny it. Just then, Tuan wiped her tears and suddenly asked, what does personal attendant mean? Does it mean Sister Wei sleeps with you? Sister Wei smells so nice. We love to cuddle with her every night. If brother Lin Feng likes her too, I can let you have Sister Wei for 5 days. No, 5 days is too long, 3 days at most. As she spoke, Tuan counted on her fingers, her face reflecting reluctance. Hearing Tuan's words, Wei Ran's face flushed crimson. You little brat, what do you know? 3 days? Not even 1 day is possible. Lin Feng grinned mischievously, gazing at Wei Ran. Yet Tuan is correct. You really do smell delightful. Humph. Wei Ran recalled the moment Lin Feng had rested his head on her lap, and she felt an urge to strike this rogue. However, upon seeing Lin Feng's wounded body, her heart softened, and she could not bring herself to do it. All right, enough of this. Let us gather our belongings and take as much as we can. We are heading to the eastern base today. Lin Feng recounted the news of the corpse tide. Despite their reluctance to leave, neither Tuan nor Wei Ran dared to linger any longer. Fine, we'll pack up. With that, Wei Ran and Tuan began to gather their things. Lin Feng's home was filled with many items, yet they could only carry a limited amount, so they aimed to take as many useful items as possible. Lin Feng sighed softly. He had initially intended to take the two women to a base he had discovered earlier. However, after the events of last night, he realized the outside world was even more perilous than he had imagined. To prevent a recurrence of such incidents, Lin Feng deemed it wise to relocate to the eastern base. After tidying up, Wei Ran and Tuan amassed a considerable collection of items, mostly food and some water. With nearly all the meat stuffed into their bags, gazing at the piles before him, Lin Feng could only shake his head in bemusement. We are merely changing locations. It's not as if we are abandoning this place. What is this moving house? Leave some behind. We are not relocating, and with so many items, how will we get through? There are hordes of zombies along the way. Lin Feng shook his head in exasperation. We can only take half? This was the result of much deliberation between Tuan and me, ultimately leading us to select just a couple of packages, one for each of us. The remaining supplies were left behind, as we were merely seeking temporary refuge. If circumstances permit, I shall return, for this place is indeed my home. Lin Feng wasted no time with Wei Ran and Tuan, casually picking up a package and slinging it over his shoulder. By the way, This is a communicator. Should I be absent, you can use this device to reach me. As he spoke, Lin Feng handed each of them a communicator. Upon hearing that it was a communicator, Wei Ran and Tuan Tuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Noticing that Lin Feng possessed only one, they hesitated to ask for it, but to their surprise, he distributed one to each of them. In this apocalyptic era, such an item is indeed invaluable. Without further delay, Wei Ran and Tuan Tuan reluctantly chose their packages and set off. As night fell once more, the number of zombies in Han City continued to swell. In addition to the original inhabitants, a multitude of undead and other creatures from the netherworld had begun to emerge. Consequently, Han City had truly transformed into a living hell. In the previous life, the survival rate of humanity was a mere 10. Now, one could only wonder if the survival rate would even reach 1. This was Tuan Tuan's first encounter with the outside world. She had previously remained within the confines of Lin Feng's home, where even the windows were sealed, allowing her to observe the outside only through narrow crevices. However, Lin Feng had long since cleared the area of zombies, and there were no gruesome sights to behold. Yet, as they traversed the path, the ground bore witness to the gruesomely mangled bodies of both zombies and humans, eliciting nausea in those who beheld such horror. Tuan Tuan struggled to endure the sight, nearly fainting in fright, gripping Lin Feng's arm tightly in an attempt to maintain her composure. "Perhaps I should carry you while you close your eyes," Lin Feng suggested, feeling a pang of sympathy for Tuan Tuan's distress. "No, brother Lin Feng. I do not wish to remain indoors forever. I aspire to grow stronger. Brother Lin Feng, could you help me reach level 2? Tuan Tuan said, gritting her teeth and gazing intently at Lin Feng. She had come to understand that in this world, lacking strength relegated one to the status of a weakling. She did not wish to be perpetually protected by Lin Feng. Rather, she yearned to fight alongside him. Lin Feng fixed his gaze upon Tuan Tuan, remaining silent as if contemplating something profound. While others might be unaware, Lin Feng was well aware of Tuan Tuan's formidable talent. The red crystal he had used for her awakening was of the level of a roaming corpse, and her awakening had resulted in a black mark, indicating her potential was far from trivial. However, she was still quite young. After a moment of hesitation, Wei Ran interjected, "Help her, and help me as well. I want to continue growing stronger. I do not wish to be a burden. Do you know how helpless we felt yesterday? You cannot always arrive in time." Lin Feng regarded the two of them with a sense of resignation, yet he recognized the truth in Wei Ran's words. He soon came to terms with the idea that strengthening them would not be a bad course of action. "Very well. I shall strive to enhance your abilities to their utmost potential along the way," Lin Feng replied with a gentle smile. With a decision made, Lin Feng swiftly set a goal, lightly flicking 2 stones, which incapacitated 2 ordinary roaming corpses in the distance. Wei Ran handed a dagger to Tuan Tuan, a pair gifted to her by Lin Feng, which she carried with her at all times. Observing the creature sprawled on the ground, despite its limbs being rendered useless by Lin Feng, the zombie continued to glare at Tuan Tuan, incessantly howling, its eyes now entirely crimson, its human semblance nearly obliterated. Gripping the dagger, which was nearly as thick as her arm, Tuan Tuan steeled herself, aimed for the zombie's head, closed her eyes, and thrust the weapon with resolve, piercing through the skull. With a sickening sound, the blade, sharp beyond measure, easily penetrated the zombie's head, delivering a fatal blow. Once the undead fell silent, Tuan Tuan dared to open her eyes. The once terrifying creature lay lifeless, a mere corpse. Seeing Tuan Tuan's trembling legs, Lin Feng felt a pang of compassion. "No, I wish to grow stronger." Chapter 36. Ascendance. This time, Tuan Tuan's resolve was unwavering. Approaching the second zombie, she swiftly plunged the dagger into its skull, her movements exhibiting newfound ease. Having faced her first adversary, her anxiety had diminished significantly. Her small hand gripped the dagger tightly, showing no intention of relinquishing it. She did not shed tears this time. Wei Ran observed Tuan Tuan with a serious expression, offering no words of comfort. Such matters could not be soothed. Lin Feng had not offered her consolation either. Those who could endure would emerge as the strong. Those who faltered would remain stagnant. As Lin Feng once stated, "If you hesitate to strike, you might as well resign yourself to a life of servitude." Lin Feng remained silent, watching Tuan Tuan intently. After several minutes, her trembling ceased, and she wiped the black and white substance from the dagger on the corpse of a zombie. "Lin Feng, my name is Ouyang Jing. These fiends are responsible for my parents' deaths, and one day, I will cleanse the world of them. Onward." Next, in that moment, Wei Ran felt as though Tuan Tuan had transformed, an unmistakable aura of vengeance emanating from her. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Was she awakening the vengeful spirit within her? Though her current prowess was still lacking, the likelihood of her awakening this trait continued to grow. So be it, if she becomes a vengeful spirit. Though the reputation may be tainted, the strength is undeniably formidable. Let us proceed. Today, one of you shall advance to level 2, while the other awakens a second talent. Wei Ran, shortly, I shall unleash a wandering zombie for you. If you struggle, I will summon another, until you awaken your second ability. Wei Ran opened her mouth to rebuke Lin Feng, realizing he was pushing her to the brink, but a glance at Tuan Tuan, who wore an expression of determination, made her sigh in resignation. These two had truly lost their minds. As Lin Feng and the two girls continued their slaughter towards the east, a commotion erupted within the northern nest, the ground trembling violently. Shortly thereafter, countless zombies surged forth from their lair, making their way towards the eastern base. Meanwhile, in the Shikawa River district, a tumultuous uprising erupted among the zombies in the obelisk area, as they surged frantically towards the east. Towering giants of undead, alongside fiendish creatures adorned with wings, intermixed with numerous commanding entities, creating a veritable ocean of the undead that swept towards the east. In their wake, whether fortunate survivors or scouts dispatched by the human faction, anyone who ventured too close to this undead tide was mercilessly crushed, with only a handful managing to escape. Nevertheless, the news of the zombie hive reached the eastern base. It was impossible to conceal such a cataclysmic sight, the monstrous entities blotting out the sky, and the tidal wave of corpses visible from afar. Panic, despair, and fury gripped the hearts of many. Was the heavens truly intent on annihilating humanity? World Channel. Commander by all demon hunters, assemble at the city walls. This beast tide is ferocious, yet we must trust in the military. The realm of the undead seeks our destruction, but it shall pay a price. Upon concluding his statement, the World Channel was swiftly commandeered by the military, silencing all demon hunters and enforcing a unified command. The atmosphere was charged with tension. At this moment, Lin Feng was less than 10 miles from the eastern base, accompanied by two companions as they advanced relentlessly. With Lin Feng present, the commanders posed little threat to their passage. During their journey, 2 7-star zombies were effortlessly dispatched by Lin Feng, earning him a couple of skill points. However, Lin Feng found himself exasperated, realizing that further skill point accumulation from 7-star zombies was no longer feasible. It was utterly absurd. Brother Lin Feng, is Sister Wei all right? Tuan Tuan expressed her concern, observing Wei Ran struggling against 3 zombies with great difficulty. As a ranged combatant, she was ill-suited for close quarters. Lin Feng glanced at Wei Ran, equally perplexed by her desire to awaken a second skill. The challenge seemed insurmountable. Previously, she had failed to awaken even when facing 2 foes. Lin Feng's earlier remarks were not made in jest. He intended to confine Wei Ran until she reached 10 stars. Then unleash 3 roaming zombies for her to hone her skills. If she could not awaken her second skill, he would refrain from intervening. Lin Feng, you scoundrel. In the fray, Wei Ran found herself encircled by 3 zombies, sustaining numerous wounds. Yet recalling Lin Feng's words, she resolved to increase their number to 4. Was he truly attempting to bring about her demise? Moreover, that Tuan Tuan had already awakened, seemingly as a revenger, appearing even stronger than her. Perish. Wei Ran, determined, wielded her hand like a blade, swiftly dispatching one zombie with a flash of cold light piercing through its skull, slaying the wandering corpse. She gained 1 skill point and acquired the skill, Flying Blade. Elated by the revelation in her mind, a belt materialized at her waist, adorned with 6 flying daggers shaped like willow leaves. Without hesitation, she seized 2 daggers, aimed for the zombies' heads, and in the next moment, the daggers flew forth. Thud, thud. With 2 resounding impacts, the remaining zombies' heads exploded, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Beside them, Tuan Tuan's eyes widened in amazement. Wei Ran's recent strike was truly impressive. However, Lin Feng furrowed his brows, realizing that Wei Ran had genuinely resolved to pursue a path of ranged combat. This approach bore its advantages, offering relative safety, and those flying knives possessed considerable power. How about that? Am I remarkable? Wei Ran exclaimed excitedly. Sister Wei is so cool. Tuan Tuan chimed in with genuine envy, thrilled at the thought of dispatching foes without shedding blood. How splendid. Haha, you have a keen eye. But these numerous bags are somewhat cumbersome, Wei Ran noted. Glancing at the pouches around her waist and the flying knives, feeling a bit overburdened. 18 stone balls, along with 6 flying knives, were ample for small-scale skirmishes. If she could acquire a few firearms, she would truly become a walking arsenal. Well, this is satisfactory, as long as we avoid encountering a leader-level foe. I should possess a degree of self-defense, Lin Feng remarked. Indeed. Let us quickly hunt some more zombies. I wish to elevate this skill to its full potential. Wei Ran exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she began to appreciate the advantages of her newfound strength. Before awakening her second skill, she found it somewhat challenging to engage 3 wandering corpses, but after her awakening, it had become a mere matter of 3 strikes. With her targeting ability, these sentient underground creatures had no chance of escape. Tuan Tuan cast an eager glance at Lin Feng. Following him closely, she had effortlessly leveled up to level 2. Though her combat prowess in the field was lacking, rendering her unable to contend with wandering corpses. However, she could still handle ordinary decomposed bodies without issue. I'm afraid that might not suffice. Lin Feng shook his head, his expression growing serious as he sensed the onset of a zombie tide. The horde was starting to gather. The surrounding zombies had diminished in number. We must hasten to the eastern base. Otherwise, encountering the tide would spell danger for us. Lin Feng's countenance reflected the gravity of the situation as he felt an impending threat approaching. Suddenly, Lin Feng's expression shifted dramatically. He scooped up Tuan Tuan and fled. Run. Chapter 37. Slaying the fiend. Lin Feng's face contorted in alarm as he dashed with Tuan Tuan in his arms. Wei Ran, though unaware of the cause for his urgency, understood that if Lin Feng deemed it necessary to retreat, the enemy's strength must be far beyond their own. She lost any desire to continue battling and followed closely behind him. Shortly after their departure, a monstrous creature descended, its gaze fixating on the zombie pinned by the flying knife, an expression of greed crossing its face as it sensed the scent of prey. After glancing in the direction Lin Feng and the others had taken, it quickly ascended and pursued them. They were now less than 10 miles from the eastern base. In half an hour, they could reach safety, but now they faced trouble, as they had caught the attention of a leader-level monster. Lin Feng pressed onward with frantic determination. Currently, he was only at level 2, and confronting a leader-level foe posed a considerable challenge. His previous encounter with the illusionary insect had merely been a fortunate counter. This new adversary was a formidable combatant, far more daunting. 10 minutes later, Lin Feng's expression grew exceedingly grim. Wei Ran, take Tuan Tuan to the base. I will hold him off. Let us hasten together. The opponent is a commander-level entity. Your presence here will not only be futile, but will indeed hinder my progress. Lin Feng bellowed, his broadsword materializing in his grasp. Wei Ran's expression darkened, realizing that her staying would truly impede their efforts, especially with Tuan Tuan still present. Taking Tuan Tuan from Lin Feng's hands, she sprinted towards the base. Be careful. Lin Feng did not look back. The journey from here to the base would take no more than 20 minutes. To prepare for the impending horde, the nearby zombies had already been largely eradicated. As long as they reached the base before the full brunt of the tide arrived, they would be relatively safe. Before long, a creature covered in black scales descended from the sky, eyeing Lin Feng with an instinctive swallow. In the eyes of the monsters, Lin Feng had become the epitome of a delectable meal. Consuming him might propel the creature to the ranks of a battle commander. Boy, don't be hasty. Allow me to devour you first, and then I shall hunt down those 2 who fled. None of you can escape. The monster, in a frenzy, completely underestimated Lin Feng's capabilities. A level 2 foe was merely a plaything for him, was it not? A smirk graced Lin Feng's lips as he activated his all-seeing eye. Having received 2 skill points previously, he had ascended to 10 stars, rendering the all-seeing eye even more formidable. Race, Bone Scale Demon. Strength, Commander level 2 stars. Talent, Deathbone Spikes. Weakness, great defense, lack of agility, and feeble mental strength. Joy flickered across Lin Feng's face. The creature's weakness in mental strength was fortuitous, as he had just awakened the illusory realm. However, the illusory realm was only at 1 star. Its efficacy remained uncertain. Die. At that moment, the Bone Scale Demon charged at Lin Feng, its speed modest yet reminiscent of a tank, obliterating everything in its path. Lin Feng struck with his sword, the blade meeting the demon's arm, sending a surge of force through him, causing his palm to split. Nonetheless, This brief obstruction halted the demon's momentum. Observing the white mark on its arm, the bone-scaled demon was taken aback. It was well aware of its own defenses. And yet a mere level 2 adversary had displayed such formidable power. Lin Feng was also feeling the strain. Although his attack was merely exploratory, he had employed the 9-segment force, delivering a powerful blow. This creature possesses some merit. Huh, little insect, show me your true might. This paltry damage barely tickles. The bone-scaled demon cackled madly, finding amusement in the encounter, failing to regard Lin Feng as a genuine threat. Is that so? Then brace yourself for another strike. The Dragon Slayer's 27 cuts. With a single swing, 27 phantoms surged towards the bone-scaled demon. The demon's expression shifted dramatically. It had not anticipated that a level 2 being could unleash such a formidable assault. Crash, crash, crash. A beam of sword light struck the bone-scaled demon. Scales flying and mingling with blood, the creature's condition appeared dire, forced to shield its head with its arms. As the brilliance of the sword dissipated, Lin Feng took a step back, having exhausted considerable energy in executing that move. The bone-scaled demon, now fully enraged, spread its arms wide. It was utterly astonished that a mere level 2 opponent could bring it to such a state of disarray. Deathbone Spike. It roared, its body suddenly swelling from 2 meters to 3, sprouting dozens of sharp bone spikes all over. In an instant, its speed surged. Lin Feng's expression tightened. Indeed, a leader-level demon was not so easily dealt with. Blood explosion. Lin Feng chose not to hold back any longer, unleashing his full strength. Each strike was infused with 9 layers of power, barely allowing him to sustain himself, yet he could not evade all attacks. Soon, Lin Feng was covered in wounds, nearly transformed into a bloodied figure. Little insect, you have quite the resilience, but that does not alter your fate of being devoured. The bone-scaled demon accelerated abruptly, launching its bone spikes like a barrage of lethal arrows. In a split second, Lin Feng suffered 3 punctures, 1 in his thigh and 2 in his abdomen, each the size of a thumb. Despite the pain, he did not flinch. Instead, he concentrated all his strength into one strike, merging 27 sword strikes into a singular blow, amplifying his power exponentially. Crash! The bone-scaled demon was sent flying. A massive wound extending from its left shoulder to its right abdomen, deep enough to reveal bone. A devastating blow. The bone-scaled demon looked at its injury in disbelief. Had this human gone mad? Though it had sustained significant damage, it was not enough to claim its life. Lin Feng's approach was one of mutual destruction, inflicting heavy harm upon himself while wounding his foe. Faced with such injuries, Lin Feng chose not to employ healing magic. He intended to gamble everything. For if the bone-scaled demon became cautious, it might escape. Battling a berserker with healing capabilities would be sheer folly. Again, Lin Feng roared as he charged once more. Crash! The two collided again, and Lin Feng acquired 3 more wounds, while the bone-scaled demon bore a new, gaping injury. Its scales shattered and scattered. For the first time, it encountered such a formidable level 2 opponent. You have done remarkably well to wound me thus. Now perish. The bone-scaled demon, losing patience, lunged at Lin Feng once more. At that moment, Lin Feng activated the illusionary mirror world, causing the surrounding light to vanish in an instant. The bone-scaled demon was taken aback, its newly formed bone spikes exploding outward in a defensive maneuver. Suddenly, a sword pierced through its back, the sword energy slicing through, instantly shattering its heart. In the next moment, darkness receded, and Lin Feng found himself free of wounds. At the instant he utilized the illusionary world, he simultaneously cast healing magic to restore his injuries. The bone-scaled demon gazed at the unscathed Lin Feng, filled with incredulity, unable to fathom how he emerged unscathed. To die is one thing, but to question why. Lin Feng drew his sword, the bone-scaled demon lamenting its untimely demise. Defeated the level 2 bone-scaled demon, earning 6 skill points. Lin Dan paid no heed to the distractions and swiftly made his way towards the eastern base. For a horde of undead was already visible in the distance. Chapter 38. An unforeseen encounter before long. A shadow approached the battlefield where Lin Feng was engaged in combat with the bone-scaled demon. Upon witnessing the lifeless body of the demon, the shadow's expression grew grave. Lin Feng delivered a decisive strike, severing the creature's heart and disrupting its vital essence. While magical beings and zombies alike possessed formidable life forces, they were also burdened with numerous vulnerabilities. Zombies, being undead entities, could only be truly vanquished by extinguishing their soul flames, which typically resided in their minds. Only by obliterating their skulls could they be harmed. Targeting the heart was of little consequence, as some zombies might have already had their organs withered away, rendering them heartless. The bone-scaled demon had fallen here. It was evident that there were still powerful warriors among the human ranks. The shadow, devoid of any sympathy, realized that the death of a leader would yield greater benefits for them. The ranks of the undead had dispatched leaders far surpassing those of the humans. The demise of one or two would bear little impact. Casting a glance in the direction Lin Feng had departed, the shadow chose not to pursue him. At such a precarious moment, acting alone would be the most perilous course. The missiles of the humans could still pose a lethal threat to their lives. Seeing that no pursuers were trailing him, Lin Feng finally exhaled in relief. He had expended a considerable amount of energy while executing the 27 sword strikes. And had he delayed, even slightly, in dispatching the bone-scaled demon, he might not have escaped unscathed. The undead horde was not to be faced alone. This encounter had granted him 6 skill points, and without hesitation, Lin Feng upgraded his illusory realm to 7 stars. Had the illusory realm reached this level earlier, vanquishing the bone-scaled demon might have proven far less arduous. 10 minutes later, Lin Feng beheld towering walls, reaching a height of 20 meters, standing majestically at the eastern base. Such a grand structure, in times past, would have demanded immense manpower and resources for its construction, yet it had been erected in just a matter of days. A marvel indeed, one that would surely astonish first-time witnesses. However, Lin Feng paid little mind to its grandeur, recognizing it merely as the handiwork of earth element hunters. While impressive, the walls would offer scant protection should the horde erupt. A charge from a leader-class giant would render them as mere rubble. Anyone hoping for these walls to shield them from the undead was indeed deluding themselves. Who goes there? Suddenly, a voice rang out from atop the walls. Having spotted Lin Feng, refugee, Lin Feng replied succinctly, casting a quick glance around to see many others had gathered nearby, pleading for the soldiers atop the walls to open the gates. Oh, you claim to be a mere refugee. What proof do you have? How can you demonstrate that you are not a transformed creature? A soldier inquired sternly from the wall. Lin Feng was at a loss for words. How could one prove their humanity? Moreover, had humanoid demons already begun to emerge? But if entry was impossible, where had Wei Ran and Tuan Tuan gone? Activating his all-seeing eye to its fullest extent, he scanned the area within a 500-meter radius, absorbing all the views within his sight. However, he failed to locate Wei Ran and Tuan Tuan, and Lin Feng's heart gradually sank. Could something have happened? He retrieved his communicator and sent a message to Tuan Tuan and Wei Ran, only to find their avatars had turned gray. They were offline. He had previously admonished them to never turn off the communicator under any circumstances. Had he ever encountered a woman alongside a child? Lin Feng cast a grim look at the soldiers above him. It was highly likely they were behind this. He had indeed seen them, given their strength. It was astonishing they could reach this place. We suspect they have transformed into monstrous beings. Before the soldier could finish his sentence, Lin Feng propelled himself off the ground and soared up the wall. Indeed, he was flying, seeking death. Bang, bang, bang. The soldier's face twisted into a mocking grin. This was military territory. Who did Lin Feng think he was? Firing 3 shots, the soldier believed Lin Feng was doomed. Yet, before he could revel in his triumph, Lin Feng raised his sword, deflecting the 3 bullets. The soldier's eyes widened in disbelief. What was happening? Qian Weiyong, what are you doing? The soldier suddenly fired, drawing attention from others. However, he had no chance to speak further, as Lin Feng had already appeared before him, casually pressing his broad sword against the soldier's neck. This scene left both the soldiers guarding that section of the wall and the demon hunter's army in shock. Someone dared to attack a military personnel. This guy is insane. Who are you? A commanding officer among the soldiers aimed his weapon at Lin Feng, and over 10 soldiers quickly encircled him. The other assisting demon hunters, though not directly engaging, braced themselves. They were wary of anyone bold enough to strike against the military. They were either fools or madmen, and none wished to confront either. Tell me, where have the man and child who just arrived been taken? Lin Feng ignored everyone else and pressed the soldier for answers. They were taken by young Master Jean. He said those 2 might be transformed monsters. The soldier stammered, the blade at his throat glinting ominously, ready to claim his life with the slightest tremor from Lin Feng's hand. Young Master Jean. Lin Feng's expression darkened considerably. He knew that man, a notorious lecher. Awakened with a black mark, he possessed formidable power. Because of this strength, even when he engaged in transgressions, as long as it didn't disrupt military plans, no one was willing to intervene, until eventually he was struck down by a powerful female warrior awakened with a red mark. With a swift strike, Lin Feng hit the soldier on the head, sending him flying into a dirt wall, yet he still held back, choosing not to kill him outright. After all, the soldier had committed no grave offense. He had merely attempted to obstruct him. Monsters indeed existed, and exercising caution was only prudent. The others watched Lin Feng with terror in their eyes, none daring to act. "My friend, what do you mean by this?" The sergeant who had previously spoken declared that he was the leader of 10 men in this area, asserting that even in defeat, he must display a certain attitude. "Begone! How dare you allow such villains to run rampant? What qualification do the Jin Yin people possess to capture my men? Speak another word, and not a single soul shall remain alive." With that, Lin Feng charged towards the base, and his adversaries dared not impede him, for the disparity in strength was too vast. The leader's expression darkened. He had not anticipated Lin Feng's uncompromising stance, which left him no semblance of face. Furthermore, he harbored disdain for Jin Biao, yet the latter was far too formidable. Orders from above had made it clear not to offend him, leaving the leader with no choice but to comply, as he could not afford to make an enemy of such a powerful foe. Watching Lin Feng's departing figure, the leader promptly retrieved his communicator, resigning the matter to those above, knowing it was beyond his control. With the impending battle, the base was sparsely populated. Most had ascended the walls, for in such a time of shared survival, there was no room for cowardice. Again this Jin Biao? A soldier scowled at the news relayed by his subordinate, a surge of anger igniting within him. This man had caused him trouble on more than one occasion. Yet, he had no choice but to intervene. Jin Biao was nearing level 3, one of the few elite fighters on his side. Chapter 39. A sword strike. Lin Feng swiftly pierced through the air, following the path etched in his memory towards Jin Biao's location. The eastern base was divided into 9 sectors, with each of the 8 sectors guarded by 1,000-man armies stationed along the walls. The central area housed the main forces tasked with safeguarding missiles and rapid response troops. Should any sector falter, the central army would provide immediate support. Currently, Lin Feng found himself in the southwestern sector, specifically Zone 2, where the previous military camp's commander was the leader of 1,000 men. Lin Feng was fully aware that his journey would be met with resistance, for Jin Biao was one of the top fighters in Zone 2. If he were to perish at Jin Biao's hands, any hope of fending off the impending horde would be futile. Lin Feng had no interest in the opinions of others regarding Jin Biao. As long as he did not provoke him, he would hardly spare Lin Feng a glance. However, now that Jin Biao dared to harm his people, he would not let this transgression go unpunished. Wei Ran had departed slightly ahead of him, and Jin Biao had likely just returned. Lin Feng hoped that Wei Ran and Tuan Tuan were unharmed. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to exact retribution. In the next moment, Lin Feng pushed his speed to its limits, becoming nothing more than a fleeting shadow, employing the skill flying bird strike from his past life to its fullest potential. In a 2-story cabin within Zone 2 lay Jin Biao's lair. At that moment, he had just returned with Wei Ran and Tuan Tuan. A look of wild elation etched across his face. Nearby stood 5 wooden stakes, 2 of which were bound with women, their garments tattered and stained with blood. Upon seeing Jin Biao's return, the women trembled involuntarily, as if confronted by a devil. "Release us, you wretched brute." Wei Ran glared furiously at the man before her. They had barely arrived at the base when a throng of soldiers surrounded them, accusing them of being spies for some monstrous entity. As they were about to explain, the man emerged suddenly, seizing them and declaring that they would be taken for questioning. Wei Ran attempted to resist, yet the man's overwhelming strength rendered her efforts futile. With a dozen guns pointed at them, they were swiftly subdued and brought to this place. Observing the 2 women bound before him, a tremor of apprehension coursed through Wei Ran. She sensed the gravity of the situation and knew she must act. She needed to buy time until Lin Feng could find them. She firmly believed he would not abandon them. Tuan Tuan, however, did not weep this time. Instead, she fixated on Jin Biao with fierce intent, her eyes brimming with a desire for vengeance. As an avenger by calling, she longed to end his life with a single stroke. Allowing him to live would only bring calamity. "Release you?" After going to such lengths to capture 2 remarkably beautiful individuals, one tall and one petite, how could I possibly let you go? Jean Biao's lecherous expression revealed his intentions. The impending zombie tide loomed, and he was eager for his own gratification before it arrived. When he laid eyes on Wei Ran, a fervent fire ignited within him. Compared to the previous captives he had seized, she was a goddess amidst mere mortals, which was precisely why he had dared to snatch her from military hands. He was aware that many disapproved of him, yet his strength commanded their reliance. Without it, he would have met his demise countless times over. In the face of the approaching zombie horde, the military could not afford to lose him. As for Tuan Tuan, she was merely an added bonus to his discerning gaze. She too would blossom into a beauty in a few years. Die, fat man. Brother Lin Feng will come and tear you to shreds. Tuan Tuan's eyes glinted with malice. Her gaze as cold as if she were regarding a corpse. Humph, Lin Feng. I've never heard of him. The military dares not lay a finger on me. What can an unknown do? Jean Biao sneered, utterly unconcerned by Tuan Tuan's threats. You should wish he does not come looking for me, or I shall personally slay him before your eyes. His face contorted with madness. He dismissed her warning entirely. Lin Feng. That name meant nothing within this space. The heat of his desires emboldened Jean Biao, and his gaze toward Wei Ran grew increasingly fervent as he approached, dragging his garments. Beautiful one, come with me. Indulge in luxury. Hone your skills. It will be a life without worry. He seduced, knowing that many women, having endured the harshness of the apocalypse, might be swayed by such promises. Yet, Wei Ran was not among them. Despair clouded her heart, and she feared she might never see Lin Feng again. Suddenly, a loud explosion shattered the walls of Jean Biao's lair, and a man wielding a broadsword strode in, his eyes ablaze with intent. Upon hearing the man's voice, joy surged within Wei Ran. Her heart raced as she realized how deeply intertwined her fate was with Lin Feng. This was akin to a scene from her dreams, with a gallant prince arriving to rescue her. Tuan Tuan's face also brightened. She had known without a doubt that brother Lin Feng would come. You are Lin Feng. Jean Biao's irritation was palpable. His trousers were down to his ankles, and Lin Feng's sudden intrusion had disrupted him. How could he possibly endure such an affront? However, he did not rush to take action, as he had not anticipated that Lin Feng could locate this place so swiftly. This individual might not be weak. Lin Feng remained silent, casting a glance at Wei Ran and Tuan Tuan. Although they appeared somewhat disheveled, they were fortunately unharmed. His gaze then shifted to the two women bound to the pillar, a look of revulsion crossing his face. In his eyes, Jean Biao was merely a boorish beast. Lin Feng's fury reached a boiling point, his blood surging with a singular thought. He longed to eliminate this fiend. Suddenly, Jean Biao felt a prickling sensation on his scalp. This man intended to kill him. But ayo! With a furious roar, a flaming long knife materialized in Jean Biao's hand, its blade enveloped in flames, causing the room's temperature to soar. Those who dare to kill me, Jean Biao taunted, but Lin Feng offered him no opportunity to continue. With a swift step akin to a flying bird, Lin Feng was already before Jean Biao. Dragon Slayer's ninefold strike. Lin Feng bellowed, channeling all his vitality into the sword, unleashing his blood, the all-seeing eye, and the illusory realm. He had no intention of engaging Jean Biao in a fair fight. His sole desire was to take a life. In an instant, the blade cleaved through the rooftop, arriving before Jean Biao in the blink of an eye. Jean Biao's expression shifted drastically. The force was astonishing, so powerful that it was hard to fathom. What kind of monster had he provoked? Brother, let us discuss this. Jean Biao panicked. With that strike, he might very well meet his demise. Stop. Outside, someone bellowed in a frenzy. It was the Centurion of District 2, who had rushed over personally to halt Lin Feng. Yet, it seemed he had arrived a moment too late. Lin Feng did not even spare a glance at the Centurion, nor did he care about Jean Biao's expression. With a single stroke, he brought the blade down, severing Jean Biao's fiery long knife into two pieces. Along with it, Jean Biao himself was violently cleaved in half by the raging sword energy, leaving no chance for resurrection. Panic ensued. The Centurion outside was astounded, unable to fathom that such a formidable third-tier warrior could be slain by Lin Feng's blade. What a jest! Chapter 40. Silver armor. As he gazed upon Jean Biao's lifeless body on the ground, Lin Feng's wrath remained unquenched. This man was a criminal. The military could intervene, yet they chose not to, even seeming to condone his actions. With a swift motion, he unleashed a blade of energy that severed the special ropes binding Wei Ran and Tuan Tuan, then turned to face the rear. Two pickup trucks were parked outside, and a man clad in a black bulletproof vest glared at Lin Feng with fury, while a contingent of soldiers stared at Lin Feng in disbelief. With a single sword strike, Jin Biao had been slain. Such power! Could this be a third-tier warrior? Didn't I tell you to stop? Why didn't you heed my command? The centurion fixed Lin Feng with a furious gaze, his expression a mix of indignation and helplessness. What? You wish to protect such a worthless wretch? Should he not pay for his sins? Lin Feng held little regard for this man, who was clearly there to rescue Jin Biao. He is utterly unconcerned with your affairs. This is not your place to intervene. Do you comprehend the ramifications of his demise? The commander's face was etched with fury. With the death of Jin Biao, a breach in their defenses would inevitably occur, and should the zombies penetrate that gap, all would be lost. So, you believe that sacrificing them could procure Jin Biao's assistance. Is that not so? At this moment, aided by Wei Ran, the two women she helped continued to tremble uncontrollably, haunted by the profound shadow Jin Biao had cast upon them. They would likely never forget this torment in their lifetime. Observe them, reduced to such a state by Jin Biao's cruelty. That beast deserves to be slain 100,000 times over. Lin Feng exclaimed with a cold fury. The commander's countenance darkened like stormy waters. The once respected demon hunter now faced outright invective. What do you know? A couple of useless wretches? If the city falls, do you grasp how many lives would be lost? The commander showed no sign of remorse, convinced of the righteousness of his choices. To preserve the city walls, sacrificing a few expendable lives meant nothing. Expendable? Merely sacrificing one or two useless lives. Lin Feng scoffed, recognizing the man's stubbornness. Even now, he displayed no hint of regret, still believing his actions were justified. Had he not arrived swiftly, Wei Ran and the others would likely have fallen victim to the enemy's malice. Jin Biao's audacity was likely intertwined with this wretched individual before him. You must perish as well. Lin Feng's expression turned icy as he charged towards the commander. The commander's expression shifted dramatically. Was this man truly mad enough to strike him? Protect the leader. From the vehicle, over a dozen personal guards raised their weapons, instantly opening fire on Lin Feng. Their mission was to eliminate any threats to the commander. Machine gun fire erupted, chaos ensued, yet soon everyone realized Lin Feng had vanished. Just moments ago he had been charging towards them, and now he had disappeared, leaving them engulfed in an inexplicable terror. The commander's face paled. He had underestimated Lin Feng. A single sword stroke could dispatch Jin Biao. He was no ordinary foe. The commander, lacking in strength, bore a purple mark indicating his limited potential, destined to advance through a mere 3 skills to reach level 3. Currently, 2 of his skills were at 10 stars, and 1 at 8 stars, mere steps away from advancement. Yet facing Lin Feng, he felt an overwhelming sense of impotence. This could only indicate that Lin Feng's power far surpassed his own. Could it be that this man had truly attained level 3? Just as he pondered this, a wail erupted from the rear of the vehicle. A guard's head was severed, blood splattering the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The machine gun swept across. Yet the front was devoid of targets. The gunfire rained down, but struck nothing. The expressions of the guards finally shifted. Could he be invisible? The commander's face turned ashen. How could this be possible? Was it truly the legendary ability of invisibility? Such elevated abilities, how could they possibly manifest at level 2? According to the most recent patterns, they should ideally only awaken at level 3, shouldn't they? Suddenly, a flash of sword light surged forth, and yet another head of a bodyguard fell to the ground. The crowd swept their guns in vain, unable to hit anything. Lin Feng seemed to have vanished into thin air. Commander of 1,000, a voice began, but before the bodyguard beside him could finish, his head flew off. The commander felt a surge of dread. Lin Feng could easily eliminate his guards. It must be noted that those around him were all high-star demon hunters, wielding firearms merely for suppression, their inherent strength not to be underestimated. Yet before Lin Feng, they found themselves utterly powerless to retaliate. Unleash. The commander was furious. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? With his roar, more than 10 bodyguards behind him discarded their firearms, their bodies enveloped in shimmering silver armor, instantly transforming into a battalion of silver-clad warriors. An invisible wave of energy surged forth, clearing everything in its path as the crowd shouted in unison, brandishing their long spears to seal off all directions. In the distance, Lin Feng remained in the room, never having left it. Everything the commander and his men witnessed was but an illusion crafted by Lin Feng. The beheading he had just executed was merely a manifestation of his sword energy unleashed from his position. Within his illusory realm, he was a deity. As long as they could not break through his illusion, they were at his mercy. However, the silver-armored bodyguards that emerged post-unleashing seemed to possess a certain countermeasure against his illusions, causing the fabricated world to tremble. Break! The commander bellowed, and with the others, simultaneously thrust their spears forward, causing the surrounding scenery to rapidly shift back to normal. Lin Feng's illusionary realm was shattered. Nevertheless, Lin Feng was not surprised. His illusion could only reach 7 stars. Although his skill level was high, it was only natural that he could not compete against such a group of high stars. If I do not kill you today, you shall swiftly return to defend the city. As I have stated before, I shall slay you every time I encounter you. And no words will change that. Even if it is you, even if your commander were here, I would say the same. Lin Feng coldly declared before retreating into the house, disregarding them entirely. The commander's expression turned grim, but he chose not to speak further. He understood now that Lin Feng had employed an illusion. Although they had broken the mirror, that sword strike was something they could not withstand. Had Lin Feng unleashed that strike while they were ensnared in his illusion, even 10 lives would not suffice. Retreat. Chapter 41. Defense. The commander of 1,000 retreated dejectedly. Realizing he was powerless, this assassin of Jin Biao was far too formidable. He could no longer manage this affair. He would leave it to those above to handle. With the loss of a Jin Biao, a gap had appeared in their defenses, just in time to request reinforcements. Are you all right? Lin Feng returned to the room and inquired of Wei Ran and Tuan Tuan. Upon seeing the 2 wretched women, a pang of sorrow pierced his heart. Cursed be that scoundrel Jin Biao. We are fine, Wei Ran exclaimed, her face etched with concern. No matter how she consoled them, the 2 women trembled uncontrollably. They were essentially rendered helpless. Without care, they might one day perish on the streets. Lin Feng felt a throbbing headache. While he sympathized with them, he was not a philanthropist. Caring for Wei Ran and Tuan Tuan already burdened him immensely, and adding 2 more would be exceedingly difficult. It must be understood that his objective was to slay zombies and grow stronger, not to engage in charitable acts. You 2 take care of yourselves for now. I will hand them over to the military later. We cannot look after everyone. We can only do our best. With that, Lin Feng's expression turned icy. Someone was approaching. Stay here. I need to attend to some matters. After speaking, he turned and left, gripping his broad sword tightly, having sensed that the newcomer was formidable. Wei Ran felt a flicker of worry, yet she trusted in Lin Feng's strength. Her presence would only hinder him. Under her gentle reassurances, the 2 women's spirits lifted somewhat. Of course, the primary reason for their relief was witnessing Jin Biao's demise, which dispelled their pent-up frustration and restored a semblance of clarity to their minds. Outside, a slender man stood before Lin Feng, and no one else was in sight. You are Lin Feng? He asked. Indeed. Have you come to kill me? Lin Feng replied. Why would I do that? I lack the prowess to slay you with a single strike like you did with Jin Biao. The regiment commander sent me to inform you that since you have slain Jin Biao, you are now tasked with guarding that section of the city wall. The base does not support the helpless. The slender man shrugged, a look of resignation on his face. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Guard the city wall? It mattered little. If he wished to continue his ascent, he needed to engage in battle. The impending beast tide presented an opportunity. Should he eliminate 3 more zombies of 8 stars or above, he could ascend to level 3 at any moment. Unfortunately, his understanding of the illusion mirror was still superficial. He had not grasped its application fully due to his brief acquaintance with it. Very well, I will take on this task, Lin Feng decided, feeling no trepidation. He recognized the slender man, who had awakened the ghost blade. No one knew his true name. Despite his frail appearance, he was a formidable level 3 warrior. Had Lin Feng refused to guard the wall, the man might have acted against him immediately. The regiment commander, Bai Yulong, was no benevolent figure. Having slaughtered thousands of zombies, at least 8,000, if not 10,000. In the presence of such a person, any schemes were futile. Lin Feng could not be bothered to argue with the man. Once he ascended to level 3, he would no longer fear him. Of course, at present, he was undoubtedly outmatched. With that, Lin Feng disregarded the slender man and returned directly to his room. The slender man frowned at Lin Feng's blatant disregard for him. Although he remained polite, he thought to himself, you really take this seriously. After a moment's contemplation, The slender man shook his head in resignation. This individual could slay Jin Biao with a single sword strike. Against him, he would likely stand only a 50-50 chance. It's exhausting, forget it. I won't bother with this guy. Did Lin Feng and the others give you a hard time? Wei Ran asked with a worried expression. After all, they were still on military territory, having taken lives on their ground. As long as the opposing side was not foolish, they would undoubtedly seek to eliminate them. It's nothing. They merely asked me to guard the section of the city wall that Jin Biao previously manned, Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. However, Wei Ran's expression shifted. Guarding the city wall? That is no trivial task. One misstep could lead to death. It's fine. Even if you didn't mention it, I would go anyway. Firstly, to enhance my abilities and reach level 3 as soon as possible. Secondly, even if you didn't say it, I would still choose to go. This place has nearly become our last bastion of safety. If we cannot hold it, none of us will survive. Wei Ran pondered for a moment and realized the truth in his words. Once the city fell, all would be in vain. All right, I will go too. I will join you, chimed in Tuan Tuan, who had been silent until now. You can follow me, Tuan Tuan, but although you have reached level 2, you lack combat skills. You wouldn't be able to defeat even a single wandering corpse. It's unnecessary. Tuan Tuan felt a surge of defiance and was about to argue when Lin Feng interrupted. Even if you are not to ascend the wall, there is an important task I need to entrust to you. Suddenly, the alarm rang throughout the base, signaling the approach of the zombie horde. They are coming quickly, Lin Feng thought, reflecting on how they were unwilling to spare even a moment's delay. You stay here to look after them and find another place to shelter. When someone is injured and retreats, gather them all together. Perhaps we can save a few lives. Lin Feng lamented, uncertain of how many would perish this time. Tuan Tuan was taken aback. The critical task Lin Feng mentioned was to save lives. After all, she was an awakened Avenger. How could she be assigned to save people? Isn't revenge more important than a single life? The more lives you save, the more they can slay zombies in the future. Tuan Tuan's heart suddenly brightened with understanding. That makes sense. I will ensure the task is completed, she replied with a smile. Lin Feng smiled back, channeling the healing spell 3 times, conjuring 3 small green orbs in his palm. After reaching 10 stars in healing, some changes had occurred, aside from a significant enhancement in healing ability. It could also store energy, transforming it into a correction. While it had healing effects, it was far inferior compared to Lin Feng's direct application. Take these, but don't use them all at once. Just ensure that no one dies. With that, Lin Feng placed the 3 green orbs into Tuan Tuan's hands before turning to leave with Lin Feng, as the situation outside appeared grim. Tuan Tuan gazed at the orbs in her hand, as if solidifying a newfound determination, and turned to approach the 2 women. Outside the city wall, the zombie horde had already surrounded them completely. As far as the eye could see, it was a sea of the undead. Even the sky was filled with monstrous creatures and mutated zombies, gathering above like a darkened shroud. The soldiers guarding the city were filled with trepidation, their hearts pounding despite their previous experiences. They had never encountered such a scene. Could they hold their ground? Previously, armed with rifles and fortified by the city walls, they could withstand the onslaught. Yet, confronted with the 3 towering, 10-meter giants of the undead, doubts began to creep in regarding their ability to defend the walls. In District 2, the captain cast a glance over the segment of the city that Jin Biao was supposed to oversee, now eerily deserted. A cold smile crept across the captain's face. Weren't you quite the formidable one before? Wasn't it said that one man could command them all? Well, here's your chance. If you fail to defend the city, you shall be branded a coward, and I refuse to believe the commander will spare you then. Just as the captain reveled in his thoughts, Lin Feng arrived with Wei Ran. Chapter 42. Missile Lin Feng and Wei Ran approached the city wall, where, at a distance of 100 meters, other areas were defended by dozens of men, yet here, only the 2 of them stood. This was utterly outrageous. Wei Ran fumed. They were clearly being bullied. It's nothing. Those are worthless. Their presence would only hinder us. I would be more concerned about them stabbing us in the back. Lin Feng reassured her. Despite his words, Wei Ran's expression remained grim. How could just the 2 of them possibly defend such an extensive wall? Within 3 minutes, deliver the firearms for this section of the wall. Do not make me fetch them myself, Lin Feng commanded in a low, icy voice. The onlookers chuckled. Who was this audacious individual? However, those privy to the situation dared not speak further, recognizing that he was indeed a madman, should they deny him. He would not relent easily. Captain, we cannot acquiesce to him. The commander is surely watching from somewhere. Do not engage him. Defending the city is our priority. The defense of this section of the wall is under my command, the captain sneered. Let him perish quietly. Isn't that far better? The speaker was the vice captain of District 2, who ceased further debate, believing the captain's assessment was correct. Against such a character, a direct confrontation would be ill-advised. Thus, he instructed his subordinates to deliver the weapons to Lin Feng, though his heart brimmed with disdain. They were merely a bunch of amateur fighters. While they might excel in brawling, could they truly wield firearms effectively? What a waste. Soon, crates of weapons were delivered to Lin Feng at the city wall, and for the first time, a rare smile graced his face. With these tools, he could unleash his prowess. Can I really do this? I've never handled one before. Wei Ran's eyes sparkled, though uncertainty lingered in her heart. Despite her exceptional aiming skills, she had never touched a gun. Would she be able to use it well? What are you worried about? As long as I remain unscathed, not a single zombie shall breach the walls. Just focus on firing and gradually find your rhythm. Lin Feng then began to instruct Wei Ran on the use of these firearms. In his past life, he had ample experience with such weaponry. Though not a marksman, an ordinary soldier cannot compare to him. At that moment, a three-winged demon descended from the sky, hovering above the city walls, its booming voice resonating throughout every corner of the base. Humans, if you surrender, we can spare 1/3 of you, allowing you to join the demon realm and serve Lord Demon King together. Do not be deceived by this arrogant creature. It is about to meet its demise. Lin Feng suppressed his voice, feeling a tinge of boredom. These demons were as foolish as ever. Threatening that creature was indeed an act of folly. Huh? Why? Wei Ran was somewhat perplexed. The demon appeared formidable. How could it possibly die? Just then, a figure suddenly soared from the human base, adorned with a pair of wings and wielding a golden longsword. With a swift strike, the sword cleaved through the air, sending a brilliant beam of light skyward, and the demon's head was severed cleanly. A single strike to slay. Even in death, it could hardly believe such a powerful being existed among humanity. With a thud, the demon's corpse fell, and a horde of zombies immediately descended upon it, tearing it apart. For them, any living being was merely sustenance for their insatiable hunger. White Jade Dragon, are you courting death? The sky split open, revealing a massive black bird, its gaze upon the white jade dragon shrouded in shadows. They had merely sent someone to negotiate, yet the white jade dragon had slain it outright. This creature had indeed grown stronger. The black bird casually exhaled a plume of black flames, incinerating both the demon's corpse and the zombies that feasted upon it. After all, they were all part of the demon realm. In its presence, the demon realm still had some semblance of dignity. A few giant zombies were unconcerned, considering the loss of a few minions trivial. Just moments ago, even one had succumbed to the temptation of devouring that demon's body. If he consumed a leader-class corpse, perhaps his strength would increase. Why waste it by burning it? The white jade dragon, observing the enormous black bird before him, suddenly assumed a grave demeanor. This was not their first encounter. Last time, he had not gained the upper hand, and though he had grown stronger this time, the opponent appeared to have become even more formidable. This creature was likely among the strongest of the leader class, a challenging adversary indeed. Surrender was out of the question. Deep-seated enmity demanded a confrontation. Even if I were to perish here today, you shall still pay the price. The white jade dragon gripped his golden long sword defiantly, refusing to yield. They had no path of retreat. Behind them lay an abyss of unfathomable depth. You seek death, with your talent and abilities. Had you aligned yourself with the demon realm, you could have become a demon general. Why squander your bright future for a band of worthless beings? Emotion, after all, is humanity's greatest weakness. The white jade dragon remained silent, disregarding the black bird's words entirely. He had no interest in becoming a demon general. The very weakness you so despise may well be the source of your downfall. Prepare for annihilation. Bai Yulong was acutely aware that reaching an agreement was futile. He had long since ordered the preparation of missiles. At this moment, with a single command, 5 missiles ascended simultaneously, resembling 5 blazing suns, hurtling directly towards the horde of zombies. Each missile was targeted at a specific commander. Should they be struck, the adversary would undoubtedly suffer. Observing the human side launch 5 missiles in unison, the expression of the colossal black bird turned ominously grim. He had not anticipated that Bai Yulong would wager half of his assets at the very onset of this confrontation. After having previously suffered from missile attacks, he had tirelessly sought to ascertain the exact number of missiles possessed by the human faction. Such instruments of warfare were undeniably scarce. Ultimately, through extensive inquiries, he confirmed that the human side was left with only 10 missiles. Though limited, it was sufficient to instill caution. Should they be hit, ordinary commander-level monsters and zombies would stand no chance of resistance, being instantly torn apart. Only those reaching mid-commander level would possess some degree of resilience. At this moment, witnessing the 5 missiles ascend into the sky, all commander-level zombies retreated frantically. What kind of battle begins with such overwhelming force? The sound of violent explosions reverberated throughout Han City, as 5 mushroom clouds ascended into the heavens, raining down countless monsters like a torrential downpour. The 5 missiles, aimed at 5 commander-level entities, resulted in only 1 escaping. The other 4 perished amidst the cataclysmic blasts. The remaining 1 was left battered, its physical form cracked and rendered powerless. Cheers erupted from the walls as countless onlookers beheld this spectacle with frenzied exultation. It was a remarkable battle. The 5 missiles created a vast crater spanning 100 meters, having directly annihilated over 100,000 zombies. It appeared that the zombies were not as formidable as previously thought, a sentiment echoed even by Wei Ran. However, Lin Feng's countenance was grave, even somewhat speechless. Was this truly the extent of the impact from 5 missiles? In the previous life, although humanity found itself at a disadvantage, 2 missiles had sufficed to forcibly eliminate a mid-level giant zombie, effectively deterring the tide of corpses. 10 level 3 experts had subsequently stormed the city walls, a scene that had stirred his blood to a fervent boil. In contrast, the efficacy of the 5 missiles now seemed lackluster. While they had indeed dispatched 4 commander-level zombies and monsters, they were merely those newly upgraded. The threat was not particularly significant. Despite the grim expressions of the giant zombies and the blackbird, there was no indication of retreat. They were eager for humanity to expend their missiles, as this would eliminate the threat against them. After utilizing 5, they would still have 5 remaining, a number sufficient to pose a threat to the blackbird. Bai Yulong found himself at a loss. The disparity between the 2 sides was too great. Without displaying some semblance of vigor, he feared that humanity might collapse before the battle even began. Engage. With matters having escalated to this point, there was no room for negotiation. The battle commenced, as countless firearms and artillery unleashed a torrential barrage, enveloping the opposing horde of zombies. As missiles descended, the foremost zombies, oblivious to their own demise, found themselves engulfed in terror. Countless projectiles fell like rain, and the undead collapsed in swathes, akin to bamboo shoots sprouting after a spring rain. Even the high-tier wandering corpses, under such concentrated artillery fire, were rendered into fragments, with no chance of retaliation. A few colossal giant zombies became the primary targets of the assault, as an unrelenting barrage of shells rained down upon them, burying 3 of the titanic undead beneath a hail of explosions. In the skies above, several aircraft ascended, unleashing missiles without restraint, transforming the heavens into a tempest of destruction. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as though the tide of the undead was being suppressed by humanity. Countless onlookers were astonished, realizing that the zombies were perhaps not as terrifying as they had once believed. Let us not hastily open fire. They may soon receive ammunition supplies. Though limited, we are certainly out of stock. Despite the current heavy suppression of the horde, the death toll has already reached a staggering 100,000. Yet, it is futile. The fallen are merely fodder. This wave of corpses has amassed over 500,000. Unless we unleash another barrage of missiles, our efforts are but a drop in the ocean. Lin Feng remained undeterred by the scene before him. If the horde were so easily vanquished, he would not have brought his people here. It was precisely due to the absence of hope that he felt such despair. Wei Ran observed the countless zombies collapsing and wore no expression of joy. She had already noticed that the undead who had lingered in the rear were now surging forward, emboldened by the clearance of their brethren. The massive craters created by the missiles merely stalled them momentarily, and the horde surged forth once more. At this juncture, their initial assault reached a halt. Firearms could not sustain endless combat without resupplying ammunition, and artillery required cooling periods to prevent catastrophic malfunctions under such intense conditions. As the smoke cleared, the 3 giant zombies re-emerged before the crowd, their bodies marred by decaying flesh and riddled with explosive wounds. Yet, they were not vanquished. They stood their ground, albeit seething with rage after the relentless bombardment. With a leap, one of the giants approached a cluster of wandering zombies, seizing them and stuffing them into its maw. In an instant, the three leaders began to turn on one another. What are they doing? Wei Ran mused, intrigued by the peculiar behavior of the giant zombies, whose resilience was astonishing, having survived such overwhelming firepower. As they consumed more, the giant zombies grew stronger, towering over 10 meters, with each one devouring hundreds of the undead. The mightier the target they consumed, the greater the power they acquired, especially when devouring humans, which conferred even greater advantages. One was equivalent to 10. Lin Feng's expression darkened. Among the horde, these giant zombies were the most formidable. Their bodies, composed of fat and decaying flesh, rendered them nearly impervious to typical assaults. Even minor injuries could be swiftly mended through the consumption of other zombies, making them a class that bordered on the unfair. Indeed, as the colossal zombie devoured over a dozen wandering corpses, its wounds began to heal rapidly, with grotesque flesh sprouting in various places. This absurd scene filled the defenders of the city with despair in the face of such a creature. Their recent gains seemed utterly insignificant. Confronted by an indestructible being, they experienced the true essence of hopelessness. There was simply no way to fight back. Suddenly, one of the giant zombies let out a thunderous roar, and the surrounding hordes of zombies became frenzied, charging recklessly towards the city walls. Open fire. The captain could no longer contain himself and ordered the attack. Above, the majestic white dragon was entangled with a formidable black bird, leaving it unable to assist them. At this moment, the captains stationed along the walls began to take matters into their own hands, attempting to halt the zombie onslaught. In the second district where Lin Feng was stationed, the assault of the zombies reached its core. A giant zombie was barreling towards them, and artillery fire was utterly ineffective. Without missiles, ordinary firearms could barely pierce its layer of fat. The captain's expression darkened. If left unchallenged, this creature could very well breach their defenses with a single blow. Focus on defense. Leave that behemoth to me. Just then, a frail man stepped forward, uttering a brief declaration before leaping off the wall, charging straight at the giant zombie. Along his path, any wandering corpses that attempted to impede him were shattered instantly, torn into pieces. The ghost blade. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. He had underestimated this individual. If they were to engage in combat, victory was not assured, but defeat was certainly out of the question. With healing magic at his disposal, unless his opponent possessed overwhelming strength to obliterate him instantly, it would be impossible to bring him down. Before long, the frail man and the giant zombie clashed. Despite his small stature, the man exhibited remarkable speed, leaving the giant zombie at a loss. With each strike, he inflicted wounds upon the giant. Yet those injuries did not seem to affect the creature significantly. They became embroiled in a fierce struggle, with no clear victor emerging. Seeing the frail man successfully occupy the giant zombie, the captain finally exhaled in relief. At least they had managed to stall the creature. Had it not been for this intervention, a single encounter might have spelled disaster for them. Quit watching, prepare to engage. I will occasionally send some zombies your way for practice, Lin Feng declared, then leaped down from the wall. As a berserker, remaining on the wall served no purpose. He needed to plunge into the throng of zombies to seize his opportunity. Witnessing Lin Feng's reckless audacity, the soldiers defending the nearby sections were left dumbfounded. Was he courting death? Each section of the wall was guarded by formidable warriors, yet none exhibited such reckless abandon. Why not utilize firepower to suppress the threat instead of gambling with their lives? Chapter 44. Frenzied madness. Lin Feng brandished his broadsword, plunging into the horde of zombies, resembling a radiant blade of light that left a trail of corpses in his wake. A few zombies managed to escape Lin Feng's lethal grip and rushed towards the city walls. Before they could draw near, Wei Ran decisively fired her weapon, striking the head of a zombie with precision. One shot, one kill. This spectacle rendered the others speechless. They had just witnessed Lin Feng imparting his marksmanship skills to Wei Ran, and she had already executed a perfect headshot. It seemed utterly absurd. Bang, bang, bang. With each gunshot, another zombie succumbed. None of her shots went astray. The onlookers were left in disbelief. Was she a prodigy of firearms? The soldiers gazed at Wei Ran with a sense of wonder, as a genius in weaponry is immensely coveted within the military. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He spotted an 8-star zombie charging towards him with ferocity. A swarm of smaller creatures had finally brought forth a worthy opponent, and he yearned for more to elevate his level to 3, standing at a towering 3 meters. The 8-star zombie would reign as a minor overlord in an ordinary urban setting, yet here, it was merely cannon fodder. As it approached, Lin Feng wielded his makeshift weapon with finesse, unleashing a blade of light that pierced through the zombie's skull. Having dispatched even formidable foes like Jin Biao with a single strike, this creature posed no challenge. Without hesitation, he cleaved through several encroaching zombies, severing them effortlessly. After absorbing a significant amount of zombie blood, the seal on his weapon had broken considerably, revealing a black blade akin to obsidian, adorned with peculiar engravings. Though he could not decipher them, Lin Feng was certain this sword was a magical artifact of considerable rank. The broadsword he wielded was merely a low-tier magical weapon bestowed upon berserkers, while the golden sacred sword in by Yulong's possession fell into the mid-tier category. The disparity between the two was substantial, igniting Lin Feng's curiosity about the origins of his newfound blade. How could such a magical weapon exist before the cataclysm? In a moment of distraction, a zombie attempted to ambush him, but before it could close the gap, Wei Ran fired again, obliterating the creature's head. The sound of the exploding bullet jolted Lin Feng back to reality, leaving him slightly shaken at having let his guard down in battle. He gave Wei Ran a thumbs up and continued his onslaught, seeking out higher-starred zombies while occasionally sending lower-tier ones towards her. Wei Ran too needed to enhance her skills. Mere firearms would not suffice. Otherwise, a single missile could turn her into a formidable powerhouse. Whenever a low-tier zombie charged alone, Wei Ran opted not to use her gun, employing a combination of throwing knives and stone beads instead, ensuring that the enemy was dispatched before it could reach the city walls. Maintaining distance was crucial to her strategy. Lin Feng, emboldened by his victories, had already carved a small mountain of zombies around him, having slain dozens of lower-tier ones. Even though zombies were notoriously fearless, an instinctive dread began to emerge in their ranks, akin to the primal fear evoked by a commanding magical beast. Unbeknownst to them, they circumvented the area where Lin Feng was located, surging towards the flanks. Despite the considerable firepower suppressing both sides, the agile zombies still possessed the potential to scale the city walls. In an instant, the pressure on the city segments flanking Lin Feng intensified, leaving the defenders somewhat overwhelmed. The captain, witnessing the unfolding scene, wore a grim expression. His earlier plan to drive the zombies to besiege Lin Feng had backfired. Before they could act, Lin Feng had already driven the zombies elsewhere, a situation utterly absurd. Fight! Quickly! They are about to breach. The defenders near Lin Feng were nearly frantic. They faced an increase of nearly 30% in the number of zombies, complicating their defensive efforts. The firearms were insufficient to contain the onslaught, for the agile zombies were extraordinarily formidable. The towering walls, standing 20 meters high, could be scaled with relative ease, as a mere 10 meters sufficed for ascent. Once atop the walls, combat would devolve into close quarters, where the advantage of the soldiers would diminish considerably. Furthermore, as the number of slain zombies rose, the corpses at the base of the wall formed small mountains, facilitating the ascent of their brethren. Spotting another 9-star zombie among the horde, Lin Feng furrowed his brow and swiftly retreated towards the city wall. His frenzied slaughter had indeed drawn the attention of a commanding-level zombie, which was now approaching his position. Lin Feng cursed inwardly. Despite breaching this lengthy defense line of over 1,000 meters, he felt far from distinguished. He could see that the Phantom Mirror Demon Hunter was currently in Zone 1, the strongest offensive point. Why come to his area instead? If he could take down another 9-star zombie, he would achieve a perfect 10-star with 5 skills, allowing for a level upgrade to 3. He had no fear of a mere ordinary commander. Yet, with a multitude of agile zombies still lurking outside, a confrontation could lead to disastrous consequences. Utilizing the force of his leap, Lin Feng deftly returned to Wei Ran's side atop the city wall. The commander lurking within the horde halted as Lin Feng departed, opting not to pursue. Presently, the only commanding-level zombie exposed in Zone 2 was a giant. Should he recklessly attack, he risked falling into a human ambush. With an incessant influx of ordinary zombies, there was no need for him to take such risks. The previous 5 missiles had left a profound impression on him. The situation favored them, and there was no urgency. With Lin Feng no longer obstructing them, the horde surged once more towards their position, alleviating some of the pressure from the city segments. They had just entered the phase of hand-to-hand combat. A few agile zombies reached the top of the walls, resulting in casualties, but were swiftly dispatched by the cooperative efforts of the demon hunters. Lin Feng paid no heed to the resentful gazes of those around him. In battle, casualties were inevitable. He understood that had his side not exerted sufficient pressure moments ago, those individuals might have been driven to swarm towards him. Especially considering his contentious relationship with the captain. The zombies quickly reached the base of the wall, trampling one another in a chaotic mass. Lin Feng retrieved 2 grenades and hurled them down, resulting in a gruesome shower of limbs. However, this was merely a drop in the bucket. Some formidable undead, leveraging their immense physical prowess, plunged their hands or claws directly into the city walls and began their ascent, resembling frenzied spiders rushing towards the pinnacle of the fortifications. Bang! A bullet was discharged, aimed at one of the undead's heads. Sensing imminent danger, the creature raised its hand to block the lethal blow. Its arm exploded, and the undead let out a harrowing scream. Before it could react, another stone projectile came hurtling towards it, splitting its skull wide open. Lin Feng glanced over and nodded in satisfaction. The gunfire lured the enemies into a deadly trap, while the stone projectiles and flying daggers executed the finishing blows, creating a continuous cycle of slaughter. An ordinary undead stood no chance against such a relentless onslaught. As his all-seeing eye swept across the battlefield, Lin Feng was somewhat astonished to discover that Wei Ran had awakened a third skill, penetration. Coupled with the ability to lock onto targets, she was a born sharpshooter. Lin Feng realized he had truly stumbled upon a gem. If she could advance to a holy archer at level 3, it would be nothing short of perfection. With a swift stroke of his sword, Lin Feng cleaved through several zombies that had evaded capture. He noticed that Wei Ran was beginning to pant. Such high-intensity sniping was immensely taxing on her stamina. He too felt the weight of fatigue pressing upon him after continuous battles with little respite. You should take a moment to rest. I need to unleash my full strength shortly. There may be formidable foes approaching, and you should act accordingly, he intoned silently. Anyone overhearing this might scoff, thinking it absurd for one person to defend a wall alone. Yet Wei Ran, without a moment's hesitation, turned and collapsed beside the ammunition depot, placing her unwavering faith in Lin Feng. If he suggested that formidable foes were on the way, she believed it to be nearly certain. An overwhelming sense of weakness enveloped her. It was her first experience with such intense combat, and she found it somewhat unbearable. The putrid stench, assaulting her senses, was an impression she feared she would never forget. However, her efforts bore fruit. Not only had she awakened her third skill, but she had also upgraded her flying daggers to their maximum potential, exponentially increasing their power. Now, a single stone projectile could easily dispatch any zombie of 7 stars or below, and against higher-tiered foes, she would deploy her limited 12 flying daggers, which held a high chance of delivering deadly strikes from unexpected angles. As for firearms, Wei Ran was not particularly fond of them, as they yielded no rewards for the undead they felled, rendering them a considerable loss. Dragon Slayer. Just then, Lin Feng roared, unleashing a formidable wave of sword energy that swept downwards, obliterating all the undead that had scaled the city walls. The residual sword light cascaded onto the ground, annihilating numerous decaying corpses. With a single strike, he had cleared the entire segment of the wall, leaving the onlookers in a state of shock. What manner of creature is this? The all-seeing eye scanned ahead, searching for 9-star zombies. The illusory world had also ascended to 9 stars. One more star, and he could effortlessly advance to level 3. Crash. In the giant battlefield, a frail shadow was sent flying by a giant's palm, crashing into the horde of undead and creating a massive pit. The zombies were flung away, and just as they were about to surge forward to devour the frail man, their bodies spontaneously split apart, meeting a tragic end. The frail man struggled to rise, his body smeared in blood. Despite battling the giant zombie for an extended period, he failed to inflict any significant harm. At that moment, he had barely escaped being crushed by a single blow, highlighting the vast disparity in strength between them. Suddenly, a radiant beam of golden light descended upon the frail man, enveloping him in a wave of divine healing energy. As the golden light dissipated, his injuries healed remarkably, restoring him to a considerable extent. Fueled by a fierce determination, the frail man resolved to vanquish this foe. He was left with no choice. As the sole level 3 individual in Zone 2, he had to stand firm against the giant zombie, for if he faltered, the city walls would likely collapse within the hour. Casting a fleeting glance, Lin Feng decided not to linger on that scene. The frail man would manage for the time being. He was merely intrigued by the formidable nature of that divine light, which seemed far more potent than his own healing spells. Such a large-scale long-range healing spell was beyond Lin Feng's capabilities. He could only condense healing orbs to carry and use, which had a limited shelf life. In contrast, the golden light restored vitality instantaneously, akin to a divine miracle. After searching thoroughly, Lin Feng finally spotted a 9-star magical creature concealed within a horde of ordinary zombies, advancing towards the adjacent city segment. The creature was well hidden, displaying no extraordinary power, merely masquerading as an ordinary wandering corpse, utilizing the surrounding zombies as shields to push forward. The soldiers, oblivious to the creature's presence, would likely suffer heavy casualties if it launched a surprise attack. What a predicament! Why must it head that way instead of coming towards me? After swiftly dispatching several zombies, Lin Feng leaped towards the nearby wall segment. The scene here was far more brutal, with wandering corpses occasionally charging forward. The ground was strewn with several bodies. But there was no time for cleanup. They could only be dragged aside hastily. Why are you here? Lin Feng's arrival immediately drew the attention of the defenders. The defensive area of Zone 2 stretched for kilometers, with a high-ranking officer positioned every 100 meters. The one who spoke was a formidable 9-star warrior, possessing 2 skills at a perfect 10 stars and 1 skill at 9 stars, not far from advancing to level 3. However, even if all 3 skills reached 10 stars, it was not the time for casual advancement. One could never predict what class would awaken during a second awakening. Awakening a useless level 3 class would be a misfortune, which explained why the human side struggled to produce a significant number of level 3 individuals. The deeper the foundation, the stronger the awakened power. If not for the desire to awaken 5 skills before advancing to level 3, he would have undergone a second job change long ago. You are in trouble, you know? Lin Feng scoffed without further ado, as the 9-star magical creature had already ascended halfway. To maintain better concealment, he deliberately climbed slowly, hiding behind an 8-star wandering corpse. Oh, are you referring to that 8-star zombie? Do not concern yourself. It is merely an 8-star creature, and I can handle it myself. The commander, Tang Hu, bore a look of disdain, aware of Lin Feng's capabilities, yet believing him to be overly arrogant. As Lin Feng departed, a multitude of zombies surged towards Wei Ran. Their numbers were overwhelming. Even her extraordinary marksmanship could not suffice. In desperation, she resorted to hurling grenades to repel the advancing horde, subsequently using her pistol to dispatch some stray zombies. Yet, despite her efforts, the front line of the undead continued to advance relentlessly. In less than a minute, Wei Ran's defenses were on the verge of collapse. Roar! The 8-star zombie withstood the assaults of 2 demon hunters, shattering the collective defense and surging onto the city wall. The soldiers quickly retreated, leaving the hunters to tremble in fear. Their coordination was impeccable. Although the 8-star zombie was formidable, it soon found itself at a disadvantage. There was no need for you to feel smug, Tang Hu. It is merely an 8-star creature, requiring no intervention from him. But before he could finish his thought, a soldier suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. Tang Hu quickly turned to see a previously inconspicuous demonic creature pierce through the soldier's chest, extracting his heart and devouring it with evident delight. The creature reveled in its meal, for such delicacies were rare in the demon realm, and with a bit more sustenance, it could surely ascend to a commanding rank. Damn it! Tang Hu bellowed, realizing that Lin Feng had indeed been referring to this entity, not the earlier 8-star zombie. Why did he not mention this sooner? The invasion of the 9-star creature instantly disrupted the soldiers' defensive formation, rendering their firepower ineffective as a throng of zombies surged toward the city wall. Suppress it with grenades. Everyone, unite to eliminate this fiend. Tang Hu roared, maintaining his composure as he organized a counterattack. However, before he could act, Lin Feng had already charged forth, having awaited this 9-star creature for quite some time. He could not let such an opportunity slip away. Tang Hu cursed under his breath, instructing his men to focus on suppressing the zombies at the wall, leaving this matter to Lin Feng. Chapter 46. Shadow Demon. By heavens, you neglect your own territory only to intrude upon mine to claim kills. This is excessive. Yet, Tang Hu remained silent. The 9-star creature was potent, and if Lin Feng did not intervene, he would likely find himself besieged by a considerable force while attracting even more enemies to their position. Should a significant number of high-tier zombies converge upon them, they would truly be in peril. Nevertheless, even with their assistance, Wei Ran's situation remained dire, as the sheer volume of foes was staggering. In mere seconds, she had expended nearly 100 grenades. It was a grim exchange of firepower for time, and witnessing such waste pained him greatly. Had those hundreds of grenades been in his possession, he could have achieved monumental results. Wasteful. Dragon-slaying ninefold slash. Although the 9-star creature was formidable, Lin Feng did not engage it in protracted combat. He unleashed his most powerful technique right from the outset. The 27 consecutive slashes, capable of slaying a 2-star commander-level bone-scale demon, would be insurmountable for even the strongest of 9-star creatures. In an instant, it was cleaved into several pieces, barely having the chance to flee, rewarding a few skill points. Lin Feng gasped heavily, observing the newly appeared skill points in his mind, and he hesitated about whether to undergo the second job transfer now. With the 5-skill job change coupled with the black mark, Lin Feng felt a 90% certainty that his strength after the transfer would not be too feeble. However, the fear of awakening a useless ability loomed over him. That would be a disastrous loss. Particularly concerning was the skill of the illusory world, of which he had only grasped the barest fundamentals. Should he advance to level 3, there was a high likelihood of it becoming utterly ineffective, which would be quite unfortunate. At that moment, 3 undead crawlers scaled the city wall, forcing Wei Ran into a corner. Just as Wei Ran was about to hurl the remaining grenades in a desperate attempt, though merely a figment of hope, she found herself utterly overwhelmed. There were simply too many enemies. She was on the verge of tears, realizing that Lin Feng had truly entrusted her with a task meant for dozens. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The 3 crawling undead began to tremble, their eyes gradually turning a vibrant green. Just as Wei Ran was about to toss her last box of grenades, one of the undead lunged at another that was charging toward her. It sank its teeth into the opponent's neck, tearing it away, leaving the unfortunate creature with a look of confusion in its dying moments. Why was it being attacked? Wei Ran was utterly dumbfounded. She had never anticipated that the undead would turn on each other. The 3 undead seemed to have transformed into the most loyal of sentinels, vowing to fight to the death even at the cost of their own limbs. However, the sheer number of enemies proved overwhelming, and despite their fearless resolve, the 3 undead soon fell. In a moment of desperation, one of them leaped off the city wall. This terrifying scene left everyone in shock, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Were there traitors among the undead? While others might have been oblivious, Wei Ran understood that this was likely Lin Feng's doing. She was aware that he possessed an environmental skill. She wasn't certain of the specifics, but controlling these sentient undead should not pose a significant challenge. Once the 3 undead were dealt with, only 7 remained, staring in disbelief at their fallen comrade below. They had exerted tremendous effort to climb up, only to be slain by their own. It was utterly absurd, even though they were weak. They felt a surge of anger as if they had been made a fool of. Just as they were about to charge at Wei Ran, Lin Feng returned, his presence unexpected. At ease, Lin Feng disregarded the 7 undead, issuing a command with authority. In an even more surreal twist, the 7 undead stood obediently at attention as if their bodies were being controlled. After a brief struggle, their eyes gradually turned green. Are you all right? Lin Feng approached Wei Ran, concern etched on his face. He realized that leaving her to guard the city alone had been rather perilous. I'm fine, Wei Ran replied, still in disbelief that these undead truly obeyed Lin Feng's commands. It was astonishing. It's just a minor technique. I'm still unskilled. Controlling more than 10 undead is my limit for now. Nevertheless, this significantly alleviates our burden. Lin Feng chuckled softly before turning to command the 7 corpses to attack the team behind him. Without hesitation, the 7 corpses turned against their foes, recklessly assaulting the zombies attempting to climb up. In an instant, countless gazes shifted towards their direction. Is it an illusion? Bai Yulong, who was confronting Hanyu, furrowed his brow, deducing the situation with a single glance, recognizing a similar occurrence in Area 1. However, the opposing force was even more ruthless than Lin Feng, as one individual managed to control nearly 1,000 corpses to turn against their enemies, effectively stalling a significant portion of the zombie horde. Otherwise, with the 3 leaders present in Area 1, the human side would have already succumbed. Now, with an additional force, albeit less effective, some pressure could be alleviated. This individual should be transferred to Area 1. Hanyu naturally spotted Lin Feng, his eyes brimming with disdain. He understood the threat posed by such a human. Should they allow this individual to advance to level 3, they may possess the capability to alter the course of battle. Shadow. Deal with that individual. Ba Kong. Take 4 leaders and eliminate that foe at all costs. Hanyu arrogantly orchestrated the conflict, unperturbed by Bai Yulong's presence. Bai Yulong's expression shifted dramatically. Sending 5 leaders to eliminate that illusionist was an extravagant move. Moreover, he knew a bit about the Shadow Demon, who seemed to be at the mid-level of leadership. Was it truly wise to deploy them against a mere level 2 adversary? Have these fiends truly lost their sanity? What about you? You might as well use your last 5 missiles to obliterate them all. Otherwise, stay quiet here. Hanyu offered no courtesy, directly confronting Bai Yulong, whose face turned a shade of iron. Yet, Bai Yulong understood that Hanyu was not fearful of him, but rather of the remaining 5 missiles. He even questioned whether those missiles could indeed eliminate this foe. Only through a true confrontation could they gauge the terror this individual embodied. The last encounter near the obelisk nearly claimed his life, and it was only due to the elite forces and heavy weaponry that the human side had mustered that they survived to assist Lin Feng. Bai Yulong slowly closed his eyes, torn in inner conflict. If he refrained from deploying the missiles, Lin Feng and the other individual would undoubtedly perish. Yet, if he unleashed the missiles, they would lose their restraints, making victory even more elusive. As they remained locked in a stalemate, a shadow silently darted towards Lin Feng at an alarming speed. At the city wall, Lin Feng, in an effort to avoid attracting Hanyu's attention, refrained from further action and chose to recuperate. After regaining control of 3 more corpses, the number of those turning against the enemy reached 10, and with Wei Ran's assistance, the task became considerably easier. However, at that moment, Lin Feng suddenly felt the hairs on his body stand on end. Through his omnipotent eye, he detected a blinding source of light rapidly approaching him. A leader. Chapter 47. The impossible Lin Feng's countenance darkened considerably as the crimson dot approached him at an alarming velocity, nearly 50 meters per second. Just by sensing its presence, Lin Feng was certain that this entity surpassed even the bone scale demon, potentially reaching a formidable 3rd or 4th star level. If he did not change his class, he would surely be no match for this commander. Damn it! Just as he had begun to familiarize himself with the illusion mirror, he was faced with such pressure. They certainly knew how to show him respect. Suddenly, a thought struck Lin Feng. Was that individual in Area 1 nearing his end as well? To his astonishment, the Blackbird had placed him on the blacklist and dispatched a shadow demon to eliminate him. As the foe drew closer, Lin Feng discerned the details of his opponent with clarity. Race, Shadow Demon. Strength, Commander level 4. Talents, Devour, Conceal, Shadow Strangle. Weakness, Fragile Physique. Observing the commander's 4th star strength, Lin Feng felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. They had indeed spared no expense. Boom. Flames erupted in Area 1 as countless heavy weapons were hurled without restraint. At that moment, a colossal zombie, accompanied by 4 commanders, forcefully breached the fire line and advanced toward the city walls. The human side was also engulfed in a frenzy. If the 5 commanders reached the walls, all would be lost, rendering any preparations futile. At that critical juncture, 3 individuals emerged from the human ranks. One wielded a crystal staff and donned a pristine white gown, resembling an angel descending from the heavens. Another was shrouded in a black cloak, clutching a crystal orb that exuded an aura that felt as if it could siphon one's very soul with a mere glance. The Seer and the Holy Mage, the 2 most significant trump cards of the base, had been compelled into action, underscoring the perilous nature of the situation. Breakthrough. The Seer gazed at the charging giant zombie, exuding a sense of resignation. Some individuals were simply not prepared. Upon hearing this, many powerful beings atop the walls understood its implications. In an instant, the ramparts were enveloped in a kaleidoscope of radiant light. Collective advancement. The Blackbird regarded the unfolding scene with a slight furrow of his brow, taken aback by the human's decision to staunchly protect that individual. However, a smirk soon graced his lips. Advancing prematurely was merely a pitiful 3rd level, and regardless of their numbers, it would prove futile. Bai Yulong's expression darkened to the extreme. He had no desire for collective advancement at this moment. It was far too weak, lacking potential. Only when one truly reached the 3rd level could they comprehend the stark difference between a single skill attaining full star advancement and 3 skills doing the same. It was an abyssal divide. Yet now, there was no choice. Failure to advance meant death, and Bai Yulong found himself powerless. As he beheld the soaring brilliance, Wei Ran felt a stir of ambition. With Lin Feng's cooperation, she had effortlessly penetrated her cultivation to a 10-star level. This signified that she too possessed the conditions for advancement. Advance. It seemed everyone was progressing. Hold on. First attempt to awaken your fourth skill. I can still manage here. So do not worry. They entered their realm, and the advancement of their first and second skills was utterly disappointing. I can easily dispatch foes now, Lin Feng remarked with a disdainful expression. Wei Ran, however, did not perceive Lin Feng's words as mere boasting. After all, he had single-handedly slain the illusion worm that day and had indeed grown stronger since then, making it relatively effortless to eliminate some ordinary third-tier foes. Yet, there was a certain edge to his words that seemed to invite a challenge. With that, Lin Feng ceased his distractions, fixating intently on the rapidly approaching shadow demon, the true adversary he needed to contend with. Oh, you've noticed me? The shadow demon, not yet close, observed Lin Feng standing on the city wall, unwaveringly staring into its vicinity. It was evident that Lin Feng had detected its presence. It had just arrived, and as a master of concealment, how could it possibly be discovered by a mere second-tier individual? You are somewhat extraordinary. The shadow demon suddenly found itself intrigued by Lin Feng. That great blackbird sent you to eliminate me? You truly hold me in high regard. Lin Feng sighed in resignation, as he had intended to remain hidden for a while longer. Moreover, the collective advancement of Han City seemed a bit premature. The time was still short, and the obelisk had yet to initiate its third mutation. Advancing collectively at this stage posed a dilemma for what lay ahead. You possess considerable knowledge. It appears you hold some standing among the human faction. Are you perhaps connected to that oracle? The shadow demon inquired once more. I do not know him. Not only am I aware that you were sent by the blackbird, but I also know that you will perish today. As Lin Feng's words fell, he leaped down from the city wall for the second time, ready to confront the shadow demon. A bold move. The shadow demon sneered. It had initially assumed a powerful guardian was protecting Lin Feng, but it now realized that he was merely a solitary figure. Just you alone. And yet you are so arrogant. The broadsword swung with a fierce slash, cleaving through the nearby zombies effortlessly. As the two sides were no longer on the same level, and the confrontation resulted in swift annihilation. Begone! The shadow demon bellowed in fury, commanding the lesser zombies to disperse, as their presence would only hinder its maneuvers. In the distance, a frail man, still entangled with the giant zombie, suddenly changed his expression. He had never anticipated Lin Feng to be so audacious. He discerned that the shadow demon might even surpass the giant zombie he was grappling with. So how could Lin Feng be so confident? I currently lack the strength to assist you. Crash. The moment the frail man was distracted, he was struck by the giant zombie, sent flying into the horde of zombies. When he finally emerged, it took quite some time. An array of golden light eventually descended, healing his injuries, indicating that the holy mage was now devoid of further resources. Lin Feng gazed at the swirling black mist before him, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Were these demonic entities truly so arrogant? Especially the shadow demon, with which he was all too familiar, having slain many in his previous life. Break. The all-seeing eye was activated, rendering the surrounding black mist powerless to conceal itself, revealing the shadow demon's form that had been shrouded within it. Like a jester, it continuously shifted its shape, attempting to obscure its true identity. Dragon Slayer. A beam of sword light shot forth, striking the shadow demon directly, causing a spurt of black blood to erupt. However, it did not inflict significant harm upon Lin Feng. Nonetheless, this strike indeed wounded the shadow demon. How could you possibly discover me? The shadow demon exclaimed, disregarding the injury on its body, staring at Lin Feng with incredulity, as if gazing upon a monstrosity. It is merely a trick. What is so impossible about it? Lin Feng, disinterested in elaboration, charged towards the shadow demon with his sword drawn. With 27 relentless slashes, he forced the shadow demon to retreat step by step. The shadow demon's most formidable ability, stealthy ambush, was no match for Lin Feng in direct combat. At that moment, his greatest strength seemed utterly ineffective against Lin Feng, filling him with frustration and a sense of powerlessness. You leave me no choice, he bellowed. Shadow strangulation. With a furious cry, the shadow demon split into three, creating three shadows that lunged towards Lin Feng, one wielding a knife, another holding a sword, and the third brandishing a trident, all aimed at him. Splitting into three. Shadow strangulation. still as intimidating as ever. Lin Feng paid no heed to the three phantoms, instead directing his sword towards an illusory spot in the shadows. This is impossible. The shadow demon roared. Chapter 48, Necromancer. The shadow demon raged uncontrollably, utterly astonished that Lin Feng could see through his abilities. Like before, the shadow strangulation was merely a ruse. The true lethal strike lay concealed in the darkness behind him. Should Lin Feng engage with the three phantoms, his true form would seize the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. This tactic had rarely failed him, yet unexpectedly, it had fallen into Lin Feng's hands. In an instant, he realized that Lin Feng possessed some means of piercing through illusions, rendering all his shadowy tricks ineffective. It was utterly counter to him. Bang! Lin Feng cleaved the shadow demon with his sword, sending it flying and causing a large spurt of black blood to erupt. The blood spilled onto the ground, and the surrounding zombies stirred restlessly. Even a mere drop of blood was an enticing treasure for the zombies, and consuming it could likely elevate their ranks. Undead beings devour all life force, including that of demonic creatures, their bodies composed of dense vitality. Though they may lack the spiritual essence of humanity, their sheer numbers and high levels were formidable, especially as the giant zombie in the distance caught wind of the blood scent, its face contorted with greed. If it could consume the shadow demon, it believed it could ascend to the mid-level of a commander. If it then devoured the frail man, its strength would soar. Get lost. You wretched pests dare to covet my prey. The shadow demon thundered, casually striking down over 10 decaying corpses, including several wandering zombies, leaving no room for resistance before him. Aware that his tactics were futile against Lin Feng, the shadow demon ceased his tricks and revealed his true form. Preparing for a direct confrontation, the shadow demon manifested in a hue of grayish-black, lacking any spiritual fragments, allowing it to blend seamlessly with the shadows. Moving at an extraordinarily swift pace, even Lin Feng found it challenging to keep up with his opponent's speed. After several rounds of entanglement, Lin Feng's injuries gradually multiplied, while the shadow demon sustained only about half as many wounds. Although neither was fatal, if this continued, Lin Feng would inevitably succumb first. Lin Feng felt a sense of helplessness. When did battling a shadow demon become so arduous? He had already employed both the Dragon Slayer and Ninefold Strength techniques. Although formidable, they were merely second-tier skills, even if he could locate the demon's true form. Inflicting severe damage on this foe would be exceedingly difficult due to the vast disparity in their strengths. The shadow demon, feeling increasingly frustrated, was accustomed to toying with others. He had never engaged in such a direct confrontation, which was not his forte. You lot, attack. In the midst of battle, the shadow demon could no longer endure and commanded a horde of ghouls to assault Lin Feng. Lin Feng could only shake his head in disbelief. Was this creature incapable of handling the situation? Utilizing the illusory realm, Lin Feng altered the perception of these beings, swapping the images of the shadow demon and himself. In an instant, the zombies that were originally charging towards Lin Feng suddenly redirected their assault towards the shadow demon. You lunatics! The shadow demon exclaimed. With his claws flying, he dispatched the ghouls nearby, glaring furiously at Lin Feng. He recalled that this individual seemed capable of controlling the undead. Observing the enraged shadow demon, Lin Feng felt a twinge of regret. The demon's spirit was remarkably strong, rendering the illusory realm less effective against him. If only he could directly command a shadow demon, how magnificent that would be. Sensing Wei Ran's predicament, Lin Feng furrowed his brow. He could not eliminate the shadow demon in the short term, and the wall at Wei Ran's side was on the verge of collapse. Though 10 ghouls were brazenly fearless, the sheer number of enemies was overwhelming. In a trade of injuries, only 3 remained to hold their ground. He was currently entangled and unable to assist Wei Ran. If the last 3 ghouls fell, Wei Ran would be in peril. He was unaware of the military's stance. He had been left to defend the city without a single ally. Damn it! Was this pushing him to advance to level 3? Fine. Let it be so. A surge of determination welled up within Lin Feng. His internal power was already complete. He could advance to level 3 at any moment should he choose. With a mere thought, a brilliant array of colors emanated from his body. Ascending to level 3, he initiated a second career transition, selecting his path. After 10 seconds, Lin Feng's mind remained enveloped in the transition process. What is this? He wondered. He had never encountered a random career transition that took this long. It was simply absurd. Upon successful transition, His new profession was revealed: necromancer. Accompanying skills included spirit summoning. Talent skills: all-seeing eye. Talent skill: stream of source water. Gazing at the description in his mind, Lin Feng was taken aback. A necromancer? What was this? He had never heard of such a profession and was uncertain of its strength. Summoning the undead in a world teeming with them seemed redundant. Lin Feng suddenly felt dismayed. This transition appeared to be a loss. As for controlling the undead, Lin Feng scoffed at the notion. His illusory realm inherently possessed this capability. Did he truly need to undertake a specific class for it? Such a notion was utterly ridiculous. Moreover, his illusory world had vanished. He had hardly mastered it for 2 days before it was taken from him, which was infuriating. Fortunately, his frequent utilization of the illusory realm had granted him a modicum of understanding regarding the mirage. Given sufficient time, he was confident he could recreate it. As for Dragon Slayer and the Ninefold Force, he had long since mastered them. Even without a skill guide, he could execute them at will. Kid, let me see what abilities you possess now that you've reached level 3. The Shadow Demon was equally perplexed. When did class transitions require such an extensive duration? Had Lin Feng awakened some extraordinary profession? Lin Feng felt a pang of anxiety. If he summoned a rotting corpse, he would surely be the subject of ridicule. Nevertheless, he resolved to proceed, for who knew what he might conjure? Perhaps a formidable warrior? He could soar to new heights. With a determined heart, Lin Feng donned a grand black robe that enveloped him entirely, and a black staff descended from the heavens, landing in his grasp. The staff's pinnacle bore an engraved golden skull, evoking a chilling sensation. Undead summon. With a fierce roar, a surge of necromantic energy enveloped Lin Feng, and a white beam of light shot skyward, instantly capturing the attention of all nearby. The frail man found himself distracted for the 3rd time. What on earth was this fellow up to, creating such a commotion? He had already prepared himself for a beating, yet this time, the giant zombie surprisingly refrained from seizing the opportunity to attack, leaving Lin Feng momentarily dazed. He even observed the giant zombie's body trembling slightly, its eyes betraying a hint of fear. In the sky, the black bird stared intently at Lin Feng, its demeanor grave, even more so than when it had encountered that individual from Zone 1. Bai Yulong appeared equally perplexed. What had this fellow awakened? However, regardless of what it was, it seemed to be advantageous to them at present. Just as the black bird contemplated action, Bai Yulong promptly positioned himself in front of it. You'd best stay put. As the black bird's ire began to rise, a sense of alarm struck. This rogue Bai Yulong was prepared to deploy the remaining 5 missiles. It hesitated to act. The most troubled of all was the Shadow Demon. With such a ruckus, was Lin Feng about to unleash a formidable technique? Chapter 49. Divine Technique Beyond Comprehension. The Shadow Demon dared not permit Lin Feng to continue his summoning, nor did it dare to approach. Instead, it commanded an 8-star corpse to cautiously test the nature of Lin Feng's incantation. The 8-star corpse approached the white light with trepidation, expecting danger, but the next moment, it revealed a look of sheer comfort. The white radiance emanated an extraordinarily rich necromantic energy, greatly benefiting the undead. It sensed that if it remained within this white light, it would soon ascend to 9 stars. Indeed, even reaching the commander level seemed attainable. As he reveled in his triumph, a colossal hand descended from above, reducing him to mere pulp. Upon witnessing the figure emerging from the radiant column of light, Lin Feng, the Shadow Demon, and the frail man were all rendered speechless. A giant zombie? Particularly the frail man, who had just been engaged in combat with the giant zombie, was utterly bewildered as the creature suddenly appeared within Lin Feng's luminous aura. What could this possibly mean? Lin Feng himself was in a state of shock, never having anticipated that his necromantic summons could conjure a giant zombie. This being was a 3-star commander, perilously close to advancing to a 4-star rank. What have you done to me? The giant commander bellowed in terror and rage, having just sensed a potent summoning force that rendered him incapable of resistance. In the next moment, he found himself before Lin Feng, and, swatted by an ant exuding malice, he effortlessly crushed it with a single hand. It dawned on him that it was Lin Feng who summoned him. You seem unable to resist. A smile blossomed on Lin Feng's face as he felt an inexplicable power to control the giant zombie. How dare you? Kneel. The giant zombie attempted to defy him, yet an unseen force compelled his body to submit, forcing him to kneel against his will. The sensation of losing control over his own body was profoundly unsettling for the giant zombie, whose face was etched with terror. Enough. You are now entirely under my command. You shall obey my every order. Kill him. Lin Feng pointed at the shadow demon, and in an instant, the giant zombie charged toward him. Are you mad? The shadow demon roared, astonished that the giant zombie would turn against him. In a flash, he unleashed a shadow strangulation attack, forgetting Lin Feng's presence. The giant zombie reached out, seizing the shadow demon's corporeal form with its grasp. Die! With a terrifying display of strength, the shadow demon was torn asunder. His eyes filled with disbelief. He had contemplated numerous ways to meet his demise, but never imagined he would perish at the hands of a giant zombie. The giant, momentarily stunned, casually devoured the shadow demon. Regardless of the reason, it was best to consume him first. After all, the shadow demon was already a formidable mid-tier commander with immense physical prowess. Upon consuming him, the giant zombie not only healed from the injuries sustained in battle with the frail man, but also grew taller, reaching an imposing height of 18 meters, nearly matching the city walls. If it were to strike the walls, the human race would be in dire peril. What are you waiting for? Kill. Annihilate until none remain. Lin Feng sneered, directing the giant zombie to attack the horde of zombies. Meanwhile, he retreated to the safety of the city walls. Help me. Lin Feng whispered to Wei Ran. Upon hearing this, Wei Ran finally snapped out of her shock, supporting Lin Feng, only to realize he was nearly exhausted. Relying entirely on her for support, Wei Ran was instantly filled with concern. Although her own situation was far from favorable, the relentless shooting had rendered her arms nearly useless. No. Beneath the city walls, the giant zombie was roaring furiously, its massive hands striking the ground like mountains. With each blow, hundreds of zombies perished. The vitality of the undead was formidable, yet against such overwhelming force, even the strongest would be reduced to mere pulp. In a matter of seconds, the giant zombie had already dispatched nearly 1,000 of its kind, most of whom were decayed corpses or weaker stragglers. Those with slightly greater strength had long since fled the vicinity of the giant zombie. Lin Feng watched the scene before him with a grin, his smile wide, for he had just slain a shadow demon, earning himself a valuable skill point. It was unfortunate, however, that he had not awakened a second skill, otherwise, it would have been a true windfall. Nevertheless, he felt quite satisfied when he had summoned the undead. He had not anticipated conjuring such a formidable entity as the giant zombie. Typically, summoning relied heavily on the summoner's strength. At that moment, the giant zombie had been alarmingly close, within a mere 1,000 meters, and seemingly unprepared. Thus, Lin Feng had chosen it as his target. To his surprise, he succeeded on the first attempt. The only downside was that summoning the undead was exceedingly taxing, and as soon as he completed the ritual, he felt an overwhelming weakness in his soul, making it difficult even to stand. After mustering the strength to defeat the shadow demon, he quickly returned to the city walls. At this moment, the giant zombie continued its rampage, disrupting the zombie assault entirely. Amidst the chaos and trampling, countless undead fell. With its interference, the pressure on the city's defenses was significantly alleviated. Quick, send him to Zone 1 for assistance. The white jade dragon in the sky, observing Lin Feng controlling the giant zombie as it wandered aimlessly, became anxious. Did he not see that Zone 1 was on the verge of collapse? Though the human side had collectively leveled up, they had inadvertently produced a third, more useless individuals. Whether it was a transformation into a pianist, chef, or gardener, there seemed to be no limit to what one could aspire to. Truly, changing professions bore risks, and leveling up required caution. Although a multitude of level 3 beings had surged forth from the human ranks, the zombies appeared to have made preparations as well. Some monsters hidden among the ordinary zombies suddenly launched their attack, achieving significant results. The number of leaders among the zombies far exceeded initial estimates, with several even at mid-leader levels. The collective upgrades of the humans seemed to have little impact, leaving them still at a disadvantage. Lin Feng cursed silently, but refrained from voicing his objections, guiding the giant zombie toward Zone 1. With each massive footfall, countless zombies were crushed beneath its weight. Tang Hu, this defense is in your hands. I can't hold on any longer. Lin Feng shouted to the side, urging Wei Ran to lead him away. Now, he is no longer needed here. He has done all that he was supposed to, and even things he should not have done. Could Jin Biao achieve this? Utter nonsense. Tang Hu felt a surge of discontent and was about to retort when he received a communication from the commander. I will send someone to take over his defense. He is crucial now and must not perish. Tang, who was taken aback, but he quickly comprehended the gravity of the situation. Indeed, Lin Feng's survival was paramount. He was a formidable force capable of controlling commander-level zombies. Summon reinforcements to secure this section of the city wall, and as for old Wang over there, I want him to fight with all his might. Chapter 50. The tide of the undead recedes. Lin Feng had ceased to concern himself with the external situation. He had truly exerted himself to the utmost, having vanquished a shadow demon and manipulated a giant zombie to disrupt the ranks of the undead. This was akin to neutralizing 2 commander-level zombies and a demon, a feat that undoubtedly secured him a place among the top 3 contributors. As for the rest, he simply lacked the strength to address further matters. If victory remained elusive under such circumstances, then it would be beyond his power. Fate had cast its shadow upon Han City. The siege by the undead had not endured long, spanning no more than 3 hours, yet the base of the city walls was already strewn with corpses. The result of the attacking zombies breaching the defenses. Some were grievously injured, as not all possessed Lin Feng's formidable prowess. Merely a handful of demon hunters with maximum skills valiantly held their ground in certain sections of the city. Each zombie that scaled the walls was met with the sacrifice of their lives. Sometimes, a zombie of 7 stars or higher would charge, demanding at least 3 human lives in return. The casualty rate soared with 8 or 9-star zombies and demons, with one particularly vicious 3-headed zombie breaching the walls and, after consuming several lives, advancing to a commander level. The hundreds stationed on that segment of the wall suffered grievous losses before the central army arrived to decisively eliminate the commander-level threat. The 3 sections of the wall were bathed in the blood of the fallen, with not a single soul retreating. They all understood the dire reality. They had nowhere to fall back to, for behind them lay a precipice. Retreat was death, as was standing their ground. Thus they were left to contend with the undead in a struggle to the death. Amidst the sea of corpses, both Wei Ran and Lin Feng bore grim expressions. The casualty rate far exceeded their estimations. It was crucial to remember that just 2 hours prior, these individuals had been vibrant, living beings. At that moment, a figure appeared before Lin Feng, and upon seeing him, she could not help but throw herself into his embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Brother Lin Feng, so many have perished. I couldn't save them. This little girl was none other than Tuan Tuan, whom Lin Feng had entrusted with a green orb to remain behind and rescue others. However, just as the battle had commenced, waves of injured individuals began to retreat. Alongside the wounded were numerous dead. They scoured through the heaps of bodies, searching for any still drawing breath. As long as there was life, Tuan Tuan followed Lin Feng's instructions to use the green orb to preserve a life. Yet, the numbers were overwhelming. The 3 green orbs proved utterly insufficient, and within half an hour, all 3 had dimmed to a lifeless glow. At this moment, a number of children within the base were following Tuan Tuan to rescue others, each child gazing at her with unwavering admiration as she managed to save lives. Even when the green pearls lost their efficacy, that group of children steadfastly assisted in transporting the injured to safety. You have done remarkably well. Now allow me to take over. Lin Feng gently ruffled Tuan Tuan's hair, noticing her evident fatigue. Suddenly, Wei Ran felt a surge of anxiety. Had Lin Feng forgotten that he could barely stand moments ago? Fear not. The city shall not fall, as long as it endures. We shall save as many as we can. Let me there, Tuan Tuan. Lin Feng mustered his spirits, astonished at his own transformation into such a benevolent figure. He would never have acted this way before. Perhaps in his previous life, he had been too weak, solely focused on surviving, leaving no room for thoughts of rescuing others. Soon, Lin Feng followed Tuan Tuan to an abandoned warehouse that had been repurposed as a makeshift hospital, where the doctors comprised 7 young children, Tuan Tuan included. The eldest was 15, while the youngest was merely 7, assisting the oldest child. Upon Tuan Tuan's return, the 6 children appeared to gain newfound confidence. Do not worry. My brother Lin Feng has returned. You will all recover. Lin Feng cast a glance at the warehouse filled with dozens of injured individuals, his lips twitching in disbelief. No matter how much he exerted himself, he could not possibly heal so many. Haha, you keep at it. I will lend a hand. Wei Ran, observing Lin Feng's expression, felt a secret satisfaction, relishing the irony of his earlier arrogance finally catching up with him. Outside the city walls, the battle raged on. Yet the tide began to turn in favor of humanity. In Area 2, the frail man, once liberated, was able to assist the soldiers on the walls in dispatching some high-star wandering corpses and magical creatures. As for those who had upgraded their skills to level 3, their combat effectiveness was rather unimpressive, comparable only to certain potent 9-star or even 10-star entities. Nevertheless, this significantly alleviated the pressure on the wall's defenses. Area 1 had transformed into a battlefield akin to a fierce contest. Ordinary corpses could not even approach. For any who dared venture near would be obliterated by the aftermath of the commanding battles. The 1,000-meter wall in Area 1 had long since crumbled. With over 100 level 3 fighters entangled in combat with approximately 40 commanders, yet they found themselves at a disadvantage. It was only when Lin Feng summoned the upgraded giant zombie to join the fray that the balance of war began to shift toward humanity. Its destructive power was overwhelming. Most present, whether human, zombie, or magical creature, were of 3-star or lower ranks, having just recently leveled up. On the human side, only the seer and the holy mage had attained a level of 3-star 4. Upon the giant zombie's arrival, it swiftly crushed a 1-star commander and devoured it whole. Subsequently, it held its ground against the assault of 6 commanders without faltering. Only when 2 additional 15-meter giant zombies joined forces were they able to impede its advance. The 3 giant zombies loomed like small mountains, leaving desolation in their wake. In the distance, after the giant zombie effortlessly dispatched the leader, Lin Feng inexplicably gained an additional skill point, which served as his sole consolation. The slaughter must continue. Annihilation is imperative. The Oracle and the Holy Mage found themselves ensnared by mid-tier leaders, and the arrival of the giant zombies alleviated their immediate predicament. Otherwise, those 2 colossal undead would likely have charged straight into the inner city. In the skies, the expression of the Black Bird was exceedingly grim. What was supposed to be a near-certain offensive had been disrupted by an individual who had hastily ascended 3 levels. Truly astonishing. Yet, he remained unperturbed. For this assault had not yielded entirely fruitless results, as it had compelled the human race to advance collectively ahead of schedule, thereby prematurely unlocking their latent potential. Once the 3rd evolution arrives, the demise of humanity is inevitable. Begone! The Blackbird's furious rebuke resonated as he vanished in an instant. Bai Yulong's countenance shifted dramatically, and he too disappeared, utterly astonished that the Blackbird would go to such lengths. Just when he was about to unleash the remaining 5 missiles in a cataclysmic blaze, he realized that the target was not the human race, and thus he hesitated. After all, this was humanity's last resort. In the next moment, the Black Bird materialized above the giant zombie, a claw as formidable as adamant descending. The once impenetrable skull of the giant zombie shattered instantaneously, as if it were mere tofu. One strike was all it took to vanquish the giant zombie. Withdraw. With a cry akin to a bird's call, all zombies and monstrosities assaulting the base quivered in response, sensing an overwhelming pressure of a higher tier. They then retreated in a frenzy, departing as swiftly as they had arrived. Chapter 51. The Holy Mage. As the zombies receded, the defenders and demon hunters at the city wall remained momentarily dazed. It seemed they had emerged victorious. Yet, there were no cheers, no jubilant exclamations. The toll of death had been far too great, with corpses strewn about, rendering joy utterly impossible. The most devastating scene unfolded in District 1, where the city walls had crumbled, leaving the fate of the survivors uncertain. The individual wielding the illusion mirror was also unaccounted for. At that moment, beset by a swarm of leaders, despite the valiant efforts of the Oracle and other powerful allies to protect them, chaos reigned, and no one could ascertain the specifics of the situation. It appeared that a leader had pursued downwards, and the human side had been unable to halt them. Outside the city, the bodies of the zombies lay in disarray, exuding a foul stench, while some demon hunters who had awakened flame abilities were setting the corpses ablaze. Otherwise, the mere pathogens within the zombies could claim the lives of all. With the battle concluded, the Holy Mage, accompanied by a medical team, traversed the area to tend to the wounded, prioritizing the prevention of zombification. Although, after awakening, the toxicity of the zombies had become exceedingly difficult for the demon hunters to contract them into zombies, there were still exceptions, those who had slipped through the net. These individuals were systematically eradicated by the Holy Mage, with assistance provided for those not yet fully transformed. However, the number of injured was overwhelming, and the meager medical team was woefully insufficient, with cries for help echoing everywhere. As the weary Holy Mage entered the warehouse, He was taken aback by the sight before him. An overwhelming number of people were gathered, with only 7 children, and Wei Ran assisting. Lin Feng, having exhausted his last vestige of strength to create a more potent healing source, had completely succumbed to fatigue and fallen into a deep slumber. He entrusted everything else to Wei Ran, confident that even if a couple of mutated beings were to breach the perimeter, she would manage effortlessly. "Who are you?" the holy mage inquired, his expression laden with confusion as he regarded Wei Ran. She was a figure unfamiliar to him, in his recollection. Those awakened with healing abilities at the base were well known to him. However, these individuals before him were entirely unrecognizable. "What's the matter? Is it wrong to save lives?" Wei Ran retorted, asserting her position as the de facto leader in Lin Feng's absence. Particularly after the incident with Jin Biao had cast a shadow over her reputation within the base. Though undeniably beautiful, she possessed an innate aloofness. "Of course, that's not a problem. I owe you my gratitude for rescuing so many people. I am Zhu Yin, the medical supervisor of the base." Zhu Yin replied, somewhat awkwardly, sensing the palpable hostility directed towards her from the gathered individuals. "The medical supervisor? You must be that golden-haired individual from earlier. Why did it take you so long to arrive? No matter, you're here now. I'm utterly exhausted," Wei Ran exclaimed, her fatigue evident. Tuan, and those little ones. Please take a moment to rest. I'll leave the subsequent matters in your capable hands." Taking a deep breath, Wei Ran sank to the ground, contemplating a morsel to eat when her gaze suddenly shifted to Zhu Yin. "Since you are the medical supervisor, why not procure some food for us? We are absolutely famished." One of Zhu Yin's companions, unable to tolerate Wei Ran's demeanor, was keenly aware that Zhu Yin's status within the base was akin to that of a deity, perhaps even surpassing Bai Yulong. Were it not for Bai Yulong's unparalleled strength and position as the supreme commander of the military, Zhu Yin would undoubtedly be the leader of the base. Her ability to conjure aid from thin air had garnered the loyalty of countless individuals. Had it not been for her intervention, the frail man would have met his demise numerous times over. Bai Yulong's audacity in confronting Blackbird directly stemmed from the assurance of Zhu Yin's backing, allowing him to engage in life-threatening gambits. "These are trivial matters. Please fetch some food for them, and also relocate the injured. Remaining here is untenable," Zhu Yin interjected calmly, unperturbed by the earlier remarks. Wei Ran furrowed her brow but held her tongue, recognizing that the other party had already agreed to bring food. She chose not to press further. Zhu Yin was correct. The individuals remaining in the warehouse were merely clinging to life, and the complexity of their recovery was daunting. Unless Lin Feng could treat them without respite, it could take an entire week. This was unacceptable. Saving lives was merely a secondary task, and he understood that Lin Feng had numerous other responsibilities that could not be delayed. Just as Wei Ran was about to check on Lin Feng's condition, Zhu Yin recognized him instantly, her expression reflecting surprise, for Lin Feng's summoning prowess had astonished all and was pivotal in turning the tide of battle. "What is he doing here? Why must we defend the city?" Wei Ran expressed her dissatisfaction. "That scoundrel Jin Biao deserves to perish, does he not?" This sentiment contributed to her poor attitude towards Zhu Yin and others. It was incomprehensible that Jin Biao should escape unscathed. Had it not been for Lin Feng's timely intervention, she could only imagine the torment Jin Biao would have subjected them to. The mere thought of the plight of those 2 girls filled her with an inexplicable sorrow. Living in such a manner was more unbearable than death itself. If forced to endure such an existence, it would be akin to death, or perhaps even more agonizing. Zhu Yin furrowed her brow, sensing a profound malice emanating from Wei Ran for the first time. In the base, everyone regarded her as a savior. Yet she was now experiencing the sting of disdain. "Little one, tell me who saved these people." Zhu Yin sought to divert Wei Ran's attention and turned to Tuan, who surely knew the answer. It was Brother Lin Feng. "Please, do not let Brother Lin Feng go to the front lines. He is exhausted," Tuan exclaimed, tears streaming down her face. Although the other children were perplexed, seeing Tuan cry compelled them to join her in tears. Suddenly, all those able to move within the dilapidated factory sat up, their expressions filled with malice as they fixed their gazes upon Zhu Yin and her companions. Tuan was their guardian angel. Who would dare make her weep? Under the unwavering stares of over 100 individuals, the medical team behind Zhu Yin felt an uncharacteristic chill. They were accustomed to being surrounded by admiration wherever they went. This treatment was unprecedented, and their faces turned ashen. Zhu Yin regarded Tuan with a look of surprise, realizing she had been caught in an unexpected predicament. However, she remained unfazed. A divine radiance enveloped her, initiating the healing of the injuries sustained by those present. With a flick of her staff, a beam of light descended upon Lin Feng, whose pallid complexion quickly regained its hue, the debilitating weakness dissipating, replaced by a sense of comfort that prompted a contented sigh from him. Wei Ran, witnessing this, supported Lin Feng as the holy light expanded to envelop her as well, her body instinctively responding to the delightful sensation. Hearing Lin Feng's contented murmurs, a blush crept onto her cheeks. Tuan Tuan and the others were no exception. All bathed in golden light, their previous fatigue vanishing entirely. As the golden glow faded, Lin Feng awoke, stretching with a yawn, having not experienced such a restful slumber in ages. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with an obstructed view, cushioned beneath him, which felt delightfully comfortable. "You're awake." Wei Ran's face flushed further as she hurriedly pushed Lin Feng aside. She had inadvertently used his leg as a pillow. Realizing the nature of the obstruction, Lin Feng pretended not to notice her embarrassment. What are you doing here?" Chapter 52. A good tree, you know me? Zhu Yin asked, curiosity sparkling in her eyes as she looked at Lin Feng. She had caught glimpses of him from afar in Area 1. After all, one who could summon giant zombies was surely no weakling. How could the holy mage be unknown within the base? Upon encountering Zhu Yin, Lin Feng comprehended the profound sense of ease he had just experienced. It resembled a sacred baptism. In his previous life, he had only witnessed Zhu Yin perform this act from a distance, never anticipating that she would bestow it upon him personally. After just one sacred baptism, Lin Feng felt the fatigue within him dissipate significantly. The effects were remarkable. Wei Ran and Tuan Tuan, along with others, appeared much improved, all having sensed the benefits of the holy mage's presence. Even the patients in the storeroom, having merely absorbed a trace of the sacred aura, found their spirits uplifted, coming to the realization of who had arrived. Their previous defiance was now quelled. This individual was certainly not to be trifled with within the base. Lin Feng gazed at Zhu Yin, still as enchanting as ever, radiating a divine luminescence akin to an angel gracing the earthly realm. In terms of beauty and figure, Wei Ran had just claimed to rival Zhu Yin, yet in terms of aura, Zhu Yin utterly eclipsed her, placing them on entirely different planes. Perhaps there had been some misunderstandings previously, but their monumental contributions to the base warranted this sacred baptism as a form of recompense. The Building 28 in District 3 served as one of my residences. Should you find yourselves without a place to go, you are welcome to stay there. I shall arrange for provisions to be delivered subsequently. The holy mage did not dwell on Lin Feng's words, holding him in high regard. Though Wei Ran wished to decline, Lin Feng interrupted her, insisting, "Why refuse? I leave this matter in your capable hands. I must take my leave." That last confrontation truly drained my energy. Lin Feng led the somewhat dissatisfied Wei Ran and Tuan Tuan towards the exit. In the first round of their clash, Lin Feng had opted for surrender, believing it prudent to accept any benefits offered. Zhu Yin was taken aback by his swift acquiescence, having anticipated a refusal, especially given Wei Ran's evident discontent towards her. As they reached the door, Lin Feng suddenly turned, stating thoughtfully, "It is wise to retain some means of self-preservation. It may prove life-saving at times." With that, he departed without a backward glance, leaving the room full of patience in Zhu Yin's care. He exhaled deeply, recognizing that the endeavor of saving lives was indeed the most exhausting. Merely sustaining those individuals had left him utterly depleted. The thought of fully restoring them made his legs weak, grateful for the arrival of the holy mage. Otherwise, he could only imagine how he would manage. After all, she was a professional with experience in this domain. "This fellow seems rather shameless," remarked a woman in a green dress behind Zhu Yin, frowning. Zhu Yin had merely been polite, yet Lin Feng took it to heart. Everyone was aware that Building 28 in District 2 was the holy mage's preferred abode, renowned for housing a tree that had attained sentience, naturally fostering tranquility. Having rescued so many, was it not worth these trifles? Enough of that. Let us focus on the task of saving lives. Zhu Yin thought little of it. It was merely a residence, and she likely wouldn't have the opportunity to rest there anytime soon. Furthermore, she had multiple residences. What harm was there in offering one to Lin Feng? Shaking her head, Zhu Yin chose to set aside her thoughts and focused on treating the patients, dismissing Lin Feng's reminder from her mind. Villa number 28 in District 2. Indeed, The charming three-story villa that Zhu Yin had gifted to Lin Feng came complete with a quaint garden, where a fragrant agarwood tree stood serenely. Even before entering, Lin Feng and his companions were greeted by an enchanting aroma that soothed the spirit and instilled tranquility. What a splendid place! Wei Ran exclaimed, her initial dissatisfaction vanishing in an instant upon arrival. This location was now theirs, and none could reclaim it. You all go ahead. I'll take a look around. Lin Feng felt little excitement. He had already discerned that this agarwood tree had developed sentience. In other words, the tree had undergone a transformation. Wei Ran, burdened with bags, paid no heed to Lin Feng as she led a group of children and 2 girls inside, assuming the role of caretaker, overseeing their needs. As for safety, that responsibility lay with Lin Feng, a matter she deemed unworthy of her concern, especially given her curiosity about the villa. Having shed his dark robe and the skull staff, Lin Feng was left with only a black sword at his waist, emanating an ominous aura. Amidst a tide of corpses, he had wielded a makeshift weapon with reckless abandon, unaware of how much zombie blood he had acquired, while the makeshift weapon had successfully broken the seal. Beneath the seal lay a sword as black as ink, inscribed with the characters Dragon Abyss. Lin Feng could scarcely believe that such a legendary sword, one of the 10 famous swords long thought lost to the world, was concealed within a mere fire stick. Furthermore, he was certain that Dragon Abyss was a high-level magical artifact, one that could readily elevate him to level 4. Alleviating his concerns about magical equipment, resting Dragon Abyss against the agarwood tree, Lin Feng's expression remained cold, undistracted by the alluring fragrance. He understood that this tree had indeed become a formidable entity. While others might assume the agarwood had merely evolved, even Zhu Yin only harbored suspicions. Lin Feng recognized its true nature at first glance. What is your intention? A fragmented voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Why are you here? Lin Feng felt no pity. Once a plant attained self-awareness, it surpassed even the most formidable zombies of its kind. The higher the level, the greater the disparity. In his previous life, he had encountered a lord-level zombie vine while journeying to the capital, its roots extending for miles, controlling all zombies and magical creatures within its reach, including 2 lords. Lin Feng involuntarily recoiled, reluctant to recall that memory. His apprehension stemmed from fearing that this agarwood could evolve into a similar threat, prompting his cautious demeanor. I have grown here all along. Lin Feng replied, that makes perfect sense. Then why do you emit this fragrance? What fragrance? This sandalwood scent. That is merely my natural scent. Qinxiang was utterly speechless at the absurdity of the questions posed to him, as he faced the sword's relentless inquiries. Lin Feng, equally at a loss, pondered the notion that sandalwood was the essence of this tree. How logical it seemed. At that moment, Lin Feng found himself at a loss for words. Have you ever taken a life? What? No, he replied. Aside from you, I have only ever seen one other person. Qinxiang struggled to comprehend the concept of killing. Why would one kill, especially when he was no match for them? Moreover, that young lady was so beautiful, resembling a celestial being. What purpose would there be in harming her? This revelation left Lin Feng utterly bewildered. Had this tree only encountered Zhu Yin before? It made sense. Given that this was Zhu Yin's domain, there would naturally be no other visitors. Thus, it seemed that Qinxiang was indeed a remarkable tree. Chapter 53. Research. Lin Feng was completely at a loss. It felt as though he were the one bullying this tree. Do you wish to consume humans? Lin Feng mused that these sentient plants were rather malevolent. Consume humans? Why would I do that? Are humans even tasty? Qinxiang inquired with genuine curiosity, despite lacking a face. Relying solely on mental communication, Lin Feng was left utterly speechless. There seemed to be something amiss with this tree, and he wondered why it posed such questions. With that thought, Lin Feng sheathed his sword. At present, the tree did not appear threatening. Given this, there was no need to eliminate it, especially since its sandalwood fragrance had some utility. Remember this, Lin Feng warned, this house now belongs to me. If you dare to harm anyone within, I shall chop you into firewood. The tree responded with a look of dismay. What? You intend to reside here? What about the celestial sister? Qinxiang was distraught. It longed for the celestial sister, not for this individual who threatened to harm it. It did not want this fate. It desired its original celestial companion. Stop crying. It won't help. Just remember what I said. Lin Feng dismissed Qinxiang's lamentations and entered the villa. This marked Lin Feng's first experience stepping into a villa, and now it seemed this residence belonged to him. Did that count? Since it was said he could stay, surely it was meant for him. Yes, that was the implication. Lin Feng felt immense. This house was grand. Accommodating Lin Feng and the 6 children surrounding Tuan Tuan should pose no issue, alleviating Lin Feng's pressing concerns. As these children had nowhere to return, he certainly could not abandon them on the streets. Brother Lin Feng, this place is enormous. Tuan Tuan's laughter echoed from upstairs, revealing her delight in the new surroundings. The villa, previously inhabited by Zhu Yin, was adorned in a soft pink decor, perfectly suiting a girl's taste. Lin Feng, however, was indifferent. He was content as long as there was a place to stay. Enjoy your time here and rest well. You've worked hard. All right. Tuan Tuan indeed felt sleepy and had come to greet Lin Feng, fearing that Lin Dan might worry. The children had all settled down, and the 2 girls had been given rooms. Your room is in the master suite on the 2nd floor. After arranging accommodations for everyone, Wei Ran descended with a weary expression. Despite her exhaustion, her face radiated joy. Here, she once again felt the warmth of home. You should rest early too. Leave the rest to me. You've had quite a tiring day. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Wei Ran opened her mouth, hesitated, then nodded and ascended the stairs. Having first guarded the city, her mental energy was severely depleted, and then she assisted in treating the injured. Fortunately, when Zhu Yin had bestowed a blessing upon Lin Feng earlier, she had also benefited slightly, regaining some strength. Otherwise, she would have long since collapsed. Drowsily, Wei Ran made her way to the master bedroom, having forgotten to arrange a room for herself after ensuring that Tuan Tuan and the others were settled. Instinctively thinking of warming Lin Feng's bed, she fell asleep directly in the master bedroom. After waiting for a while in the classroom, Lin Feng was indeed delivered food and water by 2 individuals, an ample supply of compressed biscuits and a modest amount of meat. Though he found it somewhat unappealing, it was certainly better than nothing. With so many people around, he truly could not afford to feed them all. Once the guests departed, Lin Feng began to contemplate his new class. He suddenly realized that the necromancer profession seemed to rely heavily on luck. During his previous summoning, he had been fortunate enough to conjure a giant zombie, despite his own strength being significantly inferior to that of the creature. Typically, the rules dictated that to summon a spirit, one would either conjure a being of similar strength or one weaker than oneself. However, this particular instance appeared to be purely a matter of chance. Necromantic summoning. The skeletal staff materialized in his hand as he gently tapped the ground, activating a small summoning circle. This time, Lin Feng refrained from hastily selecting a target. Instead, he immersed himself in the sensation, as the white light seemed to form a channel, connecting directly to the realm of the undead. Within a certain area of the necromantic dimension, Lin Feng's consciousness descended, instantaneously permeating the minds of every zombie in that vicinity. He effortlessly linked with all the undead in that area, able to summon any spirit weaker than himself at will. As for those of comparable strength, only the initial stage commander-level zombies might resist, but Lin Feng felt confident in his ability to forcibly draw them over. Concerning stronger entities, there was apparently a warrior-class zombie within this area that, before Lin Feng could react, unilaterally severed the connection. The disparity in strength was too great. In a gray, misty world, a massive black dog suddenly lifted its head to gaze at the sky. Did something just enter my mind? Summoning? Oh dear. I extinguished that too quickly and didn't even realize. Had I known, I would have endured a little longer. Perhaps I could have escaped this wretched place entirely. The large black dog wore a forlorn expression, even beginning to pray for the return of that enticing sensation. Just send anyone. Lin Feng, with a thought, selected a 9-star wandering zombie as his target. Soon, Lin Feng and the other party connected on a profound level. In the dim twilight, a 9-star level wandering corpse vanished without a trace. In the realm of the undead, wandering corpses were mere cannon fodder, insignificant regardless of how many perished. Yet, the large black dog, perpetually in prayer, suddenly brightened with realization. It seemed to sense that a wandering corpse had disappeared from its territory, although it was silent. The feeling was undeniable. Indeed, it worked. The black dog was filled with excitement, eagerly anticipating Lin Feng's next summoning. It had even resolved that during Lin Feng's next call, it would approach proactively, convinced that no one could refuse such a powerful being. Within the villa, Lin Feng gazed curiously at the 9-star zombie, which resembled a wild boar. The creature, having suddenly arrived from the realm of the dead, appeared somewhat bewildered. However, as wandering corpses possessed limited intelligence, It stood there in confusion after a moment of contemplation, a voice in its mind urging it to heed the human before it. As for the reason, it could not be bothered to ponder. It was simply too exhausting. Race: undead porcupine, a lowly cannon fodder species in the realm of the undead. Level: 9-star wandering corpse. Innate skills: biting frenzy. Weakness: attack the brain through the jaw, extinguish the soul's flame. After activating the Eye of Omniscience, Lin Feng seemed to gain a heightened analytical ability, even developing a penchant for sarcasm. This time, his physical exertion was minimal. Previously, summoning the giant zombie had nearly drained him. In terms of energy consumption, summoning a being of equal level consumed 50% of his energy. Summoning a giant zombie, which was stronger than himself, increased consumption by 10% for each level of strength. Conversely, a weaker being reduced consumption by 10%. Once the consumption dropped below 10%, the energy required became negligible, implying that he could potentially summon a legion of undead at will. Chapter 54. The Legion Commander's Invitation upon grasping the specifics of undead summoning. Lin Feng's spirit soared. Could it be that he would soon have access to a zombie legion at any time and place? This was far more practical than illusions. He envisioned guarding that tree. Should it harbor any ill intentions, he would have it destroyed. Lin Feng's sudden inspiration led him to consider the effective utilization of these zombies. The undead porcupine, without hesitation, obeyed Lin Feng's command and strode outside. Upon sighting the sandalwood tree, it crouched down, fixated on the aromatic wood. The realm of the undead was desolate, devoid of even a blade of grass, let alone trees. Thus, the porcupine was particularly intrigued by the sandalwood and yearned to draw closer. The sandalwood tree, however, was far from at ease. If classified by the standards of the human world, it was merely at the 2 to 3-star wandering corpse level, lacking any real offensive capability. Against the undead porcupine, defeat was inevitable. The human was truly mad. How could he not trust it and send such a foul creature to watch over him? Such an affront to a tree was beyond measure. The undead porcupine lifted its head, sensing a trace of malice emanating from the sandalwood tree. Agarwood tree, astonishing. The essence of agarwood swiftly retracts its thoughts, lest it fall prey to this foolish swine. Within the confines of the room, Lin Feng was in high spirits. Although the summoning of the undead did not significantly enhance his personal strength, if utilized aptly, he could indeed conjure forth an entire legion of the undead. Of course, this would be futile against genuine top-tier experts, such as Bai Yulong, no matter how many undead he summoned. Bai Yulong could effortlessly breach the ranks of his undead army and annihilate his corporeal form. However, should anyone dare to perceive Lin Feng as a mere soft target to be easily manipulated, they would be gravely mistaken. With the dragon abyss in his possession, the outcome of any confrontation was far from certain. A light smile graced his lips when a sudden wave of fatigue washed over him. Just as he prepared to take a brief respite, his communicator vibrated unexpectedly. Who could possibly be seeking him at this hour? Sanrenhua Wow? Brother, you're incredible. You managed to summon a giant zombie. With your prowess, your base must rank among the top 10. Upon reading Sanrenhua's message, Lin Feng's brow furrowed in concern. He had used the name Prophet on the communicator. How could the other party discern that he was Lin Feng? Indeed, it appeared that the communicator was under military surveillance, meaning that the moment he picked it up, he had exposed himself to their watchful eyes. Are you Bai Yulong or the Prophet? The holy mage is currently preoccupied with healing others and has no time for idle chit-chat. Allow me to hazard a guess. The Prophet is merely a cryptic old sage, taciturn and unlikely to engage in such frivolities. Bai Yulong, just state your business. Piecing together previous clues, Lin Feng swiftly deduced that Sanrenhua was indeed an alias for Bai Yulong. Only a select few held the authority to manipulate the communicator. Did they truly think him a fool? In the military camp, Bai Yulong stared blankly at the communicator before him. Goodness, had his identity truly been exposed? How intriguing. Sanrenhua, what are you talking about? How could I possibly be the dashing and gallant officer Bai? Prophet, if you are not, then be gone. I have no time to indulge in your game of guessing my identity. Bai Yulong's expression darkened. It seemed the other party had indeed uncovered his identity. What a predicament. Where had he revealed a flaw? Sanrenhua, since you are aware of who I am, I shall forego the pretense. I now formally invite you to join our Holy Radiance. In the villa, Lin Feng wore a playful smile. Holy Radiance, the legendary squad, the saviors of Han City. In his previous life, He had often heard tales of their exploits. They were few in number, merely 5. Yet, they dared to confront the presence of a lord directly. In the final battle for Han City, Holy Radiance successfully vanquished the Lord, liberating the city. As for how many survived, none could say for certain, though it was clear that the Holy Mage had indeed fallen. This was precisely why Lin Feng had cautioned them in the warehouse earlier. In his past life, he could only look up to the might of Holy Radiance. Yet now, unexpectedly, they had extended an invitation to him. The prophet, I refuse. Bai Yulong was taken aback. Lin Feng had actually turned down his invitation, rejecting the call of the Holy Light. Do you understand what the Holy Light represents? Bai Yulong felt a surge of anger. It was the first time someone had dared to decline joining the Holy Light. I have no interest in power or such matters. As long as you can tolerate the existence of someone like Jin Biao, we are fated to part ways. Our paths do not align. We cannot collaborate. With that, Lin Feng abruptly terminated the communication device, feeling that there was nothing more to discuss. Had he not arrived in time, the consequences could have been dire. In the military camp, Bai Yulong wore a sullen expression. All this turmoil over Jin Biao? Did he truly think so little of the Holy Light? As for his actions regarding Jin Biao, he remained steadfast in his belief that he had done nothing wrong. If the city could not be defended, what was the point of anything else? Everything that could be sacrificed must be sacrificed. Since Lin Feng was unwilling, Bai Yulong felt no desire to continue the pursuit. One day, Lin Feng would come to regret this decision. Without their assistance, acquiring a magical artifact would prove exceedingly arduous. Having rejected Bai Yulong, Lin Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Upon entering his bedroom, he was utterly stunned. Wei Ran was sleeping in his bed. How delightful! Being a passionate youth, Lin Feng was stirred by the alluring sight, swallowing hard. Before he could react, he noticed that Wei Ran was deeply asleep, completely unaware of his presence. With a resigned shake of his head, Lin Feng collapsed onto the sofa, succumbing to slumber. July 11th. Upon awakening, Lin Feng discovered a blanket draped over him. Wei Ran had vanished, leaving behind a faint, fragrant aroma. He was unsure if it belonged to Wei Ran or Zhu Yin. After resting for a considerable time, Lin Feng felt invigorated, but the gnawing hunger in his stomach urged him to leave hastily. He hurried downstairs. In the dining area, the children were already eating. Upon seeing Lin Feng, they shouted in unison, "Come eat, brother Lin Feng." With a smile, Lin Feng grabbed a portion of compressed biscuits and milk, provisions sent by the base the previous day. "Where is Sister Wei?" Lin Feng inquired, noticing Wei Ran's absence. "Sister Wei is outside fighting zombies." The youngest boy, merely 7 years old, chimed in eagerly. Lin Feng was taken aback. He had forgotten to inform Wei Ran that the porcupine was summoned by him. He quickly sensed the situation and, relieved that she seemed to still be engaged in battle, hurriedly made his way outside, nibbling on the compressed biscuits. Upon arrival, Lin Feng witnessed Wei Ran engaged in combat with a skeletal porcupine, wielding dual blades. The ranged attacker was holding their ground against the undead creature, showing no signs of faltering. However, without the use of stone beads and flying knives, it would be challenging for Wei Ran to defeat the tough-skinned porcupine. Its hide was too thick, its bones too resilient, making it far more formidable than the typical zombies of the same level. "How did you end up fighting it?" Lin Feng asked with a chuckle as he watched the spectacle unfold. "Humph, don't ask. Some people are just like pigs." Chapter 55. The Gene Research Institute. Wei Ran was infuriated. Although she had inadvertently fallen asleep in Lin Feng's bedroom the previous night, that blockhead Lin Feng had not made a move on her. This was nothing short of a blatant humiliation. Did she not possess a more captivating allure than the sacred mage? In her rage, she also felt a pang of heartache. Upon rising, she spotted a zombie in the courtyard and decided to vent her frustration on it. It was evident she blamed Lin Feng for its presence. As long as she didn't kill it, there would be no significant repercussions. Lin Feng looked at Wei Ran, whose face was contorted with anger, and was perplexed. How had he offended her? Her weak point was her jaw. Elsewhere, her skin was tough and resilient, making any blows ineffective. Observing her relentless attacks and her growing misfortune, Lin Feng felt a twinge of sympathy and spoke up. Upon hearing his words, she seemed to grasp something but ceased her assault, leaning against the sandalwood tree instead. "Did you summon this foul creature?" she inquired. "Yes. I tested my skills yesterday and summoned it from the realm of the undead," Lin Feng replied, rubbing his nose, sensing a strong undercurrent of ire in Wei Ran's words. "Can I kill it? I wish to advance to level 3. Wei Ran exclaimed. her excitement palpable as she gazed at the undead porcupine. She had already achieved 2 skills at maximum stars, and her recently awakened penetration skill had reached 9 stars. If she could slay this creature, she would swiftly ascend to level 3, enabling her to take on commander-level beasts. The undead porcupine emitted a mournful squeal and scampered to Lin Feng's feet, its massive form rendering Lin Feng somewhat uncomfortable. Particularly, its grotesque appearance was strikingly unattractive, lacking the decayed flesh that characterized the undead. Having been summoned from the realm of the undead, the porcupine had fully transformed into an undead creature, its flesh now a dull gray-black, which only heightened its unappealing visage. This one do. It is a creature I summoned, thus severing its connection to the undead. Killing it would be futile, Lin Feng lamented, contemplating the missed opportunity. If it were possible, summoning a host of commander-level beings would make leveling up a mere trifle. Unable to level up, what a waste. Wei Ran expressed her disappointment, realizing it was not as simple as she had hoped. Do not rush to level 3 just yet. Allow me to take you out shortly. We shall strive to awaken your 4th skill to ensure your strength does not diminish, Lin Feng stated with solemnity. Noticing the seriousness etched on his face, Wei Ran refrained from further argument. She had immense trust in his judgment regarding such matters. Let us go. We shall have a quick bite to eat, and then explore the base to see if we can acquire some potions. Potions? Is that the one you mentioned earlier? Yes. I've heard that 3 swimming corpses can be exchanged for a potion. I believe I've stumbled upon a lucrative opportunity. Then we should hurry and eat so we can investigate. At that moment, Wei Ran became even more impatient than Lin Feng. If she failed to advance to level 3, strengthening potions would be her sole means of rapidly enhancing her power. An hour later, under Wei Ran's urging, Lin Feng exited the villa and made his way to the trading market at the base. Although he had never wandered through the base before, Wei Ran had already gleaned some intelligence through her communicator. Of course, Lin Feng was intimately familiar with the base. He merely feigned ignorance. As they strolled along, the enticing cries of vendors filled the air, hand blades crafted from the bodies of 9-star zombies, razor-sharp, available for a mere 20 compressed biscuits. The earth shield, forged from the scales of 10-star monsters, for 25 compressed biscuits. Listening to the market's clamor, Wei Ran was momentarily taken aback. In this post-apocalyptic world, the currency had astonishingly transformed into compressed biscuits. In the past, who would have thought to purchase such a trivial item? In prosperous times, jewels were treasures, and gold was revered. Yet now, even if one possessed mountains of gold and silver, it paled in comparison to a single compressed biscuit. How utterly ironic. Suddenly, Wei Ran glanced at Lin Feng, recalling the vast stores of food he possessed. Wasn't it true that Lin Feng was akin to a super-rich magnate? Absurd. Wei Ran shook her head in silence. Just a few days had passed, and her worldview had crumbled into disarray. She lacked any desired items, and the food Lin Feng brought could procure a wealth of goods here. You could buy quite a lot with that bag of food you brought, Lin Feng teased. Moving closer. Not interested, just some rubbish. Let us go see the enhancement potions instead. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly, for he too dismissed these wares. True treasures would not materialize in such a place. Regrettably, he had not had the chance to collect the bodies of some leaders he defeated previously. Otherwise, he could have acquired some valuable items. The bone spines from that bone-scaled monster, for instance, could be fashioned into exquisite arrows, possessing formidable lethality against high-star wandering corpses. After walking for a while, Lin Feng and the others arrived at a white edifice, 5 stories tall, surrounded by a considerable gathering of people. The Gene Research Institute. All enhancement potions originated from this place, with half supplied to the military and the other half sold independently. The enhancement potion that Zhou Zhun had previously acquired was obtained through connections with the Qin family. Such a crowd? Wei Ran furrowed her brow, slightly surprised. Indeed, the quantity of enhancement potions was limited, yet nearly everyone desired them. Could one not see why they were in such demand? Lin Feng felt a twinge of frustration. Acquiring these potions had been difficult in his previous life, and it remained just as challenging now. Difficult indeed. A voice called out, "Ladies and gentlemen, the Y1 potion's production has stabilized, with a daily output of 100 units. 10 wandering corpse bodies and 20 compressed biscuits can be exchanged." At that moment, a robust man in a white coat emerged from the Gene Research Institute. What? The price has increased again? 10 wandering corpse bodies. Why not just go hunt them? Someone exclaimed, unable to bear the price. Humph. If it's too expensive, don't buy it. During the city defense battle, countless wandering corpses were slain. The military casually provided us with thousands. If not for the initial agreement, you wouldn't even be able to obtain a single dose, the man in white scoffed. Regarding the prospect of offering 50 doses as a waste, had it not been for those few individuals who would bother with these worthless people, the speaker was left speechless. Indeed, after the tide of corpses, the most abundant presence was that of the wandering dead. The military could easily provide thousands of bodies, yet they did not. At that time, they were preoccupied with defending the city, who would concern themselves with the corpses of zombies. After the battle concluded, the military consented to destroy the bodies. In hindsight, there is a profound regret. They should have seized a few corpses when the battle ended. Ignoring the expressions of dissatisfaction and regret among the crowd, the man in white continued, currently, the Y2 serum has been successfully developed. It is effective for level 3 powerhouses, aiding in the life transition and enhancing various metrics by approximately 30%. The announcement sent shockwaves through the assembly. The Y2 serum, effective for level 3, could nearly double their power compared to the Y1 serum. In fact, there was no basis for comparison, as Y1 had become ineffective for level 3 powerhouses. How can one exchange for the Y2 serum? Someone asked, unable to contain their curiosity. The man in white smiled. 3 commander-level corpses. Chapter 56. The wealthy dog. The crowd fell silent, startled. 3 commander-level corpses? Who, aside from the military, could afford such a price? Although several level 3 powerhouses had emerged, they were dwarfed by the constant influx of commanders advancing on the undead and demonic side. The human race was not particularly strong. Demanding 3 commander-level corpses in exchange for a single enhancement serum was exorbitantly steep. Isn't that excessively costly? You are aware that the combat power of a commander is not at all comparable to that of a wandering corpse, someone protested, unable to meet such a demand. There is no room for negotiation. Our research requires a substantial amount of materials. If you can exchange, do so. If not, you are free to leave. I am not pleading for you to barter with us. The man in white displayed visible impatience, unwilling to elaborate further. However, he truly had no need to explain. Even for a single commander-level corpse, countless individuals would be eager to trade. At the moment he stated the terms, those present began contacting their respective factions. Hunt. They immediately departed the base to the devastated zone to hunt. With the corpse tide just receding, some zombies and monsters, having devoured their kin, might experience a surge in power. It was undoubtedly the optimal time to hunt for commander-level foes. Should they become commonplace, the chances for the rest would dwindle significantly. Simultaneously, the global channel erupted with activity, as various team formation messages flooded the screen. Prominent figures directly offered high prices to recruit team members, offering 50 rationed compressed biscuits. Even the elite had to stoop for a morsel of sustenance. In the apocalypse, meat had become exceedingly precious, with everyday transactions primarily involving compressed biscuits that were filling in large quantities. As for meat, the first wave of artificially cultivated products from the Genetic Research Institute would not be available for another 3 months. Although the taste was subpar, it was still met with frenzied demand. It was only 6 months after the catastrophe that the wild beasts mutated and humanity grew sufficiently strong enough to begin consuming their meat. At present, to consume a wild beast would either result in poisoning or explosive energy overload. Why are they not robbing it if it's so expensive? Wei Ren expressed her dissatisfaction. Although she desired the enhancement potion, procuring 3 commander-level corpses was no simple task. Whether dealing with zombies or magical creatures, their bodies typically grew significantly larger upon reaching the commander level, as evidenced by the previous giant zombie. Even if she succeeded in defeating it, transporting a 15-meter-tall body, akin to a small mountain, posed a considerable challenge. Relying solely on Lin Feng seemed impractical, and she did not wish to burden him with requests. Thus, she decided against it. How about we first acquire a Y1 model? Wei Ran proposed softly. I don't have any Y1s left. The ones we seized previously were never given to you due to time constraints. I'll provide it when we return, Lin Feng replied, barely able to conceal his smile. For him, 10 corpses of wandering zombies might seem formidable to others, yet it was rather effortless. Rest assured, this is a splendid opportunity to earn some money. If we lack compressed biscuits, could we exchange them for the corpses of the wandering zombies? Lin Feng inquired loudly. Sure, 1 corpse for 5 biscuits. The man in white replied solemnly, not having considered this option before. In truth, they had an abundance of compressed biscuits. Don't shortchange me. A single corpse is worth 10. A quality weapon outside costs 20 or 30. Lin Feng was no fool. 5 biscuits for a corpse meant he could trade 50 biscuits for 10 wandering zombie corpses. This was a blatant attempt to disrupt the market while simultaneously devaluing the enhancement potion. 10 it is. How many corpses do you have? The man in white looked at Lin Feng, confident that he must have stock. However, he found it difficult to judge the quantity, as such items could not be carried easily. He assumed Lin Feng had reached level 3, merely asking out of curiosity. Lin Feng spoke up, drawing the attention of many who had begun to remember who he was. Wait, isn't that the fierce one from Zone 2 yesterday? Oh, it does seem to be him. He summoned a giant zombie and single-handedly defeated 2 commanders, not to mention the giant zombie itself. In total, he effectively vanquished 3 commander-level zombies and magical creatures. I recall now, I am also from Zone 2. His name is Lin Feng, and he killed Jin Biao upon his arrival. How impressive is that? What's more? His sword drove the zombie horde to retreat. He even fought a commander-level magical creature without losing ground. Nonsense. I witnessed it myself yesterday. He single-handedly dominated 2 commanders. As the crowd began to exchange exaggerated tales, the accounts grew ever more fantastical. If it were not about him, even Lin Feng might have believed it. Are you Lin Feng? The man in white gazed at Lin Feng, his eyes gleaming. He had heard tales of Lin Feng's ability to summon undead creatures. Come, let us discuss this inside. The man in white seized Lin Feng and headed toward the research facility, leaving everyone else behind. What did 10 zombie corpses matter? They were insignificant. After all, those were dead, and their research value paled in comparison to that of living specimens. The summoning of living spirits by Lin Feng is a remarkable feat. The military has desperately sought to acquire a living specimen, managing to procure only a few. As for the commanding level, that is utterly unattainable. With Lin Feng's abilities, there would be no need to seek assistance from the military. He would be a figure of immense power. As Lin Feng was taken away, Wei Ran found herself bewildered by the situation. However, since she was with Lin Feng, she was soon invited into the research institute by its personnel, who displayed an uncharacteristic politeness, shedding their previous arrogance. Outside, the crowd erupted in chaos. Realizing that Lin Feng had come to claim their opportunities, if he were to summon 100 or more living spirits, would they still be needed? He might not even require the military's assistance. The earlier praises quickly morphed into curses. They had struggled even with 10, and now he was bringing living beings. This was an overwhelming challenge. At the Gene Research Institute, even after having lived 2 lives, it was Lin Feng's first visit to this enigmatic place, which was reputedly engaged in genetic research prior to the cataclysm. Following the disaster, it had awakened a plethora of peculiar professions, granting them the capability to create enhancement potions, a true amalgamation of science and magic. Lin Feng inquired a man in white. Greetings, allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Chen Wan, the deputy director of the Gene Research Institute. Is it true that you can summon living zombies? Indeed, to be precise, they are spirits, encompassing more than just zombies. Lin Feng replied with a slight smile, realizing that the greater his demonstrated value, the more he would gain in return. Upon hearing that there were indeed more varieties, the man's eyes sparkled with intrigue, as if gazing upon a treasure. To be frank, I would love to bind you and study you directly, Chen Wen exclaimed excitedly. Oh, you may attempt that, Lin Feng responded playfully. But let us not misunderstand. I was merely jesting. Let us discuss a collaboration. You provide us with living spirits, and we will offer you enhancement potions. Choose any version you desire. Chen Wen wore a triumphant expression, confident that his proposal would entice Lin Feng. Even if he didn't need such quantities, they could be traded for recruits or other resources, which the Institute had in abundance. Like Chen Wen himself, who had never set foot on a battlefield yet was a level 2 star, he hesitated to advance to level 3, fearing the loss of some abilities. Lin Feng did not rush to agree. He quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Such a partnership would undoubtedly benefit him immensely, not only providing various enhancement potions, but also allowing him to recruit and build his own faction. Indeed, Lin Feng aspired to establish his own power. During the last battle to defend the city, he had felt utterly alone. Had it not been for Wei Ran, he surely would not have been able to withstand the tide of corpses. In this apocalyptic world, personal strength was exceedingly fragile. He required allies, and enhancement potions were the most effective means to attract them. Previously, he had declined the radiance of Saint Hui, largely due to such considerations. However, he was not one to accept just anyone, as he aspired to pursue an elite path. That is acceptable, but I too have my conditions, Lin Feng stated. Do elaborate. Chunwen responded, not surprised. As long as Lin Feng's demands were not excessively outrageous, he could acquiesce. Firstly, for every type of potion, upon its initial research completion, I must possess 10 shares. Secondly, provide me with 30 portions of food and water each month. I am aware that this is the least of your concerns. Thirdly, the simplest request, I wish to have my name affiliated with the Research Institute. Upon hearing the first two conditions, Chunwen found them reasonable, well within his purview. 10 shares were manageable, and with a living research subject, the military could significantly reduce their burden. If any issues arose with the military, they could directly approach Lin Feng. After all, if they had the capability, they could also supply us with such a number of living subjects. As for the food, that was trivial. The warehouse was currently brimming with surplus provisions, and they were at a loss for disposal. The final condition, though seemingly insignificant, was in fact the most critical. If Lin Feng were to have his name associated with the Institute, he would gain the right to be informed about their research projects. This was beyond Chun Wen's authority. However, he was indifferent. What could Lin Feng do with such knowledge? The first two conditions were straightforward, but the third one was not within his power to grant, necessitating a consultation with several directors. Please hold on a moment. With that, Chunwen departed to contact the relevant individuals. Lin Feng remained unhurried, aware that while his requests appeared light, they were indeed of paramount importance. At that moment, Wei Ran approached, her face alight with excitement. Are we joining the Research Institute? She inquired. Why would we join them? Do you conduct research? And do you still want an affiliation? An affiliation does not equate to joining. We refer to this as a collaboration. In other words, I am investing my capabilities. Will they even agree to that? Wei Ran expressed concern, questioning whether such a large research institute would allow them to invest casually. We shall see. We should know the outcome shortly, he replied. After 10 minutes, 5 individuals arrived in succession. Besides Chunwen, there were 2 men and 2 women, one of whom was an old acquaintance, Lin Feng, Lu Ling. Neither of them expected to encounter the other here. Lin Feng had rescued Lu Ling from the hospital that day and brought her to the Fuyuan community. Feeling incapable of caring for Lu Ling and the others, he had arranged for them to come to the base independently, even discreetly ensuring their protection through Heiguan. To his surprise, only a few days had passed, and she appeared to be thriving. Do you know Vice Director Lu? Chunwen asked, astonished that they were familiar with one another. She was the one who rescued me. I consider her my savior, Lu Ling stated openly. Chunwen nodded. He was aware of the situation but had not realized that Lin Feng was that person. Let us reminisce later. First, allow me to introduce you. This is our director, Du Qingping. Chunwen pointed at a middle-aged man and greeted, Hello, Director Du. Du Qingping merely nodded in acknowledgement. These two are our other deputy directors, Qi Changtian and Jiang Yan. Both parties nodded slightly, indicating this was merely a preliminary acquaintance. Now that we've been introduced, let us proceed to the matter at hand. Lin Feng, we have deliberated on the terms you proposed earlier. They are acceptable, but we must first ascertain the extent of the spirits you can summon and whether they meet our experimental requirements, Chunwen stated calmly. Understood. I will summon some wandering corpses for you to observe. Lin Feng responded without hesitation, promptly casting his necromantic spell. A beam of white light reappeared as Lin Feng's consciousness delved into that extraordinary realm. This time, he directly selected 10 individual wandering corpses. Suddenly, an intrusive thought surged into Lin Feng's mind, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Choose me. A voice roared within his psyche, causing his head to throb painfully, akin to a cacophony of drums resounding within it. Lord! Lin Feng was engulfed in terror. What monstrous entity had he connected with? A commanding level undead? Fear gripped him as he hastily severed the link, feeling a semblance of relief wash over him. Had he summoned that being, he might have been utterly drained. After regaining his composure, Lin Feng's complexion paled, and he bit his tongue to steady himself. He had never anticipated such a turn of events during this summoning, though thankfully, the connection had ceased without further incident. Lin Feng, are you all right? Wei Ran inquired, noticing Lin Feng's sudden pallor, fearing something was amiss. Lu Ling and the others also exhibited surprise, taken aback by the complications that had arisen during Lin Feng's summoning. Was it unstable? I'm fine. I just encountered a formidable entity, But it's nothing serious, Lin Feng replied with a smile. Arise, he commanded, and shadows began to emerge from the white light, culminating in a total of 10 figures, some large, some small, comprising both human and beast. Lin Feng exhaled deeply upon witnessing the successful summoning. Despite the considerable number, their power was relatively weak, and yet the effort had nearly drained half of his stamina. Mission accomplished. At that moment, Chun Wen and the others were utterly captivated by the undead creatures before them, their focus entirely diverted from Lin Feng's words. Even Wei Ran stood agape, a skeleton, its eyes ablaze with blue, ghostly flames, stared vacantly at the crowd. Unlike the savage zombies outside the base, these were remarkably docile, gazing around in confusion. These are quite different from those outside, Chun Wen exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, they seem to be fully evolved forms. Lin Feng explained, though his understanding was limited. Can you summon even stronger entities? Du Qingping, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. I can, but it requires substantial energy and is limited in number. Very well. You may hold a nominal position at the Institute and have the right to be informed, yet you must refrain from intervening in research matters. Chapter 58, Enhancement. Lin Feng was somewhat taken aback. Du Qingping had acquiesced so swiftly. Was there some hidden agenda at play? Never mind, it was of little concern. Given that this was a collaboration, it was evident that both parties had their own needs. Very well. May I now take 10 units of the Y1 and Y2 enhancement serums? Lin Feng did not hold back, as he had chosen to engage in this partnership and felt no need for formality. Suit yourself, but be mindful that taking so many is quite perilous. Du Qingping barely cast a glance at Lin Feng, his attention wholly focused on the 10 corpses before him. For matters like these, consult Chun Wen. With that, Du Qingping disregarded Lin Feng entirely, striding over to examine a skeletal specter. Qi Tianchong, Jiang Yin, and Lin Feng were not particularly acquainted, hence, they were indifferent to Lin Feng's honorary title. As long as they could continue their research, such trivialities did not concern them. They soon delved into the study of the specters, discovering that these entities exhibited no resistance. Were they not the quintessential research material? How amusing, mused a researcher. The flaws of our profession. But truly, do you require so many? Chun Wen inquired. I advise you to take only a few. Otherwise, you may attract unnecessary trouble. Should you need anything, feel free to contact me. At this juncture, Lu Ling interjected. Lin Feng pondered for a moment. Indeed, carrying 10 units of Y2 was rather cumbersome. Then let us start with 2 of each. Wait a moment, I shall retrieve them for you. With that, Chun Wen turned and ventured deeper into the Institute, leaving Lin Feng, Wei Ran, and Lu Ling, acquaintances, behind. What brings you here? Lu Ling asked, surprised. She was aware that Lin Feng possessed a considerable stockpile of provisions and was exceptionally formidable. The current situation outside was treacherous, especially with the relentless tide of corpses that one could hardly withstand alone. Lin Feng sighed, admitting that he had come here out of sheer necessity. Indeed. What are your plans moving forward? What plans? I remain uncertain. I shall take it one step at a time. Lu Ling refrained from pressing further. Recognizing the ambiguity of the situation, her focus was solely on research. The military and Zhou Zhan had expended great resources to rescue her, primarily due to her research capabilities rather than her combat prowess. Of course, anyone who considered her merely a researcher was courting death, a harbinger of demise, a nightmarish presence. In less than 3 minutes, Chun Wen returned, bearing 4 silver boxes labeled Y1 and Y2, containing the enhancement serums. All 4 are here. Lin Feng accepted them, tossing 2 to Wei Ran before directly opening the box marked Y2 and promptly administering the serum. Chun Wen furrowed his brow, taken aback by Lin Feng's decisiveness. Did he not fear that he might have been given a counterfeit? Lin Feng chuckled inwardly, thinking, did he truly believe him to be foolish? Let alone Y2. He had even used Y4 before. When it came to understanding, he was not necessarily less knowledgeable than Chun Wen. The potency of the enhancement potion surged violently through Lin Feng's body, catalyzing a rapid evolution of his cells. What would typically require 3 months or even half a year to accomplish was completed in the blink of an eye. On the surface, Lin Feng appeared unchanged. However, his bones and muscles had become denser, and an overwhelming sense of hunger surged within him. The effects were commendable, akin to those he experienced in his previous life, perhaps even slightly superior. This was due to the fact that when he acquired the Y2 model, he was nearing a level 4 promotion. At that time, His body was already formidable, thus diminishing the enhancement's efficacy. The earlier the potion is consumed, the more pronounced the benefits. 3 minutes later, the transformations within Lin Feng gradually ceased as the effects of the potion were fully absorbed. He felt a surge in his strength. Should he summon the undead again, his consumption would decrease by at least 10%. Though it may seem trivial, that 10% could very well be a matter of life and death. The results were promising. He decided to return and experiment further, as 2 injections required a bit of time. Lin Feng did not conceal his intentions and directly handed 2 vials of the potion to Wei Ran. Lu Ling was already accustomed to such occurrences. Knowing that Wei Ran had been closely following Lin Feng, Chen Wan, however, was somewhat surprised. As 2 vials of potion were typically out of reach even for those at level 3, Lin Feng was indeed generous. Subsequently, he exchanged contact information with Chen Wan before departing, as he felt an insatiable hunger. Upon his exit, Lin Feng was immediately surrounded by onlookers. Particularly captivated by the 2 vials in Wei Ran's possession, their eyes gleaming with envy. They yearned to snatch the potions from her grasp. Yet none dared to act against Lin Feng's formidable presence. It was deemed unworthy to offend him over mere enhancement potions. However, had Lin Feng possessed 20 vials, there would undoubtedly be individuals willing to take risks. Even if one could not prevail alone, a multitude would rally against him. Greed, at times, proves more perilous than death itself. Of course, there were also those in certain factions seeking to court Lin Feng or procure living undead from him, all of which he resolutely declined. Currently, he was unable to meet the demands of the research institute, let alone summon additional energy to satisfy more individuals. Moreover, Lin Feng deemed it unnecessary. Factions incapable of securing even potions were not worthy of his attention. Before long, the 2 returned to the villa, where a group of children was practicing their punches under the guidance of Tuan Tuan. With his level 2 strength, he was the most powerful individual present. The undead porcupine lay languidly beside the sandalwood tree. Despite its aversion to sunlight, it found that since being summoned by Lin Feng, the rays felt less uncomfortable. As Lin Feng returned, the porcupine attempted to approach him, only to be kicked away by Wei Ran. "Get lost, you filthy creature." The undead porcupine wore an innocent expression, well aware that it could not contend with her. After all, it had observed her scolding her own master that morning. Resigned, it retreated once more to the shade of the sandalwood tree. Lin Feng gazed at this peculiar creature with exasperation, feeling as though he had summoned an assortment of oddities. With just a fleeting glance, Lin Feng dashed into the room and ravenously devoured 5 pieces of compressed biscuits, feeling somewhat relieved afterward. Yet, overwhelmed by the monotony of the taste, he sought out some beef jerky. This was a provision they had brought from home and needed to be rationed. After finishing, Lin Feng handed the remaining vial of the Y1 type serum to Tuan Tuan. Although she was still young, the Y1 serum was not overly potent since Tuan Tuan had already reached level 2. He refrained from distributing the serum to others, as their relationships were shallow, and those individuals had not undergone any enhancements. They had merely awakened under duress, their physiques too frail to withstand the modifications of the enhancement serum. After briefly explaining the precautions, both of them administered the serum, with Tuan Tuan even bursting into tears due to the sizable needle. 5 minutes later, the duo sat at the table, voraciously consuming the remaining compressed biscuits sent the previous day until they finally paused, uncertain if they were truly full or merely out of food. Upon activating the all-seeing eye, Tuan Tuan's strength saw a modest increase, but her constitution improved significantly, even resulting in a noticeable growth spurt. Wei Ran's strength also enhanced, though not substantially, as she had already maxed out her 3 skills, leaving little room for further growth. "Just barely adequate," Tuan Tuan remarked, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she stared at the empty containers of compressed biscuits. "What should we do now, Brother Lin Feng? There are still so many people who haven't eaten." "Fear not. Food will arrive shortly," Lin Feng reassured her, reflecting on how fortunate he was to have included this provision in his prior arrangements with the Research Institute. Otherwise, he would still be scouring for sustenance. Half an hour later, the Institute delivered a substantial supply of food, sufficient to sustain 30 individuals for half a month. One could not help but admire the remarkable efficiency. Subsequently, Wei Ran spent another half hour administering the remaining Y2 serum, significantly enhancing her physical attributes. Since it was designed for level 3 enhancements, Wei Ran's improvement was considerable, her strength nearly bolstering by 20%. She was now on par with those who had awakened force skills. Of course, strength cannot be measured solely by numbers, as countless factors can influence victory. While Wei Ran acclimated to the enhancement serum, Lin Feng reached out to He Guan via his communicator. After having requested He Guan to accompany Lu Ling, he had remained behind to gather intelligence. Now, he finally had a use for He Guan. Are you still alive? Lin Feng inquired directly. Goodness, you are quite forward, asking outright if I'm alive. If it weren't for knowing how formidable you've become, I would have been tempted to give you a beating, He Guan retorted, his patience with others notably thin. I am alive, though I came perilously close to death yesterday, he admitted candidly. For individuals like them, all resources had to be self-sourced, and one could never be certain when demise might strike. I have a vial of Y1 enhancement serum ready for you. When would you like to collect it? The Y2 variant will be available in a couple of days. You can directly retrieve it from the Gene Research Institute. Upon seeing Lin Feng's message, He Guan was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Lin Feng would so readily offer such a precious enhancement serum. One or two. Although he briefly rescued Lu Ling and had some dealings with the military, he still couldn't obtain a single one. The 3 wandering corpses were manageable. And while he could gather enough numbers, he lacked the prestige to secure a good one. Indeed, the supply of enhancement potions was limited. They could not simply materialize by mere wishful thinking. The demand for enhancement potions had reached an unquantifiable level. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng took immediate action and offered one directly, indicating that he had aligned himself with the right ally this time. Speak. What is it? He Guan realized that Lin Feng's visit must pertain to something important. Is there any news regarding magical artifacts? Upon hearing this, He Guan sprang up from his bed, utterly astonished that Lin Feng had come with such a powerful inquiry right away. Currently, the most confidential matter was indeed the magical artifacts. Lin Feng must have just arrived. How did he know? He Guan found himself increasingly perplexed by Lin Feng. Taking a deep breath, he decided not to dwell on it further. After all, he had committed himself to follow Lin Feng. Recently, there had been reports of 5 magical artifacts. One had already fallen into military hands this morning. No use hoping for that one. There were 4 remaining, all fiercely contested and located in the disaster zones. 1 blade in the south, a stone box, and a fan in the central region, and a leather drum in the north. As for the west, it was uncertain, too distant to ascertain any information. Lin Feng contemplated the news sent by He Guan. Stroking his chin, it seemed remarkably similar to his previous life, with little variation. It appeared that the seer possessed considerable insight. If all went as anticipated, 3 artifacts would ultimately fall into human hands, while the zombies and magical creatures would each acquire 1. The central region, having 2 artifacts, would witness the most intense competition. Lin Feng then directed his gaze towards the southern and northern artifacts. The blade. Now that he possessed Long Yuan, which boasted formidable attack power, it would be prudent to acquire the leather drum. In his memory, that item was peculiar, categorized as a soundwave-type magical artifact, and could be deemed exceptional. It was settled then, the drum of dissonance. Continuing to gather intelligence would surely yield benefits for him. The item would be available at noon. This time, Lin Feng did not bring Wei Ran along, instead making his way to the marketplace with practiced ease, stopping at the stall of a disheveled man. Having navigated the post-apocalyptic world for a year, and even enduring until the reopening of Hanxing, he was no stranger to the landscape. The man before him was someone he recognized, a formidable individual. I want to buy a day of life. Lin Feng did not inquire about the wares on display, speaking cryptically. Initially, the disheveled man had been meditating, showing no reaction to Lin Feng's arrival. However, upon hearing Lin Feng's words, his eyes snapped open. Since you understand my rules, I shall not dilly-dally. 1 Y2, type enhancement potion, and today my life is yours, the disheveled man declared. If others had overheard him, they would surely have thought him mad. The Y2 potion had skyrocketed in value, and it was nearly impossible for an average person to obtain it. Yet, this fellow boldly requested one outright. Excellent. Pack your things and come with me to the laboratory. Lin Feng did not engage in bargaining. Exchanging a single enhancement potion for a day with the disheveled man was undoubtedly not worth it. However, he found himself with no alternative. Acquiring the abyssal drum alone was an impossibility. Upon seeing Lin Feng's agreement, the disheveled man leapt on the spot, swiftly gathering his wares. What are you waiting for? Let's go, he urged, his anxious demeanor betraying a fear that Lin Feng might reconsider. Lin Feng shook his head, noting that the man remained as he always was. No rush. We still need to find 2 more individuals. Hee. I'm on board, as long as you provide the potion. Today, I am entirely yours. The disheveled man chuckled. Lin Feng shivered at the remark. If it had been Wei Ran saying such a thing, it would have piqued his interest. An hour later, Lin Feng encountered a middle-aged man clad in a tailored suit, his muscular frame accentuated by a bushy beard. He also found a woman at a bar, her hair styled in dreadlocks, wielding a large hammer that deterred anyone from approaching her. These 3 individuals were Lin Feng's closest companions from his previous life. Even after attaining success, he had not forgotten these old brothers. The disheveled man was known as Slovenly Ghost, though Lin Feng was unaware of his true name. The suited man was called Zhou Bin, and the woman was referred to as Hammer Mom. All 3 possessed formidable strength, and notably, each had ascended 3 levels in power, suggesting that despite some upheavals, they had each found their opportunities. After retrieving 3 potions from the Gene Research Institute for them, it was already 2 in the afternoon. Gentlemen, I have what you need, and I want to keep it from you. Our target this time is the magical artifact, the skin drum, which has recently appeared in the north. Lin Feng revealed, recognizing that they were still unfamiliar with one another and that friendship needed to be rebuilt. The north? Isn't that where the obelisk or the blackbird's lair lies? I have no objections to the magical artifact, but should we not consider a different target? Slovenly Ghost frowned. There are 2 magical artifacts in the central region, but both by Yulong and the blackbird are fixated on that area, which complicates matters, Lin Feng explained. Shaking his head, what about the one to the south? Zhou Bin inquired. That is a viable option, but it's a blade, and I have no need for it. Lin Feng's assertion left the trio somewhat speechless. What do you mean you don't need it? It's a magical artifact, they exclaimed. If you are hesitant, you may choose to forego this venture and trade me for an enhancement potion instead, Lin Feng suggested with a smile. That's out of the question. You've already committed to me for a day. I never said I wouldn't go. Regardless, after today, it won't count, Slovenly Ghost replied firmly. Stop dawdling and let us set off. Hammer Mom declared decisively, her resolve unwavering. Chapter 60. Ambush. Lin Feng no longer hesitated and led the 3 directly toward the northern part of Han City. Don't you have a map? The disheveled man asked helplessly, as it seemed Lin Feng had made no preparations whatsoever. Upon exiting the city, they plunged into an expanse of buildings, leaving no clear path. While a second-generation enhancement potion was indeed precious, what value did it hold if one were to lose their life? Fear not, I am the best map there is. Lin Feng responded confidently, for he had traversed nearly all of Han City. What need had he for a map? Slovenly Ghost could not protest further and resigned himself to following along. As they journeyed onward, the group discovered an unusual phenomenon. They had yet to encounter any formidable zombies. Why was this the case? It was known that the north served as the stronghold of the blackbirds, where defenses should be most formidable. Yet, they had not come across even a single commanding level foe. After traversing a considerable distance, Hammer Mother could no longer contain her curiosity. Could there be an ambush? Zhou Bin, equally perplexed, noted how this situation diverged from their previous experiences in the Fallen Zone. No, it is due to my reconnaissance abilities, which have allowed us to evade them and save time, for our objective is not to engage with them, Lin Feng explained, though he was reluctant to intervene. His focus solely on acquiring the Fallen Sound Drum. Come on, we've been at this for so long without a proper fight. It's utterly unsatisfying, Hammer Mother exclaimed, her eagerness for battle evident, much to Lin Feng's chagrin. These individuals had not changed. Hammer Mother remained combative, the slobs still lecherous, and Zhou Bin steadfastly masculine. Your reconnaissance abilities are so formidable that you can perfectly avoid all dangers? Does that mean you possess a perception superior to those monsters? Zhou Bin, less belligerent than Hammer Mother, quickly grasped the crux of the matter. Indeed, within a radius of 500 meters, as long as they aren't significantly stronger than me. I can sense them, Lin Feng replied with a smile, though he withheld some details. The 500 meters referred to his visual range. He could sense further distances, albeit less accurately, and chose not to alarm them unnecessarily. 500 meters. The trio was struck with astonishment. This was incredible. The ability to detect enemies within such a radius would make ambushes exceedingly gratifying. It was no wonder they had not encountered a single commanding level monster along the way. Lin Feng had skillfully evaded them all. My good brother, I shall follow you from now on. One declared. Nonsense. He will naturally be under my wing. I shall protect you, came the retort. Can you even contend with him? Hammer Mother interjected. The trio had come to realize that Lin Feng was the same individual who had summoned the giant zombie on the battlefield, leaving the question of who would protect whom very much open. All right, let's proceed to assess the situation, Lin Feng interjected, weary of their bickering. With the leader having spoken, the two could only cease their quarrel, exchanging exasperated glances before parting ways. Lin Feng shook his head in resignation and turned his gaze toward the square not far ahead, where a fierce battle raged. It must be said that those daring to covet the fallen sound drum were no weaklings. 5 individuals were presently engaged in combat, with 8 commanding level monsters. Indeed, 8. During the previous siege, they had not encountered such a multitude of commanding foes. Had they attracted every commanding entity within several kilometers? These individuals were indeed unfortunate. Fortunately, the strongest of the monsters was only at the 3-star commanding level, otherwise, they would be in serious trouble. 8 leaders faced 5 adversaries. We shall pair up 2 by 2 and eliminate 2 of them first. Then aim to divide the remaining 3 amongst ourselves, thereby allowing each to enhance their strength, Lin Feng asserted. I'm all in. Hammer Mother chuckled. You are the boss. Your word is final, the disheveled man replied. I have no objections. Zhou Bin nodded, his expression neutral. Ultimately, everything hinges on my command. I will dictate whom we strike. Lin Feng, unusually solemn, wished to avoid any further delays. Were it not for the cumbersome detour, he would have preferred to refrain from engaging at all. Stealthily, Lin Feng and the trio approached, finally catching sight of the skirmish behind a thicket. The 5 were besieged by 8 magical beasts, though not severely injured. They were clearly at a disadvantage, with defeat merely a matter of time. Do you see that frail beast over there? Hammer Mother and I will take it down together. The disheveled man and Zhou Bin will handle that dual dagger demon. Lin Feng quickly assessed their strengths, identifying the 2 weakest foes stationed at the outermost perimeter, making them the most opportune targets. Understood. The trio responded in unison. In the midst of combat, the 2 women and 3 men maintained a 5-star formation, fiercely defending against attacks from all directions, each bearing wounds. Boss, if this continues, we won't hold out much longer. One of the women gritted her teeth, her strength waning significantly. Just a little longer. This is the only route north, and I refuse to believe no one covets that magical artifact. A knight clad in golden armor lamented. He had discerned that these beasts had deliberately laid an ambush. Otherwise, how could 8 leader-level monsters appear simultaneously? During the corpse tide, only about 50 leader-level beasts emerged, and a round of missile strikes had eliminated 5. Where could such a multitude of monsters have come from? Let us feast on them. Our strength will surge tremendously. A burly beast exclaimed, exhilarated. A cluster of level 3 creatures constituted a veritable banquet. Perhaps after consuming them, I shall ascend to 2 stars. The frail creature licked its lips. Initially reluctant to join due to its inferior strength, it unexpectedly found itself in a lucrative position. In the future, summon me for such endeavors. The slender man had scarcely finished his sentence when he felt a chill creeping up his spine. Before he could react, 2 figures suddenly charged from the woods. A black blade and a massive hammer came crashing towards his head. Damn, they set a trap. Lin Feng activated his illusory realm. Although his power was modest, it momentarily stymied the slender beast. With a swift motion, Long Yuan severed the creature's arm, the excruciating pain jolting it back to reality, only to be met by the descending hammer. The tremendous force obliterated the beast's head, akin to a watermelon bursting open. Meanwhile, the disheveled man and Zhou Bin also succeeded. Zhou Bin's glowing fists danced like flowing water, denying the dual dagger demon any opportunity for retaliation. The disheveled specter suddenly appeared behind them, plunging a dagger into the heart of its target, thereby dispatching the foe. In an instant, the quartet had vanquished 2 commander-level monstrosities, and Hammer Mom was overwhelmed with exhilaration. After all, they were commander-level creatures, almost effortlessly dispatched. It felt akin to slaughtering chickens, purely delightful. Who are you? The most formidable of the winged demons spewed fire from its eyes, realizing they had been ambushed. The most critical blow had been the instant loss of 2 members, erasing their advantage in a heartbeat. Stop the chatter. Let us eliminate them all, Lin Feng declared coldly. Chapter 61. Heading north, Lin Feng brandished his dragon abyss once more, charging towards a bone-scaled demon, a familiar adversary he had dispatched with ease before. Hammer Mom hesitated slightly. She hadn't expected Lin Feng to be so resolute, thinking he might engage in conversation. Yet, Without hesitation, he launched into the attack. What need was there for dialogue? Although violent, she found it exhilarating and joined the fray with her hammer. The disheveled specter and Zhou Bin chose a larger target and swiftly struck. The 5 ambushed individuals were momentarily disoriented. The tide of battle had turned abruptly, and joy surged within them. Kill. Annihilate this horde of demon spawn. The Golden Knight bellowed. Recognizing the opportunity was too valuable to squander. The winged demon was deeply frustrated, witnessing the plump prize slip away. It cast a fierce glare at Lin Feng before retreating, accompanied by 2 flying demons, breaking through the encirclement of 5. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's group quickly resolved their battle. The Dragon Abyss was exceptionally sharp, rendering the bone-scaled demon's tough armor utterly inadequate. With Hammer Mom providing support, the demon fell beneath Lin Feng's blade in under a minute. Each took their share, just right. The disheveled Spectre's encounter was slightly slower, but Zhou Bin soon delivered a crushing blow that shattered the demon's skull, finishing it off. From the moment of their appearance to their swift execution, no more than 2 minutes had elapsed, resulting in the slaying of 4 commanders. An astonishing feat, thank you. For your assistance. Had it not been for you, we likely would have perished here. The Golden Knight spoke solemnly. It's a trivial matter. We are all of the human race, and lending a hand is only natural. Are you also vying for that magical artifact? Lin Feng inquired. Upon hearing this, the Golden Knight's face turned awkward. He had originally intended to seize a bargain, but little did he know. He had come perilously close to death before even reaching his goal. He glanced at his injured comrades and sighed. Forget it. Acquiring items is indeed not as simple as it seems. It's better to let it go. The preservation of life takes precedence. Lin Feng nodded, recognizing that this fellow had the sense to back off from a precarious situation. It was not every day that they encountered others willing to rescue them. In truth, apart from the Golden Knight and one other, the rest were rather lackluster. The previous monsters had been holding back. Otherwise, these individuals would have long since succumbed. Since you do not intend to proceed further, how about we strike a deal? Lin Feng proposed, eyeing the 4 demon corpses on the ground with a smile. Are you suggesting we transport these bodies for you? The Golden Knight quickly grasped Lin Feng's intent. Indeed, conversing with intelligent individuals is a rather uncomplicated endeavor. Are you not afraid that I might simply redeem the enhancement potion or sell it to someone else? Since I dare to make such a statement, I am bold enough to allow you to take it back. If necessary, I could always eliminate you to resolve the matter. A single enhancement potion is of no concern to me, Lin Feng remarked nonchalantly, feeling that it would be a pity to simply dispose of the 4 slain magical creatures. Even if he did not exchange them for enhancement potions, they could still yield a significant amount of other resources. Bragging. A young girl among the crowd raised an eyebrow, her face contorted with disdain, convinced that Lin Feng was merely boasting. Do you even understand what an enhancement potion is? Lin Feng, however, was disinclined to elaborate. He had no intention of educating these individuals on his prowess, instead focusing his gaze on the Golden Knight, awaiting his response. Zhou Bin and the others remained silent, for they understood that Lin Feng's claims were entirely truthful, devoid of any exaggeration. He had, after all, produced 3 second-generation enhancement potions with ease. Had they not already been utilized, they might have doubted Lin Feng's words, for who would believe one could acquire enhancement potions so effortlessly? The Golden Knight, too, felt a twinge of uncertainty upon witnessing Zhou Bin and his companion's lack of astonishment at Lin Feng's declaration. Each of them possessed formidable strength, and he could hardly consider himself a match for any one of them. Could it be that all 4 had indeed utilized enhancement potions? This would seemingly account for their remarkable prowess. Moreover, he couldn't shake the feeling that Lin Feng appeared somewhat familiar, as though he had encountered him before. Still unaware of your friend's name? The Golden Knight inquired cautiously. Lin Feng, came the reply. Upon hearing the name, the Golden Knight's body jolted slightly. That name resonated in his mind. If it was indeed that Lin Feng, acquiring Su Ming's enhancement potions would be a trivial matter. I am Wu Shan. I am deeply grateful for the life-saving assistance you provided. I assure you, I will ensure that all these items reach the base intact, Wu Shan stated earnestly. The girl, upon hearing Wu Shan's words, expressed her discontent. Brother, be quiet. Who appointed you to interject here? Wu Shan dismissed her outright, bewildered that she would speak up in such a manner. The girl was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Wu Shan would chastise her in front of so many people. Though she felt a sense of injustice, she dared not speak further. Lin Feng nodded, Realizing that his reputation had indeed proven beneficial, Wu Shan was a perceptive individual. You may take one of the 4 corpses as your reward. The remainder should be delivered to number 28 in Area 2. Very well. I guarantee that all will be delivered without exception, Wu Shan acquiesced, fully aware that Lin Feng was not in need of a mere commander-level corpse. Lin Feng nodded and proceeded northward without further delay. Once Lin Feng and his companions departed, the girl expressed her grievances. Brother, who on earth is this person that you fear so much? She had discerned that Wu Shan was genuinely intimidated by the individual named Lin Feng. Lin Feng. He is the one who summoned the giant zombie on the battlefield. How many lives do you think your brother would dare risk offending such a person? Wu Shan replied with exasperation. His sister possessed considerable strength, yet her temperament was rather unruly, which was not an advantageous trait in this apocalyptic world. He is Lin Feng, not handsome in the slightest. The young girl wore a look of disappointment, greatly let down by Lin Feng's appearance, still believing that Bai Yulong, the commander Bai, was far more attractive. Wu Shan remained speechless, bemused by his sister's infatuation. Pack up quickly. We must return, as this place is becoming increasingly perilous. Lin Feng and his companions journeyed northward, evading danger wherever possible, circumventing threats as best they could. When avoidance was no longer feasible, the 4 of them struck with fervor, encountering minimal obstacles along their path. At 3:30 in the afternoon, they finally arrived at their destination, a theme park. In his previous life, Lin Feng had never visited this place, but had heard that the demon sound drum had manifested here. The once joyful amusement park now lay silent, its vibrancy extinguished. It was situated not far from the obelisk, merely about 10 kilometers away, where the towering structure could be seen piercing the clouds. Danger loomed, exceedingly grave danger. Lin Feng understood that approaching that area was out of the question. The obelisk was the site of the final battle. As he activated his all-knowing eye, a multitude of red dots swarmed before him, transforming his vision into a sea of crimson. What a predicament! How many zombies and monsters lay in ambush? Upon evolving into the all-knowing eye, the commander-level entities no longer appeared red, but instead glimmered in gold. In that instant, Lin Feng discerned over a dozen golden orbs lurking near the amusement park. Should anyone rashly intrude, they would surely meet an untimely demise. Although Lin Feng was aware that magical artifacts would manifest here, he remained uncertain about when or how they would appear. For now, they could only wait and see who would falter first. Chapter 62. The Carousel. The emergence of magical artifacts lacked a fixed schedule, appearing only in approximate locations. Based on his memories, the demon sound drum was said to materialize nearby. As for the conditions for its arrival, no one knew. Perhaps one would simply be chosen by a magical artifact while walking, finding it suddenly before them. The military's magical artifact had appeared directly within their base, right before a soldier on duty, manifesting without any interference. He reached out and immediately acquired the artifact. The bond between a magical artifact and its master was irrevocable, unless the original master was slain, propelling that soldier to instant glory. Upon the news breaking, countless individuals were consumed by envy, questioning what kind of luck that was. As time passed, by 4:30 in the afternoon, Lin Feng noted over 20 green dots accumulating in his mind, all lying in wait around them. The number of people was manageable, yet Lin Feng felt no sense of optimism. The human side was considerably weaker. Most had just recently reached level 3 and were unfamiliar with their new abilities. In a confrontation, they would undoubtedly be no match for the commander-level zombies and monsters. He sensed that the enemy side certainly had mid-level commanders approaching, alongside numerous wandering corpses, leaving them at a distinct disadvantage. By 5 o'clock, no one had made a move. A thick fog descended silently, enveloping the entire amusement park almost instantaneously. Something was amiss. Lin Feng felt a sudden unease. In that moment, the all-knowing eye inexplicably lost its efficacy. Welcome to the infernal amusement park. A young girl's voice echoed in the minds of all present, causing a collective shiver to run through them. What on earth? Did you hear that? The sloppy ghost murmured, a hint of trepidation in his tone. Both Cui Zi and Zhou Bin nodded in affirmation, while Lin Feng wore a grave expression. It seemed the conditions for the descent of the fallen sound drum had been triggered. However, what was this infernal amusement park, and when did magical artifacts acquire sentience? Lin Feng found himself perplexed. Not only were Lin Feng and his companions filled with dread, but every soul present, including the magical creatures, dared not breathe. for the scene before them was utterly bizarre. The once silent amusement park now stirred of its own accord, with the Ferris wheel and carousel spinning independently, while the pirate ship and bumper cars came to life. Hee hee, so many people, how delightful. The first challenge, the carousel. No sooner had the girl spoken than a blinding flash enveloped everyone, and a chilling breeze swept through the air. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves beside the carousel. The colossal carousel loomed before them, dwarfing Lin Feng, who appeared no larger than a mere doll in comparison. All the people and creatures present had been transported here, 26 individuals in total, including 17 elite magical beings and nearly 100 wandering corpses. Despite the throng, the carousel felt remarkably spacious. Come closer, Lin Feng bellowed, gripping his dragon abyss tightly. He had never anticipated the immense power of this magical artifact. The sloppy ghost and his companions were equally startled. Despite having endured the apocalypse, they had never witnessed such uncanny occurrences. It felt as if their bodies had been shrunk, leaving them ensnared within the carousel. Yet, the wooden horses that once adorned it had vanished. Others huddled together, their thoughts now consumed not with seizing the magical artifact, but with the urgent desire to escape this place. What are you? Stop with your theatrics, shouted a mid-tier four-winged demon from the demon realm. 10 seconds until the game begins. The time limit is 3 minutes. The countdown commenced. 10. The four-winged demon's expression turned grim as he realized his words had fallen on deaf ears, igniting a furious indignation within him. As a formidable mid-tier leader, he was accustomed to being heated. Charge out. The four-winged demon pointed at a wandering corpse, commanding it to rush beyond the carousel's reach. 7. The wandering corpse hesitated but dared not defy the demon's order, charging forward. Thud. The moment it crossed the threshold of the carousel, an unseen barrier descended, instantaneously dismembering the 8-star wandering corpse. Death beyond recovery. The faces of the crowd turned pale. The carousel was indeed fraught with peril. 4. With only 4 seconds remaining, the group refrained from further experiments. If they were to play a game, they would do so. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown reached its conclusion, the entire carousel sprang to life, and a colossal log, towering 10 meters high, appeared at the rear of the crowd, adorned with an array of sharp blades. The moment it manifested, it began to roll toward the spectators. Lin Feng's pupils constricted. This contraption was indeed formidable. With this turn of events, their only option was to flee forward relentlessly. Any hesitation would likely result in being crushed into a pulp by the enormous log. Run. Everyone instantly comprehended the essence of this game. They were akin to the carousel itself. If they paused or lagged behind the log's rapid pace, death was certain. The immense log rolled toward them with terrifying speed, accompanied by a deafening roar, while countless blades spun menacingly, resembling a giant blender. A large, bulky monster, relying on its formidable defense, moved sluggishly and was unable to escape in such dire circumstances. Realizing the inevitability of death, it summoned its abilities to withstand the impending blow, its body illuminating with a warm, earthy glow, showcasing a defense so potent that even a mid-tier commander could scarcely breach it. Yet, reality proved otherwise. All resistance was futile. In an instant, the earthy glow was shattered by the giant log, as effortlessly as slicing through tofu, offering no semblance of protection. Terror gripped the crowd. They had hoped that the gigantic log might be impeded, and that their numbers, alongside the monster, could provide some semblance of resistance. It became clear, however, that such notions were mere fantasies. Whoever approached the log would meet their demise. They ran, heedlessly, with Lin Feng even forsaking the monster in his frantic dash. Among the monsters, some possessed wings, granting them a natural advantage. With a flap, they swiftly ascended into the air. In truth, Lin Feng and his companions fared relatively well. Although the log's speed was harrowing, it could not catch up to them. A few second-tier humans, under the guidance of those in the third tier, managed to evade the monstrous log. However, the situation was dire for the monsters. Those capable of flight could assist only the commanding tier, while the lagging undead were disregarded. The sheer number of undead was overwhelming, and their demise would go unnoticed. This cursed magical device was too sinister. Once this absurd game concluded, the monsters would depart without hesitation, rendering the fate of the undead irrelevant. Soon, some of the undead could no longer endure and were crushed into a bloody pulp beneath the log. Their agonized screams echoed, sending chills through the hearts of the living. The hammer-wielding mother stowed away her signature hammer. Survival took precedence. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. His knowledge of the dying sound drum was scant. Merely recognizing it as a soundwave magical artifact, he had not anticipated its malevolence to be so profound. A minute later, nearly half of the undead had perished, their blood nearly staining the colossal log crimson. Time was up. Accelerate. Chapter 63. The race to death. The expressions on everyone's faces shifted dramatically. What did this mean? It didn't take long for them to grasp the implication of acceleration, as the log diminished in size by 1/3, yet its speed surged by the same proportion. The horrifying velocity instilled sheer panic within them. How on earth were they meant to survive this? Lin Feng's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that the massive log would accelerate further. Had it maintained its original pace, he believed that enduring the next 3 minutes would not be insurmountable. However, at this moment, all he felt was a surge of frustration. It was as if they were not regarded as human at all. From behind, anguished screams echoed once more. As the wandering corpses grew increasingly despondent, knowing that escape was utterly impossible. Soon, yet another group of the already exhausted undead perished, leaving only those few who were swift or capable of flight. What had once been a formidable throng had dwindled to fewer than 20. On the human side, casualties had also mounted. Not everyone had reached level 3, especially within a squad of 4 where only one individual had attained that rank. Initially, they managed to hold their ground, but with this new acceleration, the 3 others could no longer endure. And it was evident that they were on the verge of being devoured by the colossal log. "Help me!" A woman cried desperately, sprinting for her life while shouting frantically. Should we intervene to save them? Zhou Bin felt a pang of compassion and turned to Lin Feng, who was leading this endeavor, having previously benefited from his guidance. "It's futile," Lin Feng replied. "Even if you save them, you would only be pushing yourself to your limits. You need to understand that only half the time has elapsed. Do you truly believe that thing will not accelerate further? If it increases its speed by another 1/3, even we will lack the certainty to complete this ordeal. Bringing them along would ensure certain death." Zhou Bin sighed heavily, ultimately choosing not to intervene. For Lin Feng's reasoning was sound. The others seemed to share this sentiment, and no one stepped forward to assist. The 4 were enveloped in despair, watching as the massive log prepared to consume them entirely. In a moment of desperation, the lone level 3 member unleashed a powerful strike, thrusting the other 3 into the path of the rolling blade. In an instant, they were ground into a bloody pulp, beyond any hope of revival. With the burden of 3 level 2s removed, the level 3 individual found a surge of speed, narrowly escaping the crushing weight of the log, at least for the moment. "That person is ruthless," the scruffy man remarked, astonished that he would abandon his comrades in their final moments. Yet, no one uttered a word of reproach. In the face of life and death, humanity is often found wanting. Moreover, he could have survived. Why should he perish alongside them? It was entirely unnecessary. This was merely a fleeting episode, and soon everyone moved past the incident, focusing on their arduous sprint. A minute felt like an eternity, stretching their resolve. 2 minutes elapsed, and the acceleration resumed. 1 minute countdown. "Come on, everyone. The game is almost over." The little girl's voice was melodic, yet to the others, it sounded like a harbinger of doom. The scruffy man was left speechless. They were to accelerate yet again. Was this some cruel game designed to break them? The massive log surged forward once more, increasing its speed by 1/3, and the remaining 20 or so wandering corpses, except for the flying ones, were instantaneously obliterated. It was a massacre. The log's velocity was simply beyond what the undead could possibly match. Lin Feng and his companions accelerated once more, feeling as though their lungs might burst. Even at full speed for 2 minutes, they found the ordeal nearly unbearable. Fortunately, they had injected themselves with a second-generation enhancement serum. Otherwise, this time could have truly been their end. The disheveled man lamented, typically reluctant to exert himself, yet now he felt pushed beyond his limits. He believed that had it not been for the looming threat of the massive trees behind them, he would have long since faltered. The condition of the others was even more dire. Having only recently reached level 3, they were now sprinting at breakneck speed, with over 10 of them showing signs of imminent collapse. Alas, even the remaining 3 at level 2 could hardly endure. Despite the assistance of others, their leg muscles tore, plunging them directly into the crushing embrace of the massive timber. As time slipped away, the pallor on their faces grew more pronounced. Suddenly, one individual succumbed. coughing up blood as the intense exertion ruptured his lungs, resulting in blood surging into his chest. Despair etched across his features. He was gradually consumed by the relentless trees. In contrast to the human side, the monstrous entities fared slightly better due to their naturally robust physiques and commendable speed. However, their losses were not insignificant. Only 11 of their commanding beasts remained, and even this number included several capable of flight, or else their situation would have mirrored that of the humans. In the final 10 seconds, a jolt of urgency struck everyone, as hope dimmed and fatigue set in. They could see the end in sight. Yet some could not withstand the pressure and were engulfed by the trees, reduced to mere pulp. 3, 2, 1. With the final count, the spinning carousel vanished, and the group found themselves in an amusement park, drenched in sweat and even blood. Lin Feng and his companions collapsed onto the ground, their bodies trembling violently, feeling as though their lungs were being torn apart. Fortunately, they appeared relatively unscathed compared to others. A few had completed the 3 minutes solely through sheer willpower. Upon the carousel's appearance, several could no longer hold on and fainted. The monstrous entities were not faring much better. Despite their initial numerical superiority, the undead had nearly perished, leaving only a handful of flying creatures. In just 3 minutes, both sides suffered heavy casualties. The humans were reduced to 14, while the monsters had 15 remaining, including 4 flying undead. What in the world is this? A man exclaimed, spitting blood in terror. Having dared to vie for the magical artifact, he had prepared for a fierce battle, yet inexplicably found himself here, having lost half of his comrades without even catching a glimpse of the enemy. Such a death felt profoundly unjust. Little did they realize, they did not fall to the might of their foes, but rather succumbed to their own sluggishness. Just as the group wallowed in frustration, the voice of the little girl echoed once more. How infuriating! So many of you still remain alive. It seems we must proceed to the second round of the game. Welcome to the haunted amusement park. The game will commence in 5 minutes. After this announcement, silence enveloped the atmosphere, rendering the crowd's curses utterly futile. If you think there are too many living souls participating in your game, I shall simply eliminate a few. The four-winged demon, seething with fury, prepared to strike at Lin Feng and his companions. Get lost. My mood is foul. Do not provoke me. Before Lin Feng could utter a word, a burly man clad in black swiftly delivered a devastating punch, sending the four-winged demon flying, his strength formidable. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. He had previously discerned that this man in black was the strongest among their ranks, yet he did not anticipate such ferocity, as a single blow had sent the demon hurtling away. However, the four-winged demon was not easily vanquished. Though he was propelled backward, he sustained no grievous injuries. To think there exists such a powerhouse among the human race, but what of it? Alas, you stand alone. Chapter 64, The Haunted Amusement Park. A smile crept across the four-winged demon's face, tinged with excitement. The man in black possessed formidable strength, close to his own. If he could consume him, his power would undoubtedly surge. Soon, a winged serpent and an 8-armed red demon emerged beside the four-winged demon. Lin Feng's all-seeing eye proved ineffective in this situation. Yet he could infer from their aura that these two were certainly not weaker than the four-winged demon, their prowess likely on par with mid-level leaders. The man in black appeared to recognize this as well, his expression growing grave. He was unafraid of a one-on-one confrontation, but facing 2 was challenging, and 3 would be tantamount to courting death. With 3 minutes remaining until the next game, come at me. It would be best if you all were left in tatters. Lin Feng rose, a disdainful expression adorning his face, as a wave of sword energy surged skyward from his hand, reminiscent of a dragon's might. Even without summoning the undead, Lin Feng was a top-tier powerhouse. Especially after his body had been further enhanced, coupled with an additional skill point, his strength had ascended to 3 stars. It could be said that he had made significant strides in power. Upon seeing Lin Feng, the winged serpent's pupils contracted. They had not anticipated such a formidable adversary within the human ranks. Subsequently, the Hammer Mother, the Sloppy Ghost, and Zhou Bin rose as well, though still panting heavily, their eyes gleaming with ferocity. Each of the 4 had improved on their way here, and with the aid of enhancement potions, they were not to be underestimated against the 8-armed red demon. The four-winged demon furrowed his brow. He had underestimated the human contingent, recognizing that they possessed some measure of strength. If a true confrontation ensued, they would gain little advantage. As Lin Feng had articulated, Should they engage in a fight to the death now, they would likely not endure the impending haunted amusement park challenge. Humph, consider yourselves fortunate. But your luck will not hold forever. Once the game concludes, your demise awaits. The four-winged demon scoffed, dismissing Lin Feng and his allies. As the demon departed, the man in black's demeanor softened somewhat, nodding in Lin Feng's direction. It was not that he wished to say anything. He was simply exhausted, his lungs nearly gasping for breath, devoid of the spirit for conversation. Lin Feng merely acknowledged him with a nod before sitting down to recuperate. The initial challenge is exceedingly daunting. One cannot help but wonder what horrors the ghost amusement park holds. Suddenly, Lin Feng recalls the words of the little girl, who mentioned that the second contest would commence only due to an insufficient number of deceased. With his profound insights, he immediately senses something amiss. Could it be that the emergence of the fallen sound drum necessitates an abundance of blood? If that is indeed the case, it would elucidate matters. For the conditions under which magical artifacts manifest are notoriously bizarre and unpredictable. In a fleeting moment, the 5-minute intermission concludes. "Welcome to the Ghost Amusement Park," announces the chilling voice. The expressions of the crowd shift dramatically. Before anyone can react, their surroundings morph into an abyssal realm shrouded in darkness. "You have 10 minutes this time. Strive to survive once more." The little girl innocently utters the most terrifying proclamation. Half must perish again. Even the winged demon, usually unfazed, finds itself unsettled by the absurdly high mortality rate. Some new little ones have arrived. This time, we shall feast to our heart's content. Amidst the crowd's confusion, a sudden voice belonging to an elderly man reverberates from behind them, sending a chill coursing down their spines. There truly are ghosts. Lin Feng swings his sword in a desperate attempt to strike, but only meets empty air, accomplishing nothing. "My dear little brother, how cruel of you to wield that sword against your sister." A voice, now feminine, whispers in Lin Feng's ear, causing his pallor to deepen. For the woman has audaciously reached out to caress his face. Revolted, he feels the prickling of goosebumps. He is being taunted by a female ghost. All-seeing eye awaken. Lin Feng bellows, channeling his power to activate the all-seeing eye, which gradually begins to break free from its constraints, albeit only marginally. To his astonishment, he perceives that each individual is accompanied by a transparent specter, which he shall tentatively refer to as ghostly entities, as he is uncertain of their true nature. There are both male and female apparitions, large and small, all clinging to the backs of the living, conversing while simultaneously siphoning some essence from within. Even the magical creatures are not exempt from this phenomenon. Notably, a gluttonous specter is currently feasting on a corpulent figure, lost in rapture, while the gluttonous entity itself appears to be reveling in some delightful dream. It seems that the specter has sensed Lin Feng's gaze, and lets out a terrifying shriek that sends a jolt of fear through him. He readies his sword to strike at the corpulent ghost, only to be interrupted by the female specter once more. "Oh, little brother, you possess such exquisite eyes." The ghost herself is taken aback by the revelation of Lin Feng's all-seeing eye. Though their state is imperceptible to others, Lin Feng alone can witness them. A marvel in itself. "Dragon Slayer," he declares, bringing his sword down along his back, resolute in his belief that his adversaries cannot be utterly invincible. A sound reminiscent of a bursting balloon echoes through the air. Lin Feng's heart leaps with joy, for he can indeed feel that he has struck a vital target, lightening the burden upon his back. In a hurried glance over his shoulder, Lin Feng beheld a woman clad in white, suspended a few paces behind him, her face contorted in fury. Upon witnessing her true visage, Lin Feng's lips twitched in disbelief. She was indeed grotesque. Her countenance appeared nearly decayed, riddled with pus-filled sores. A truly ghastly sight. The recollection that this creature had just mimicked his own face filled him with revulsion. "You shall perish," the vengeful specter roared, lunging at Lin Feng, who swiftly countered with a flourish of his sword, Long Yuan, delivering a decisive strike upon the ghostly figure. "Ah!" the specter shrieked, her expression marred by anguish as a black fissure emerged where the blade had struck, the sword's aura surging forth. Even her ethereal form could scarcely withstand such an onslaught. "What manner of sword is this?" she exclaimed in sheer terror, her gaze fixated on Lin Feng's Long Yuan. She could hardly fathom that a mere sword could inflict harm upon her. Lin Feng, sensing the gravity of the situation, smirked inwardly. As long as he could wound this entity, she ceased to be a formidable threat. "This sword is named Long Yuan," he declared, stepping forward as a flurry of 27 consecutive strikes transformed into a radiant wheel of light, effectively sealing off all avenues of escape for the specter. Blades of light relentlessly assailed her. Impossible. How could you truly strike me? Initially, the specter resisted the truth, unwilling to accept her fate. However, as Lin Feng continued his relentless assault, her form grew increasingly insubstantial, and panic ensued. Please, Great One, spare me. The specter pleaded desperately. Yet, Lin Feng remained resolute, fixated solely on his strikes. This entity was far too enigmatic. Only by vanquishing her could he find peace. You shall die? The specter screamed in futility, her cries echoing against the unyielding barrier of Lin Feng's swordplay. Time slipped by unnoticed as Lin Feng unleashed a final, powerful ninefold strike, shattering the specter's illusion into a cascade of radiant fragments. Chapter 65. The power of the fallen sound drum. As the specter disintegrated, the once ominous world fell eerily silent. The malevolent spirits, previously engrossed in siphoning life force, halted abruptly, their expressions twisted in fear as they gazed upon Lin Feng. What manner of creature was this? Capable of obliterating one of their own? Clearly, those who sought Lin Feng were not weaklings. If he could dispatch the specter, what fate awaited them? In an unnoticed corner, a small girl observed intently. As she beheld Lin Feng vanquish the female specter, her eyes sparkled with awe. This individual was formidable. In comparison, the others seemed utterly insignificant. You are the one, she declared. The rest shall become my sustenance. No sooner had her words left her lips than the spirits clinging to the crowd erupted in fury. Abandoning their slow consumption of vitality, some even resorted to gnawing at scalps. One malevolent creature, grasped by the small girl, inexplicably extracted its own heart. Yet its expression bore no trace of agony. Instead, it radiated exhilaration. Lin Feng's expression darkened as the malevolent spirits became increasingly frenzied and terrifying. At that moment, Hammer Mother let out a furious roar. Though she could not see the elder behind her, she sensed an ominous force attempting to twist her neck. In her terror, she unleashed her vitality in a desperate bid to dislodge whatever was behind her. The surge of blood energy did affect the elder to some extent, causing him some discomfort in his hands, yet it did little to deter his intent to snap Hammer Mother's neck. In an instant, her neck was contorted to an alarming angle. The slovenly ghost and Zhou Bin were not faring any better. One was driven to the brink of disembowelment, while the other contemplated bashing his own skull. They had both lost their sanity. Lin Feng, help! The slovenly ghost cried out in horror, realizing he was moments away from plunging a dagger into his own belly, nearly brought to tears by fear. Save me first, Hammer Mother exclaimed, her face a mask of dread, her neck twisted grotesquely, teetering on the brink of being broken. Get away! Lin Feng had no time for hesitation. With a single strike, he unleashed the power of the 27 blades, propelling the elder behind Hammer Mother away with astonishing force. Another strike dispatched a small boy clinging to the slovenly ghost, and a swift thrust drove away an elderly woman looming over Zhou Bin. The three of them, faces pale with terror, huddled behind Lin Feng, utterly embarrassed that they had come to help, but instead needed rescue themselves. Nevertheless, despite their shame, they sought refuge behind Lin Feng, for the horrors before them were too daunting to face. Help! As some witnesses saw Lin Feng drive away the spirits, they clamored for his assistance, but he was encircled by three apparitions and could not divert his attention. Just then, amidst the palpable tension, a man not far from Lin Feng suddenly severed his own head with a blade, his eyes vacant, filled with intense despair. Following him, numerous individuals began to commit suicide in grotesque fashion, a sight so harrowing it sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. You all deserve to die? Lin Feng was genuinely enraged. He had not anticipated such rampant bloodshed from these spirits. Anger surged within him, and the all-seeing eye activated instantaneously. In that fleeting moment, the surrounding darkness dissipated, revealing a throng of people engaged in self-destruction, while not far away, a little girl squatted, clapping and cheering at the grim spectacle. The fallen sound drum led to their demise and despair. He realized that this so-called ghost amusement park was nothing but an illusion. In that instant, even Lin Feng felt a chill in his heart. He understood the nature of the illusory world, yet this deception was child's play in comparison. Now that he had shattered the illusion, the others remained ensnared within it, with the slovenly ghost and his companions cowering behind him, their faces etched with fear as they gazed around. Hee hee, you finally figured it out. It's not very fun, is it? The little girl let out a giggle, and with a flick of her hand, the corpses of those who had perished instantaneously shriveled into desiccated remains. At last, I can emerge, she murmured softly, and in an instant transformed into a palm-sized black drum. Before anyone could react, the drum soared directly before Lin Feng and then burrowed into his body. As the drum vanished, the surrounding illusion dissipated, the black mist receded, and the apparitions exploded into nothingness, as if they had never existed. Yet, the onlookers remained in a state of terror, anxiously scanning their surroundings, fearful of what bizarre occurrences might manifest next. Suddenly, Lin Feng's expression sharpened. The opportunity presented by the flying bird strike allowed him to appear before the winged demon in an instant. He had harbored a long-standing disdain for this creature. With the illusion gone, the demon seemed to regain some awareness, but it was too late. Lin Feng had already descended with his sword, and in the blink of an eye, the demon's head soared away. At that moment, the winged demon was still clawing at its own heart, utterly oblivious to the manner of its demise. Lin Feng showed no inclination to relent. He swiftly struck down the heads of 2 other mid-tier demons. By this time, the remaining demons finally regained their senses. But it was far too late. They had already inflicted grievous harm upon themselves. In less than a minute, Lin Feng had dispatched every last fiend. With the final demon's demise, he awakened his second skill, Demon Slayer, inflicting a 10% increase in lethality against demons, along with a 5% enhancement in resistance to them. Upon witnessing the emergence of this new ability in his mind, Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. This was truly an extraordinary power. If the Blackbird were to learn of it, he would undoubtedly go to great lengths to eliminate him, as this skill was exceedingly effective against the demonic race. Should it be upgraded to 10 stars, the attack power would surge by 100% and resistance by 50%. What would there be left to fight? Surrender would be the only option. However, Lin Feng sighed heavily. Despite the skill's formidable nature, it was still a supportive skill, and the increase in strength was not overwhelmingly significant. In this encounter, Lin Feng's defeat of the winged demon had earned him 5 skill points, which he would contemplate distributing wisely. Was this an illusion? At that moment, the disheveled ones finally regained consciousness, gazing at the horrific scene before them with disbelief. The remaining fiends had been thoroughly eradicated by Lin Feng, leaving only 9 individuals in this place. The man in black remained alive, but his countenance was far from pleasant. He had brought 3 companions, all of whom were formidable. At this juncture, he was the only one to survive, having fractured several ribs in his own reckless actions, nearly disemboweling himself. Meanwhile, apart from Lin Feng and his 3 companions, the others appeared utterly wretched, each bearing the marks of having narrowly escaped death. Let us depart. This place is no longer suitable for lingering, Lin Feng declared, pulling my hammer and the others to leave. With so many lives lost and the stench of blood saturating the air, previously concealed by the fallen sound drum, staying any longer would be tantamount to awaiting death. Chapter 66, The Behemoth of Abundance. Run swiftly. After a fierce battle, Lin Feng found himself gravely injured. He had no inclination to assist others in their escape. He merely offered a brief warning before swiftly retreating with the 3 ragged companions. Moments ago, he had sensed an overwhelming surge of monstrous entities and zombies advancing towards their position. If they were to be encircled, their chances of survival would diminish drastically. This encounter had already cost the lives of over 10 leaders and hundreds of elite zombies, a significant loss. It was imperative to consider that once the obelisk underwent its 3rd large-scale evolution, those 100 zombies would undoubtedly ascend to become leaders themselves. The Blackbird faction had suffered immensely. Fortunately, their adversaries were not present, or they would have already launched an assault. The men clad in black dared not linger, dragging their severely injured bodies towards the exit of the amusement park. The reality was stark. Those who lagged behind would face dire consequences. Not long after Lin Feng and his group departed, the horde of zombies and monsters inundated the amusement park, with a fearsome 4-winged demon among them, its golden light nearly blinding Lin Feng. It was powerful, immensely so. A shiver ran down Lin Feng's spine. Had they dawdled even slightly longer, their escape would have been impossible. That 4-winged demon undoubtedly possessed the strength of a late-stage leader, far beyond what Lin Feng could contend with. Pursue. We must reclaim the magical artifact, the 4-winged demon roared, enraged by the sight of the countless corpses strewn across the ground. Blackbird had entrusted this task to it, initially believing success was guaranteed. Now, not only had it failed to recover the artifact, but it had also lost a significant number of its subordinates. The thought of Blackbird's impending fury was all too vivid. However, should it manage to retrieve the artifact, all would be forgiven. Suddenly, a tide of corpses surged towards Lin Feng and his companions, resembling an ocean of darkness. Feeling the relentless horde closing in behind them, Lin Feng's expression darkened. It was clear that their pursuers were determined to prevent their escape. It was already late evening, and as darkness enveloped the area, the danger of the fallen zone intensified. The three ragged companions were struggling. Their stamina had not fully recovered, and the frantic escape was pushing them to their limits. Lin Feng himself was in no better condition, having expended considerable energy in the illusionary realm and in slaying the two-winged demon. Suddenly, the wall ahead exploded, and a leader-level zombie materialized before the trio, its eyes glowing an unnatural red. Without uttering a word, it lunged at them with reckless abandon. In the distance, a multitude of creatures surged towards them, and in the night, they became a beacon of light, attracting the attention of surrounding zombies and monsters, all eager to devour them. Moreover, with the four-winged demon issuing orders, it was conceivable that consuming Lin Feng and his companions could yield unexpected rewards. Charge! Lin Feng bellowed, and in an instant, the four sprang into action. The leader-level monster had not yet registered their presence before it was obliterated by their combined might. The final blow was delivered by the ragged companion, who, with ruthless precision, teleported before the leader and shattered its skull with a single strike. Ignoring the fate of the corpse, the four individuals surged forward once more. Within mere seconds, a horde of zombies came rushing towards them. However, they were just in time to escape the encirclement. Of course, the leader-class zombie managed to obstruct their path momentarily, and had they encountered such resistance a few more times, their chances of escape would have been uncertain. A minute elapsed, and the four-winged demon halted beside the leader-class corpse, its expression grim. It was evident that this leader had been dispatched almost instantaneously, unable to mount even a semblance of resistance. Decisive, ruthless, and undeniably powerful. It was no wonder that the minions sent to seize the magical artifacts had all perished, although the two-winged demon possessed some strength. It was clear that its intellect was lacking. This implies that the magical artifacts must be in your possession. With that, the four-winged demon flapped its wings and immediately pursued the direction in which Lin Feng and the others had fled. No matter how swift Lin Feng and his companions were, they could not outpace the four-winged demon. Lin Feng's omniscient gaze perceived that the golden dot was rapidly closing in on them. Before a minute had passed, they would undoubtedly be caught. At this moment, being pursued by a powerful late-stage leader-class demon, their survival was becoming increasingly precarious. Stop fleeing, there's no escape. We are being pursued by a flying entity, Lin Feng remarked, his expression grave. Should we join forces to eliminate it? The sloppy ghost suggested. We cannot contend with it. It possesses at least late-stage leader-class strength. If it ensnares us, our demise is inevitable, Lin Feng replied. What should we do? I still wish to live. I don't even know what it feels like to be with a woman, the sloppy ghost wailed. Stop embarrassing yourself. Lin Feng, do you have any ideas? Hammerma exclaimed, his face etched with anxiety as the situation grew dire. It's time to take a gamble. I shall summon 4 undead beings, and we will hide within them, Lin Feng declared, gritting his teeth. In an instant, a white light flickered as Lin Feng summoned the undead. Though he felt a sense of unease, for it seemed a Lord-class zombie had fixated upon his summoning. Do not fret, I am merely consulting with you. Indeed, as Lin Feng's consciousness reached out, the Lord-class entity swiftly latched onto his awareness. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng severed the connection, for there was no time for dialogue with it. With death imminent, any rationale became irrelevant. He then began his search for a colossal undead entity, one capable of accommodating a normal-sized human. In the realm of the undead, the black dog seethed with fury as the mountain it inhabited trembled. He had spoken in a civil manner, yet the others chose to disregard him. Did they truly think him an easy target? He was a lord after all. However, the black dog soon felt disheartened. Although he possessed lord-class strength in the world of the undead, that held little weight. Lin Feng's summoning was entirely under his control. If Lin Feng chose to ignore him, there was nothing he could do. Curse it! The agitated voice reverberated across the mountains, causing the surrounding zombies to scatter in fear. The Lord seemed particularly volatile at that moment. At this moment, Lin Feng frantically searched and finally selected 4 corpulent beasts, each exceeding 3 meters in size. Their abdomens remarkably vast, capable of accommodating an entire person without difficulty. In an instant, the corpulent beasts, previously foraging on the grassland, appeared bewildered before Lin Feng and his companions, gazing around in confusion. "Open your mouths and let us in," Lin Feng bellowed. Though the 4 beasts were somewhat perplexed, they complied with Lin Feng's command and opened their mouths wide. Their maws were slick with mucus, a sight that could turn one's stomach. However, Lin Feng showed no sign of repulsion and promptly wriggled inside. The others, astonished, could hardly believe their eyes. What was happening? There was no time to ponder further. Disregarding the revolting mucus, each of them dove into a different corpulent beast. "Quickly, blend into the horde of corpses," Lin Feng urged. The 4 of them had originally been in a small room, and the corpulent beasts, feeling a peculiar fullness in their bellies, seemed to have consumed something extraordinary. Yet, they gave it little thought. Lin Feng's words were law. They plunged into the mass of corpses, vanishing without a trace. Chapter 67. Escaping for their lives, the corpulent beasts, bewildered, squeezed into the throng of zombies. This place was unfamiliar to them, yet they felt a strange comfort here, far more pleasant than the realm of the undead. Although their bellies housed a person, it was of little consequence to them. They swayed and pushed their way outward. Due to their immense size, the ordinary zombies posed no threat. Inside the belly of the beast, Lin Feng found the stench unbearable. Even with his high tolerance for foul odors, the mingling scents of various foods and decaying flesh were simply intolerable. Nevertheless, he had to endure. Should the 4-winged demon discover their presence, it would spell disaster. Not long after Lin Feng and his companions had departed, the 4-winged demon pursued them. Landing atop the roof where Lin Feng and the others had briefly halted, a look of confusion etched upon its face. Why had their scents vanished? Furthermore, the disappearance was so complete that it left not a trace. It was utterly perplexing. How could 4 living beings simply cease to exist? With a thunderous roar, the 4-winged demon, filled with rage, unleashed its fury, reducing the surrounding structures to rubble. Yet Lin Feng and his companions remained elusive. The area was swarming with zombies. An impenetrable wall, ensuring that the humans could not possibly escape. Where then could they have gone? Surely they hadn't sprouted wings and flown away. The 4-winged demon was deeply frustrated, scanning the vicinity as the zombies trembled in fear. This powerful being was in a foul mood. But the zombies were oblivious to the whereabouts of the 3 humans. They had only seen them enter that building before they vanished. As for the 4 plump figures emerging from the room, they paid them little mind. Merely 4 9-star zombies. They possessed commendable strength, but failed to leave a lasting impression. If they had the wisdom to connect these 4 with Lin Feng and his companions, they would not have found themselves under the 4-winged demon's ire. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had commanded the 4 corpulent beasts to expel the horde of zombies. To ensure safety, he directed the beasts to traverse 3 to 4 kilometers towards the base before allowing them to halt. Ugh! The 4 beasts struggled to regurgitate Lin Feng and his companions. As they were accustomed to being swallowed whole, the sensation of expulsion was rather unpleasant. Ugh! Unable to suppress himself, Lin Feng also retched. For the sight within those bellies was utterly grotesque. Lin Feng fared somewhat better, managing to remain upright despite his pallor. While the disheveled quartet could not withstand the ordeal and collapsed to the ground, violently vomiting. Even Zhou Bin was on the verge of losing his composure, thoroughly convinced of the wretchedness that lay within those bellies. "You may go. Do not linger in this vicinity. Remember, never harm others," Lin Feng said, patting one of the corpulent beasts on the head, thus releasing them. After all, having saved their lives, he could not bring himself to be cruel. The 4 beasts hesitated momentarily, as they perceived Lin Feng as their master, and now it seemed he was dismissing them. They felt a twinge of grievance. Lin Feng was somewhat taken aback. It appeared that these summoned beings genuinely submitted to him. Reflecting on the 10 he had previously sent to the Genetic Research Institute, he wondered if he had acted unjustly. However, he quickly dismissed this thought. These creatures and the undead had nearly led to humanity's extinction, having claimed countless lives in Han City alone. It was inconceivable for him to show mercy, as they were inherently adversaries. He could not afford to be soft-hearted simply because they exhibited goodwill towards him. That would be a disservice to the countless souls who had perished. A torrential downpour of blood had transformed them into abominations, neither human nor ghost. "Begone!" Lin Feng's cold command resonated, and the four corpulent beasts, sensing the murderous intent in his gaze, dared not linger. They scurried away towards a cluster of buildings, swiftly vanishing from sight. Tonight, there would be no return. They needed to find a place to spend the night. Lin Feng slumped to the ground, having truly escaped the jaws of death. The gentle moonlight cascaded down, and the darkness posed no hindrance to Lin Feng, who possessed the all-seeing eye. Within a radius of 500 meters, he could perceive everything with clarity, even without using his eyes. A brief assessment revealed that the surrounding zombies were highly active, roaming restlessly as if under orders to prevent their departure. "You are the boss. Your word is law," the disheveled one said weakly, reflecting on their ordeal, realizing that their venture had been nothing but a trial, contributing little to their cause. Zhou Bin and the others remained silent, yet they silently concurred with Lin Feng's suggestion. Scanning the area, Lin Feng located a 5-story shopping mall. Its upper floors a labyrinthine arrangement, with zombies pouring forth, making it an ideal refuge. "Let us proceed. We shall take shelter on the 5th floor of the mall tonight." The four ascended cautiously, choosing to bypass any encountered zombies, mindful not to provoke them. "This aroma is quite invigorating," the disheveled one jested. "Begone. Upon my return, I shall undoubtedly indulge in an extensive cleansing, perhaps 10 or even 8 baths." With a disdainful expression, the individual appeared on the verge of tears, still encased in a thick layer of viscous residue. "By the way, have you managed to acquire that magical artifact, Lin Feng?" Rather than engaging in banter, Zhou Bin inquired about the artifact, as their purpose for this journey was indeed to obtain it. One cannot merely benefit without being aware of the task's completion. "I have secured it, but it has since merged with my being, and I am uncertain of its precise condition." Lin Feng sighed, not out of reluctance to share, but due to genuine ignorance of the significance of the fallen sound drum. Since its integration, it has remained utterly silent. Fortunately, he could still sense its presence. Otherwise, he might have believed he had failed to procure it. "That suffices. We can consider our mission accomplished," Zhou Bin remarked with a grin. "I didn't contribute much this time, but should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to summon me. I, Zhou Bin, will never decline." Lin Feng nodded, recognizing that this fellow remained as earnest and straightforward as ever. "I mentioned purchasing your services for a day, and indeed, you still have the entirety of the evening," the slovenly individual interjected. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. This character remained as insufferable as always. "Approaching you at night? That would indeed be a true specter." "Now, do not harbor any psychological burdens. None of us anticipated this outcome. Many other teams have suffered grievous losses, and you need not feel guilt-ridden. Merely daring to take this risk is commendable," Lin Feng proclaimed decisively, acknowledging that even he had not foreseen the peril involved in acquiring the fallen sound drum, which was likely as treacherous as the conflicts in the central region. Subsequently, Lin Feng activated his communicator to assure Wei Ran of his safety, alleviating their concerns. Upon opening the world channel, chaos erupted once more. Fresh news revealed that the team dispatched to the southern region for the coveted sword artifact had nearly been annihilated, with an entire horde of corpses mobilized, including formidable leaders. Not a single individual managed to escape. Alas, the situation in the central region is equally dire. Commander Bai is ensnared, unexpectedly facing the Blackbird's personal intervention. Chapter 68. By Yulong's plea for help, Lin Feng's heart tightened. He had not anticipated such grave danger. Fortuitously, he had not opted for the southern region, for their survival would have been tenuous at best. No one could have foreseen the zombie horde's reckless gamble, deploying their entire force without fear of a counterattack from humanity. Well, everyone is preoccupied with seizing magical artifacts. Who has the capacity to concern themselves with the corpse nest? However, Lin Feng was surprised to learn of the central region's setbacks. It seemed Bai Yulong and his companions were not invincible. While lost in thought, his communicator vibrated unexpectedly, a message from Bai Yulong's distinct identifier appearing on the screen. Lin Feng was at a loss for words. What business could he possibly have at this moment? Surely, he could not be calling for assistance. That would be an overestimation of his abilities, given that the central region was likely swarming with leaders, with Tier 3 beings in abundance. What could he accomplish by venturing there? Despite these thoughts, he reluctantly opened the communicator to see what awaited him. San Renhua, Lin Feng, the situation is urgent. I hope you can come and lend your support. Lin Feng. He felt grateful for the concern, but knew he should not activate the communicator. It was not that he was unwilling to assist. Rather, he had a clear understanding of his own limitations. If he could not contend with the blackbird, what use would he be? Lin Feng, I am currently preoccupied. I am in the midst of an escape. San Renhua, to be frank, the blackbird has taken matters into its own hands. Unless absolutely necessary, the demons would not seek your aid. Right now, both the holy mage and the prophet are here. If we are all defeated, it will directly lead to your base's downfall. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng frowned. Was it truly necessary for all three of them to pursue a mere magical artifact? Lin Feng, unfortunately, I cannot assist. I recently ventured north and suffered significant losses during our retreat. In a building in the central region, Bai Yulong wore an expression of disbelief. Did this fellow possess such audacity? He was aware that the Northern Territory was the stronghold of the Blackbird, the most perilous location in Han City. He could not help but admire Lin Feng's bravery. Damn it! Did that imply he had drawn fire away from Lin Feng? Bai Yulong felt a wave of frustration. He should have anticipated that the Blackbird would not relinquish the two magical artifacts in the central area. As for the item near the stronghold, it was undoubtedly regarded by the enemy as a guaranteed prize, and he had not expected it to fall into Lin Feng's hands. Given this, it was understandable that Lin Feng was being pursued. Initially, Bai Yulong thought Lin Feng was merely making excuses to avoid coming. Now, it seemed he genuinely could not make it. Sigh, this is exhausting. San Renhua, very well. If you manage to escape, do come and assist us. The reward will certainly be substantial. Moreover, Su Mingling is also trapped here. With that, Bai Yulong chuckled, stating that it was up to Lin Feng to come, given that his woman was stuck here. Upon seeing Bai Yulong's message, Lin Feng was filled with 1,000 questions. What was Su Mingling doing there? Suddenly, her image flashed through his mind, particularly her figure. Troublesome. Lin Feng muttered under his breath, disregarding Bai Yulong's messages, and searched for Su Mingling's account. Lin Feng, you are trapped in the central area? After a moment, a reply came from her. Su Mingling, how did you know? Where have you been running off to? That area is currently the most dangerous place in Han City. I accepted a mission for a Y1 potion. You must be out of your mind. A Y1 potion is worth risking your life for. In a corner of the building, Su Mingling was with a group of people, sporting injuries that did not bode well. She was unsure how Lin Feng knew she was there. Yet she felt a warm sensation, the reason being her desire to grow stronger. For them, a Y1 potion was exceedingly rare, requiring the bodies of 10 wandering corpses for an exchange, which was no easy feat. However, with someone offering a Y1 potion, how could she possibly resist? No worries. I have heard that Commander Bai is also here. There should be no danger, Su Mingling reassured herself. Nonsense. He is still waiting for me to rescue him. Lin Feng felt somewhat at a loss. Was Bai Yulong manipulating him? To save or not to save? If it were only Bai Yulong, he wouldn't even consider it. However, now that a group of people was practically trapped inside, failing to rescue the Hanqing base would truly spell disaster, leaving no one to bear the flag. Now, with Su Mingling also involved, he was compelled to act. A sense of inexplicable irritation washed over him. In the central building, Su Mingling covered her mouth in disbelief. Bai Yulong is waiting for Lin Feng to save him? Is this for real? Had the situation escalated to this extent? As she pondered, Lin Feng sent a message. Send me your location. Suddenly, Su Mingling felt a wave of calmness wash over her. Why was it that every time she encountered danger, this man appeared? Chang'an Street, 5th floor of the Guofeng building. Lin Feng furrowed his brows at the sight of the address. This was certainly not a favorable location. To his astonishment, Bai Yulong had chosen such a place. In his previous life, this area was notorious as a hell on earth. Shaking his head, he dispelled his wild thoughts. The past was the past, and it was not yet that time. Rest assured, I will come, he replied. Be careful. Concluding his communication with Su Mingling, Lin Feng turned to the 3 weary individuals beside him. My friend is trapped in the central area. I must go to rescue him. Before the Hammer Mother could voice her offer of assistance, Lin Feng interrupted. No need. It is too dangerous this time. Having more people could worsen the situation. We have already escaped the grasp of the 4-winged demon. As long as it is dawn, you should be able to rush out safely with a bit of caution. Isn't Commander Bai also trapped in the central area? The sloppy man inquired, his previous levity replaced by gravity. Yes, Lin Feng had nothing to hide. This matter had already caused a stir on the World Channel, with discussions erupting about how to orchestrate the rescue. If the 3 major pillars were to perish in the central area, the faith of humankind would be shattered. This was no trivial matter. We will go, not for you, but for everyone, Jobin stated solemnly. Lin Feng sighed in resignation. He understood that Bai Yulong and the others could not be allowed to perish. Fine. Let us stop resting and charge directly ahead. Lin Feng slowly rose to his feet. The area they were in was already on the outskirts. They had previously refrained from moving for fear of the four-winged demon, but now they would confront whatever came their way. He had gained 5 skill points from the amusement park. If a fight broke out, he was confident he would not be defeated. Let us go. The Hammer Mother and her companions steeled themselves, and the 4 of them charged forth. The moment they stepped outside, zombies detected their presence, but before they could react, Lin Feng swiftly decapitated them with a single strike. With Lin Feng leading the charge, the Hammer Mother and Jobin flanked him, while the sloppy man brought up the rear, quickly carving a path through the horde. Necromancy summon. As the summoning commenced, the black dog immediately adopted a submissive demeanor. However, Lin Feng ruthlessly severed the connection. He truly had no time to spare. After a brief respite, Lin Feng's stamina had significantly replenished. He promptly summoned 2 Tier 1 zombie leaders to forge a path ahead, resulting in a remarkable surge in speed. Upon sighting the 2 leaders, typical wandering zombies would instinctively veer away, a common occurrence due to level suppression among both zombies and other creatures. In less than half an hour, Lin Feng and his companions had surged forward over 10 miles, completely escaping the tracking range of the four-winged demon. The 2 summoned zombie leaders were already battered and bruised before Lin Feng effortlessly dispatched them with a single strike. As anticipated, the elimination of the zombies did not yield any skill points, which, although expected, still brought a tinge of disappointment. If skill points could be accrued in this manner, one could simply remain at home to enhance their abilities. Even with the 2 Tier 1 zombies clearing the way, the 4 companions sustained minor injuries, though nothing severe. Lin Feng cast a stream of healing water, swiftly mending their wounds. Are you still a healer? The trio stared incredulously at Lin Feng, their expressions akin to witnessing a ghost. Not only could he summon the undead and exhibited formidable combat prowess, but he also possessed exceptional scouting abilities, and now, astonishingly, he was a healer. Were they to be outdone in every regard? Well, I'm not as formidable as a holy mage, so I hesitate to boast. Upon uttering these words, Hammer Mom nearly wished to strike Lin Feng down. What do you mean, not bad? You should have mentioned it sooner. Had we known you could also heal, we could have fought with even greater ferocity. Big brother. Boss. From now on, I shall follow you. The scruffy fellow suddenly clung to Lin Feng's arm, exclaiming fervently, If you direct me east, I shall not venture west. This matter can be addressed later. The building where Bai Yulong and the others are located is still about an hour away. We must hasten our journey. I fear that pack of monsters may act recklessly in desperation. Lin Feng disregarded the scruffy fellow's declaration of loyalty, as the situation was far from optimistic. Thus, the quartet continued on their journey, yet this time, they encountered fewer of the undead obstructing their path, aided by the all-seeing eye, which allowed them to effectively evade danger. Meanwhile, the four-winged demon ruthlessly crushed the skull of a human, one of those who had previously ventured to seize the fallen sound drum, failing to escape the demon's relentless search. At this moment, aside from Lin Feng and his companions, only the cloaked man remained unaccounted for. All others had perished at the hands of the four-winged demon. Damn it! The magical artifacts are being taken away by those 4 humans. The four-winged demon glanced toward the center, gripped by fear. If the black bird learned of this, his life would be in grave peril. Should he flee now? At the Han City base, upon hearing that Bai Yulong and his companions were trapped, a rescue team was swiftly organized, comprising a mere 15 individuals. However, all were of level 3, representing the strongest remaining faction within the Han City base. The number of rescuers was inconsequential. Outside the base lay a world dominated by zombies, who were eager to breach the gates, thus negating the need for any siege. 15 individuals, bearing the last hope of their base, made their way directly to Apartment 28. Zone 2, on the 5th floor of the Guofeng building along Chang'an Street, where Wei Ran and her companions resided. The flickering candlelight illuminated the living room, casting a glow on the anxious faces of those gathered. Although Lin Feng reassured them that everything would be fine, they had received distressing news. All southern teams had been annihilated, with no survivors returning. In the northern territories, where Lin Feng and the others ventured, 3 corpses of commanding level monsters had been delivered that afternoon, but thereafter, silence prevailed. Of the more than 20 individuals, only Lin Feng managed to send back a fragment of information. The rest had failed to communicate, and the outlook seemed grim. Wei Ran could scarcely fathom the perils Lin Feng had encountered. Sister Wei Ran, brother Lin Feng, will be just fine. Yes, we must have faith in him. Look, even that foul pig outside is unscathed. Surely, brother Lin Feng is alive and well. Wei Ran smiled, unknowingly becoming a pillar of support for everyone in Lin Feng's home. An hour later, Lin Feng and his companions could see the Guofeng building from a distance, barely 3 kilometers away. However, upon reaching this point, they could advance no further. He finally comprehended why Bai Yulong and his team had been trapped inside. Surrounding the Guofeng building were hordes of zombies, densely packed, while flying demons patrolled the airspace above, forming a formidable barrier. Although the black birds were not visible, just within the range detectable by the all-knowing eye, Lin Feng discerned several commanding-level foes. Given such a formidable setup, it was no wonder that Bai Yulong and his companions had faltered. The current scenario was not any less daunting than when the zombie tide had besieged the city. Bai Yulong and his crew had at least secured one magical artifact. If it were merely one, the blackbirds would not have risked such peril. Could it be that Bai Yulong had acquired both artifacts? Lin Feng suddenly found this notion quite plausible. Coupled with the northern defeat, it stood to reason that the blackbirds would target Bai Yulong. He needed to ascertain the truth and promptly retrieved his communicator to contact Bai Yulong. Did you manage to acquire both magical artifacts? How could that be possible? I got the one from the north. You figure out the rest. Lin Feng rarely engaged in frivolous banter with this individual, directly addressing the crux of the matter. Upon hearing this, Bai Yulong's expression shifted to one of gravity, realizing that the blackbirds had suddenly taken on a menacing demeanor, even going so far as to forcibly elevate a number of his subordinates to the commanding level. It turned out that in the end, they had not secured a single magical artifact, which was rather foolish. Despite his disdain, Bai Yulong dared not underestimate the situation. If he didn't relinquish one artifact, it was certain the blackbirds would unleash their fury upon him. What if you were to give him the artifact in your possession? Bai Yulong suggested tentatively. Then you can just await your demise. I might as well head to the capital. Bai Yulong's lips twitched. This was a clear sign of his lack of faith in them and intent to escape. No jesting. I possess 2 exceptionally powerful magical artifacts. Oh, what do you mean, Bio? Bai Yulong was so infuriated that he nearly hurled the communicator he held in his hand. The 2 magical artifacts in his possession, one offensive and one defensive, were a perfect match. However, compared to the magical tools in my grasp, your 2 artifacts are nothing but worthless trinkets. What is so remarkable about merely possessing one for attack and one for defense? Even the blade that emerged from the south surpasses both of your items. The southern team was obliterated, and had it not been for my intervention, the northern side would have met the same fate. You boast of your prowess, yet you managed to seize 2 artifacts? Lin Feng found himself at a loss for words. This individual was exceedingly arrogant. The blackbird outmatches you, and its subordinates are more adept at seizing treasures. What justifies your ability to claim 2 artifacts? Can you not perceive such an obvious conspiracy? At Guofeng building, Bai Yulong suddenly froze, realizing he had never considered that the 2 magical artifacts he possessed were indeed worthless. Could it be that this entire situation was a scheme orchestrated by the blackbird? Despite his reluctance to accept it, Bai Yulong understood that Lin Feng's words might hold a grain of truth. Frustrated, he felt an overwhelming sense of dismay. He had been outmaneuvered by a mere magical creature. What was to be done now? Bai Yulong composed himself and earnestly inquired. A magical artifact costs the lives of half the people. It is now a matter of choice. What holds greater importance, the lives of individuals or the artifacts themselves? Chapter 70. The breakout. Upon hearing Lin Feng's proposition, Bai Yulong nearly spat out blood in disbelief. To exchange a magical artifact for half the lives of his comrades was tantamount to declaring his efforts of the day utterly futile. Yet, failing to make the exchange would mean that over 100 individuals trapped in Guofeng building would perish, even losing half of them. Coupled with the casualties from the northern and southern zones, would be a catastrophic blow. Bai Yulong was overwhelmed with a headache. Lin Feng must surely possess a magical artifact as well. What could he possibly have acquired? Perhaps you could relinquish your artifact? Bai Yulong tentatively suggested. Lin Feng, however, chose to disregard him entirely. There was no room for negotiation. He had previously underestimated the Duin drum. Its capacity to create illusions far surpassed the simple dichotomy of offense and defense. This was all without anyone controlling it. If he could fully harness its power, he might not fall short of the black bird-esque capabilities, though the prospect of slaying it remained slim. That creature was a formidable representative of the demon realm. After waiting in vain for Lin Feng's response, Bai Yulong recognized that persuading him to surrender his magical artifact was futile. After much deliberation, Bai Yulong ultimately conceded, deciding to part with the two artifacts to ensure the safety of his companions. Artifacts could be acquired again, but lives, once lost, were irretrievable. Nevertheless, he felt profoundly dissatisfied. After expending so much effort, he had gained nothing in the end. The holy mage and the prophet exchanged glances, observing the fluctuations in Bai Yulong's expression, pondering whether he had lost his mind, and growing increasingly curious about whom he had been conversing with. Who in the Han City base possessed such remarkable power to leave the esteemed Colonel Bai with such a disgruntled demeanor? Boss, who were you talking to? The prophet could not resist asking. Although he had predicted the locations of 4 magical artifacts, he had no way of knowing their true power. He was not a deity. What an insufferable individual. Prepare for the breakout. These 2 artifacts shall be surrendered to that accursed fellow. As he spoke, Bai Yulong conjured 2 objects enveloped in golden light, a long spear and a square shield. What? Hand them over? Absolutely not. The prophet's face was etched with fury. They had expended immeasurable effort to procure these 2 magical artifacts, and now they were being told to relinquish them? It is crucial to understand that magical tools are indispensable for advancing to level 4, and the earlier they are obtained, the better. If they surrendered both now, what would become of the human race? More specifically, what would happen to Bai Yulong? He had always been the pinnacle of combat strength for humanity. Without him to fend off the blackbird, the human race would have faced annihilation countless times. Fear not, for we still have one individual who has acquired a magical artifact. We can nurture him, Bai Yulong mused, appearing surprisingly unperturbed by the situation. That fellow is hardly capable. Do you think the blackbird is so easily vanquished? The prophet was genuinely incensed, perceiving Bai Yulong's demeanor as rather frivolous. Although the holy mage remained silent, it was evident that he harbored similar sentiments. Have you considered that we are trapped here? Who will come to our rescue? The prophet's voice resonated with despair. No one. No one can save us. Do you not realize that the strongest among us have already been brought out by us? A moment ago, someone had remarked that one magical artifact was worth the lives of half the people, and Bai Yulong found that sentiment to be quite astute. As long as we are alive, that is what truly matters, he stated calmly. The prophet wished to voice a retort, but found himself at a loss for words. One magical artifact for half the lives. Should they trade or not? What about the blackbird? The prophet felt a sense of bewilderment. With no one to confront the blackbird, it was indeed a deadlock. Rest assured, there are those who will deal with the blackbird. This will ease my burden, Bai Yulong replied. Standing, he placed a reassuring hand on the prophet's shoulder and addressed everyone within the Guofeng mansion. Esteemed colleagues, I, Bai Yulong, owe you all an apology for causing everyone to be ensnared here. Although we have acquired 2 magical artifacts, I have allowed my greed to overshadow my judgment. What nonsense is this, Commander Bai? Just take the 2 magical artifacts and fight your way out. Even if we must perish, we will carve a path for you. A man bellowed. No, everyone, listen to me. They are merely magical artifacts. There will be more opportunities in the future. However, if we lose our lives, who will defend the base? Bai Yulong implored. Though the crowd understood the reasoning, their frustration was palpable. They had worked tirelessly to wrest those 2 magical artifacts from the blackbird. The sense of indignation was so strong that even Su Mingling felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. If they surrendered the artifacts, would her mission still count? Would her enhancement potions be rendered useless? As the crowd pondered these matters, Bai Yulong had already completed his class transition and transformed into a holy sword apostle. With a powerful flap of his wings, he soared into the air. Blackbird, take your items. Let you seize them for yourselves. With that declaration, the spear and shield shot forth in opposite directions at blinding speed, so swift that even the commander found it challenging to pursue. The blackbird suddenly materialized against the backdrop of the sky, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze upon the man before him. What a surprise it was for him to relinquish the magical artifacts. Could there be a hidden agenda at play? The magic tools were unleashed, prompting a horde of undead to rush towards the source, instantly diminishing the forces surrounding the East Wind Tower by a third. Blackbird's pupils constricted. This individual intended to flee. Before Blackbird could react, The white jade dragon swung the golden holy sword forcefully downwards, instantly reducing swathes of zombies to ash. Those who obstruct me shall perish. Kill. Subsequently, the individuals within the East Wind Tower, recognizing the fortuitous opportunity, surged forth, faces alight with fury, charging into the throng of zombies. In a moment, the horde, caught off guard, was cleaved open by the onslaught. How amusing. Did you truly believe that sacrificing 2 magical artifacts would enable your escape? Are you unaware that your demise here is far more significant than anything else? Blackbird sneered, even feeling a twinge of exhilaration, for white jade dragon appeared to have miscalculated. 2 magical artifacts, while valuable, paled in comparison to the importance of eliminating white jade dragon. With a call, Blackbird commanded the remaining zombies to encircle white jade dragon and his companions, intent on ensnaring them. Yet at that moment, anguished cries erupted from outside the encirclement. A mid-tier leader zombie suddenly went berserk, relentlessly attacking its fellow undead. The surrounding zombies were thrown into disarray, with countless low-tier zombies falling victim to its onslaught. Blackbird's gaze shifted to the periphery. He did not recognize that individual. Suddenly, that figure charged at 2 leader zombies, undeterred by the odds. However, as he approached, 4 individuals emerged from behind the mid-tier leader zombie, catching the 2 leaders off guard and severely wounding them. These 4 were Lin Feng and his companions. While the mid-tier leader zombie had been summoned by Lin Feng himself, he had allocated all 5 skill points obtained from the amusement park into necromancy, elevating it to a 7-star level, significantly reducing the summoning cost, allowing him to barely summon a 4-star leader zombie. Otherwise, it would have been exceedingly difficult for Lin Feng's group to disrupt the horde's formation. With the death of 2 leader zombies and Lin Feng's group wreaking havoc on the outskirts, the encirclement of zombies faltered. Collapse was imminent. Chapter 71. Conflict. Blackbird never anticipated that Lin Feng would emerge at this juncture. Although Lin Feng's strength was modest, his impact was substantial. Without his suppression, ordinary adversaries would struggle against him, unless they deployed a multitude of late-stage leaders to surround and eliminate him. Lin Feng was evolving far too rapidly. Nevertheless, if he intervened, white jade dragon would undoubtedly obstruct him, rendering any attempt to eliminate Lin Feng nearly impossible. With a heavy sigh, Blackbird realized that this scheme had failed to eradicate white jade dragon. It seemed he would have to wait until the 3rd evolution. Let them be gone. Blackbird bellowed in exasperation, opting to retreat. Forcing a confrontation would only result in further losses among his subordinates. After several such encounters, it would not be an exaggeration to say he had suffered grievously, especially with a recent significant loss in the north. He could not afford further casualties. Within the city, merely an appetizer, beyond its confines lies the main event. At the command of the Blackbird, a horde of zombies ceased their obstruction, unexpectedly parting to grant passage to the group. Had they attempted to fight their way through alone, it would have undoubtedly cost them dearly. Before long, the Holy Mage and others joined forces with Lin Feng and his companions. The sight of the towering zombie, exceeding 4 meters in height, standing beside Lin Feng sent a shiver through the onlookers. The creature's abilities were alarmingly formidable. Lin Feng. Among the crowd, Su Mingling could scarcely believe her eyes. When Lin Feng had previously declared his intent to rescue her, she had assumed it was a jest, yet here he truly was. A wave of warmth surged within her heart. In an apocalyptic world, the most scarce commodity was a sense of security. In that moment, the composed inspector transformed into a gentle woman. Come here. Lin Feng had noticed Su Mingling as well and disregarded the opinions of others, beckoning her to stand beside him. Su Mingling hesitated, glancing at a man not far off. After all, she was on a mission. Do you still want the enhancement potion? The man had not anticipated Lin Feng's sudden emergence. He had long harbored feelings for Su Mingling. Lin Feng, perceiving her hesitation, understood the risk she had taken. Was it not for the enhancement potion that she had ventured forth? He did not wish to return empty-handed. Lin Feng turned his gaze towards the man, instantly grasping the situation. He was clearly interested in Su Mingling. But have you sought my permission? The women I have touched are not to be threatened by the likes of you with underhanded tactics. What nonsense. It is merely an enhancement potion, after all. The man, brimming with arrogance, boasted of his connections to Zhou Tianqi, the vice director of the Genetic Research Institute, which facilitated his acquisition of enhancement potions. Otherwise, he would not dare to be so extravagant as to offer them as a reward. Behind Lin Feng, The trio known as the Slovenly Ghosts looked on with mocking expressions. Comparing themselves to Lin Feng was truly a recipe for humiliation. The holy mage regarded the man with a peculiar expression. Had he been kicked by a donkey? The seer gazed skyward, opting to remain uninvolved, as he was already privy to certain truths. Humph. I may not know much else, but when it comes to enhancement potions, I certainly have a say, for I am now the titular vice-director of the Institute, Lin Feng declared with pride, striding over to Su Mingling and drawing her close. Just enhancement potions, I shall provide you with both the first and second generations. Unlike this miserly fellow. Su Mingling regarded Lin Feng thoughtfully. While she recognized his capabilities, she questioned the legitimacy of his title at the Genetic Research Institute. Even Bai Yulong had to choose cooperation. Being able to serve as an inspector, Su Mingling was no fool and quickly discerned the crux of the matter. The Genetic Research Institute was most in need of zombies, a resource Lin Feng possessed in abundance. The man, witnessing Su Mingling being pulled away, felt a surge of frustration rise within him, tempted to take action. Daring to confront the formidable artifact, one must possess considerable prowess. Yet, before he could even approach Lin Feng, the mid-rank commander of the undead lunged forth, delivering a punch that sent him sprawling. The man resembled a mere buffoon, devoid of any advocates. Despite his modest fame, provoking Lin Feng on his behalf would undoubtedly prove unwise. As the atmosphere grew tense, the seer stepped forward. I have received news this morning. Lin Feng has indeed joined the Gene Research Institute as the deputy director. The man, still reeling from the blow, felt his fury simmering, but the seer's words doused his anger like cold water, extinguishing all his wrath. The deputy director of the Gene Research Institute was not someone he could afford to antagonize. Lin Feng scoffed, not even sparing a glance at the man. Such a clown would hardly merit his attention were it not for Su Mingling. His gaze shifted to the seer, who exuded an aura of considerable danger. Clad in a heavy black robe adorned with gold trim and clutching a crystal ball, the figure was steeped in mystery. Of course, Lin Feng merely regarded him briefly. As long as he did not obstruct his path, he was of no concern. Let us return home. A flash of white light enveloped the mid-rank undead commander, transporting him back to the realm of the departed. This newfound ability, awakened after reaching 8 stars, allowed him to send summoned entities back, thereby conserving considerable energy. Witnessing this, the holy mage shook her head in resignation. After this battle, Lin Feng's name would surely echo throughout the Han City base. 10 minutes later, Bai Yulong arrived, immediately inquiring, "What about that fellow Lin Feng? He has left." "Left? How could you let him go? He undoubtedly possesses a magical artifact." Bai Yulong's face contorted with anger. "Indeed, when I caught sight of him, I discreetly employed my abilities and can confirm that the magical artifact from the north is indeed in his possession." The seer replied slowly. "Then why did you allow him to depart?" Bai Yulong expressed his frustration, finding the seer's reliability questionable. What purpose would it serve to detain him? "Do you intend to seize his artifact?" The holy mage regarded Bai Yulong with understanding. "Of course not. What would I do with it? Now that he possesses the artifact, the future of the base rests squarely upon his shoulders. It is only fitting that he bears the burden. I, too, can finally enjoy a respite," Bai Yulong chuckled, genuinely feeling a sense of ease he hadn't experienced in a long time. The holy mage and the seer exchanged bewildered glances, taken aback by his unexpected perspective. "Well, it's time to return. I'm absolutely famished." With that, Bai Yulong swaggered towards the Han City base. Without the Blackbird's presence, the undead roamed silently at night, too fearful to make a move. By the time they returned to the villa, dawn had broken. After parting ways with the scruffy trio, Lin Feng escorted Su Mingling back to the villa. Visiting Lin Feng's home for the first time, Su Mingling felt a tinge of shyness, akin to a bride meeting her in-laws. "You live here?" Upon seeing Lin Feng's villa, Su Mingling's lips twitched. It was evident that comparisons between people were futile. "This was a gift from someone else, yet it can be considered mine. Come on, you are warmly invited to my home." Chapter 72, The Mutation of Agarwood. As soon as they reached the doorstep, Wei Ran and Tuan Tuan sensed a disturbance and rushed out. Lin Feng had not returned home all night, and neither had they slept, consumed by concern for him. Lin Feng emerged and immediately embraced him, while Wei Ran maintained a certain decorum, standing there with a radiant smile. Even upon noticing another woman beside Lin Feng, who also wore a smile, she was not the type to be unreasonable, nor did she begrudge Lin Feng the company of other women. After all, The only one to suffer would be herself. As she came to understand Lin Feng more deeply, Wei Ran gradually realized that no matter how hard she tried, she could never quite match his pace. Thus, she resolved to excel in other aspects, ensuring Lin Feng had no worries. All right, let us go inside and rest. These are Tuan Tuan and Wei Ran. These children have nowhere to call home and are temporarily staying with me, Lin Feng introduced. This is the inspector, Su Mingling. Tuan Tuan, call her sister Su. Tuan Tuan gazed curiously at Su Mingling, noting her beauty akin to Wei Ran's, yet distinct, possessing a certain heroism that exuded an innate sense of security. Nevertheless, they were both equally lovely. Hello, Sister Su. Come, I just cooked. Please try my culinary skills. After confirming Lin Feng was unharmed, Tuan Tuan ceased to cling to him, understanding he was preoccupied. You can cook at such a young age? Su Mingling expressed surprise, as Tuan Tuan appeared merely around 10 years old. An impressive feat for one so young. Well, Wei Ran interjected, her patience waning. Tuan Tuan hasn't finished her sentence yet. She swiftly pulled Tuan Tuan away to prevent her from revealing too much. Children should be encouraged to practice more. Hello, Wei Ran. Su Mingling, coming from an inspector background, was adept at reading the room and immediately grasped the underlying issue, yet chose not to expose it. Hello, Su Mingling. Come, let this fellow be. Let us converse inside. With that, Wei Ran took Su Mingling into the villa, leaving Lin Feng alone outside. Lin Feng merely shook his head, a wry smile escaping his lips as he strolled to the agarwood tree. Hey, you seem to have grown a tad stronger again. Is a third evolution about to commence? Lin Feng's expression grew serious, for according to his experience, this progression should not occur so swiftly. What third evolution? I am unaware. The agarwood tree shook its crown, appearing bewildered. What third evolution? How could it know? It was merely a tree, after all. How could a tree possess such knowledge? This human looked somewhat foolish. I have no idea. Though internally resigned, it still spoke with respect. Despite its lack of intelligence, this creature was indeed powerful. It could sense that Lin Feng had grown stronger after his outing, and there seemed to be something particularly dangerous within him. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, sensing that this tree harbored an unusual demeanor. At his feet, the spectral porcupine nuzzled against him affectionately, even drooling slightly. Lin Feng mused. Could this foul creature pose a problem? It seems to display such a wretched expression. Suddenly, he realized something was amiss. Although this creature was typically affectionate, it would not ordinarily exhibit such a countenance. Could it be due to the crimson crystals in his possession? After several fierce battles, Lin Feng had gathered 3 pieces, all of commanding rank. Were they the source of this peculiar behavior? As he drew out the 3 crimson crystals, the spectral porcupine's eyes widened with avid desire, fixating on the gems in Lin Feng's hand. Were it not for Lin Feng being its master, it would have surely attempted to snatch them away. I want to eat. At that moment, the agarwood tree also conveyed its excitement, its expression one of yearning. Observing the 2 creatures, Lin Feng instantly comprehended that these crimson crystals might possess additional uses. Previously, he had believed they merely facilitated awakening, with no reports of any other applications. Consequently, demon hunters seldom bothered to retrieve the crystals after vanquishing zombies, as they were often less valuable than certain materials found on the undead. Some higher quality materials could even be fashioned into weapons. In an experimental spirit, Lin Feng tossed one of the crimson crystals to the spectral porcupine. The creature was instantly elated, swallowing the crystal whole. In the next moment, a formidable surge of energy emanated from the porcupine, which had been residing in Lin Feng's home for several days, successfully ascending to the 10th star of the wandering corpse level. At the very instant it consumed the crystal, the porcupine broke through to a higher tier. Its previously modest stature of about 1.5 meters rapidly expanded to 2 meters, and 2 formidable tusks sprouted from its mouth, while tiny scales emerged from its once plain black skin. Though it had transformed into a more imposing figure, it remained undeniably unattractive. Witnessing this spectacle, the agarwood tree nearly gasped in astonishment, its canopy swaying as it gazed at the crimson crystal in Lin Feng's hand, brimming with excitement. I want that too. The little tree's fragmented thoughts echoed in Lin Feng's mind, laced with urgency. How can you consume it? You lack a mouth. Lin Feng, intrigued by the plant-like specter, did not hesitate. At that moment, the little tree, eager for the crimson crystal, unexpectedly split open, revealing a modest hollow within its trunk. Place it here, and I too can partake. The tree's voice resonated in Lin Feng's mind once more. Lin Feng stared in astonishment at the tree hollow, marveling at this unexpected turn of events. Indeed, plant-based specters were far from ordinary. He would have to exercise caution, never allowing appearances to deceive him. Subsequently, to further explore his burgeoning thoughts, Lin Feng tossed a crimson crystal into the tree hollow. Almost instantaneously, the hollow vanished, and a wave of energy rippled through the agarwood tree. However, the energy fluctuation seemed less pronounced than that of the spectral porcupine, leaving Lin Feng puzzled. Given that the agarwood tree's rank was merely at the third star of the wandering corpse level, the branches and leaves surged with vigor, and even the trunk thickened considerably. The once diminutive sapling now stood nearly as tall as the villa, its foliage flourishing abundantly. Ultimately, the agarwood tree attained a rank of 7 stars in the undead category, and a singular commanding level red crystal elevated its status by 4 levels. A richer aroma of agarwood enveloped Lin Feng, providing him with a moment of relaxation, as the creature's abilities had evidently improved once more. One more piece, and I shall surely reach the commanding level. The voice of the agarwood tree echoed in Lin Feng's mind, laced with anticipation. Beneath him, the undead porcupine persistently nudged his pant leg, displaying a demeanor of eagerness, evidently yearning for the red crystal in Lin Feng's grasp. Having attained the commanding level, why do you remain silent? Lin Feng cast a puzzled glance at the undead porcupine. Useless creature, the undead I previously encountered were all capable of speech. Why are you merely rubbing against my leg? The undead porcupine, taken aback, felt a tinge of grievance. It was as if it did not comprehend why it could not speak, with no one to teach it. That will be all for today. My red crystal did not come easily, Lin Feng remarked as he turned towards the house. Chapter 73. The arrival of the white jade dragon. Those not of my kin harbored divergent intentions. Lin Feng hesitated to further empower the 2 creatures. Although they currently obeyed him, what would happen once they became even more potent? Even if they complied in his presence, he could not be assured of their behavior in his absence. Should they both reach the commanding level, Wei Ran and the others would lack the strength to contend with them. In such a scenario, it would be wiser to eliminate them now, ensuring a permanent resolution. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from Lin Feng, the agarwood tree trembled, abruptly pulled from its elation of recent elevation, as if it understood that Lin Feng truly contemplated its demise. Suddenly, the agarwood tree lashed out with a branch, striking the undead porcupine. It is all your fault, otherwise he would never treat me so. The undead porcupine gazed at the agarwood tree in confusion, wondering why it was being scratched. Inside the room, Tuan Tuan and the others had prepared a simple meal of fried rice. Though it was nothing extravagant, in a world where only compressed biscuits existed, a bowl of fried rice was a rare treasure that made Lin Feng's eyes gleam. Where did you find the fire? Lin Feng inquired with curiosity. For in this post-apocalyptic era, gas and electricity had vanished, rendering cooking nearly impossible. Is that tree outside not entirely made of firewood? Asked the youngest boy, merely 7 years old, in a high-pitched voice. Lin Feng paused. Using the agarwood tree as firewood was indeed a feasible idea. It was of no use otherwise, and might as well serve a purpose. As for its fragrant essence, it merely induced sleep. Indeed, I see that tree has grown significantly today. Feel free to chop it down. With that, Lin Feng filled a bowl with rice, the enticing aroma wafting through the air. The flavor was delightful. Despite the lack of abundant ingredients, it far surpassed the taste of those compressed biscuits. Well done, Tuan Tuan, Lin Feng encouraged as he savored the meal. It was not solely me. Sister Su and Sister Wei contributed significantly as well, Tuan Tuan replied with a smile, graciously sharing the credit. Wei Ran quietly pushed her food around, confirming that Lin Feng had indeed been of assistance. For instance, in chopping wood, Su Mingling looked on with envy, surprised that Lin Feng had even fried rice, while she and Yang Yinyan sometimes found themselves hungry. As she ate, Lin Feng suddenly recalled that he had a few bags of flour and some cured meats stashed away in his old house. Perhaps he should bring them over to enhance their meals. By the way, Su Sun, how are the others? I remember there's a girl named Yang Yinyan, right? Lin Feng casually inquired while enjoying his fried rice. Just call me Mingling. I haven't been a patrol officer for quite some time, Su Mingling replied softly, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Nian Yin is in the northern district, and the others are there as well. How did you all manage to deal with that demon when you encountered it? Lin Feng asked gravely, recalling how he had been unable to help during that critical moment. After we parted ways with you, we didn't go far before we encountered a base unit. The demon appeared, but, though furious, it didn't dare to pursue us further, Su Mingling recounted. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng finally exhaled in relief. It was fortunate that nothing had gone awry. Just as he was about to continue speaking, a sudden knock echoed from outside, accompanied by the growls of a beast. Lin Feng's expression hardened. Who could possibly be seeking him at this hour? Continue eating. I'll go take a look. Should I accompany you? Wei Ran asked, a hint of concern in her voice. No need. Just enjoy your meal. With that, Lin Feng headed outside. Upon opening the door, he found 3 figures standing in the courtyard. A casually dressed holy mage, Zhu Yin, smiled quietly at him, while beside her, a seer with long hair obscured her face, donning a hat that concealed her features. Lin Feng, is this your pig? It's already at the commander level. Shouldn't it be ready for consumption? A handsome young man stood beneath the sandalwood tree, playfully stroking the head of a skeletal porcupine. Bai Yulong, what brings you here? Lin Feng's expression soured. The arrival of this individual was rarely a harbinger of good news. Why shouldn't I come? This is Zhu Yin's house, after all. It's practically mine as well, Bai Yulong replied, kicking the skeletal porcupine aside as he turned to inspect the sandalwood tree. A tree capable of reaching the level of a wandering corpse. Are there even plant-based undead? To be honest, I have to admire you, Lin Feng. Whether it's raising pigs or planting trees, you seem quite adept, Bai Yulong remarked. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt an overwhelming urge to kick him in the face. What do you mean by adept at raising pigs? Hurry up and speak. I'm busy eating. Zhu Yin shook her head in exasperation. These two were like sworn enemies, always needing to bicker to feel at ease. Eating? That's perfect. We haven't had a meal either. Upon hearing the mention of food, Bai Yulong instantly lost interest in the sandalwood tree. His nose twitched as he inquired about the meal's flavor, disregarding Lin Feng's protests and bolting into the villa. Wow, Lin Feng, you're impressive. You've even got fried rice. Do you have any left? I'd love a bowl, Bai Yulong asked without any pretense. There's more. Tuan Tuan found herself at a loss, taken aback by the unexpected arrival of an impudent individual. Upon recognizing Bai Yulong, the most powerful figure in the Han City base, both Su Mingling and Wei Ran's expressions shifted, perplexed as to why he had come to Lin Feng's residence. Shortly thereafter, Lin Feng entered with a sullen demeanor, followed by Zhu Yin and the seer, who stood respectfully behind him, in stark contrast to Bai Yulong's casualness. The sight of these two further stunned Su Mingling and Wei Ran, as it was bewildering for such influential figures to gather at Lin Feng's home. Such a beautiful sister, exclaimed the youngest child upon seeing Zhu Yin, their face lighting up with joy, clearly enamored by her presence. I shall fetch 2 more bowls of rice. Wei Ran, somewhat flustered, was evidently at a loss regarding the purpose of these esteemed guests. However, it was clear they had come to seek Lin Feng, and as one of his associates, she knew she must maintain decorum. Thank you, Zhu Yin graciously accepted, her ethereal presence unable to resist the allure of the food. At that moment, Bai Yulong emerged with a bowl of rice, his face brimming with pride. I told you, arriving at this moment would certainly yield a meal. The children, displaying remarkable understanding, swiftly arranged 3 chairs, allowing the 3 adults to sit. The once spacious elongated dining table now felt somewhat cramped. Soon after, Wei Ran served Zhu Yin and the seer each a bowl of fried rice, and they wasted no time in indulging. Regardless of your intentions, I shall not interfere. If necessary, I can escort them to the capital, as I believe you have connections there, Lin Feng stated, taking a sip of water, his expression unwavering. Ultimately, Lin Feng's selfishness shone through. He did not endorse Bai Yulong's actions. The 2 girls, previously tormented by Jin Biao, sat at the corner of the table, heads bowed as they picked at their food. After several days of Wei Ran's guidance, they had gradually begun to calm down. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Bai Yulong set down his bowl, visibly pained. It is difficult for me as well, he replied, a hint of frustration evident. As long as you tolerate Jin Biao's actions, we can never stand united. If your notion of survival involves sacrificing some for the sake of others, allowing for the trampling of the innocent, then let them all perish. I, Lin Feng, am no saint and have no desire to assume that role. As he spoke, he continued to eat. Yet he was the only one able to do so amidst the heavy atmosphere. His apocalyptic sentiments sent a shiver through everyone present. Zhu Yin frowned. Ultimately exhaling a deep sigh, Lin Feng's arrival at the base coincided with such troubling events, leaving her at a loss for words. The seer's expression was grim. Unlike Zhu Yin, he was aware of the situation but did not view it as problematic, acknowledging Jin Biao's formidable strength, which they desperately needed at the time. Had it not been for Lin Feng's sword that severed the opposition, they would surely have attained the third level by now. He believed that sacrificing a few was a necessary consequence. Bai Yulong remained silent, merely observing Lin Feng, his aura somewhat unstable. Yet, when his gaze fell upon the two girls at the corner of the table, an unusual pang of guilt washed over him. Was his course of action truly misguided? Suddenly, he glanced at Tuan Tuan and Wei Ran, recalling that Jin Biao had also abducted them. Had it not been for Lin Feng's timely intervention, the outcome could have been catastrophic. Very well, I understand now, he declared, turning to stride towards the door, his countenance tinged with despondency, lacking the previous vigor. The seer stood, casting a fleeting glance at the two young women, uttering nothing as he prepared to depart. Lu Chun, should you dare to harm them, I shall ensure that not a single bone of yours remains intact. Calculating and scheming, he was but a futile entity. Lin Feng remained composed, once again delivering a grand proclamation. The seer's form suddenly froze. Just moments ago, he had indeed contemplated eliminating the two girls, for they were the source of his myriad troubles. He had believed his actions were shrouded in secrecy, yet Lin Feng had unveiled his intentions. You possess great potential. What a pity, he remarked, turning to exit. Only Zhu Yin remained in the room, astonished that what should have been a simple meal had spiraled into such chaos. Oh, mage, refrain from uttering such words. With your multitude of shortcomings, I, Lin Feng, am hardly in a position to judge you. I must also extend my gratitude for the grand villa you have bestowed upon us. Zhu Yin chuckled at this, finding him less intolerable than she had thought. The meal was delightful. I shall take my leave now. If possible, do lend a hand, not for my sake, but for all those who survive in Han City. With that, Zhu Yin departed. Regarding her request, Lin Feng neither acquiesced nor outright refused. Who could tell? If these individuals were to incite my displeasure, perhaps I would simply eliminate them all. Continue eating. These three will only cause disruption, Lin Feng remarked with a smile, resuming his enjoyment of the fried rice. Tuan Tuan and Wei Ran merely exchanged smiles, indifferent to the situation. At worst, they would accompany Lin Feng. However, Su Mingling found herself deep in thought. The two girls lowered their heads, unnoticed by others, as tears of gratitude silently coursed down their cheeks. After the meal, Lin Feng retired for a nap, exhausted from the previous day. Upon awakening, it was already noon. Wei Ran was absent, but he seemed to have glimpsed two pieces of women's clothing. Could it be that Wei Ran wished to share his bed? A sudden wave of delight washed over Lin Feng, as his consciousness sank into his mind. Apart from the eternally unchanged skill panel, an additional object appeared beside it. A dark, ominous drum with an indeterminate material for its body, adorned with crooked patterns. Was evidently not an ordinary artifact. With a mere thought, the magical item manifested in his hands. Lin Feng had encountered various magical tools, yet none seemed to rival the quality of this abyssal drum in his possession. Upon acquiring the object, Lin Feng was immediately struck by a malevolent aura, evoking memories of the blood that summoned this cursed artifact. This was far from a favorable omen. Should Lin Feng utilize the fallen sound drum to ascend to level 4, he risked being ensnared by the demonic path, a grim prospect indeed. You appear rather discontent. A child's voice interrupted his contemplation. Startled, he looked up to see the same little girl perched on the bed, regarding him with a bemused expression. What are you? Lin Feng questioned warily. Having never encountered a magical item with sentience before, its uniqueness was undeniable. Me? I am merely a fragment of a soul residing within this artifact, the girl replied candidly. With the fallen sound drum now in Lin Feng's possession, her fate was inextricably linked to his. A soul? Lin Feng was taken aback, surprised to hear the term in this context. To explain, I was once an entity of the demon realm. Yet I fell victim to treachery and was forced to inhabit this instrument. Do not be alarmed. I have merged with the artifact and cannot harm you, she added with a hint of resignation. Lin Feng quietly scrutinized the authenticity of her words, feeling a sense of unease. He would have preferred the fallen sound drum to be a mere magical tool. Are all magical artifacts derived from the same source? Why then do you present yourself now? He questioned, his expression betraying his distrust. Do not wear that expression. We coexist in this realm. If you provide me with sufficient blood or souls, I can bestow upon you great power, she proposed. But before she could finish, Lin Feng swiftly drew his sword, Dragon Abyss, preparing to strike the fallen sound drum. More blood? Souls? To hell with that, he retorted vehemently. What are you doing? The girl gazed at him in sheer horror, perceiving him as a madman. She had merely suggested an exchange of power, and he was poised to attack. Moreover, the girl was dumbfounded. She sensed the sword's formidable energy, which could undoubtedly obliterate the fallen sound drum. It was a magical artifact she held in high regard, yet it was now threatened by a mere human boy. When had she, a demon lord, ever felt so belittled? There is nothing to discuss. Your kind has ravaged Earth to this extent, and you expect me to negotiate with you? Have you lost your mind? Lin Feng scoffed. Millions of lives extinguished, leaving fewer than 20,000. You were once formidable. Yet killing you would only be advantageous. It is merely a magical artifact. After all, more exist. The girl was left utterly bewildered by Lin Feng's words. What manner of world had she chosen to inhabit? No, you cannot kill me. Fear flickered across her face. She had believed victory was assured. Yet reality was far more daunting than her expectations. You must not slay me. I possess what the demon lord desires. If I perish, he will sense it instantaneously, and a host of demon lords will come hunting. Chapter 75. The demon lords packed. Lin Feng let out a cold laugh. Who could discern the truth behind this fellow's words? The demon lord, a being far more formidable than a mere lord, could not possibly traverse realms at this time. Were that the case, the powerful demons and zombies would have already overrun the earth. Do you think I am a fool? Such a being cannot manifest here now. The little girl's expression shifted dramatically, clearly taken aback by Lin Feng's knowledge of this matter. One would think that the inhabitants of this world were still oblivious to the existence of the demon lord. Cursed fate! What kind of individual has she encountered? How do you know this? The little girl fixed her gaze on Lin Feng, suspicion etched across her face. He was indeed quite peculiar. This sword could actually inflict harm upon her. Enough with the questions. 1 year from today, you shall meet your demise. With that, Lin Feng pondered the futility of prolonging their conversation. Such an entity could be dispatched with a single strike. It was the simplest solution. I'm not lying to you. If I die, the demon lord will undoubtedly sense the situation here. Even if he cannot come himself, he will send a multitude of subordinates. You are undeniably powerful. But if a legion of peak commanders, peak war generals, or even peak lords were to arrive, are you certain you could handle them? As realization dawned upon her that Lin Feng was genuinely prepared to end her life, the little girl succumbed to panic. Lin Feng felt a headache coming on upon hearing her words. If what the girl said were true, then killing her would undoubtedly bring endless calamity upon Han City. What a nuisance! Had he known, he would have asked nothing and simply ended it with a single stroke. Then why have you come to our diminutive world? Lin Feng, refusing to lower his guard, continued his inquiry. The little girl, contemplating her predicament, thought it absurd that a demon lord was being interrogated by a mere human. What of the dignity of a demon lord? However, upon seeing the sword in Lin Feng's hand, she conceded. A demon must bow its head when under another's roof. When I was vanquished by 3 demon lords, I chose an inconspicuous world to escape to, unaware that the world S will still existed here. You natives possess a modicum of vitality, which directly severed my aura. Yet, this has its drawbacks. I am unable to wield magic, much less materialize a body, and can only attach myself to this magical item. Though Lin Feng was internally shaken, he maintained his composure. From the girl's words, it appeared that the demon realm was not only invading Earth, but was simultaneously targeting other worlds as well. What, then, is this world will? He had never encountered such a concept in his previous life. What is the world as well? Lin Feng inquired with curiosity. You are unaware of the world as well? Do you think the abilities you possess originated from nowhere? They were bestowed upon you by the world S will to fend off the incursions of the demon realm and the realm of the undead. The little girl paused momentarily, her expression one of bewilderment. It is rather strange, though, that your world would allow both the realm of the undead and the demon realm to invade simultaneously. What is so strange about that? Lin Feng retorted, unfazed. What difference did it make whether it was 1 or 2? Neither could be defeated. The distinctions are stark. Whether it be the demon realm or the land of the undead, both are inherently selfish and seldom inclined to share with others. Cooperation only arises when neither the undead nor the demons possess the means to consume this world independently. At this juncture, the young girl's expression suddenly darkened. If this were indeed the case, her presence here was nothing short of self-inflicted torment. Observing the sword in Lin Feng's hand, it dawned on her that her conjecture might hold true. Is Earth truly so exceptional? Lin Feng pondered, having previously speculated that it might relate to the one who forged the dragon abyss. But what of it? Currently, he was incapable of vanquishing these demonic entities, rendering such thoughts futile. I present you with two choices. First, I will cast you into the land of the undead. Second, you may forge a pact with me and acknowledge me as your master, Lin Feng stated coldly. Given the option, he would have preferred to eliminate this creature outright. Are you jesting? You expect me, a demon lord, to recognize you as my sovereign? The girl scoffed, convinced Lin Feng had lost his sanity. As for the land of the undead, could a mere human dictate its fate? Noting the incredulity etched across her features, Lin Feng chose not to argue further and initiated the summoning of the undead. Naturally, the commanding undead re-established the connection, yet before uttering a word, Lin Feng severed the link. At his current level of power, he was ill-equipped to grapple with whatever schemes lay in wait, even in the absence of malice. He preferred to avoid dealings with them for now. The land of the undead was not going anywhere. He could revisit it once he grew stronger. He summoned a 2-star wandering corpse, which surprisingly took the form of a simian creature. Without a second thought, he tossed a magical artifact its way. The girl stared in terror at Lin Feng and the undead simian before her. What manner of being was this, capable of summoning undead creatures? Take him back and deliver him to your lord, Lin Feng commanded, unperturbed by any potential schemes, for a mere lord could hardly challenge her. Even if it proved difficult, the lord would likely be acquainted with even more formidable entities. Lin Feng was resolute that this creature would not escape unscathed, perishing in the land of the undead. The demon lords should cease their pursuit of him thereafter. Just as he contemplated initiating another summoning to dispatch the simian back, the girl suddenly knelt before Lin Feng. Do not send me there. Let us sign the contract directly. Overcome with emotion, she collapsed to the ground and began to weep. Lin Feng regarded her with no trace of pity, thinking to himself, what an insufferable wretch. Surrender a fragment of your master soul. Do not dawdle, he remarked with a sardonic smile. Having some understanding of contract binding from his previous life, he knew that possession of a fragment of the master soul granted dominion over life and death. You are aware of this? The girl exclaimed in despair. Relinquishing her master soul would mean her very existence was now at Lin Feng's mercy. Do not make me repeat myself. As he spoke, a radiant light flickered, and the aura of the land of the undead surged forth once more. Consumed by despair, the girl cried out in anguish and tore away a fragment of her master soul. She was acutely aware that if she continued to speak, Lin Feng, this madman, would undoubtedly cast her into the realm of the dead. A severely wounded demon king entering that world would surely meet a tragic end. Lin Feng extracted a drop of blood, merging it with a wisp of the purple mane soul, which instantaneously formed into a complex script that drifted toward Lin Feng's brow and vanished. The contract was complete. Lin Feng smiled, sensing that with a mere thought, this entity would certainly perish. Indeed, acquiring a demon king as a servant was an unexpected delight. The little girl lost a fragment of her main soul, rendering her form significantly more ethereal. Regardless of her previous name, you shall henceforth be known as Little Purple, Lin Feng declared as he stowed away the abyssal drum, waving his hand to summon the spectral monkey back to the realm of the dead. In that realm, the spectral monkey appeared bewildered, pondering what had just transpired. Little Purple? The little girl nearly spat blood, appalled by such a nonsensical name. Yet, before she could voice her protest, Lin Feng promptly retracted the abyssal drum. Chapter 76. The girl is not bad, although Little Purple had a myriad of words to express. Without the support of the abyssal drum, her form swiftly faded into nothingness. As the girl vanished, Lin Feng felt an immediate stillness envelop the world. Due to the presence of the Demon King, Lin Feng resolved not to utilize the abyssal drum for the time being. It was far too perilous. Having made his decision, Lin Feng descended the stairs, only to discover that the personnel from the Genetic Research Institute had been waiting for him. They were eager for him to provide today's supply of zombies, specifically requesting one of commander level. Lin Feng, though reluctant, complied, feeling somewhat obligated as he had already taken several second-generation enhancement potions in recent days. Fortunately, his stamina for summoning zombies had significantly improved, or else he would have found himself utterly exhausted today. Regaining his composure, Lin Feng decided to assist Su Mingling in procuring a set of enhancement potions and to check on Yang Yin and the others. Are you going out again? Wei Ran inquired with a look of dismay. Lin Feng was indeed busy, yet with 7 or 8 children at home, both girls required her attention. Did they truly consider her a mere nanny? They even mentioned helping her awaken her 4th skill and advance to level 3. Indeed, men were fickle creatures, easily swayed by appearances. Lin Feng rubbed his nose, recalling certain matters, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, but he genuinely lacked the time. Zombies and monsters were relentless in their chaos. Go on, go on. You must take me with you tomorrow. I don't wish to fall too far behind. Wei Ran ultimately relented, waving Lin Feng off. With this, Lin Feng exhaled in relief. Observing this scene, Su Mingling couldn't help but find it amusing. Lin Feng dared to disregard by Yulong and others, yet seemed quite apprehensive around Wei Ran, who was only at level 2. Be careful, Su Mingling gently cautioned. Warm bed girl. Lin Feng chuckled, not taking it to heart. Su Mingling paused for a moment, perplexed by the phrase warm bed girl. As the two individuals wandered without a clear purpose, Su Mingling felt a tinge of melancholy. Their path led them to the Gene Research Institute, where they encountered Lin Feng once more. A throng of people immediately surrounded him, eager to barter for enhancement potions. Su Mingling was taken aback. It appeared that prominent figures from various factions had come to curry favor with Lin Feng, leaving her with a surreal sense of disbelief. Notably, 2 female demon hunters, whose delicate sensibilities revealed the unusual nature of her relationship with Lin Feng, approached her in a bid for goodwill. One of the young women, strikingly beautiful, remarked on Lin Feng's good fortune. May I? She asked, grasping Su Mingling's arm with a smile. At some point, a resplendent blue dagger appeared in her hand, quite the exquisite piece. This is a trophy from a 2-star demon I hunted, crafted from one of its horns. While it may not possess great value, its beauty is undeniable, and it would be a shame for it to go to waste. I wish to gift it to you. Dear sister, the huntress said nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Su Mingling's instincts kicked in. Having served as an inspector, she was not easily deceived by such trivial antics. She was no stranger to the ways of the world. Nonetheless, the dagger was indeed beautiful. Lin Feng found the scene amusing. These individuals truly were entertaining. I cannot accept this, Su Mingling began to refuse, but her words were swiftly interrupted by Lin Feng. Take it. It is quite lovely and suits you well, he chuckled. However, Su Mingling frowned. Accepting such a gift would complicate matters for Lin Feng. Fear not, I have some influence at the Institute. Acquiring another 1st-generation enhancement potion should pose no difficulty. Lin Feng reassured her with a smile, subtly indicating that the 2nd-generation potions held far greater worth than a mere dagger. The female demon hunter, upon hearing Lin Feng's words, could hardly contain her delight, relieved that her gamble had paid off. Oh, dear sister, do accept it. This dagger possesses a calming aura, she insisted, promptly thrusting the blue dagger into Lin Feng's hands. With a dazed expression, Su Mingling accepted the dagger, finding it quite suitable for her. Thank you all for your kindness, but I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave, she said, and with that, Lin Feng guided her into the Gene Research Institute. Su Mingling could hardly believe her eyes as she boldly walked into the most enigmatic place within the Han City base. Upon entering, she was approached by a man in a lab coat, Deputy Director Chen Wan. What brings you here again? Chen Wan asked, somewhat exasperated. It seemed Lin Feng truly believed he was the deputy director, returning multiple times a day as if it were not enough. I'm here to collect some enhancement potions. Lin Feng replied with a silly grin. Upon hearing that Lin Feng sought more potions, Chen Wen's expression changed dramatically. Was this man not pushing his luck? In just 2 days, he had provided 20 low-level zombies and 1 leader-level zombie, yet he had already taken 5 sets of enhancement potions. This was an insatiable abyss. If this were sold to the military, I wonder how many resources it could fetch. Observing Chen Wen's expression, Lin Feng felt a twinge of guilt. He had indeed been somewhat excessive lately. However, there are limits to summoning undead creatures. He couldn't truly drain him dry. Casting a glance at Lin Feng, Chen Wen took a deep breath, stifling the urge to forcibly eliminate him. Speak, how much do you want a day? 2Y2S and 3Y1S. Why don't you just go rob someone? Do you have any idea how much resources your demands would require? Chen Wen was furious. Lin Feng genuinely treated the Genetic Research Institute as an endless source of funds, casually tossing out numbers. Su Mingling was taken aback. Lin Feng seemed rather difficult to deal with here, which was, Of course, partly due to Lin Feng's excessive requests. Before Lin Feng could respond, a sudden voice echoed from within the Genetic Research Institute. Let him take it, but you must summon another commander-level undead. Upon hearing the voice, Chunwen was somewhat taken aback. Indeed, the voice belonged to Director Du Qingping. See, Director Du is magnanimous, Lin Feng mumbled. Nearly exasperating Chun went to the point of fury. Yet Lin Feng was also in a predicament. He had just summoned a commander-level undead, and summoning another felt like a considerable strain. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to persevere for the sake of enhancing the potion. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the undead. A flash of white light revealed an undead turtle appearing within the formation. Looking around in bewilderment, it had just been in the water. Where am I? Before it could process its surroundings, Chenwen seized its tail and dragged it into the laboratory. Su Mingling watched this scene, feeling an inexplicable twinge of sympathy. Someone, fetch his potions. Chunwen wished to avoid seeing Lin Feng any longer. Each encounter filled him with ire. Upon summoning another commander-level undead, Lin Feng's complexion turned somewhat pale. The exertion was significant. Before long, a researcher brought the potions to Lin Feng, regarding him with a peculiar gaze. When they spotted Su Mingling, however, they seemed relieved, whispering, "Buddy, nice one." The girl is impressive. Chapter 77. Farewell, Zhou Zhun. Hearing the lad's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Was he here to flirt? Before Lin Feng could retort, the individual departed with a knowing look. What did he say? Su Mingling inquired curiously, sensing that these two had something going on. Nothing. All right, this place is secure. Let us enhance here before heading out. Lin Feng directly interrupted Su Mingling's thoughts. Although there was nothing to disclose, it was better for her not to know. The corners of Su Mingling's mouth curled slightly. She had already overheard the conversation and was merely teasing. However, when she saw Lin Feng truly present her with 2 enhancement potions, she felt a bit flustered. This gift was rather weighty. Alas, my debts of gratitude seem to be piling up. Since I can't repay them, I might as well not worry about it. From now on, whenever Lin Feng is in need, she will exert her utmost effort. Realizing this, Su Mingling promptly extracted a strengthening potion and injected it into her body. Lin Feng stood by, silently observing the transformations in Su Mingling. Although she had not advanced to level 3, her 4 skills were fully upgraded, indicating that Su Mingling had grand aspirations. Following this enhancement, she had reached the pinnacle of level 2 and was poised to attempt a rise to 3 stars. Half an hour later, Su Mingling successfully absorbed her first strengthening potion, resulting in an approximate 10% increase in her strength. While a mere 10% may seem modest, every fraction counts. Transitioning from level 2 to 3 could yield significant differences. Although the ascent from level 2 to 3 is somewhat unpredictable, a stronger foundation often leads to a superior secondary class upon promotion. Of course, suitability is another matter entirely, but the essence of the class is undoubtedly enhanced. Subsequently, Su Mingling commenced the injection of her second potion, specifically designed for level 3. The moment it was injected, her reaction was intense. She gritted her teeth, displaying evident pain. The potion is forcibly altering your physical structure. Endure it, Lin Feng explained from the side. Su Mingling nodded with great difficulty. What was this pain compared to the time she had endured a crushing blow to her chest? Suddenly, a somewhat familiar voice called from behind. Hey, Lin Feng. Lin Feng tensed, shielding Su Mingling, and turned to see none other than Zhou Zhan, who he had not encountered since their initial meeting at school. Brother Zhou, you two have come to exchange for strengthening potions? Indeed, it took considerable effort to gather materials for a single Y2 potion, unlike you, who simply arrived with 5. Zhou Zhan replied with a hint of exasperation. The disparity in their circumstances was stark. Only they understood the extent of their struggles to procure those materials. Well, I can only attribute it to luck, Lin Feng remarked, somewhat surprised by Zhou Zhan's presence, recognizing that his strength was formidable, even capable of contending with mid-level commanders. It was not surprising, given he had been privy to information from the onset of the Blood Rain, making his weaker status hard to fathom. Furthermore, Zhou Zhan had paid a considerable price to rescue Lu Ling, thus acquiring a strengthening potion should not pose an issue. By the way, I've been meaning to find you. The lady asked me to convey a message. She mentioned that although your friend in Shangjing doesn't openly discuss it, he is safe and sound, Zhou Zhan relayed. Lin Feng felt a surge of surprise. He had not anticipated receiving news about Wulong here. Hearing that he was safe brought a sense of relief. Although Shangjing had not been breached by zombies, the true danger there was not the undead. He always harbored a suspicion that during his previous life, he had been surrounded by zombies due to someone's underhanded machinations. After all, why did the beast tide erupt just after he left the city? There had been no forewarning at all. However, it was impossible to discern who was targeting him without first arriving in Shangjing. Thank you, Brother Wu. Please also extend my gratitude to Qin Lan and let Wu Long know I am well, he concluded. No problem, these are mere trifles. Zhou Zhun glanced at Lin Feng, then at Su Mingling, who stood behind him, his expression betraying a hesitance to speak. I shall not intrude upon you further, he said. Lin Feng nodded, perceptive enough to sense that Zhou Zhun had something unsaid, yet he chose not to pry. Another half-hour passed before Su Mingling finally absorbed the entirety of the potion's energy. Lin Feng regarded the woman before him with a serious demeanor. What is it? Is there a problem? Despite Su Mingling's adeptness at reading expressions, Lin Feng's countenance startled her. Could there have been an issue with the absorption of the potion? That would be a significant problem. Lin Feng's exclamation startled Su Mingling, but before she could inquire, he suddenly shifted his expression, smiling. You've become even more beautiful. Look at your waist, it appears slimmer than before. And your legs, without a doubt, they are longer. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Su Mingling was initially taken aback, but quickly realized he was teasing her. A blush crept onto her cheeks. He was undeniably annoying. Not only did he want to touch, but now he wanted to look as well. However, when she instinctively touched her waist, a flicker of delight surged within her. It seemed Lin Feng spoke the truth. Her waist had indeed become a tad slimmer. Even her legs appeared more elongated and shapely. Humph. No more looking. Fear not. This is merely the enhancement potion optimizing your genetics and physique, Lin Feng explained while stealing glances. He noticed that Su Mingling, after the injection, had indeed grown more enchanting. But sensing her reproachful gaze, he quickly changed the subject. Ahem, well, the potion has been absorbed sufficiently. Let us go check on Yang Yin Yin and the others. It has been a while. I have missed that girl. Humph, I shall let you off for now. Let us go. Our base is not far from here. The two exited the research facility, and Lin Feng did not forget the female demon hunter, promptly locating her amidst the crowd. Of course, I cannot give it to you for free. I have my conditions, he whispered. Deliver 100 units of compressed biscuits. Absolutely no problem. The female demon hunter readily agreed. Although compressed biscuits were precious, their value paled in comparison to 10 corpses of wandering zombies. Even with the dagger he had previously gifted Su Mingling, she had still made a significant profit. After handing over AY1 to the female demon hunter, Lin Feng and the others made their way to Su Mingling's base. The Han City base was not extensive, occupying less than 1/10 of the city's area, with half designated as a military control zone. It was not long before they reached their destination. Su Mingling's base was a modest 2-story building located in the northern part, somewhat dilapidated. Observing the scene before him, Lin Feng felt a sense of nostalgia. He had resided in a similar small building in his previous life. Get out. This place belongs to our Wolf Alliance. A sudden roar erupted from within the 2-story building, causing both of them to pale in shock. Trouble was afoot. Upon hearing the sound, Lin Feng and Su Mingling rushed forth, heading directly towards the 2-story building. At that moment, 2 imposing figures stood before the crowd, while one man lay on the ground, clutching his chest in agony. The individual on the ground was the black-clad king, Lin Sun, who had been rescued by Su Mingling and her companions and had since remained by her side. With Su Mingling and Deputy Inspector Zhou Hu absent, he found himself the strongest in the small building and could not afford to retreat. However, being merely at level 2, he was no match for the 2 level 3 hulks, and after exchanging only a few blows, he was sent sprawling to the ground. Seeing this, Yang Yin Yin was immediately alarmed, her eyes brimming with tears. The hulking men, upon noticing Yang Yin Yin, displayed expressions of surprise, not having anticipated encountering such beauty in this place. They felt fortunate, as the young woman was indeed striking. Do not worry, you may remain, provided you serve us well, and we shall ensure you are well fed and cared for. One of them reached out towards Yang Yin Yin. Never having encountered such a scene, Yang Yin Yin was terrified, her complexion paling. Yet, with Lin's son behind her, she feared for his safety. The others in the room were equally frantic, attempting to rush over to protect Yang Yin Yin. But the other hulking man unleashed a punch, sending everyone flying across the room. The disparity in strength was overwhelming. In a corner, an older woman wore a look of terror, believing that this was truly the end. Seizing the moment, she dashed forward to seize Yang Yin. "My lords, this girl is nothing but a worthless wretch." Before she could finish, a streak of dark light pierced her forehead, instantly obliterating her entire head. Outside, Lin Feng and Su Mingling approached slowly, with Su Mingling herself having unleashed the fatal blow, her eyes ablaze with fury. She had never anticipated that despite having brought the older woman from the fallen zone, she would betray them, even attempting to subject Yang Yin to such indignities. It was utterly despicable, and her anger had never flared so intensely. Lin Feng cast a cold glance at the older woman, having long found her presence intolerable. Her demise could only be seen as a fitting consequence. Yang Yin had initially been terrified, but upon seeing her saviors, her tension eased. Whether it was due to the sight of Su Mingling or Lin Feng, a stream of restorative water cascaded over Lin's son, his previously severe injuries nearly mending in an instant. "Mingling, leave this to me. You take them to safety," Lin Feng instructed, handing 2 boxes containing enhancement potions to Sheng Li. Understanding Lin Feng's capabilities and recognizing her own limitations in aiding him, Su Mingling willingly stepped aside, not wishing to distract him. "Kid, are you a healer?" The 2 men, instead of feeling fear, were now somewhat exhilarated upon witnessing Lin Feng's abilities. They had not expected to encounter a healer here. If they could take him back, the leader of the Heavenly Wolf Alliance would surely reward them handsomely. Moreover, another beauty arrived. With just a glance exchanged with Su Mingling, both felt their bodies ablaze with desire, truly an exquisite sight. Although Lin Feng also appeared to be at level 3, they paid him no heed whatsoever. A healer, while undoubtedly significant, was merely a hindrance in this context. Observing the 2, Lin Feng wore a look of disdain, unwilling to utter a single word. With a swift motion, Long Yuan was drawn, and a flash of sword light illuminated the air as Lin Feng executed a 27-strike combo, a sequence he had mastered long ago. In an instant, the blade swept through the air, and a burly man clutched his neck in terror. It was all too swift. Lin Feng's sword was impossibly fast. So rapid was the strike that he had no time to react before his neck was severed, rendering his formidable defenses utterly futile against Lin Feng's blade. The other man stood frozen in fear, bewildered by the monstrous power they had provoked. After all, they were both at level 3. Moreover, they were proficient in defense. Yet they had fallen so easily to a single stroke. "No, you cannot kill me. I am a member of the Heavenly Wolf Alliance." The remaining man, once fierce, now trembled and begged for mercy before Lin Feng. Upon hearing the mention of the Heavenly Wolf Alliance, Lin Feng's disdain intensified. He was well aware of this faction, a collective of thugs notorious for their nefarious deeds, often robbing and terrorizing the innocent, leaving countless victims like Yang Yin in their wake. Damn the Heavenly Wolf Alliance. "You shall wait below. Soon, all your comrades will join you." As the words left his lips, he struck again. This time, the man finally activated his defensive skill, raising a yellowish light shield before him. Crunch. The shield barely held for a moment before Long Yuan sliced through it effortlessly. After absorbing blood, the sword had become exceptionally sharp. It could even cleave through magical artifacts, let alone a mere light shield. As the blade passed, the man's head, filled with disbelief, fell to the ground. Even in death, he could not comprehend how his strongest defense had failed to withstand a single attack. As the body crumpled to the ground, Lin Feng gazed solemnly at Long Yuan in his hand, aware that it had grown even sharper after tasting blood. Was it a blood seal? Lin Feng pondered for a moment, finding little concern in the matter. In this apocalyptic world, slaughter was abundant, as was blood. Lin Feng, killing them like this may lead to trouble. Su Mingling approached, her expression grave as she regarded the 2 corpses. "Indeed, Lin Feng, you should leave. The Heavenly Wolf Alliance is formidable," Yang Yin added, regaining her composure and urging him to depart. "Leave? My dear bed warmer has been wronged. I cannot simply let this go," Lin Feng teased, gazing at Yang Yin. "What? Who is your bed warmer?" Yang Yin's face flushed with indignation. "So soon forgotten? Who is it that declared, as long as I cured Mingling, I could do as I pleased? Such a beautiful woman must certainly be brought back to warm my bed." Lin Feng grinned mischievously, recalling a certain declaration. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Yang Yin's face and neck flushed with embarrassment. She had indeed uttered those words. "But Sister Su, he bullied me." Yang Yin clung to Su Mingling's arm, too timid to look at Lin Feng. All right, do not tease Nian Yin any longer, Su Mingling chuckled. Lin Feng is simply mischievous. I did not flirt with her. She willingly agreed to my proposition. Should she run off with another man in the future, would I not suffer a great loss? Lin Feng feigned regret. As he spoke, Yang Yin could no longer bear Lin Feng's teasing and dashed back to her room. Su Mingling observed this scene and smiled helplessly, although her expression remained somewhat tense. The Heavenly Wolf Alliance, located in the northern base of Han City, ranks among the top 3 formidable forces. He understood that Lin Feng was powerful, yet the idea of him confronting the entire Heavenly Wolf Alliance single-handedly, which boasted hundreds of members, including a considerable number of third-tier fighters, was daunting. No worries, they are merely a bunch of trash. For now, focus on advancing to level 3. Lin Feng reassured Su Mingling, indicating that he would not recklessly assault the stronghold of the Heavenly Wolf Alliance alone. Seeing that Lin Feng was truly not acting impulsively, Su Mingling felt at ease to let Lin Sun and others handle the bodies of the ant and the 2 men before she proceeded to upgrade. Lin Feng sat in his living room, flanked by Lin Sun and Li Shui. Let us discuss the Heavenly Wolf Alliance, he proposed. Chapter 79. Attitude. Both Lin Sun and Li Shui possessed considerable strength, having reached the maximum stars in 3 skills, yet neither had chosen to break through. Clearly, both pursued something greater, aspiring to reach the maximum stars in 4 skills before advancing to level 3. The Heavenly Wolf Alliance is one of the 3 strongest factions in the north, with only the Qin family and the Wanshur Alliance capable of contending with them. Presently, all 3 factions are vying vigorously for territory. Li Shui spoke up. Lin Feng nodded, recognizing that this aligned with his prior knowledge. The Qin family was likely the organization to which Zhou Zhen belonged, a group he had not paid much attention to in his previous life. Continue. Originally, the Heavenly Wolf Alliance was not so arrogant, as they were kept in check by the Qin family and the Wanshur Alliance, forcing them to recruit personnel in a regulated manner. However, the Wanshur Alliance, in a bid to seize magical artifacts, dispatched nearly half of their capable fighters to the south, only to find that none returned, resulting in a significant reduction in their power. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. The misfortune of the Wanshur Alliance was quite remarkable. To venture into the south for magical artifacts and return empty-handed. What about the Qin family? With them around, surely the opposition would not be so audacious? Lin Feng inquired. Perplexed. The Qin family is rather enigmatic. They have deployed a substantial number of strong fighters in one location, and they are currently restrained there, unable to extricate themselves. Recently, I have seen Zhou Zhen recruiting people everywhere. As for what precisely they are doing, I am unaware. Even the experts they recruit are informed of the situation only prior to their departure, Li Shui lamented. The conditions they offer are indeed appealing. Any strong individual meeting the criteria is directly rewarded with a set of enhancement potions, Lin Sun added, interjecting his thoughts. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened, recalling his recent encounter with Zhou Zhen at the Gene Research Institute. It appeared he had discovered yet another formidable ally, and Zhou Zhen's demeanor suggested he had something significant to convey. However, the latter ultimately refrained from speaking. If given the opportunity, Lin Feng would indeed inquire about the matter that necessitated the involvement of so many powerful individuals. With 2 of the 3 factions facing turmoil, it was no wonder that the Heavenly Wolf Alliance was so brazen. Meanwhile, within a lavish villa, the leader of the Heavenly Wolf Alliance, Tian Lang, glared furiously at his subordinates gathered below. What did you say? The Copper Tiger and Iron Dragon have perished? One of his men stammered. It seems they were slain by someone wielding a sword, inside Su Mingling's 2-story abode. The 2 esteemed figures did not permit us entry. Shortly thereafter, 2 individuals broke in, and soon after, the bodies of our 2 lords were carried out. The member trembled, fully aware of their leader's volatile temper. A slight misstep could provoke a violent outburst. Su Mingling? She had been lacking motivation until now, and yet she dares to kill my men? It appears that little Vixen has ascended to level 3. He commanded swiftly. Dispatch an order immediately, regardless of their current tasks. Everyone must assemble outside Su Mingling's residence within the hour. I intend to demonstrate the severe consequences of provoking the Heavenly Wolf Alliance. At the Qin residence, Zhou Zhen had just learned of this alarming news. Su Mingling had always been a target of their ambitions, yet he had not anticipated her audacity to provoke the Heavenly Wolf Alliance at such a precarious moment. Zhou Zhen held a high regard for Su Mingling, believing that if fortune favored her, her strength post-ascension would be formidable. However, The current state of the Qin family was ill-suited for enmity with the Heavenly Wolf Alliance. At that moment, a voice broke the tension. Second brother. Our men outside Su Mingling's residence seemed to have spotted Lin Feng. Lin Feng. The Lin Feng who can summon the undead. Zhou Zhen's expression darkened with anger. Gather everyone immediately. Though our main forces are absent, we are not to be trifled with by the Heavenly Wolf Alliance. He fumed at the thought of Lin Feng entangled in this chaotic affair. Should Lin Feng perish under his watch, he would have no explanation for Qinlan. Second brother. We must protect Lin Feng at all costs. Zhou Zhen interjected, his voice resolute. The Wanshur Alliance had also received this news, but their losses were substantial. Upon learning of the events, they had no intention of intervening. After all, a single Su Mingling was not worth the risk of inciting the Heavenly Wolf Alliance. Nevertheless, they dispatched 2 Level 3 members to gather intelligence, affirming that the Wanshur Alliance still held its ground. Inside the small building, tension filled the air, yet Lin Feng remained unfazed, leisurely sipping his tea as if nothing were amiss. Eventually, Yang Yin could no longer contain herself and urged Lin Feng to flee, insisting that it was unwise to linger. There's no need for concern. Let them come, he replied nonchalantly. They must understand that this base is not governed by the so-called Heavenly Wolf Alliance. Should they choose to ignore us, they shall not blame me for the consequences. Although Lin Feng spoke with a smile, Lin Sun and the others felt an undercurrent of menace, uncertain about whom Lin Feng was referring to. Was it the Qin family, the Wanshur Alliance, or the Gene Research Institute? Come here, Yin. Lin Feng beckoned to Yang Yin. Ever since he had teased her, she seemed to be a bit fearful of him, daring to speak only from a distance. No, you must be plotting something sinister. Yang Yin shook her head. Her face flushed with embarrassment. What? Are your words not binding? You said yourself that I could ask you to do anything. I merely request you to sit beside me. Lin Feng's expression darkened, feigning anger. Yang Yin displayed a look of grievance. She had spoken without thinking to save Su Mingling, never expecting Lin Feng to hold her words against her. Lin Sun and Li Shui, seated nearby, felt as though they were on pins and needles, apprehensive that Lin Feng might truly lose control. After a moment of internal struggle, Yang Yin finally approached and sat beside Lin Feng, trembling all over. Lin Feng sensed her fear and shook his head in resignation. Did he truly appear as a lecherous man? Even if he coveted beauty, it was only for Su Mingling, as he viewed Yang Yin merely as a little sister. Here, take this Y1 Y2 type enhancement potion as a gift from me. Lin Feng patted the 2 boxes containing the enhancement potions, smiling helplessly as he stood and headed towards Su Mingling's room. He had already sensed that Su Mingling had successfully advanced in rank. Upon Lin Feng's departure, the 3 were left in stunned silence, particularly Yang Yin, who questioned whether she had misheard. Enhancement potions? A complete set, just given to her? They were genuinely bewildered. They understood the preciousness of such potions, recalling how Su Mingling had risked her life for a single Y1. Now, an entire set of enhancement potions lay before them, a reality they found hard to accept. Meanwhile, Lin Feng arrived outside Su Mingling's door, not rushing to enter. Of course, for Lin Feng, who possessed the eye of omniscience, it made little difference whether he entered or not. It was merely a matter of whether he wished to look. Shadow Spike. Not bad. What brings you here? Su Mingling was somewhat surprised, having just completed her advancement. How did Lin Feng know? I'm not quite sure, but the first skill is indeed quite powerful. Chapter 80. Waiting, seeking diamonds. Su Mingling felt a surge of excitement. She was very pleased with her new class. Shadow Spike likely had something to do with assassination. The first awakened skill, stealth, while lacking in offensive capability, was extremely useful. Once in a state of concealment, unless faced with someone whose power vastly exceeded her own, she would be nearly undetectable. With a thought, Su Mingling entered her stealth state, eager to see if Lin Feng could discern her presence, thus gaining a better understanding of her new ability. Then, Su Mingling vanished from Lin Feng's sight, leaving only a faint trace of her presence. Nonetheless, if Lin Feng concentrated fully, he could still detect the powerful life forces emanating from a certain location. When the all-seeing eye was activated, Su Mingling's figure materialized before him, revealing that despite her formidable concealment, she could not evade the scrutiny of the all-seeing eye. Indeed, at this stage, as long as he did not provoke those top-tier powerhouses, he would encounter little trouble. However, he needed to remain vigilant against demon hunters possessing unique detection methods, as they might also uncover his true form. If he continued to strengthen himself, reaching the pinnacle of 10 stars would allow this skill to truly manifest its power, securing his place among the elite in Han City. Lin Feng remarked, and then patted the now approaching Su Mingling. Humph, the effect is rather mediocre, isn't it? Even you couldn't keep it hidden. Su Mingling expressed her disappointment, surprised that Lin Feng had discovered her so easily. I am no weakling. In Han City, no one dares to claim they can defeat me. So don't compare me to you. Lin Feng, somewhat speechless, realized that Su Mingling still had much to learn about being an assassin. Seeing that her concealment was ineffective against Lin Feng, she chose to retract her abilities and reveal herself. I heard you gifted that set of enhancement potions to Yin Yin? Su Mingling was taken aback, not expecting Lin Feng to relinquish the precious potions he had obtained at such great cost so readily. Objects are inanimate. Only when applied to living beings do they hold value. I noticed that girl seemed fond of them, so I decided to gift her a set, Lin Feng explained. Su Mingling furrowed her brow. Fond of them? Yet she quickly regained her composure, recognizing the clarity in Lin Feng's gaze towards Yin Yin, understanding her earlier misjudgment. All right. It's your own possession, and it's her fortune. I shall not comment further. But what about the Heavenly Wolf Alliance? Upon mentioning the Heavenly Wolf Alliance, Su Mingling's expression grew serious once more, as they were indeed formidable adversaries. Perhaps you should consider departing. Depart? They have already arrived. What is the point of leaving? I wish to ascertain the capabilities of the Heavenly Wolf Alliance, Lin Feng retorted with a cold smile. With the all-powerful I fully activated. The situation surrounding the small building was laid bare before him. Dozens of figures surrounded the structure, some strong and others weak, with several third-tier individuals among them. Furthermore, more were continuously approaching, indicating that the Heavenly Wolf Alliance was determined to capture him. As they spoke, Lin Feng and Su Mingling descended the stairs. Upon seeing Lin Feng again, Yin Yin appeared somewhat flustered, overwhelmed by the immense value of the enhancement potions. Sister Su, just accept them. Lin Feng gifted them to you. He has plenty to spare. Su Mingling urged. Hey, what do you mean by plenty? I earned them bit by bit. Lin Feng rolled his eyes, as if the genetic research facility belonged solely to him. Su Mingling remained silent. She was well aware of the position of the deputy director. With a sudden flush of red around her eyes, Yang Yin Yin felt an overwhelming urge to cry. Lin Feng remained the first person, aside from Su Mingling, to treat her with such kindness. All right, quickly absorb this. A fierce battle may lie ahead. He gestured dismissively, uninterested in hearing any words of gratitude. You two should also advance to level 3. Your talents are limited, and you can only achieve a maximum of purple marks. Awakening 4 skills will be as challenging as scaling a mountain. Unlike Meng Ling, you have been stuck, which is detrimental to your progress. He imparted this wisdom, emphasizing that a single misstep could lead to a cascade of delays. We are in the era of level 3 now. Remaining stagnant at level 2 will only result in greater losses. After this reminder, Lin Feng chose to say no more. The decision was ultimately theirs to make. He then strode confidently out of the small building, while Su Mingling activated her concealment, vanishing instantly from everyone's sight. Lin Sun and Li Shui exchanged glances, contemplating the need to solidify their foundations further, as the benefits of advancing to level 3 seemed significant. Yet, it appeared that waiting indefinitely might cause them to miss out on even more valuable opportunities. Regardless, they resolved to elevate themselves to level 3 first and tackle the immediate challenges ahead. Outside, the streets that once bustled with people were now eerily deserted, as if cleared by an unseen force. Only a man clad in black stood before the building, exuding an aura of menace. Are you Lin Feng? He inquired. Lin Feng casually pulled a chair and sat before him, nodding in affirmation. Indeed. Did you kill the Copper Tiger and Iron Dragon? The black-clad figure's lips twitched at Lin Feng's nonchalance. This man was undeniably audacious. Was he ignorant of the power of the Celestial Wolf Alliance? Or did he possess backing that rendered him fearless of them? They had gathered sufficient intelligence on Lin Feng. Recognizing his ability to summon the undead and noting his formidable strength, as well as his favorable relations with the Gene Research Institute. In their estimation, if this was all he had, the Celestial Wolf Alliance had nothing to fear. Their status as one of the 3 major powers in the north was well earned, and they had their own strong fighters. Even if Lin Feng summoned a commanding monster, they were confident in their ability to handle it. You killed those 2 brutes? The man pressed. Yes, I dispatched them with a mere flick of my sword, Lin Feng replied casually. The black-clad man's expression turned grave. He was well aware of the prowess of the Copper Tiger and Iron Dragon. While they may not have matched Lin Feng, they were not easily vanquished. Could it be that they fell to him in a single blow? Nonsense, Xuanwu. Do not let him deceive you. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky, adorned in a fiery red dress and with cascading red hair. Although her figure was commendable, her beauty paled in comparison to that of Su Mingling. The newcomer was none other than Zhu Ke, one of the 4 great masters of the Celestial Wolf Alliance. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, reflecting on the undeniable strength of the Celestial Wolf Alliance, as another mid-level 3 powerhouse emerged, a rare sight indeed. Zhu Ke, you arrived quite promptly, he remarked. Xuanwu frowned slightly. With Zhu Ke's presence, it was evident that the other 2 would soon follow. With all 4 of the formidable warriors present, Lin Feng felt a surge of confidence. Knowing he could contend with them. Lin Feng, kneel and admit your fault now. Perhaps our leader will spare your life. Zhu Ke, with his fiery temper, was far less accommodating than Xuanwu. Lin Feng, undeterred by the threat posed by Zhu Ke, cast a glance at Su Mingling, who was concealed in the shadows, signaling her to refrain from acting hastily. This grand spectacle had only just commenced. Zhu Ke and Xuanwu were merely minor players, while the true formidable adversaries had yet to make their entrance. As Lin Feng remained unfazed by Zhu Qiue's words, a flicker of anger ignited within Zhu Ke. You shall surely meet your end today. Chapter 81. Heads will roll as time elapsed. The throng surrounding the small building grew ever larger, soon surpassing 100 individuals. Before long, a man clad in white approached, flanked by 40 to 50 followers. It was the arrival of Baihu. With Baihu's presence, the strength of the Tianlang alliance surged. Onlookers gathered outside, and upon witnessing the arrival of all 4 of Tianlang alliance's formidable generals, despair settled over the crowd. They believed Lin Feng's prospects had dwindled to nothing. Defeat was inevitable. Many lamented that, following this display of might, the Tianlang alliance was poised to become the preeminent power in the northern region, with no rival capable of challenging their supremacy. At the Genetic Research Institute, Chun Wen and his associates received the news, their heads throbbing with concern. This individual truly knew how to stir up trouble. They were aware of the Tianlang alliance's formidable strength. It was said that all 4 generals had already reached the mid-level of the 3rd tier, and their leader, Tianlang, likely had ascended to the latter stage of the same tier. LV Ling, wishing to speak, hesitated, remembering how Lin Feng had once risked his life to save her. However, Du Qingping abruptly interrupted her. Let him handle it himself. This matter is not as simple as it appears. Our Genetic Research Institute must maintain absolute neutrality. Otherwise, we would become the most coveted target in everyone's eyes. Frowning, LV Ling ultimately remained silent, recognizing the truth in Du Qingping's words. If the Genetic Research Institute failed to uphold its neutrality, it would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. That would herald the greatest catastrophe for the Institute. With a soft sigh, LV Ling resigned herself to the fact that she could not assist this time, yet she still retrieved her communicator to contact Zhou Zhan, hoping to secure Lin Feng's survival. In the eastern military camp, Bai Yulong similarly received the news, his expression darkening. He was aware of the movements of the Tianlang alliance, yet he never anticipated that Lin Feng would venture to the north. Was it for Su Mingling? My lord, this upheaval is significant. Should we intervene? Let us observe for now. The base is currently in disarray, providing an opportune moment to eliminate some disobedient individuals. Upon hearing Bai Yulong's words, the soldiers nearby exchanged anxious glances. Something monumental was indeed about to transpire. Outside the building, the 4 generals had assembled, and the number of Tianlang alliance members swelled to 300. Nearly all were present. The dense throng felt suffocating, and behind Lin Feng stood Lin Sun and Li Shui, both having successfully advanced to the 3rd tier, positioned on either side of him. Yang Yin continued to absorb the enhancement serum. The intense pain contorting her face did not elicit a single sound from her. Eager to fully assimilate the serum before joining the fray with her comrades, she pressed on. Although she was acutely aware that this time she might truly meet her demise, she resolved to perish alongside the others. Lin Feng, do you have any final words? Kneel, or at my command, you shall all perish. Zhu Ke roared, her voice echoing with such ferocity that the 300 members of the Tianlang alliance inched closer, their formidable presence instilling fear throughout the heavens and the earth. Observing this scene, Lin Feng could not help but reflect on the immense power of the Tianlang alliance. unless Bai Yulong himself intervened. Even a late-stage level 3 would be of no use. Seeing that Lin Feng still refused to acknowledge her, Zhu K's fury reached its zenith, and she was prepared to strike when a contingent unexpectedly burst onto the scene. Although they numbered only a little over 10, their presence threatened to tear apart the encirclement formed by the 300. Several level 3 members from the Tianlang Alliance quickly converged to confront the intruders. Zhou Zhen, I did not anticipate your arrival, Qing Long remarked with a cold sneer as he glanced towards the chaos. Had the Qin family been at their peak, they might have commanded some respect. However, with most of their formidable warriors absent, they were no longer a concern. If circumstances allowed, annihilating the Qin family today was not beyond the realm of possibility. You handle Lin Feng. I will intercept this fellow. Bai Hu lazily stretched before vanishing in an instant, heading towards Zhou Zhen's location. Zhou Zhen, save your strength. Your opponent today is me. The two engaged in battle immediately, a fierce confrontation looming as both were mid-level 3, creating quite a commotion. Zhou Zhen, looking at the lethargic figure before him, felt a wave of frustration. If not for the damned location sapping their strength, they would not be in such a predicament. Before long, 5 or 6 more individuals rushed in, weaving through Zhou Zhen's group. Among them was Zhou Hu, the deputy inspector who had just ascended to level 3. In comparison to the hundreds in the Tianlang Alliance, Zhou Hu and his companions stirred little more than ripples, unable to affect the overall outcome. In that moment, Lin Feng continued to sip his tea in serene silence. Lin Feng, is this the assistance you await? Zhu Ke sneered, her anger boiling over as she saw Lin Feng's continued indifference. With a wave of her hand, the 300 surged towards the small building. Suddenly, a level 3 demon hunter's head rolled to the ground, and the area around him was eerily devoid of life. He had met an inexplicable end. The sight of the severed head alone was enough to instill dread among the 300. With a series of swift, lethal sounds, sharp blades slicing through flesh, 3 more heads from the Tianlang Alliance fell, causing the crowd to retreat in fear. When faced with a powerful enemy, they could fight to the death. When confronted with a formidable foe, they could remain undaunted. However, when they could neither see their adversary nor comprehend when their own lives might be extinguished, even these reckless warriors felt a twinge of terror. Lin Feng smiled, acknowledging that Su Mingling's skill was exceedingly practical. A single individual had managed to subdue hundreds. The slaughter continues unabated. Every few seconds, a head falls to the ground. Su Mingling strikes and swiftly shifts her position to evade detection by the enemy. Zhao Hu, she is right before you. The Azure Dragon's third eye glimmers with a white orb, radiating light that instantly reveals Su Mingling's whereabouts. The Tianlang Alliance has grown to such a formidable scale, naturally attracting a plethora of talents. The Azure Dragon excels in reconnaissance, the Black Turtle in defense, the Vermilion Bird in offense, and the White Tiger in healing. Their synergy represents an unparalleled force. At this moment, the Azure Dragon's shout exposes Su Mingling's position, yet the man named Zhao Hu is too slow to react, and Su Mingling swiftly beheads him with a single stroke. Once exposed, Su Mingling immediately retreats. It is unwise to stand alone before 300 foes. She swiftly retreats back to Lin Feng's side. It's nothing, he merely has a higher level than you. If you were to elevate your stealth to his level, he might not even notice you. Lin Feng reassures her. Su Mingling furrows her brow. Is this truly the time for such discussions? Without her to hold them back, the surrounding 300 foes converge upon her, and despite the few third-tier enemies she has dispatched, they remain formidable. Alas, those who ought to arrive have yet to show themselves. I shall have to force them out. Lin Feng sighs softly, wielding the long yuan as he charges forth. His movements are like a phantom. He weaves through the throng, and in an instant, dismembered limbs fly as none of the Tianlang Alliance can withstand his assault. Chapter 82. The use of the fallen sound drum. The 3 from the Vermilion Bird are taken aback. Lin Feng's might far exceeds their expectations. And that sword of his is simply astonishingly powerful. No one can endure a single strike. Fearing the continuation of Lin Feng's rampage, they join the fray, lest countless lives be lost. Seeing the Azure Dragon unable to divide its attention, Su Mingling once again cloaks herself in invisibility, stealthily claiming one life after another. Li Shui and Lin Sun feel somewhat helpless. In such a grand spectacle, they appear woefully inadequate. I am ready. At that moment, Yang Ninian finally completes the absorption of 2 enhancement potions, bolstering her strength significantly. making her a distinguished 2-star demon hunter. A mere glance at the battlefield allows Yang Nianyan to make a swift judgment. We must assist Vice Inspector Zhou. We are of no use here. Lin Sun and Li Shui exchange glances, acknowledging the wisdom in Yang Nianyan's words as they rush towards Zhou, whose battle group. However, the trio's power is still too meager, and even with their involvement, they make little impact against an enemy force that is nearly tenfold their own. Of course, most of them are occupied by Lin Feng alone. The three encircle, while other members of the Tianlang Alliance unleash their skills from the periphery, plunging Lin Feng into a fierce struggle. The Azure Dragon's keen eyes can discern his movements, and the Black Turtle stands resolutely in the front, its shield surprisingly withstanding the Long Yuan sword. Lin Feng's strike only dims its radiance momentarily. Meanwhile, the Vermilion Bird, a fierce warrior, unleashes her formidable strength, inflicting wounds upon Lin Feng, while the relentless barrage of skills from the surrounding foes further exacerbates his injuries. Despite Lin Feng's formidable strength, slaying a member of the Celestial Wolf Alliance exacted a toll of numerous wounds upon him. After a protracted engagement, Lin Feng found the encounter rather tedious, realizing that he might not be the superior combatant. With a flurry of 27 consecutive strikes, he succeeded in pushing back both the Xuanwu and the Zhuke. Yet the latter seized the opportunity to penetrate Lin Feng's abdomen, causing blood to flow profusely. Furrowing his brow, Lin Feng acknowledged the tenacity of his adversaries. Lin Feng, you are rather underwhelming. Why not summon a couple of undead to join the fray? Zhuke taunted, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth with a provocative gaze fixed upon Lin Feng. Renowned for his summoning prowess, Lin Feng had become the target of their specialized tactics devised to counter undead foes. However, after an extensive skirmish, he exhibited no intention of utilizing his abilities. This simply would not do. In the distance, members of the Celestial Wolf Alliance were silently succumbing, as Su Mingling resumed her grim harvest. Yet, with the Qinglong preoccupied with Lin Feng, he had no time to heed Su Mingling, resulting in significant losses for the Celestial Wolf Alliance. With a decisive attack aimed at an empty space, Qinglong demanded her emergence. His expression darkened as he uttered a warning. Should Su Mingling continue her slaughter, the Celestial Wolf Alliance might find itself severely crippled by day's end. The members of the Celestial Wolf Alliance suddenly brightened, having previously been paralyzed by fear. They now reacted swiftly, unleashing a barrage of skills toward the vacant area. Hundreds of abilities converged, sealing off all escape routes, leaving Su Mingling unable to evade a strike that ravaged her abdomen, reducing flesh to a gruesome state. Had she not recently consumed a fortifying potion, the blow would have surely cost her half her life. As Su Mingling revealed herself, dozens surged toward her, swiftly entrapping her in a lethal predicament. Sigh. After waiting so long, neither the Celestial Wolf nor Bai Yulong has shown up. This is dreadfully uninspiring. I no longer wish to play. Lin Feng remarked with a visage of disinterest, casting forth a stream of restorative water that healed his previous injuries instantaneously. The expressions of Zhuke and the Celestial Wolf Alliance shifted dramatically. Lin Feng was, astonishingly, a healer? This revelation was beyond their expectations. In the distance, atop a 5-story building, a man clad in leather lounged on a recliner, sipping tea. Upon witnessing Lin Feng's miraculous recovery, his eyes widened in surprise. This individual was indeed a formidable challenge. However, if Lin Feng could not summon assistance, it seemed unlikely he would evade his demise, even as a healer. Bai Yulong was also observing the scene. Having learned of Lin Feng's healing abilities through a sacred mage, he felt no shock. He was now intrigued by what emboldened Lin Feng to confront the entire Celestial Wolf Alliance alone. Was it some arcane artifact? Had Lin Feng acquired such a powerful magical tool that it could bridge insurmountable gaps in strength? As both sides pondered Lin Feng's next move, a black leather drum materialized in his grasp, and with its appearance, a thick fog enveloped the surroundings. Haunted Carnival. I find this name quite delightful. Go forth. The blood and souls of these individuals are ripe for the taking. Xiaozi stepped out reluctantly, having just signed a contract with Lin Feng. Observing Lin Feng's expression of disdain towards her, it seemed unlikely that he would summon her again in the near future. Yet, not long after, Lin Feng had ordered her to come forth to work. How untrustworthy men could be. This bunch of worthless individuals wants me to emerge. However, it presented a perfect opportunity for me to nourish my body. Suddenly, a vast, impenetrable darkness enveloped everyone, as if transporting them into an alternate realm, severing their senses. The members of the Heavenly Wolf Alliance were momentarily stunned. What kind of power was this, with such an extensive coverage? Clarify the situation, and do not act, Lin Feng declared, strolling back with ease. He was well aware of Xiao Zi's capabilities. Had it not been for his intervention with the Dragon Abyss, she would have likely become a mere corpse in that amusement park. As the little girl stirred, a chill crept down the spines of those present, as if something sinister lurked behind them. Lin Feng, what sorcery have you unleashed? Zhu Kei exclaimed in terror, having just felt a breath near her ear. The heavy panting sent shivers down her spine. Xian Wu and Qing Long also sensed the abnormality, glancing behind them, but finding nothing amiss. In the distance, a member of the Heavenly Wolf Alliance, possessing merely a level 2 or 3-star power, suddenly displayed a maniacal expression. He plunged the sword in his hand into his own mouth. Rather than pain, exhilaration radiated from his face as blood gushed forth, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. This shocking scene sent shudders through Zhu Kei and her companions, who, despite being the strongest among them, struggled to maintain their composure. The sight of someone taking their own life was utterly horrifying, causing them to feel nauseated and their spines to tingle with dread. Lin Feng, what on earth is this sorcery? Release us at once. This time, it was not Zhu Kei and her companions who cried out. The members of the Heavenly Wolf Alliance were the first to crumble under the pressure. Around them were deranged individuals intent on self-destruction, and even they felt a disturbing urge to follow suit. Qing Long's eyes widened in disbelief, desperate to pierce through the illusion. A droplet of blood fell, and his vision nearly shattered, revealing a bizarre assembly of men, women, and children eerily gazing at him. Hey, this fellow can actually see us, a rugged man behind Zhu Kei remarked. Indeed, he would taste even better that way. Qing Long's eyes nearly burst as a horde of apparitions lunged behind everyone, thirsting for vitality. A thick fog completely enveloped a radius of 300 meters around the building, rendering both the Heavenly Wolf and Bai Yulong unable to perceive what lay within. At that moment, both were alarmed. Although the Heavenly Wolf did not believe Lin Feng's tactics could rival the might of 300 warriors, he instinctively knew that neglecting the situation would result in catastrophic losses for the Heavenly Wolf Alliance. Lin Feng, how dare you? With a resounding roar, the celestial wolf transformed, morphing into a colossal 6-meter-long gray wolf, charging headlong into the dense fog. The celestial wolf, having awakened the second tier of its class known as the Beastmaster, possessed the ability to harness the powers of various undead beasts. The undead gray wolf commanded the full strength of all its subordinates in the realm of the deceased, excelling in both speed and power. Coupled with its massive size, its strength surpassed that of many ordinary commanding-level undead, which is precisely why it held the position of the leader of the Celestial Wolf Alliance. As it plunged into the mist, a gruesome scene unfolded before its eyes. Numerous subordinates were committing suicide through exceedingly brutal means, leaving a multitude of corpses in their wake. Damn it! The Celestial Wolf had never anticipated that the fog released by Lin Feng would be so terrifying. It seized a level 3 member of the Celestial Wolf Alliance, forcefully restraining his hands. Yet, in a shocking turn of events, the man bit off his own tongue in a fit of desperation, choosing to die by his own hand. Delicious. I'm so full. A melodious child's voice echoed in the Celestial Wolf's ears. Startled, the Celestial Wolf looked up to see an ethereal figure erupt from the body of the man who had just taken his own life, instantly merging with the fog. The Celestial Wolf's face twisted in rage as it swiped its powerful paw, unleashing crescent-shaped claw strikes into the mist, intent on annihilating the fleeting figure. However, its attack met with no resistance, akin to a bull sinking into a quagmire, and the Celestial Wolf's expression darkened as Lin Feng's capabilities far exceeded its expectations. Meanwhile, the onlookers outside, witnessing this battle, felt an inexplicable chill. 300 individuals were being thwarted by Lin Feng alone. It was important to note that these were not mere amateurs. There was a significant number of level 3s among them. And the Celestial Wolf itself was a formidable late-stage level 3 warrior. Such a confrontation was not to be underestimated. Bai Yulong's countenance grew grave as he sensed the situation spiraling out of control. He had initially planned to intervene once Lin Feng faltered. Yet here was Lin Feng single-handedly holding back the entire Celestial Wolf Alliance, an unfathomable feat. Bai Yulong was certain that Lin Feng was utilizing a particularly mysterious magical artifact. After the failed attempt to seize the artifact, the seer had tried to glimpse what it was, only to be met with a fierce backlash of power that left him severely injured. From that moment, Bai Yulong understood that the magical artifact in Lin Feng's possession was extraordinary, and it now appeared he had underestimated its significance. Within the fog, Zhu Ke and others fought against their own impulses. Zhu Ke nearly twisted her neck in desperation, while Qinglong's eyes were bloodshot, oozing a grayish-white pus as he prepared to gouge out his remaining eyes. Xuanwu, renowned for its defensive capabilities, found even Lin Feng struggling to breach its defenses. Yet now its eyes were crimson, spewing blood. Though it appeared unscathed on the surface, its internal organs were being crushed by an overwhelming force, resulting in severe internal bleeding. The three strongest among them could no longer endure, making the situation dire for the rest, as countless bodies fell, blood seeping from their forms, dissipating into the mist. The spectral gray wolf, transformed by the celestial wolf, was presently unleashing a frenzied assault upon its surroundings. Though it caused the dense fog to ripple and undulate, its strikes lacked substantial lethality. Having entered the fray nearly a minute ago, it bore witness to the demise of dozens before its eyes, powerless to save even one. And at this moment, it could not discern the location of its foes. Above the undead gray wolf, the demoness Xiaoji observed the chaos below with a scornful expression. As a demon lord, even in such a plight, she was incomparable to a mere level 3 being. Of course, Lin Feng was an exception. He had somehow acquired a formidable sword, leaving her feeling utterly outmatched. At this moment, all her fury was directed at the celestial wolf. She relished the sight of its subordinates falling one by one, while it remained utterly helpless, a spectacle she found immensely entertaining. To toy with life and death at her fingertips was the essence of a true demon lord. In the span of a mere minute, half of the 300 souls had perished within the fog's illusory grasp, while the outside world remained oblivious to the unfolding calamity. Bai Yulong's brow furrowed in concern, his heart racing with an ominous premonition. This could not wait any longer, for golden wings manifested behind him, and Bai Yulong ascended above the fog, opting not to resort to violence, but instead calling out into the mist. Lin Feng, it is time to cease. Meanwhile, Lin Feng leisurely sipped his tea, while Su Mingling and the others had retreated into the small building. Although they could not see the events transpiring within the fog, the anguished cries that echoed out led them to surmise that the Celestial Wolf Alliance was facing a dire fate. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that Lin Feng's complexion had paled, and his right hand, clutching the demonic drum, trembled slightly, a clear sign of severe fatigue. Lin Feng forced a wry smile. While the drum wielded immense power, it exacted a terrifying toll on his stamina. In just 1 minute, it had nearly drained him completely, and he was beginning to struggle. Xiaoji was truly formidable, was she not? Just then, he heard Bai Yulong's voice. Once loathed, it now sounded like heavenly music to his ears. Xiaoji, grant Commander Bai a favor. Let us end this for today, Lin Feng said softly. Within the fog, Xiaoji furrowed her brow, then smirked slightly. She sensed that Lin Feng was nearing his limit. Very well, it is over. Xiaoji stretched her body, appearing to grow taller, and with each step she took, the surrounding fog began to converge towards her. With each stride, the mist thinned, and when she reached Lin Feng, all the dark fog vanished without a trace. Master, did I perform admirably? Xiaoji smiled, gently caressing Lin Feng's cheek before retreating into the demonic drum. Lin Feng paid her teasing no mind. Despite her seemingly petite and adorable appearance, he understood that she was a genuine demon lord, one who would devour her prey without leaving a bone behind. As the dense fog dissipated, the harrowing sight of the Tianlang gang lay bare before all, prompting some to retch uncontrollably. It was truly horrific. Lin Feng, you shall pay for this. Tianlang bellowed with unbridled fury, consumed by a singular desire to annihilate Lin Feng. Dragging his massive frame, he lunged at Lin Feng like a rabid dog. Stand down, Tianlang. At that moment, Bai Yulong descended abruptly, positioning himself before Tianlang, determined to halt any further aggression towards Lin Feng. Allowing Tianlang to proceed would mean that no one could restrain Lin Feng today. Get out of my way. Chapter 84. The finale. Tianlang, now utterly deranged, disregarded by Yulong, fixated solely on eliminating Lin Feng. The spectral gray wolf bared its bloodied maw, unleashing a crimson energy beam toward Bai Yulong, the ferocious energy sweeping across the heavens. No one would intervene today. Seeking death? Bai Yulong scoffed, summoning his golden sword with a swift motion, cleaving through the energy beam, which immediately fell silent. The blade's passage severed the beam into two, scattering them skyward. Saint Sword Apostle Original Slash. Reclining in a chair, Lin Feng furrowed his brow at the sight of this strike. There was a reason Bai Yulong was heralded as the foremost individual at the Hanqing base. Though both were at the late stage of level 3. It was evident from that single strike that Tianlang stood no chance against Bai Yulong. Bai Yulong, overwhelmed with frustration, abandoned any tactical considerations and charged fiercely at the spectral gray wolf, delivering a relentless barrage of strikes. The wolf's resilient hide, beneath the onslaught of Bai Yulong's golden sword, crumbled as if made of mere paper, swiftly punctured. Roar! Tianlang, bewildered by Bai Yulong's ferocity, found all his advantages dissipating in the face of such overwhelming might. Under Bai Yulong's relentless assault, he was rendered incapable of any counterattack. He attempted to wield his abilities, but they proved ineffective. Bai Yulong's sword dismantled all his techniques effortlessly. In the span of a mere minute, the spectral gray wolf was left battered and bruised, its body trembling uncontrollably, eyes wide with terror as they met Bai Yulong's gaze. The final strike from Bai Yulong had cleaved through its forehead, fracturing the skull, and with just a bit more force, it would surely meet its demise on this day. Did Tianlang fear death? Absolutely. After barely surviving the initial wave of carnage and subsequently gaining powers far beyond the ordinary, who would willingly embrace death? Thus, upon witnessing Bai Yulong's decisive strike, Tianlang was thoroughly intimidated. He had previously underestimated Bai Yulong, believing that since they were both at the late stage of level 3, even with a disparity in strength, killing him would not be an easy feat. However, it became clear that he had overestimated his own capabilities. Reverting from his wolf form, Tianlang regained his human shape, his body a patchwork of wounds and tattered flesh, particularly a gaping wound at his forehead, where the skull had shattered, nearly piercing his entire head. Go and save the others. With a fierce reprimand, Bai Yulong cursed the foolish and arrogant individual before him, contemplating that had it not been for the potential usefulness of the man, he would have slain him with a single strike. Retracting the transformation of the Holy Sword Apostle, Bai Yulong cast a grave gaze towards Lin Feng, who sat outside the small building. His emotions were tumultuous. He finally comprehended Lin Feng's implication that if he chose an action, it would result in total annihilation. Had he not intervened, the 300 members of the Wolf Alliance would have perished. Even with his intervention, nearly half had fallen, leaving the sole survivors of the Northern Three Powers in dire straits, all stemming from the provocation of the man before him. With a soft sigh, Bai Yulong approached Lin Feng. Nian Nian, could you bring a chair for our commander Bai? Lin Feng said, sipping his tea with a gentle smile. Inside, Yang Nian Nian trembled, casting a pleading glance towards Su Mingling. After all, they were in the presence of a godlike figure. Commander Bai Yulong of the base in Han City. Fear not. With Lin Feng here, nothing untoward will happen, Su Mingling reassured, shaking her head. Despite Bai Yulong's prowess, he wouldn't resort to violence against them, would he? Feeling somewhat helpless with her plea falling on deaf ears, Yang Nian Nian reluctantly carried a chair outside. Bai Yulong merely glanced at her before refocusing on Lin Feng, observing the bloodshed before him. You still have the leisure to sip tea amidst this carnage? Leave it be. Yang Nian Nian felt a wave of relief wash over her, hastily setting down the chair and retreating into the building, casting a last glance at Bai Yulong. So handsome. He isn't as terrifying as I imagined. What exactly are you aiming to accomplish? Bai Yulong inquired, not taking a seat, but rather demanding answers. Do you realize that if you were to slaughter everyone in the Wolf Alliance today, who would defend the northern part of this base? Would it be you, Lin Feng? And then what? Lin Feng responded lightly, devoid of any expression of concern. Bai Yulong was momentarily taken aback, his mind reeling. What do you mean then what? Stop with that expression and just tell me your intentions. I have known you were present since the Wolf Alliance's assault began, yet you stood idly by, observing without intervening. What is your purpose? Do you wish to use my hand to intimidate these factions and achieve unification in the north? Or do you want the Wolf Alliance to back down, only to swoop in for the rescue later? Bai Yulong studied Lin Feng intently, feeling utterly unable to discern the man before him. Indeed, Lin Feng had harbored the very thoughts he had articulated. Regardless of whether he triumphed or faltered, he would emerge in a favorable position. However, the emergence of the dying drum had disrupted his plans entirely. It was a most formidable entity. Lin Feng, We ought to focus on the bigger picture. The bigger picture? Where was this sentiment when the copper tiger and iron dragon sought blood? According to your reasoning, isn't it true that strength allows one to act according to their whims? Now that my faction surpasses the Wolf Alliance, isn't the eradication of them also a consideration for the grand scheme you speak of? Within the small building, as the conversation between Lin Feng and Bai Yulong unfolded, the hearts of the onlookers nearly leapt from their chests. Were they on the verge of a brawl? Su Mingling's expression turned grave. She grasped Lin Feng's intention. As a former inspector, she had never forsaken her duty, no matter the challenges, and she remained resolute in her desire to save the vulnerable. She would not abandon anyone for the sake of another. In contrast, Bai Yulong seemed to harbor a notion of valuing lives based on status, willing to sacrifice some if it meant preserving the city. Some individuals regarded the situation with indifference, believing it did not concern them. This dilemma was inherently paradoxical. It was devoid of clear right or wrong, leaving her unable to ascertain who was justified. Nonetheless, she deemed those from the Tianlang gang, who mercilessly harmed her companions, deserving of their fate. Given another opportunity, she would act without hesitation. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhen furrowed his brow in disbelief. He had never anticipated Lin Feng reaching such a pinnacle. However, he wished for a prompt resolution, as a significant wound in his abdomen throbbed painfully. I want to engage in prolonged discourse with you today. You wouldn't comprehend it anyway. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, acknowledging the futility of altering Bai Yulong's mindset, unless he could overpower him with absolute strength. This man would never heed his words. I will state but one thing. Regardless of your schemes, should you involve my companions, our negotiations will not be as amicable as they are today. You may test whether my abyssal drum can ensnare you as well. Lin Feng's voice was frigid, laced with a hint of menace. Bai Yulong's fury was almost uncontrollable, yet Lin Feng interjected once more. I shall personally deal with the blackbird. That is my condition. At this declaration, Bai Yulong forcibly suppressed his anger. So be it. Chapter 85. Sword Demon. With that, Bai Yulong felt no desire to linger any longer. Sprouting 4 wings from his back, he soared into the sky, leaving the location behind. In the air, his earlier rage dissipated, replaced by a smile. Kid, as long as you are willing to confront the blackbird, what else matters? He taunted. Humph, you are still too green to challenge me. Lin Feng watched Bai Yulong retreat, his eyes closed. Had Bai Yulong ventured any closer, he would have realized that Lin Feng was merely at the end of his rope. He had asked Yang Yin Yin to fetch a chair solely to provoke Bai Yulong, wagering that he would refrain from approaching. Fortunately, his gamble paid off. Bai Yulong did not advance another step. As for agreeing to tackle the blackbird, it was inconsequential since they would inevitably cross paths again. Should the blackbird not be obstructed, none shall survive. The Tianlang gang had whisked away their remaining members, departing with only over 100 from an initial throng of more than 300, leaving in a defeated haze. This sight was undeniably poignant. On the ground lay over 100 lifeless corpses, their blood completely drained by Xiao Zi. Following this encounter, Xiao Zi's strength would likely be substantially restored. Lin Feng harbored some doubts regarding whether the fallen sound drum possessed by that individual in his previous life concealed the soul of a demon lord. If it did, could that person truly contend with this formidable foe? He found this notion hard to believe, which led him to conclude that the fallen sound drum, in the hands of that individual, had not been possessed by Xiao Zi. Alternatively, that individual might have still been completely under Xiao Zi's control. Perhaps, that person was merely a manifestation of Xiao Zi herself. Contemplating this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. If a demon lord lay hidden within the base, how had they managed to survive? It was uncertain whether this was a stroke of fortune or misfortune. Are you all right? Su Mingling and the others emerged, expressing their concern. There might be a slight issue. The expenditure of energy has left me incapacitated, Lin Feng replied with a wry smile. Here, among familiar faces, there was little to conceal, especially since he was genuinely unable to move. Su Mingling furrowed her brow, her heart filled with trepidation. Had Bai Yulong not arrived in the nick of time, they could have found themselves in grave danger. Subsequently, the group carefully transported Lin Feng into the house, striving to shield him from the notice of others regarding his current frail condition. I must express my gratitude to Brother Zhou Zhen for his assistance, Lin Feng said as he lay on the bed, turning his thanks towards Zhou Zhen. The fact that Zhou Zhen dared to help under such circumstances revealed his genuine intentions. He had risked his life to rescue him. It's a trivial matter. I have long been averse to the Tianlang alliance. Seizing this opportunity, while we are unable to divert our attention, to attempt to engulf the northern powers is something we cannot overlook, Zhou Zhan remarked casually. Yet, Su Mingling understood that his motivations were far from altruistic. Despite their prior encounters, their camaraderie did not extend to such depths. Everything stemmed from Lin Feng, indicating that the two had known each other long before. Well, Brother Zhou, please return to recuperate. Although I am also a healer, my strength is currently depleted. Once I have recovered, I shall certainly pay you a visit. Lin Feng replied with a smile. He held Zhou Zhan in high regard, not only due to Qin Lan, but also for the assistance Zhou Zhan had provided with the communicator and enhancement potions, which had proven invaluable. Moreover, given Zhou Zhan's previous aid, Lin Feng was not one to forget a kindness. Although he was unaware of the troubles faced by the Qin family, he felt compelled to offer his help. I shall await you at the Qin family's main base. Zhou Zhan sighed with relief, knowing that with Lin Feng's assistance, their troubles finally held a glimmer of hope. If Lin Feng was unable to find a solution, then they would truly be at an impasse and would need to concede defeat. As Zhou Zhan departed with his companions, the small building fell into a serene silence, leaving only a few familiar faces. Lin Feng, the troubles Zhou Zhan and the others are facing may be significant. You must exercise caution, Su Mingling cautioned. Though she was unaware of the specifics, it was evident that whatever had ensnared the entire Qin family was no trivial matter. Lin Feng nodded, then closed his eyes to rest. The toll of energy expenditure had been exceedingly great. The others, recognizing his need for peace, discreetly exited, refraining from disturbing him further. Later that evening, Wei Ran and Tuan Tuan arrived, having traveled from afar, where news from this side had proven difficult to convey. However, when the great battle erupted, the world channel in the communicator was inundated with news of this event. The Demon King descends, one battle, 300, single-handedly crushing top-tier celestial wolves, fighting against the 4 great kings alone. The exaggeration surrounding Lin Feng was overwhelming, as the Celestial Wolf Alliance appeared rather unimpressive in the eyes of the public. Not everyone oppressed by the Celestial Wolf Alliance had a savior like Lin Feng. The fury of those individuals seemed to surge forth alongside Lin Feng. Although they could not assist him in reality, their admiration for Lin Feng reached unprecedented heights on the world channel. Nonetheless, there were dissenting voices, criticizing Lin Feng's methods as excessively brutal, especially with over 100 corpses displayed before the small building. Consequently, Lin Feng acquired another title, Sword Demon. The sword was the Longyuan sword, and the demon was the embodiment of a singular thought turning to madness. The name Sword Demon instantly swept across the Han City base, becoming known to all. Is Brother Lin Feng all right? Tuan Tuan asked anxiously, gazing at Lin Feng lying on the bed. She cradled a small bag containing the leftover beef jerky they had brought earlier. Aware that Lin Feng must have exhausted considerable energy during the battle, she gathered all the beef jerky she had previously hidden, hoping it would aid in his swift recovery. Do not worry. Your brother Lin Feng is merely fatigued and needs ample rest, Yang Yin Yan reassured her, finding the little girl's concern adorable. Tuan Tuan nodded, having noticed that Lin Feng was simply in a deep slumber. Let us stay here tonight and wait for him to awaken, Su Mingling suggested, looking at Wei Ran. However, Wei Ran shook her head. She wished to stay, but there was a large group of people at the villa awaiting her care. She felt like a full-fledged caretaker. All right, since Lin Feng is fine, we shall return. There are many children over there, and I am quite worried about them. Wei Ran smiled, understanding what Lin Feng desired, vowing to protect it fiercely. Just as Lin Feng was out there adventuring, he would eventually return home. Wun Tihi? Tuan Tuan seemed to grasp Wei Ran's intent, handing the bag to Yang Yin Yan. Sister Nian, this bag contains beef jerky. When Brother Lin Feng wakes up, let him eat it so he can recover more quickly. Yang Yin Yan was taken aback, for beef jerky was a rare treasure. This little one presented such a substantial bag. Truthfully, Yang Yin Yan felt a twinge of envy, as she had not savored meat in a long time, surviving solely on compressed biscuits that had nearly made her nauseous. All right, when your brother Lin Feng awakens, I will ensure he receives this, and I will guarantee his health. Subsequently, Wei Ran and Tuan Tuan departed on the skeletal porcupine, the very creature Lin Feng had summoned from the realm of the undead. In that urgent moment, they had utilized it as a mount to hasten their journey. Chapter 86. If one can indulge, one shall indulge. As Wei Ran departed upon her formidable undead porcupine, Yang Yin Yan's eyes sparkled with envy. To possess a mount of such stature, a commanding one at that, was simply marvelous. Wipe your drool, lest I gift you to Lin Feng as a bed warmer. Perhaps he might procure you a mount in due course, Su Mingling jested, observing Yang Yinyan's envious demeanor. Humph, it's merely a pig. I have no desire for it. Yang Yinyan retorted, sticking out her tongue before scampering away. Though her thoughts betrayed her, she mused that if such a time came, she would certainly seek a more aesthetically pleasing creature. What on earth are you thinking, Yang Yinyan? She chastised herself, hastily suppressing the perilous notion. Who would wish to be a bed warmer for Lin Feng? When the grand battle concluded, Lin Feng awakened the following day. Upon opening his eyes, he was immediately enveloped by a delicate fragrance, one that felt oddly familiar. Su Mingling? He realized he had been resting in her bed, instinctively inhaling deeply, unable to deny the intoxicating allure of the scent. Pervert. A voice suddenly echoed from the doorway, startling Lin Feng. He looked up to find Yang Yinyan standing there. How long have I been asleep? Lin Feng inquired, sitting up, dismissing Yang Yinyan's words. What could the young girl possibly understand? 1 full day and night, Yang Yinyan replied. Lin Feng shook his head in exasperation. What a lengthy slumber it had been. It appeared he would need to exercise caution in the future when utilizing the fallen sound drum. It should not be employed lightly unless absolutely necessary. Had he succumbed to such deep slumber in the contaminated zone, he might have been devoured to the bone by the zombies. A sudden wave of hunger washed over him. Having gone a day and night without sustenance left Lin Feng feeling somewhat unsteady. Here, this was given to you by that little girl, Tuanshuan. Once you are satiated, do not linger any longer in Sister Su's bed, Yang Yinyan said maliciously, tossing him the package of beef jerky that Tuanshuan had brought. The aroma of the meat instantly revived Lin Feng's spirits, and he began to eat eagerly. Tuanshuan has been here? He asked. She came yesterday, saw you were fine, and left, Yang Yinyan replied, her mouth watering at the sight of Lin Feng enjoying the jerky. She had not tasted meat in quite some time, yet felt too bashful to request some from him, considering he was rather weak at the moment. You all haven't had meat in ages, have you? Lin Feng teased. Mind your own business, Yang Yinyan retorted, but as Lin Feng offered her some of the jerky, stating that there was plenty to share, she couldn't help but feel tempted. Go on, and while you're at it, fetch your sister Su, Lin Feng chuckled, finding her adorably naive at times. Yang Yinyan nodded instinctively before exiting, clutching the jerky. Lin Feng helplessly shook his head, retrieving his communicator to first inform Wei Ran of his safety. Then, he noticed the player Sanrinua leaping about in the world channel, boasting with a group of people. Lin Feng's eyes instantly brightened. One must seize opportunities when they arise. Prophet, I can assist you in dealing with Blackbird. Surely there must be some benefit in it for me. Even the military must pay salaries, right? Sanrinua, get lost. Prophet, I'm serious. In the military camp, Bai Yulong, who had been in good spirits, suddenly turned irritable, leaving his secretary perplexed. What was wrong with the commander? Lately, he had been jumpy. Bai Yulong took a deep breath, but thinking of the impending confrontation with Blackbird quelled his rising anger. Sanrinua, don't go too far. Prophet, am I that kind of person? Sanrinua, you're not even human anymore. They now call you the Sword Demon. Lin Feng was taken aback. Sword Demon? What on earth was that? A quick glance at the World Channel's chat history revealed that this was the moniker those fellows had given him. Sword Demon had a rather nice ring to it. Prophet, let us not digress. Let us discuss compensation. 100 cans of meat. I know you have them. Consider it a return gift for the fried rice you previously shared. Bai Yulong was nearly incensed when he heard Lin Feng demand 100 cans of meat. Such a request was rather excessive. Given the current scarcity of canned meat, he had even been rewarding soldiers with them, and each can consumed was one less in stock. Lin Feng's initial demand was akin to asking for the moon. Sanrinua, absolutely not. Prophet, then you can handle Blackbird on your own. It's only natural for the Sword Demon to change his mind. Bai Yulong, observing Lin Feng's expression at the mention of the title Sword Demon, he looked as though he had ingested something foul. How is this acceptable? Sanrinua, 50 cans, no more. Prophet, fine, that will suffice for now. Remember to deliver them to the villa. With that, Lin Feng promptly stowed his communicator away, having successfully acquired 50 cans of meat. What a lucrative deal. In the military camp, Bai Yulong noticed Lin Feng's avatar had turned gray and instantly felt as though he had been duped. Sigh, there went another 50 cans of meat. What could be the cause of such delight? At that moment, Su Mingling entered, catching sight of Lin Feng's beaming smile. Having swindled Bai Yulong out of some canned meat, Lin Feng thought that if needed, he could later retrieve some from Wei Ran at the villa. Can meet? Su Mingling was taken aback. Could one truly deceive someone for that? Especially Bai Yulong? In that instant, she felt a pang of sympathy for Bai Yulong. Being involved with Lin Feng was indeed a stroke of bad luck. Ah, right. The reason I called you here was to help you move. I saw there are some empty rooms in the villa. I should be able to arrange for an entire building to be vacated. Given the considerable loss suffered by the Tianlang Alliance, I fear they may seek retaliation against you. It would be better for you to have some protection over there. Lin Feng remarked as he consumed several pieces of jerky, feeling a significant resurgence of energy. After injecting the enhancement serum, his absorption capacity had increased several-fold, allowing the jerky to swiftly convert into energy. Of course, this was merely a suggestion. The situation here was indeed perilous. If you are unwilling to relocate, you must be prepared. Su Mingling nodded in agreement. She had contemplated this matter the previous night. It would be disingenuous to claim that the Tianlang Alliance bore no grudge. Very well, I shall confer with everyone. This decision cannot rest solely on my shoulders. Subsequently, the two conversed for a while longer until Lin Feng felt sufficiently rejuvenated, at which point he bid farewell and departed from the small building. He had already promised Zhou Jin to visit that area. Outside the building, the corpses had been dealt with by Su Mingling and her companions, as their presence was too frightening. However, the remnants of the battle from the previous day were still starkly visible, with numerous massive craters dotting the ground. As Lin Feng stepped out, the communication device erupted with chatter on the global channel, speculating about where the sword demon might strike next. Would he directly invade the stronghold of the Tianlang Alliance? Amidst the myriad conjectures, Lin Feng pulled out his communicator, still unaware of Zhou Jin's location. Chapter 87. The Secret of the Qin Family. All right, please wait a moment. I shall come to fetch you. Zhou Jin sent a message and then set off to meet Lin Feng. 10 minutes later, Zhou Jin arrived and led Lin Feng towards the Qin family base. Why is the Qin family included among the three major powers of the north? Are there still members of the Qin family residing here? Lin Feng inquired with curiosity. In his previous life, he had heard of this faction but had never delved into its deeper implications, nor had he connected it with Qin Lan. The Qin family, did it possess some unique attributes? Xiaozi had once mentioned that this world was quite extraordinary. Neither the realm of the dead nor the demon realm could be taken without absolute certainty. Could the Qin family be the very individuals Xiaozi referred to? Quite possibly. He recalled that during the outbreak of Blood Rain, the Qin family seemed to have been prepared in advance, bringing Qin Lan back to the capital. Regardless, it was evident that the Qin family harbored secrets. Indeed, you are correct. There are indeed individuals from the Qin family remaining. Although they are not core members, their status is somewhat inferior to that of Miss Qin Lan. They belong to a branch of the Qin family. Qin Yi, currently the strongest among them, has reached the late stage of level 3 and is likely slightly stronger than that Tianlang. However, he probably cannot match Bai Yulong, who is extraordinarily powerful. Zhou Jin remarked helplessly, expressing his admiration for Bai Yulong. The city of Hansheng is not large. Had it not been for Bai Yulong, it might have fallen long ago. As a member of the Qin family, he was privy to information not known to others. Countless cities have been utterly annihilated. Hearing Zhou Jin's words, Lin Feng fell into a moment of contemplation. Qin, that name sounded familiar. It seemed that he was the only one among the formidable beings associated with the red mark that had appeared in Hansheng. However, he had had little interaction with him and had not anticipated that he was the leader of the local Qin family. In light of this, it seemed that the troubles faced by the Qin family were likely closely tied to Qin Yi. As the two conversed, they swiftly arrived at the Qin family estate, nestled within a substantial manor. From Zhou Jin, it was revealed that this estate had belonged solely to the Qin family prior to the cataclysm of the Blood Rain. Following the outbreak, the Qin family relied heavily on this estate to establish their current dominion. Few individuals were left unscathed, and those remaining lacked significant prowess. They could scarcely muster even 23rd-tier demon hunters. During the previous mission to assist Lin Feng, Zhou Jin had taken away all the 3rd-tier hunters, which was quite a sacrifice. Fortunately, casualties were minimal. Otherwise, they would have found themselves in a dire situation with no capable personnel left. Upon Lin Feng's arrival, excitement rippled through the crowd, as they had witnessed his formidable strength firsthand the previous day. While the World Channel may have exaggerated Lin Feng's capabilities, there was no denying his remarkable prowess, rivaling even that of their superior. After exchanging greetings, Zhou Zhen led Lin Feng into his study, closing the door behind him in a manner that exuded mystery, only deepening Lin Feng's curiosity. What could possibly be of such significance that he remained unaware? Speak. What is it? Lin Feng inquired, eager to know. It's not anything grave, Zhou Zhen replied. The Qin family has discovered a magical artifact, a highly potent one. Its emergence has been shrouded in secrecy, eluding the notice of the undead, the demons, and even the seers. At this juncture, Zhou Zhen ceased to conceal the truth. Were it anyone else, he might have harbored concerns about their intentions toward the artifact, but with Lin Feng, he felt assured. Lin Feng already possessed a magical artifact, one of considerable strength, perhaps even surpassing the one known to the Qin family. Moreover, since one could only wield a single artifact, there was no need to worry about Lin Feng's interest in this new discovery. When Lin Feng learned that the Qin family's secret was indeed a magical artifact, he was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the initial batch of magical artifacts was not 5, but 7. The ability to keep such a secret from so many indicated the artifact's extraordinary nature. His thoughts drifted to memories of Qin Yi from his past life, a figure of undeniable strength who wielded a mirror-like artifact. Yes, indeed, it was a mirror, known as the Mirror of 10,000 Shadows. Its power formidable enough to be considered a top-tier magical artifact of that era. As for the origins of these artifacts, Lin Feng had not delved deeply. He had been but a minor character at the time. So, your continuous search for individuals is aimed at acquiring that artifact? Lin Feng queried. Indeed, Zhou Zhen confirmed. We are determined to possess that artifact, but the lengthy pursuit has nearly drained our resources. He lamented. Lin Feng nodded in understanding. A single set of enhancement potions was burdensome for anyone to sustain. Brother Lin, do not hesitate to express your needs. Even if it means depleting the Qin family's resources entirely, I will ensure you are compensated once our business concludes. Zhou Zhen stated earnestly, aware that while Lin Feng's presence represented assistance, the costs incurred would not diminish. The task ahead was perilous, akin to playing with fire. Is it truly that dangerous? It is perilous, and I do not deceive you. Thus far, numerous lives have been lost. That place is not only rife with magical artifacts, but also teems with formidable undead, even harboring a minor passage of the undead. Were it not for the danger, I would not have set the exorbitant price for a set of enhancement potions, Zhou Zhen remarked with a bitter smile. A passage of the undead? Lin Feng was taken aback. It seems the magical artifact discovered by the Qin family is indeed quite extraordinary. Brother Zhou, you have assisted me tremendously, and yesterday, you even risked your life to save me. I, Lin Feng, am not the type to be ungrateful. Just as Zhou Zhen was about to speak, he was interrupted by Lin Feng. However, if I do not accept your offering, you may fear that I would not wholeheartedly assist you. Zhou Zhen chuckled wryly. He did indeed harbor such thoughts, yet if Lin Feng truly did not wish to proceed, he would not press the matter. Then let me propose a condition. Speak. I require your means of contacting the capital. I wish to reach my brother Wulong, Lin Feng stated calmly. This request is neither overly difficult nor exceedingly simple. It depends on the individual involved. A worthless person may not garner a response from them. Zhou Zhen listened to Lin Feng's request, somewhat entranced. Is that all? He had anticipated a more formidable demand. Upon reflection, Lin Feng lacked for enhancement potions. Did he require weapons, personnel, or provisions? In the end, Lin Feng sought this. Very well, but this matter is rather intricate. The Qin family's communication device supports a total of 4 connections. The boss possesses 1. I have another. 1 is unaccounted for. And I will take the liberty of granting you the last one. Zhou Zhen smiled. He understood Lin Feng's intentions and did not refuse for them. This device was merely a means to contact their family, lacking substantial significance. Support had long been provided, and even in a plea for aid, there would be little recourse. The dark expanse between Han City and the capital has become increasingly treacherous. The city itself is fraught with danger, and the outskirts are even more terrifying. The device merely requires you to implant a sub-body in the communicator. Give it to me, and I shall prepare it for you, Zhou Zhen declared. Lin Feng nodded. This was indeed an unexpected delight, for it would allow him to connect with Wulong. Chapter 88. The Asylum. After waiting for half an hour, Zhou Zhen finally returned. It appears that implanting a sub-body is no simple task. Well, for now, we can establish contact with the Qin family's headquarters. But how to reach Wulong remains beyond my means. You must devise a way yourself, Zhou Zhen explained. Lin Feng nodded. Wulong had gone there with a solid foundation, and with Qinlan's care, he should be faring well. At the very least, safety would not be an issue. If things do not go well, it will matter little once I arrive there. The capital holds even greater opportunities than Han City. Rising to prominence is considerably simpler. Upon acquiring the communicator, it felt somewhat heavier, likely due to the addition of the subbody. Opening it revealed a map of the headquarters, which should serve as the means to contact the capital. Now that a means of communication has been established, Lin Feng chose not to rush into investigation, deciding instead to delve into matters once everything had concluded. Very well, the conditions have been fulfilled. Kindly reveal to me the location of the magical artifact so that I may expedite its resolution. There are numerous pressing matters awaiting my attention. Lin Feng said with a hint of resignation. Indeed, an overwhelming amount of tasks lay before him, and his current strength was insufficient. Confronting the dark bird at this juncture was utterly unrealistic. Moreover, his team was not yet fully assembled, and Wei Ran remained at level 2. Each issue awaited his resolution, leaving him no time to linger. This is the map to that location, Zhou Jin declared, producing a map of Han City from his pocket, marked with a red circle indicating the secret of the Qin family, the first mental hospital of Han City. Upon seeing the destination, Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, never anticipating that the Qin family's secret would be located here. This place posed certain dangers. However, those concerns could be addressed later. For now, the threat seemed minimal. And even if there were a necromantic passage, it would likely be a mere ordinary rift, not strong enough to attract formidable undead entities. All right, you all wait here, he instructed, taking the map and striding toward the exit. Watching Lin Feng's departing figure, Zhou Jin exhaled a sigh of relief, believing that with Lin Feng's involvement, the situation would likely be manageable. If that were not the case, he would truly be at a loss. After leaving the Qin family's base, Lin Feng did not head directly to the mental hospital, but instead returned to the villa first. He anticipated being away for several days and intended to replenish some resources while also informing Wei Ran and Tuan Tuan to alleviate any worries they might have. Upon returning to the villa, he encountered a military team delivering a substantial quantity of canned goods, likely the result of Bai Yulong's prior promise, an impressive display of efficiency. Before he even reached the door, the undead porcupine began to grunt in the yard, while the youngest child rode upon its back, immediately calling out upon spotting Lin Feng. Sister Tuan Tuan, Sister Wei Ran, Brother Lin Feng, is back. Lin Feng observed this scene with a mix of intrigue and bemusement. Had the undead porcupine been completely tamed? Shortly after, Wei Ran and the others emerged, prompting Lin Feng to hastily request Wei Ran's assistance in gathering supplies, as he was preparing to depart once again. And the duration of his absence could be considerable. Leaving again, Wei Ran furrowed her brows, feeling a twinge of concern for Lin Feng's relentless dedication. It's nothing serious. This trip is merely to assist, and the danger is minimal. Please prepare 2 days' worth of rations. Furthermore, it is time for you to enhance your strength, shortly. I will arrange for someone to escort you. It will involve hunting some wandering corpses, which should not pose a significant challenge. After detailing his instructions, Lin Feng reached into his pocket and retrieved the last commanding level red crystal, tossing it to the undead porcupine. As long as you ensure their safety, you shall not be deprived of the red crystals. The undead porcupine eagerly devoured the red crystal, its expression one of pride. As a surge of energy coursed through its body, elevating its strength to the 3rd star of the commanding level, its scales growing denser and its size expanding to approximately 3 meters. However, the spacious yard of the villa felt somewhat uncomfortable due to its excessive size. The skeletal porcupine swayed and reverted to its original form. Beside it, the agarwood tree swayed wildly, its mental energy penetrating Lin Feng's mind. What about me? You? Prove your worth before making demands. That faint scent of agarwood hardly warrants my investment. With that, Lin Feng departed under the watchful eyes of the crowd. On his way, Lin Feng messaged Hammer Mom, Sloppy Ghost, and Zhou Bin, requesting their assistance in enhancing Wei Ran's strength. The trio readily agreed, recalling that their previous help had not only been ineffective but had nearly hindered Lin Feng. Leaving the city, Lin Feng traveled northwest at a leisurely pace. This visit to the mental institution promised to be anything but simple. He needed to bolster his strength to ensure his safety. Fortunately, as time passed, the number of leader-level beings in the Fallen Zone increased, which eased his concerns somewhat. After slaying 2 leaders, Lin Feng found the situation tedious and summoned a leader-level undead to emit its aura, simultaneously dispersing the low-tier undead that approached and enticing the higher-tier ones. This method made it significantly easier for Lin Feng to fight. As Lin Feng neared the mental institution, he had accumulated 6 skill points, spending 2 to max out his undead summoning, while retaining 4 for future use, uncertain of what lay ahead. Upon reaching maximum level in undead summoning, Lin Feng sensed a notable enhancement in his physical prowess, along with a substantial reduction in the energy cost of summoning undead creatures. Now, even summoning 2 late-stage leaders wouldn't leave him utterly drained, though more than that would be challenging. Of course, this limitation was tied to the insufficient levels of his other skills. Should Lin Feng elevate all his skills to full capacity, summoning 5 late-stage leaders would pose no difficulty. Just the thought thrilled him. At that point, even without lifting a finger, he could easily sweep through the Han City base. Shaking his head, Lin Feng pulled himself from his daydream, as the mental institution before him exuded an aura of danger. Not only did Lin Feng sense the peril, but even the leader-level undead he had just summoned felt similarly apprehensive, stopping 300 meters from the mental institution, reluctant to advance further. It seemed as if an overwhelming dread loomed ahead, instilling fear within it. Lin Feng then realized that not a single zombie roamed the vicinity of the vast mental institution, which raised his suspicions. Go, he commanded, the leader-level zombie resisting vehemently. However, an unseen force seemed to compel it, drawing it closer to the mental institution. 300 meters, 280 meters, 230 meters. As he drew nearer, the fear within the commanding level undead grew increasingly intense, and the rebellion in his heart became more pronounced. Lin Feng sensed that his connection with the commanding zombie was beginning to diminish. 200 meters. Suddenly, the undead zombie let out a terrified scream, and then its entire form vanished in an instant. Chapter 89. The small space. Lin Feng's expression shifted to one of grave concern. It was not only the commanding level zombie that had disappeared, but the bond between them had also been forcibly severed. The severance of this connection was disconcerting, preventing Lin Feng from returning this undead creature to the realm of the dead, resulting in a significant increase in his energy expenditure. Evidently, the dangers of this place exceeded his wildest imaginations. Rather than recklessly entering, Lin Feng decided to wait until he had fully recovered before he summoned 2 more wandering corpses to probe ahead once again. As soon as the wandering corpses approached the 200-meter mark, a mysterious force severed the link between them, causing the 2 wandering corpses to vanish before his eyes. It felt akin to falling into a mysterious space, leading Lin Feng to make a judgment. Similar to the experience at the amusement park, the magical artifact had created a self-contained realm. The space formed by the dread sound drum was shrouded in dense black mist, whereas this one appeared more like an invisible curtain of light. Without further hesitation, Lin Feng boldly stepped inside, and in an instant, a tremendous force pulled him into a world of grayish-black. At a glance, the world seemed devoid of color, a dull gray with no vibrancy. Instinctively, Lin Feng activated his eye of omniscience to its maximum capacity. In the external world, this eye allowed him to survey a vast area of 500 meters. Yet now he could only perceive a mere 30 meters. In fact, his own eyesight proved more effective than these probing methods in this realm. Curiosity piqued. Lin Feng pondered what kind of magical artifact possessed such formidable abilities. It was essential to note that the dread sound drum was so powerful because it housed a demon lord. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes brightened. How could he have forgotten that he still had Xiaozi with him? Xiaozi, come forth. Hey, what do you want? Can't I just get a decent night's sleep? It's only been a day, and you're summoning me again? Don't forget, I am a demon lord. As Xiaozi finished speaking, she appeared on a nearby bench, swinging her legs in a carefree manner. Observing the young girl before him, Lin Feng could ascertain that after absorbing copious amounts of blood and souls, she had indeed grown. Previously resembling a child of 7 or 8, she now seemed to be around 10, having gained a noticeable height. Is this place dangerous? Lin Feng disregarded Xiaozi's complaints. The contract was signed, and her grievances were moot. Danger? What peril could this world possibly hold? You are the most dangerous of all, Xiaozi retorted with a slight pout, clearly displeased. Lin Feng's expression darkened. Indeed, for this demon lord, even if a lord stood before her, she would scarcely perceive it as a threat. Well then, is there anything here that could pose a danger to me? Lin Feng felt a slight headache and decided to rephrase his inquiry. Are there threats to you? Indeed. There are quite a few. Oh. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, wondering if this place was truly so perilous. Over there is a vine, and there's a passage to the realm of the dead, along with a group of humans. Though they are weak, if they unite, they could still pose a threat to you, Xiaozi gently remarked, shaking her head. Someone is coming. You wouldn't want me to be discovered, would you? I shall return to rest now. With that, Xiaozi vanished instantly, retreating into the sinister drum. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a twinge of annoyance. This entity was indeed quite troublesome. Brother, were you sent by the Qin family? At that moment, a man approached, confirming Xiaozi's words. Naturally, Lin Feng noticed him as well. Although the all-seeing eye could only detect within a 30-meter radius, the man was clearly advancing towards him. Yes, Zhou invited me. Lin Feng stated candidly, naming Zhou directly. The moment he arrived, these individuals appeared, indicating that someone was vigilantly monitoring the situation here. I am Lu Qingshan. Since you are hired by Zhou, follow me. Lin Feng scrutinized the man before him. His strength was formidable, likely at the mid-tier of level 3. Yet the all-seeing eye could not discern his precise star rating. Alas, the skill points are insufficient. Lin Feng lamented. If only his all-seeing eye could reach 10 stars. Such complications would be unnecessary. Brother Lu, Zhou has shared some details with me, but not extensively. This place seems rather peculiar. What exactly are our adversaries? A hint of mockery appeared on Lu Qingshan's lips as he replied. Those invited to assist often begin with such curiosity, asking a myriad of questions. Yet, when the battle ensues, they prove inept. I wonder how Zhou recruits such individuals from outside. The situation has deteriorated. That demonic artifact should soon reveal itself. Given their present capabilities, it poses a significant danger. Brother Lin, let us discuss this further once we arrive at our destination. This vicinity is not particularly safe. Lin Feng was somewhat taken aback by Lu Qingshan's reluctance to elaborate. Was it genuinely unsafe, or did he harbor doubts about Lin Feng's trustworthiness? Before long, Lin Feng, under Lu Qingshan's guidance, arrived at a small building, formerly the office of a psychiatrist, now temporarily utilized by the Qin family as a stronghold. As Lin Feng drew near, he sensed several powerful auras. Level 3. Indeed, all were level 3. A glance around revealed over 10 individuals, with several at mid-tier level 3. Had the Qin family grown this formidable? The notion of the northern factions in Han City being divided seemed utterly ludicrous now. What was the Tianling alliance compared to the Qin family? Mere refuse. Please wait here for a moment. The boss will personally come to explain the situation. Lu Qingshan succinctly stated before proceeding into the building. Lin Feng felt somewhat bewildered. Was he to be left unattended? It appeared that this fellow truly regarded him with little significance. At that moment, a middle-aged man suddenly approached, his face brimming with excitement. Lin Feng, what brings you here? Lu Qingshan, having arrived later than others, was not as familiar with Lin Feng, yet many present were acutely aware of his significant contributions during the central battle. The man speaking was one of those present that day, and he was the last individual to enter this place before Lin Feng. You know me? Lin Feng inquired. Of course. The necromancer. Who wouldn't recognize you? The man exclaimed, his enthusiasm evident. Although he considered himself somewhat capable, the disparity between him and Lin Feng was unmistakable. I am Song Wenshu. What brings you here? He questioned, perplexed, as Lin Feng should not have resorted to those meager enhancement potions. After all, the other party was the deputy director of the Genetic Research Institute. Bookworm, who is this guy? Is he formidable? A woman nearby, intrigued by Song Wenshu's excitement, approached with curiosity. Formidable? I could easily defeat you 3 times over, Song Wenshu retorted, disdain evident in his expression towards the woman, reluctant to engage further. Oh, so we have a great master among us. Yet it seems Lu Qingshan is not particularly invested, she remarked. I see, just a pig's nose and a big onion. Song Wenshu's lips twitched. He had not previously recognized her as a fool. Chapter 90. Retribution. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, gazing at the woman before him. A sense of familiarity washing over him. Xia Dingchen. Damn, how did it have to be her? In his previous life, Lin Feng had not been devoid of enemies, and he had long harbored grievances against this individual. He recalled a time when he and his companions had painstakingly weakened a mid-level necromancer, incurring great losses. At that moment, Xia Dingchen had brazenly emerged to steal their hard-earned spoils. It had nearly driven Lin Feng to the brink of fury, leading to a series of overt and covert confrontations between them. Regrettably, Xia Dingchen had perished in the final battle, leaving Lin Feng with an unfulfilled desire for vengeance. The heavens had now granted him an opportunity to rectify this regret, and he was determined not to squander it. Get lost. Mind your own business, Lin Feng shouted, offering no courtesy whatsoever. Past grievances and present animosities surged within him, fueling an overwhelming desire to strike down this wretch immediately. Xia Dingchen's expression soured. She had not anticipated such blatant disrespect from the man. However, a sly smile crept onto her face. This was a critical time for the Qin family, and chaos could not be tolerated. Lin Feng would do well to act. In fact, if he were to make a move, he might find himself expelled, along with Song Wenshu, from this mission altogether. The figure from the Qin family was no trifling opponent. Her disdain for Lin Feng had been palpable since their first encounter, which had prompted her to seek confrontation without delay. What? Are you still planning to make a move? Come on then. A waste is simply a waste, Xia Dingchen taunted, drawing the attention of the crowd toward them. As the crowd observed the scene, none intervened. They merely reveled in the spectacle. Song Wenshu's expression was one of extreme displeasure. He discerned that Xia Dingchen was intentionally provoking Lin Feng. Any action taken at this moment could lead to grave repercussions from the Qin family. Suddenly, amidst the spectators' contemplation of Lin Feng's potential response, he delivered a resounding slap to Xia Dingchen's face. A force so tremendous it sent her crashing against a wall before coming to a halt. She asked for it. I cannot be blamed, Lin Feng declared before striding into the building. As for Song Wenshu, he chose not to involve himself further. Whether Xia Dingchen approached him with intent or by chance held little interest for him, the onlookers couldn't help but twitch their lips. This was indeed a fierce display. Xia Dingchen had dared to confront him and seemingly prepared for the encounter, yet she was unexpectedly sent flying by Lin Feng's slap. Song Wenshu swallowed hard, confirming that Lin Feng remained as formidable as ever. In the corner, Xia Dingchen rose, a mocking expression plastered on her face. You're finished, she sneered. How dare you strike me? Rubbing her face, she felt the sting of Lin Feng's forceful blow, which had left a significant imprint on her cheek. Hearing the commotion, Lu Qingshan entered with a dark expression. What trouble has this newcomer stirred? He pondered. The Qin family did not hire you to cause chaos. Just as Lu Qingshan intended to reprimand Lin Feng, he noticed that Lin Feng paid him no mind, continuing instead toward the small building. Utilizing his all-seeing eye, Lin Feng detected a vast golden aura, likely the location of Qin. He was not here for idle amusement. He needed to resolve matters swiftly and return home, while also informing these individuals that no further visitors would arrive. Manager Lu, this individual is utterly devoid of decorum. He just assaulted me without provocation. I implore you to teach him a lesson. Xia Dingchen emerged, still wearing her taunting smile. You're done for. Lu Qingshan, equally displeased with Lin Feng, extended his hand in an attempt to seize him. However, before he could even approach Lin Feng's shoulder, an immense force repelled him, preventing any advance. You truly possess an insufferable audacity. Lin Feng turned to Xia Dingchen, a glimmer of menace in his gaze. Feeling the intensity of Lin Feng's stare, a chill coursed through Xia Dingchen, though the presence of Lu Qingshan offered her some reassurance. She could not believe that, with Lu Qingshan standing nearby, Lin Feng would dare to act again. But before she could react, a second slap resounded against her face, propelling her once more into the wall. Seeking death, Lin Feng's repeated assaults had thoroughly enraged Lu Qingshan, especially as they unfolded before him, showing him no respect. In his fury, Lu Qingshan's body emanated a brownish armor, his earth attribute transformation. Clad in armor, Lu Qingshan resembled a small mountain, charging towards Lin Feng with immense force. In response, Lin Feng did not even spare him a glance. With a mere wave of his hand, a flash of white light materialized into a 3-meter-tall brown giant ape. With a single hand, it effortlessly thwarted Lu Qingshan's assault. As Lin Feng's necromancy reached 10 stars, his summoning magic became increasingly agile, the speed of his conjurations accelerating. The sudden appearance of the giant ape caused the onlookers to change their expressions, filled with bewilderment. How did this happen? Some quickly recalled that it was Lin Feng who summoned a colossal zombie during the undead tide, turning the tide of battle. Could this Lin Feng be the very same individual? Xia Dingchen struggled to rise, initially expecting to witness Lin Feng's humiliation, only to be stunned by the scene before her. Summoning a commanding zombie at will, and forcing Lu Qingshan into retreat, She felt rather foolish for having provoked him. As Lu Qingshan grappled with the brown giant ape, his once arrogant strength proved futile against the beast, as he found himself being overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had already stepped into the small building, seemingly disinterested in the unfolding conflict. The building stood 3 stories tall, surrounded by onlookers, over 10 outside and another 20 to 30 inside, all at level 3. No wonder. Xiaozi had warned him that this place posed a threat to his life. With so many opponents, he was at a disadvantage unless he resorted to the fallen sound drum, but the multitude of strong adversaries could easily drain him. Lin Feng, do you wish to provoke the Qin family into war? A woman on the second floor glared at Lin Feng, clearly displeased. Lin Feng shook his head in exasperation. Were these people truly foolish? I came to assist solely because of Zhou Zhan. Due to the pressure from the Heavenly Wolf Gang, Zhou Zhan can no longer summon additional support. I am the last one. Have your boss come out, or I shall turn and leave, unconcerned with your trivial matters. His words rendered the woman on the second floor speechless. No one else was coming to aid. This individual was the last. Yet, what did it matter? The dignity of the Qin family could not be trampled. Just as she contemplated taking action, a voice echoed from the 3rd floor. Step back. Lin Feng looked up to see a man descending from the 3rd floor, clad in a voluminous leather coat. With a mere glance, Lin Feng discerned that this man was no ordinary character. 1 skill had reached its zenith, 2 skills were likely as well, and 3 were almost there. Did Zhou Zhan truly convey that to you? Qin Yi leaned lazily against the railing, unfazed by Lin Feng's display of power. Given Lin Feng's exhibited prowess, even 3 Xia Dingchens would prove no match for him. It would be unwise to offend such a formidable foe for the sake of 1 individual. It was not he who conveyed such words to me, but rather the influence left by your Qin family outside, which was nearly obliterated by the Celestial Wolf Alliance. Lin Feng remained unperturbed, casually taking a seat upon finding a chair, facing Qin Yi without a hint of trepidation. Upon hearing Lin Feng's remarks, the onlookers furrowed their brows. When had the Celestial Wolf Alliance become so audacious? Suddenly, it seemed they recalled previous intelligence reports indicating that the Wanshur Alliance had been severely weakened and that the main forces of the Qin family had arrived in this vicinity, making it entirely plausible that the Celestial Wolf Alliance harbored ulterior motives. What is the current situation? Inquired the woman from the 2nd floor, who had previously reprimanded Lin Feng. Her tone laced with a hint of authority. Even with Qin Yi speaking, she still held Lin Feng in disdain. As he was merely a pawn of the Qin family for having accepted their employment, what audacity did he possess? Why should I divulge anything to you? Lin Feng shrugged. Disdain etched upon his face. Is this woman not a fool? It is you who seeks my assistance, yet you present yourself with such airs. The woman, incensed, found Lin Feng's demeanor intolerable, nearly driven to the brink by his insolence. As one of the 3 major powers in the north, when had they ever endured such indignity? Even Bai Yulong would treat them with courtesy. The defense of the entire northern base relied upon their strength. Silence. Such lack of decorum. A reprimand echoed from the 3rd floor. Qin Yi's voice tinged with restrained anger. His usual arrogance was no longer permissible. Did he truly believe he had an endless reservoir of patience? Do you not comprehend the gravity of the situation? Lin Feng, what is the reality outside? Although the psychiatric hospital is of utmost importance, should the Celestial Wolf Alliance annihilate everything beyond, the ramifications would be catastrophic. Their very foundation lay within that estate, particularly their means of communication with the capital. Losing such assets would incur irreparable damage. Many circumstances remained unknown to Hanqing, necessitating communication with the capital. You are fortunate. The Celestial Wolf Alliance has provoked my people, and I have dealt them a crushing blow, Lin Feng remarked nonchalantly. On the 2nd floor, the woman's expression was one of skepticism. She could not fathom Lin Feng's capacity to withstand the Celestial Wolf Alliance. Although the latter's strength was slightly inferior to the Qin family, they were still formidable, especially with their numbers. How can you substantiate your claims? Qin Yi from the 3rd floor expressed his doubts. He frequently interacted with the Celestial Wolf Alliance and was well acquainted with their capabilities. Even with his intervention, it would require considerable effort to subdue them. If the 4 formidable generals of the Celestial Wolf Alliance were involved, he could not guarantee a decisive victory. Substantiate? Why must I? Believe if you wish, dismiss it if you do not. Lin Feng produced a piece of jerky from seemingly nowhere and began to chew. It mattered not to him. He was not the one in a hurry. On the 3rd floor, Qin Yi wore a dark expression, deeply dissatisfied with Lin Feng's demeanor, yet powerless against him, for he was not under his command. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Qin Yi's mind. He appeared to recall something significant. Lin Feng. I find that name rather familiar. Isn't he the boyfriend of my cousin from 3 days ago? Qin Yi remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, surprised that the other party was aware of this matter. However, it was to be expected. Despite being a branch of the Qin family, they were still kin. So what if they knew? That was an affair from long ago. Our romantic entanglements are none of your concern. Oh, you know me? Lin Feng inquired with genuine curiosity. Upon hearing this, several elders from the Qin family gasped in disbelief, realizing that this individual was the very one they wished to see vanquished by the old master of the Qin family. On the second floor, a woman grew increasingly disdainful of Lin Feng. Had it not been for him, the Qin family would have long since formed an alliance with another family and returned to the capital, sparing themselves from this plight. In truth, their presence in Han City was solely for Qin Lan, but when calamity struck, they could not escape in time. What gives you the right to approach the young lady? Another man from the second floor, unable to contain himself, leapt down and charged directly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng regarded the enraged crowd with confusion. Had they lost their minds? Get lost, he exclaimed softly, and with a flash of white light, he summoned a mid-tier commander-level undead to block the advancing man. Lin Feng's expression darkened as he gazed up at the third floor. What, do you wish to kill me? Qin Yi observed him intently, a flicker of murderous intent gleaming in her eyes. Indeed, she had intended to kill Lin Feng, but upon reflection, she deemed it premature. If the price to eliminate him were too great, it would be a futile endeavor. Don't wear such a pained expression. Why are you all so furious about my relationship with Qin Lan? It was she who sought me out. I am merely a bystander in this affair, Lin Feng retorted. And in an instant, he vanished from sight. On the third floor, Qin Yi's expression shifted dramatically, and she shouted, "Stop!" But her plea came too late. Lin Feng had already delivered a powerful punch to the man's chest, the combined force sending him hurtling into a wall, leaving his fate uncertain. Lin Feng rubbed his wrist, bemused that such riffraff thought they could take him on. Did they truly believe him to be so easily subdued? A profound silence enveloped the hall, as none had anticipated that Lin Feng would dare to strike. After all, they were in the presence of the Qin family's elite. Was he courting death? Lin Feng. From the third floor, Qin Yi descended in a furious leap, creating a massive crater upon landing. Oh, so you finally decided to come down. I thought you would remain up there looking down on me forever, Lin Feng said, producing a piece of beef jerky to chew on leisurely. Lin Feng, do you wish to provoke the Qin family? Qin Yi's expression was icy. What sense does that make? From the moment your people arrived, they sought to instigate trouble, repeatedly attacking me, and then that wretched person on the second floor insulted me. I merely retaliated with a punch, and somehow, I am in the wrong? What kind of nonsensical logic is this? Upon hearing these words, Qin Yi's expression soured as if she had ingested a foul substance, primarily because Lin Feng's assertions held a semblance of truth. On the second floor, the woman was nearly driven to the brink of fury, daring to insult her with such derogatory terms. Having never endured such indignities, she recalled how Lin Feng had effortlessly sent a man flying with a single punch, causing her to suppress her anger. Despite her arrogance, she recognized that she was no match for Lin Feng. Humph, with silver-tongued eloquence and a propensity for violence. It appears we are the ones at fault, Qin Yi thought darkly.